For her sake, he remained single for the rest of his life. After being reborn, he finally discovered that on the day of her car accident, she had actually been sleeping with the vice president of her company. He pretends he knows nothing, while secretly launching the most ruthless revenge imaginable. The cheating couple, his wife's best friend, his brother-in-law, his mother-in-law. No one is getting away unscathed. Chapter 1. I'm going to kill you myself. Jinling, south of the city, in the most luxurious villa in the upscale residential district, Villa Number 1. Inside the study, empty liquor bottles were scattered all over the floor. Ning Yin sat alone, staring drunkenly at his wife's photograph in their wedding picture. In a certain sense, Ning Yan's life had been glorious. At 30, he had built his fortune from nothing. He had dominated the business world for decades, consistently ranking among the wealthiest people in the country. But at the same time, Ning Yin was also a lonely man. 30 years ago, on that fateful night, he suddenly received a phone call. His newlywed wife had died in a car accident. From that moment on, Ning Yin smoked, drank, and lived in misery. Even though he commanded enormous influence in the business world, he never remarried for the rest of his life. He remained alone, with no one by his side. Today was the anniversary of his wife's death, and it was also the most painful day of the year for Ning Yin. It was only morning, yet Ning Yin was already completely drunk. With blurry eyes, Ning Yin carefully took a yellowed notebook from the drawer. It was a gift his wife had given him when they were dating. Inside were excerpts of classical Chinese poems she had copied down in her youthful handwriting. But only half of the notebook had been filled. Back then, she had smiled and told him that it was called leaving things blank. It looked as though nothing had been written, but in reality, it contained infinite possibilities. Sometimes, the blank space is the most beautiful part. Missing you day after day, yet I'm still alone, and nothing about me has changed. Clutching the notebook, Ning Yin broke down completely. 30 years. An entire 30 years. Ning Yin had never forgotten his wife. Instead, as the years passed, his longing for her only grew stronger. The pain cut straight into his heart. Perhaps it was the alcohol. A strange impulse suddenly rose within Ning Yin. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote across one of the blank pages. If there were a chance, I would go back to that day and see you one more time. A gentle breeze drifted through the room, sending the pages fluttering. Ning Yin suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the desk. In some distant, mysterious place, Ning Yin seemed to hear a voice whispering beside his ear. If you could give up all the wealth you possess now in exchange for one chance to start over, would you be willing? Ning Yin raised his middle finger. Fuck. Of course I would. Immediately afterward, a mysterious force began violently tearing at his body. The world spun around him. Ning Yin felt as though he really had drunk himself senseless, and he soon passed out. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Ning Yin finally woke up groggily, he discovered that it was already dark. I actually slept that long? Ning Yin got up and casually picked up a glass, intending to take another drink of strong liquor. It wasn't a good habit, but for all these years, this was how he had spent every day he missed his wife. But now, he suddenly realized that what he had swallowed wasn't liquor at all. It was plain water, and what he was holding wasn't a wine glass. It was a water cup. Most importantly, this wasn't the study in his villa. As far as he could see, he was in nothing more than a messy little room. Ning Yin glanced at the calendar on the table, and his entire body froze. February 1st, 2021. Ning Yan's eyes widened. 30 years ago, he rushed out of the room. Looking at the familiar furniture and appliances, he trembled with excitement. Yes, he knew everything here. This was the little home he had shared with his wife 30 years ago. Ning Yin suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall. 1831. Ning Yin remembered clearly. His wife, Xia Lu, had died in a car accident at exactly 1927 tonight. At this moment, there was less than an hour before the accident. Without giving himself time to think, Ning Yin grabbed his car keys, ran out of the house like a madman, and immediately called his wife. Hello, honey, it's me. Where are you? Tell me, where are you? Honey, I am working overtime at the office. His wife's answer was obviously hesitant. But Ning Yin didn't have time to worry about those details. I'm coming to pick you up after work. Listen carefully. You absolutely must not come downstairs alone, and don't get in anyone else's car. Wait for me. You have to wait for me. Honey, what's wrong with you? Okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Yin drove his Chevrolet at top speed, racing toward the company like a madman. 20 minutes later, Ning Yin suddenly yanked the steering wheel, sped through 2 intersections, and slammed on the brakes. Then he turned his head and stared at the intersection diagonally across the street. In his previous life, his wife had been involved in her fatal car accident right here. She had died on the spot. And now, heaven had given him another chance to start over. He would absolutely stop the tragedy from happening. He would never allow anyone to hurt his wife. Click. Out of habit, Ningyan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Then he suddenly remembered that his wife hated the smell of smoke. He hurriedly rolled down the window, intending to throw the cigarette butt outside. But at that exact moment, Ningyan's expression suddenly stiffened. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, almost convinced that he was seeing things. What had he seen? His wife. His beautiful, smiling wife. More precisely, through the car window, he clearly saw his wife walking out of a hotel beside the road, her arm intimately wrapped around another man's. She leaned obediently against that man like a little bird relying on its companion, smiling brightly and looking incredibly happy. She looked even happier than she ever had when she was with him. Ningyan was completely stunned. 30 years. An entire 30 years. All this time, he had believed that his wife had died in a car accident while riding home from work in a colleague's car. He had missed her for 30 years, living every day as though it were an eternity. He had even remained single for the rest of his life because of her. But now, the woman he had loved more than anything was standing right in front of him. Yet she wasn't in his arms. She was nestled against another man. She had just walked out of a hotel with another man, laughing and chatting happily together. His dream had shattered. His heart had broken. Ningyan felt ice cold from head to toe. For 30 years, I thought about you every single day. I regretted it constantly. I blamed myself constantly. Why hadn't I gone to pick you up from work? I loved you so much. I cherished you so much. I always thought it was my fault. So I punished myself in every way imaginable. I punished myself for 30 years. An entire 30 years. And it turns out you fucking cheated on me. You weren't killed in a car accident while riding home with a colleague. You cheated on me, and even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. You died because you got what you deserved. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a joke. What a fucking joke. I was actually kept in the dark for 30 years. 30 whole years. How dare you? How dare you? Ningyan roared and screamed. The expression on his face twisted, rapidly becoming savage and terrifying. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you myself. Ningyan crushed the cigarette, but then he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. For her, he never remarried. Reborn, he discovers she was sleeping with the vice president on the day of her car accident. He pretends he knows nothing while secretly launching a merciless revenge. The cheating couple, his wife's best friend, his brother-in-law, his mother-in-law. No one is getting away with anything. Chapter 1. I'm going to kill you myself. Jinling, south of the city, in the most luxurious residential area, stood Villa Number 1. Inside the study, empty liquor bottles were scattered across the floor. Ningyan sat alone, completely drunk, staring at his wife's photograph in their wedding picture. In a sense, Ningyan's life had been a glorious one. At 30, he had built his fortune from nothing. He had dominated the business world for decades and had always ranked among the wealthiest people in the country. But at the same time, Ningyan was also a deeply lonely man. 30 years ago, on that fateful night, he suddenly received a phone call. His newlywed wife had died in a car accident. From that moment on, Ningyan began smoking and drinking heavily, sinking into depression and misery. Even though he had immense influence in the business world, he never remarried for the rest of his life. He remained alone, with no one by his side. Today was the anniversary of his wife's death, and it was also the most painful day of the year for Ningyan. It was only morning, yet Ningyan was already completely wasted. Through his drunken haze, Ningyan carefully took a yellowed notebook out of a drawer. It had been a gift from his wife when they were dating. Inside were classical Chinese poems she had copied down in her youthful handwriting. But only half of the notebook had been filled. Back then, she had smiled and told him, "This is called leaving things blank. It may look like nothing has been written, but there are infinite possibilities. Sometimes, the blank space is the most beautiful part. Missing you day after day, I'm still alone, and nothing about me has changed." Ningyan clutched the notebook and broke down completely. 30 years. An entire 30 years. Ningyan had never forgotten his wife. Instead, as time passed, his longing for her only grew stronger. It was a pain that pierced straight through his heart. Perhaps it was the alcohol. A strange impulse suddenly surged through Ningyan. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote on one of the blank pages. "If possible, I want to go back to that day and see you one more time." A gentle breeze swept through the room, causing the pages to flutter. Ning Yin suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the desk. In the depths of his consciousness, Ning Yin seemed to hear a voice whispering softly beside his ear. If you were given a chance to give up all the wealth you possess now in exchange for one opportunity to start over, would you be willing? Ning Yin raised his middle finger. Fuck. Of course I would. Immediately afterward, a mysterious force began violently tearing at his body. The world spun around him. Ning Yin felt as though he had truly drunk himself senseless, and he soon passed out. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Ning Yin finally woke up in a daze, he discovered that it was already dark. I actually slept that long? Ning Yin got up and casually picked up a glass, intending to take another sip of strong liquor. It wasn't a good habit, but for all these years, every day he missed his wife, he had lived like this. However, this time, he suddenly realized that what he had swallowed wasn't strong liquor at all. It was plain water, and the thing in his hand wasn't a wine glass. It was a water cup. Most importantly, this wasn't the study in his villa. As far as he could see, he was in nothing more than a messy little room. Ning Yin glanced at the calendar on the table. His entire body froze. February 1st, 2021. Ning Yan's eyes suddenly widened. 30 years ago, he rushed out of the room. Looking at the familiar furniture and appliances, he trembled with excitement. Yes, he knew everything here. This was the little home he had shared with his wife 30 years ago. Ning Yin suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall. 1831. Ning Yin remembered it clearly. His wife, Xiaolu, had died in a car accident at exactly 1927 tonight. At this moment, less than an hour remained before the accident. There was no time to think. Ning Yin grabbed his car keys, rushed out of the house like a madman, and immediately called his wife. Hello, honey, it's me. Where are you? Tell me, where are you? Honey, I am working overtime at the company. His wife's answer was obviously hesitant, but Ning Yin had no time to pay attention to such details. I'm coming to pick you up after work. Listen carefully. You absolutely must not come downstairs alone, and don't get into anyone else's car. Wait for me. You have to wait for me. Honey, what's wrong? Okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Yin drove his Chevrolet at top speed, racing toward the company like a madman. 20 minutes later, Ning Yin suddenly yanked the steering wheel, sped through 2 consecutive intersections, and slammed on the brakes. Then he turned his head and stared at the intersection diagonally across from him. In his previous life, his wife had been killed in a car accident right there. She had died on the spot, and now, heaven had given him another chance to start over. He would absolutely stop this tragedy from happening. He would never allow anyone to hurt his wife. Click. Out of habit, Ning Yin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Then he suddenly remembered that his wife hated the smell of cigarettes. He quickly rolled down the window, intending to throw away the cigarette, but at that exact moment, Ning Yan's expression suddenly stiffened. He rubbed his eyes hard, almost convinced that he had seen it wrong. What had he seen? His wife. His smiling, beautiful wife. More precisely, through the car window, he clearly saw his wife walking out of a hotel by the roadside with her arm intimately wrapped around another man's. She leaned obediently against that man like a little bird nestled against its companion. She was smiling brightly, looking incredibly happy. She looked even happier than she had ever been when she was with him. Ning Yin was completely dumbfounded. 30 years. An entire 30 years. All this time, he had believed that his wife had died in a car accident while riding home from work in a colleague's car. He had spent 30 years missing her, with every day feeling like an eternity. He had even remained single for the rest of his life because of her. But now, the woman he loved more than anything was standing right in front of him. Yet she wasn't in his arms. She was nestled in another man's arms. She had just walked out of a hotel with another man, laughing and chatting happily together. His dream was shattered. His heart was broken. Ning Yin felt ice cold from head to toe. 30 years. I thought about you every single day. I regretted it constantly. I blamed myself constantly. Why didn't I go pick you up from work? I loved you so much. I cherished you so much. I always thought it was my fault. So I punished myself in every way imaginable. I punished myself for 30 years. An entire 30 years. And in the end, you fucking cheated on me. You weren't killed in a car accident while riding home with a colleague. You cheated on me, and even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. You died because you got what you deserved. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a joke. What a fucking joke. I was actually kept in the dark for 30 years. 30 whole years. How dare you? How dare you? Ning Yin roared and screamed. The expression on his face began to twist, rapidly becoming savage and terrifying. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you myself. Ning Yin crushed the cigarette, but then he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Chapter 3. Revenge begins now. More than an hour later. Click. Ning Yin lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. And this time, Xiaolu didn't complain about him smoking. Instead, she nestled against his side. Heh, what irony. In his previous life, Ning Yin had doted on Xiaolu in every possible way. Even when they were intimate as husband and wife, he had always been extremely careful and gentle with her. Yet Xiaolu had never once praised him. Some people were simply like that. No matter how well you treated them, they took it for granted. Treat them roughly and without reason, and suddenly they became obedient and accommodating. By the way, honey, I have some great news to tell you. Xiaolu wrapped her arms around Ning Yan's arm and said playfully, I just landed a huge deal for the company. The commission is going to be really, really high. She looked up at him with a smile. How are you going to reward me? A huge deal? Could it have something to do with that man from the hotel? Ning Yan's heart stirred, but his expression remained completely calm. He deliberately pretended not to care and casually asked, What huge deal? How did you manage to land it? Xiaolu's expression stiffened slightly. Oops. She had been so eager to show off to Ning Yin that she had almost forgotten that the reason she had secured that huge deal was through an improper arrangement. There was no way she could tell Ning Yin that she had gone to a hotel with someone in exchange for the contract. Xiaolu lowered her head, pretending to remain calm, and said with a smile, It's the construction project for Victory Group's number 3 development. Today, I reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with General Manager Gua from Victory Group. General Manager Gua of Victory Group. His full name was Guijin. He was the very man Ning Yin had seen walking out of the hotel with Xiaolu that afternoon. Ning Yin narrowed his eyes. A preliminary cooperation agreement? Have you signed the contract yet? Xiaolu shook her head slightly. How could it happen that quickly? But we've already agreed to officially sign the contract tomorrow afternoon. Ning Yin exhaled a ring of smoke and said indifferently, So it's only a verbal agreement? As far as I know, plenty of people are competing for Victory Group's number 3 development project. If you want to make absolutely sure you get it, I think you should strike while the iron is hot. Since General Manager Guo agreed to cooperate, did you give him a gift? Of course she had. And she had delivered that gift directly to a hotel. But Xiaolu didn't dare say that. She could only stammer. And no, I'm a woman. How would I understand these things between men? Ning Yin smiled and said seriously, It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I do. Go call General Manager Gua and tell him that I want to thank him for agreeing to cooperate and that I'm preparing a special gift for him on my wife's behalf. Xiaolu's entire body stiffened. She blinked rapidly. Honey, why you're joking, right? How could I let you give him a gift on my behalf? Ning Yin calmly replied. My wife is working so hard to land such a major deal. Isn't it perfectly natural for me to help her deliver a gift? Give me General Manager Gua's number. I'll call him myself. Honey, stop messing around, okay? I'm not messing around. I'm being completely serious. This is extremely important. Hurry up and call him. Just listen to me. It's only a phone call. If General Manager Gua doesn't want it, then forget it. What are you afraid of? Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, and with guilt weighing heavily on her conscience, Xiaolu had no choice but to call Guijin. Moreover, worried that Guijin might say something inappropriate, the moment the call connected, Xiaolu immediately said, General Manager Gua, hello? This is Xiaolu. My husband, Ning Yin, said he wants to give you a gift to thank you. On the other end of the phone, Guijin was completely dumbfounded. When he suddenly received Xiaolu's call, Guijin had been quite excited. But the moment he heard the words, my husband, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A gift? Guijin cautiously asked, Xiaolu, are you serious? In reality, what Guijin really wanted to ask was whether their affair had been exposed. Was Ning Yin really planning to give him a gift? Or was he actually planning to kill him? Ning Yin directly took the phone from Xiaolu. Here's the situation, General Manager Gua. I just heard from my wife that you agreed to sign a contract with her today. But she's a woman and doesn't understand these things. She doesn't know how to properly thank you, so I thought I'd thank you on her behalf. I heard that the newly opened KTV downtown, Golden Splendor, is pretty good. The night's still young. How about I buy you a few drinks, General Manager Gua? Guijin immediately burst out laughing. That afternoon, Xiaolu had already thanked him at a hotel. And now, Xiaolu's husband was actually inviting him out for drinks? Was there really such a good thing in the world? And the more Guijin thought about the fact that Ning Yin was Xiaolu's husband, the more thrilling he found the situation. Oh, Ning Yin, Xiao Lu is actually quite a good woman. You're really too courteous. How could I let you spend money? Don't be a stranger, General Manager Gua. It'll just be the two of us tonight. Let's meet at Golden Splendor in half an hour. How does that sound? All right. Since you've invited me so sincerely, I won't refuse. See you in half an hour. After hanging up, Ning Yin washed his face, got into his car, and drove straight to Golden Splendor KTV. Xiao Lu immediately called Guijin again. General Manager Gua, it's me. Ning Yin has already left. Guijin laughed loudly. Xiao Lu, your husband is quite something. Are you two planning to thank me together? Xiao Lu complained coyly. Oh, General Manager Gua, you're terrible. Just make sure you don't let anything slip. Guijin said carelessly. Don't worry. Maybe your husband and I will even become friends. Ha ha ha. 40 minutes later, Ning Yin met Guijin in private room 888 at Golden Splendor. Actually, while on his way there, Ning Yin had already searched Victory Group on his phone. He had seen Guijin's photograph. He could now confirm beyond a doubt that Guijin was the very man who had walked out of the hotel with Xiao Lu that afternoon. However, Guijin himself looked much older than he did in the photograph. He was already in his 50s, overweight, with a large belly and a noticeably receding hairline. After a few brief pleasantries, Ning Yin immediately said to the server, "Get your hostess over here." Before long, a glamorous hostess wearing revealing clothes, heavy makeup, and carrying herself with practiced charm entered the private room. Ning Yin got straight to the point. Bring us a group of girls who know how to have fun. Most importantly, they need to be the kind who can leave with customers. You understand what I mean, right? The hostess smiled. Handsome, you're joking. We're a legitimate KTV. Our girls don't leave with customers. Ning Yin chuckled. You saw that I'm unfamiliar and assumed I'm a rookie, didn't you? This isn't an ordinary family-style KTV. Many people might not know that KTVs generally fall into two broad categories. The most obvious distinction is whether it's a mass-market KTV. At mass-market KTVs, 90% of them don't have hostesses who accompany customers outside the establishment. Some don't even have hostesses at all. But if the words mass market aren't on the sign, there are usually other services hidden beneath the surface. The hostess giggled. Hee hee, I didn't expect such a young, handsome guy to understand these things. In that case, you should know the rules, right? Ning Yin nodded slightly. No evidence left behind. That's why I brought cash. With that, Ning Yin tossed 2 thick stacks of bills onto the table. I'm paying tonight. As long as you can make my brother Gua happy, money isn't an issue. The hostess picked up the cash, her face lighting up with delight. The customer is king. She openly linked her arm through Ning Yan's and smiled. With a handsome guy this generous, I guarantee you'll be satisfied tonight. If any of my girls dares to upset you, come straight to me. After saying that, the hostess spoke a few words into her walkie-talkie. Before long, an entire line of young women filed into the room. They stood neatly beside the large LCD screen and bowed in unison. Good evening, bosses. Ning Yin turned to Guijin. General Manager Gua, you first. Guijin narrowed his eyes as he looked over the line of beautiful women, practically grinning from ear to ear. In his mind, Xiao Lu had just gone to a hotel with him that afternoon. And now, that same woman's husband had come along in the evening and was spending a fortune to thank him. This Ning Yin really knew how to behave. Guijin quickly chose one. Ning, little brother, your turn. Ning Yin scanned the room. He didn't really care which woman he chose. After all, Guijin was his true target tonight. But then, when Ning Yan's eyes landed on one particular woman, he couldn't help but freeze slightly. Every girl standing before him had her head held high and was doing her best to display her charms, waiting to be chosen. Only one was different. She had her head lowered, as though she were afraid Ning Yin would notice her. The reason was very simple. She knew Ning Yin, and Ning Yin knew her too. Her name was Zhou Shui. More precisely, she was his wife Xia Lu's best friend. Moreover, Zhou Shui had always looked down on Ning Yin. She frequently mocked him for earning too little and claimed that he wasn't good enough for Xia Lu. Well, so this is why you always look down on me. It turns out you're working as a hostess at a KTV, and you're even the kind who can leave with customers? Asterisk, you normally get to meet wealthy and powerful men at places like this. Lie down, and the money comes rolling in. Asterisk. No wonder I can't possibly earn as much as you do in a month. You. Ning Yin pointed at Zhou Shui with an amused smile. You're the one. Come here. Zhou Shui abruptly raised her head, but didn't move. The corners of Ning Yan's mouth curled upward. He turned to the hostess. Oh, the girls working for you have quite an attitude. Is she looking down on me? Hey, don't say that. Please don't get angry. The hostess looked at Zhou Shui and sternly said, Xiao Xue, don't be difficult. This is our distinguished guest. You have to make him happy. Come over here. He had already thrown down 20,000 yuan, and that wasn't even counting the drinks. Of course he was a distinguished guest. Zhou Shui genuinely didn't want to accompany Ning Yan. But how could she possibly tell the hostess that this was her best friend's husband? And even if she did tell her, what if Ning Yan insisted on choosing her anyway? Would the hostess stop him? Obviously not. In fact, once everyone found out that she had been chosen by her best friend's husband, she would probably become an even bigger laughingstock. Zhou Shui could only resign herself to the situation and walk over, sitting down beside Ning Yan. Ning Yan didn't hold back. He immediately reached out and pulled Zhou Shui into his arms. Zhou Shui's entire body stiffened, but she didn't dare make a scene. The hostess stood up, raised her glass, and smiled. Gentlemen, I wish you both a wonderful evening. I'll drink first as a toast. After finishing her drink, the hostess quickly left the private room with the other girls. Ning Yan looked at Zhou Shui teasingly. Oh, Xiao Xue, right? Are you inexperienced? Or are you pretending to be innocent with me? Pour the drinks. Do I have to teach you? Zhou Shui gritted her teeth and whispered, Ning Yan, don't push me too far. Ning Yan raised an eyebrow. How exactly am I pushing you too far? The customer is king. This is what you do for a living. Tonight, I'm your king. Understand? Zhou Shui said angrily. Just wait. I'm going to tell Xiao Lu about this right now. Ning Yan spread his hands. Go ahead. As long as you dare tell Xiao Lu and everyone else that you work here as a hostess who accompanies customers outside, I don't care. Zhou Shui was practically furious. Fine, Ning Yan. You win. I don't believe you really dare take me away with you. Ning Yan sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? I dare? I've already spent 20,000 yuan. Tonight, you're coming with me. You've always looked down on me, haven't you? Tonight, I want to see exactly what you're capable of. 2 hours later, around midnight, Guijin had howled his way through several songs and had drunk more than enough. He was also clearly becoming impatient. Ning Yan took the initiative to get up and settle the bill. The group got into a taxi and eventually stopped outside a very inconspicuous hotel. This was the exact same hotel Xiao Lu and Guijin had walked out of that afternoon. Guijin found the situation thrilling, yet extremely nerve-wracking. Ning Yan smiled and asked, It's just a small hotel, so the conditions aren't great. But at least it's safe. Brother Gua, you don't mind, do you? Guijin patted Ning Yan on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Brother Ning, you really understand me. You know how to handle things. Don't worry. I'll sign the contract tomorrow. A 5-star hotel required all kinds of formal procedures, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. It might look safe, but for someone like Guijin, a powerful and well-known businessman, it was actually extremely unsafe. A small hotel was different. The conditions were worse, but the registration procedures were much looser, and as for the surveillance cameras, most of them were little more than decorations. Besides, Guijin hadn't come to this kind of hotel to spend the night. He had come for the woman in his arms. Who would ever imagine that the general manager of Victory Group would come to such an obscure little hotel? Guijin put his arm around the woman and entered room 403. Ning Yan opened the door to room 402 next door. Then he turned around and smiled at Zhou Shui. Don't hang back. Come in. You're my wife's best friend, after all. Just thinking about that makes me a little impatient. The revenge begins now. Chapter 4. Do you understand me? Half an hour later, the dust had finally settled. Ning Yan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly blew out a string of smoke rings. Zhou Shui stared at Ning Yan, her emotions incredibly complicated. She had always looked down on him. Before tonight, she never could have imagined that one day she would end up sleeping with the man she despised the most. And that man was Ning Yan. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't understand it. Why had the usually mild-mannered, easygoing Ning Yan suddenly become so bold and reckless? Of course, she hadn't wanted things to turn out this way. But every profession had its own rules. When money was involved, the customer was king. She simply didn't have the right to refuse. Ning Yan paid no attention to Zhou Shui. He carefully calculated the timing. It was almost time. He picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, emergency services? I'd like to report someone for soliciting a prostitute in room 403 of Fuxing Hotel on Luqing Street. Yes, Fuxing Hotel. Room 403. Zhou Shui's eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Ning Yan in disbelief. You've gone crazy? Ning Yan hung up the phone and calmly asked. What? Zhou Shui pointed at him, stammering. That general manager Gua. You invited him tonight. Why are you trying to hurt him? And aren't you afraid he'll retaliate and drag you down with him. Ning Yin curled his lips disdainfully. Don't forget who you are. You're Xia Lu's best friend. The two of us are already so familiar with each other. How could the nature of our situation possibly be the same? Unless... Ning Yin tilted his head and looked at Zhou Shui playfully. Unless you personally report me. But if that happens, once this whole thing reaches Xia Lu, it won't just be me whose reputation is destroyed. I'm afraid you'll be ruined too. Do you dare? Zhou Shui's voice trembled. Guo Jin is the vice president of Victory Group. What you're doing could cost him his position. You're trying to destroy him. Guo Jin won't let you get away with this. Ning Yin smiled. Destroy him? How naive. If that were all I wanted, at most I'd make him lose a little face. I have no intention of merely taking away his position as vice president. I want him to lose everything he has. I want to ruin him completely. Ning Yin was smiling, but there was an icy coldness in his eyes. Zhou Shui stared at him in stunned disbelief. She was completely dumbfounded. She had never seen this side of Ning Yin before. Less than 10 minutes later, bang! The police burst through the door of room 403. Guo Jin was completely dumbfounded. Without saying a word, the officers took Guo Jin and the woman away. Including Ning Yin, the hotel staff and many guests came out to watch the spectacle. Throughout the entire process, Ning Yin remained completely calm. His phone had been recording the whole time, capturing everything that happened. An hour later, Guo Jin walked out of the police station looking utterly miserable. Under normal circumstances, as long as the conduct wasn't particularly serious, people involved in this kind of incident generally weren't actually detained. However, they had to show a good attitude and admit their mistakes. There would also be a fine. Moreover, to avoid affecting marriages and families, incidents like this were generally handled as discreetly as possible without notifying the families involved. Even so, Guo Jin was still extremely depressed, especially when he saw Ning Yin standing across the street waiting for him as if nothing had happened. That made Guo Jin feel even worse. Ning Yin drove over and waved at him. General Manager Guo, get in. Guo Jin got into the car. For a long time, he didn't say a word. Only after the car had driven quite a distance did Guo Jin suddenly ask, "Wait a minute. Brother Ning, the two of us were together. Why was I taken away while nothing happened to you?" Ning Yin calmly replied, "Because the woman who was with me is my wife's best friend. We're very familiar with each other. The nature of our situation is completely different." Guo Jin's eyes widened. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Never would have guessed it, Brother Ning. You're quite the player." Ning Yin said indifferently, "You actually want to ask who called the police, don't you?" "Yes, it was me." Guo Jin abruptly looked up and stared directly at Ning Yin. His voice turned cold. "What did you say?" Ning Yin nodded slightly. "You heard me correctly. I did it. I deliberately set this whole trap for you. You bastard." Guo Jin exploded in rage. "What the fuck are you trying to do?" Ning Yin remained completely calm. "Simple. I want Victory Group's number 3 development project." "Heh." Guo Jin sneered. "I was originally planning to give this project to Xia Lu, but now you can forget about it. Even if I die, I will never give this project to you and your wife." Ning Yin pulled the car over to the side of the road. He lit a cigarette and leisurely said, "Don't rush. Everything can be negotiated." Guo Jin angrily replied, "I have nothing to negotiate with someone like you." With that, Guo Jin reached for the door, intending to get out. "Get out." But at that exact moment, Ning Yin suddenly reached out, grabbed Guo Jin by the throat, and slammed him against the car window. He gave a sinister smile. "Guo Jin, do you really think I don't know what you and Xia Lu did this afternoon? Are you fucking asking to die?" Guo Jin froze. Then he blurted out, "How did you know? That's impossible." Ning Yin's expression became savage. His eyes were bloodshot. "I saw you and Xia Lu walk out of that hotel together with my own eyes this afternoon." Ning Yin tightened his grip. Guo Jin struggled to breathe. His face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a single word. Just when Guo Jin felt as though he was about to die, Ning Yin suddenly released him and calmly returned to the driver's seat. Asterisk cough. Cough, cough, cough. Asterisk. Guo Jin coughed violently. He knew perfectly well that Ning Yin had genuinely wanted to kill him just now. He was terrified. He wanted to get out of the car and run, but he didn't dare. Besides, Ning Yin had already locked all the doors using the central locking system. Guo Jin gasped for breath and asked in a trembling voice, You knew everything? And you still invited me out to sing? You deliberately set me up. What the hell do you want?" Ning Yin exhaled a smoke ring. He replied calmly, "I already told you. I want the number 3 development project." Guo Jin immediately felt relieved. "No problem. I'll sign the contract with Xia Lu tomorrow." Ning Yan shot him a cold look. Listen carefully. I said I want the project. I want the contract signed with me personally. Do you understand? Guijin felt as though his brain was about to stop working. It was the same project. Now husband and wife were both using every possible means to fight over it. What the hell was going on with this family? Then Guijin suddenly realized something was wrong. He asked, as far as I know, Mr. Ning, you don't have a company registered under your own name. You and Ms. Xiao work for the same company. And the Victory Group No. 3 development project, which I am responsible for, must be awarded to a company. How could I possibly sign it over to you personally? Ning Yan's voice turned cold. That's not my problem. It's a problem you need to solve for me. If things were really that simple, would I have gone to all this trouble to deal with you personally? Do you even deserve that much effort? Guijin's face flushed red. What? I don't understand. What exactly are you trying to say? Ning Yan sneered. You don't understand? General Manager Gua, you've been the vice president of Victory Group for so many years. You must have made quite a bit of money on the side, right? You must have plenty of shell companies under your control. Transfer your best shell company to me in its entirety. Then sign the No. 3 development project over to my company. Understand? Guijin's face alternated between pale and flushed. He shouted sharply, Impossible. And even if I did that, you don't have the proper qualifications or a construction team. After we signed the contract, the board of directors wouldn't approve it. Ning Yan smiled. See? As expected of General Manager Gua, you really know your stuff. You already know exactly what problems need to be solved. Since that's the case, go solve all of them for me. Understand? Guijin exploded in anger. So you're saying I don't just have to give you the project, but I also have to give you a complete company? Ning Yan, do you really think that just because you've caught me with a little dirt, I'll let you control me? Naive. Your appetite is too big. There's no way I'm agreeing. No, you have to agree. Ning Yan's expression turned ice cold. As far as I know, the chairman of Victory Group is your father-in-law, right? More precisely, you're a live-in son-in-law. Everything you have now was given to you by your father-in-law. Guess what will happen if your father-in-law finds out what you did this afternoon and tonight? Do you think he'll kick you straight out of the family? Or maybe he'll even have you thrown into the river to feed the fish. Oh, right. Ning Yan picked up his phone and waved it in front of Guijin. I recorded everything that happened tonight, and my phone is still recording right now. Tell me, what do you think will happen if I upload these videos to the internet and turn the whole city upside down? I don't care. Just like you said, I'm nothing more than an ordinary office worker. I have nothing to lose. Someone with nothing to lose has nothing to fear. But you, Ning Yan reached out and casually slapped Guijin's fat face. His expression was utterly indifferent. If you don't want to be ruined along with me, if you don't want to lose everything you have now, then you have no choice but to do exactly as I say. Do you understand me? As soon as he finished speaking, smack, Ning Yan slapped Guijin hard across the face. Chapter 5, Panic. 10 minutes later, Guijin opened the car door and got out. Ning Yan looked at him with a smile. General Manager Gua, good luck. I believe in you. Remember, you only have one night. I want to see the signed contract tomorrow. With that, Ning Yan drove away without looking back. Guijin stared at the disappearing taillights, looking completely lost, as if his soul had been ripped out of him. Ning Yan didn't go straight home. Instead, he returned to his room at Fuxing Hotel. Zhou Shui hadn't dared to leave either. She looked at Ning Yan and asked quietly, How did it go? Ning Yan replied coldly, That's not something you should be asking about. I came back for you. Zhou Shui froze. For me? What? The corners of Ning Yan's mouth curled upward. He pinched her pretty cheek and said playfully, Of course, because I can't bear to part with you, you little slut. I didn't get to enjoy myself last time because I had to deal with that bastard Guijin. Come on, let's continue. In his previous life, Ning Yan had remained unmarried for 30 years, faithfully preserving himself for that vile woman, Xia Lu. In this life, he was going to take back everything he had lost. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The next morning, Guijin arrived at his office in Victory Group first thing in the morning. Normally, Guijin paid great attention to his appearance. But today, everyone could tell that he looked exhausted. He had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. In the end, he had chosen to compromise. Because he couldn't afford to gamble, he didn't dare. Just as Ning Yan had said, a man with nothing to lose had nothing to fear. Guijin knew that if things continued like this, Ning Yan would have him dancing on a string. But what frightened him even more was that if he pushed Ning Yan too far and Ning Yan decided to go down with him, exposing the videos, he would be completely finished. Ning Yin was just an ordinary office worker. He had nothing. Even his wife had cheated on him. There was practically nothing left for him to care about or lose. But Guijin was different. He couldn't bear to lose everything he had now. He was even more afraid that if this scandal became public, his father-in-law would beat him half to death and kick him out of the family. Ugh, Guijin sighed. He picked up the phone and instructed his secretary. Make the arrangements. Give the number 3 development construction project to Shengdong Group. Yes, sir. Shengdong Group was a shell company Guijin had secretly used to make money over the years. And now, he not only had to completely transfer the company to Ning Yin, but also turn that shell company into a legitimate, fully operational business. At the same time, on the other side, Xia Lu carefully put on her makeup and arrived at Kaiwei Group, where she worked. After clocking in, during the morning meeting, Xia Lu finally saw Ning Yin. Yes, they both worked at Kaiwei Group. The only difference was that Ning Yin worked in the planning department, while Xia Lu belonged to the business department. Honey, Xia Lu moved closer to Ning Yin and whispered, "Did everything go smoothly? You didn't come home all night. I was worried sick." Worried? Heh. Ning Yin smiled and calmly replied, "Everything went smoothly. I had too much to drink last night, and I was afraid I'd wake you up if I came home in the middle of the night. So I had a designated driver take the car to the company, and I just spent the night sleeping in the car." In the past, Ning Yin had never lied to Xia Lu. But now, lying came naturally to him, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of a flaw. Xia Lu didn't suspect anything and returned to her seat. Before long, Li Nan, the vice president of Kaiwei Group, walked into the meeting room. Li Nan was an extremely beautiful woman, but everyone knew that she was decisive, ruthless, and efficient. She was even more formidable than most men. Let's begin the meeting. Li Nan got straight to the point. This month, our top priority at Kaiwei remains Victory Group's number 3 development project. This project will have a major impact on our company's development strategy for this year and even the next several years. Business department, how's your progress? I don't care what methods you use. I only care about results. I need you to complete this task as quickly as possible. I've said it before. Whoever manages to secure this huge contract will become the head of the business department. And that promise still stands. Everyone in the business department looked at one another. No one spoke. Everyone wanted the position of department head. The problem was that Victory Group's project was an incredibly difficult prize to win. Otherwise, Li Nan wouldn't have offered such a generous reward. At that moment, Xia Lu suddenly stood up. "President Li, yesterday I already reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with General Manager Gua of Victory Group." The entire room erupted in surprise. Li Nan stared directly at Xia Lu. "Are you serious?" Xia Lu looked around proudly. "General Manager Gua asked me to go sign the contract with him this afternoon. He has no reason to lie to me, and he wouldn't need to." Li Nan smiled and applauded. "If that's really the case, then congratulations. Starting today, the position of business department head is yours." Thunderous applause filled the room. Whether the congratulations were sincere or fake didn't matter. At that moment, almost everyone was congratulating Xia Lu. As for how many people were secretly jealous of her, or wondering whether she had used some underhanded methods to secure the deal, no one could say. Li Nan suddenly turned toward Ning Yin. "You two are husband and wife. One of you is about to become head of the business department, while the other is a key member of our planning department. That's excellent. Ning Yin, you need to work harder. I hope you can become head of the planning department soon. Only then will you truly be worthy of Xia Lu. Also, if the project is finalized, I need your planning department to immediately come up with a practical and viable proposal." Ning Yin merely nodded slightly. Li Nan thought for a moment, then picked up her phone. She looked at Xia Lu. "Better to act quickly before anything changes. I'll contact General Manager Gua. If everything is okay, you can go to Victory Group and sign the contract right now." Xia Lu replied confidently. "No problem." Li Nan nodded in satisfaction. She immediately called Guijin and turned on the speakerphone. "General Manager Gua, hello? This is Li Nan. First of all, thank you very much for choosing Kaiwei. I'm confident that our cooperation will be very pleasant. Secondly, if it's convenient, could we sign the contract right now?" Guijin replied flatly. "No need." Li Nan froze slightly. "Is it inconvenient for you right now, General Manager Gua? If so, we can wait until this afternoon." Guijin's voice turned cold. "I mean, you don't need to come at all. Someone like me, Guijin, isn't worthy of cooperating with Kaiwei. I've already given this project to another company." With that, Guijin hung up. No explanation, no pleasantries. He simply hung up, and everyone could clearly hear the anger in his voice. The entire meeting room fell deathly silent. Li Nan's face turned livid. You just confidently told me that you'd reached a preliminary agreement. Didn't you just say there was no problem? Li Nan slammed her palm onto the table and shouted. Is this what you call no problem? Xia Lu's face filled with panic. That can't be. General Manager Guo clearly agreed to it yesterday. We agreed that. Enough. Before she could finish, Li Nan interrupted her sharply. General Manager Guo is furious. I'm now seriously suspecting that, Xia Lu, it was because of you that Kaiwa ultimately lost this project. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, pack your things and get out. Disappear from Kaiwa immediately. With those words, Li Nan slammed the door behind her and stormed out. Hashtag Chapter 6 Divorce? After Li Nan left, everyone in the meeting room turned their eyes towards Xia Lu, their expressions filled with all kinds of mockery. Tisk, head of the business department, huh? Who knows what shameful tricks certain people use to suddenly land Victory Group's number 3 development project. And now look at this. Heh, what irony. Wave after wave of sarcasm came crashing down on her. Most people were holding back only because Ning Yin was still there. Otherwise, the mockery would have been even worse. Xia Lu felt her face burning with embarrassment. She wished she could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Before this, she had been like a proud peacock, showing off her abilities to everyone. She thought she had succeeded. She thought she would soon be sitting in the position of business department head. But reality had slapped her hard across the face. Many people might not know this, but when most famous real estate developers acquire land to develop residential communities, they don't necessarily handle the construction themselves. Victory Group was one of the most famous real estate companies in Jinling. Although they had secured the number 3 plot of land, they didn't have the manpower to personally handle the construction. Including Kaiwei Group, countless companies across Jinling were fighting over this enormous piece of the pie, all hoping to become Victory Group's partner and win the construction contract for the number 3 development project. And the person primarily responsible for this project was Guijin. Xia Lu had used her own body as a gift to win Guijin over. She thought the project was already hers. Little did she know that Ning Yin had stabbed her viciously in the back. Ning Yin looked at Xia Lu expressionlessly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. So you could do absolutely anything for money? You could use whatever methods you wanted, but at the very least, there had to be a bottom line. Cheating during marriage was betrayal. Xia Lu was already a married woman. No normal man could accept his wife cheating on him, and no normal man would willingly wear a pair of cuckold's horns. Xia Lu hurriedly pulled out her phone and called Guijin, but all she heard was a mechanical system message. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Asterisk asterisk. Xia Lu's face turned livid. Obviously, Guijin had blocked her number. No matter how hard Xia Lu tried, she couldn't understand it. Everything had been fine yesterday. So why had Guijin suddenly turned against her today? Then, Xia Lu turned toward Ning Yin and said coldly, Ning Yin, General Manager Guo clearly told me yesterday that we could sign the contract today. But he suddenly changed his mind today. Tell me, what exactly did you do when you went out to meet General Manager Guo last night? Did you offend him? She was actually somewhat clever. But how could Ning Yin possibly leave any opening for her to exploit? General Manager Guo and I went out drinking and singing last night. We had a very, very good time. Ning Yin stared directly at Xia Lu, narrowing his eyes. However, there's something I find very strange. So many people in the business department couldn't land this project. Your performance in the business department has never been particularly outstanding. You've always kept a low profile. So exactly how did you convince General Manager Guo to sign a contract with you? Xia Lu's expression stiffened slightly. She avoided his gaze and said angrily, I was only trying to earn more money to help support our household. Ning Yin, what exactly do you mean? Are you suspicious of me? Support the household? Heh. Ever since before they got married, Ning Yin had paid for all their expenses. After they got married, Xia Lu had gone even further and directly taken control of Ning Yan's salary card. When had she ever needed to spend her own money on the household? Supporting the household was obviously just an excuse. What she really wanted was probably those luxury designer handbags. Li Nan flew into a rage, severely reprimanding the business department for its incompetence. She even deducted everyone's entire bonus for the month. And all of this had been caused by Xia Lu. With their bonuses gone, everyone in the business department directed their anger towards Xia Lu. The entire day, every second felt like an eternity to Xia Lu. She was completely on edge. The moment work ended, she hurried out of the company. At the same time, After work, Ning Yin called Guijin. General Manager Gua, your one-day deadline is up. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Ning Yin, I've already transferred Shengdong Group to you, and I've also assigned the project to Shengdong Group. But the qualifications, construction team, and coordination with the various parties will still take some time. Heh. Ning Yin replied indifferently. I hope this isn't just a delaying tactic, General Manager Gua. Dragging this out won't do either of us any good. According to our agreement, you were supposed to get everything done today, but you broke your promise. I'm very angry. So tell me, what kind of punishment do you think I should give you? Guijin hurriedly said. Ning Yin, just give me a little more time. I definitely can. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, Ning Yin hung up. Smash. Guijin threw his phone onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. His secretary was startled and cautiously stepped out from the adjoining room. General Manager Gua, are you okay? Oh, by the way, Xiaolu from the business department of Kaiwei Group wants to see you. Guijin exploded in rage. I'm not seeing her. Tell her to get the hell out of here right now. Ning Yin drove his Chevrolet to Brilliant Splendor KTV once again. And this time, he specifically requested Zhou Shui. At first, Zhou Shui thought it was simply a regular customer requesting her. But when she entered the private room and saw Ning Yin, she was visibly stunned. She sat down beside him and whispered, Why you came again? Suddenly, Zhou Shui's phone rang. It was a WeChat video call, and the caller was Xiaolu. Zhou Shui didn't want to answer. She was about to hang up when Ning Yin reached out and answered the call for her. Zhou Shui was terrified that Xiaolu would see Ning Yin. She quickly snatched the phone back. Hello, Xiaoxue. Am I interrupting you at work? What is it? I'm working right now, so just get to the point. Ugh. Xiaolu sighed. Then she spoke in a gloomy voice. You know, originally, my plan was to land this project, become head of the business department, and then divorce Ning Yin. But now something has gone wrong with the project. Tell me, what am I supposed to do? Zhou Shui's entire body stiffened. Ning Yin's face turned as dark as water. His expression became frighteningly cold. Hashtag chapter 7. She's Guijin's daughter. Ning Yin admitted that, in the end, he had underestimated Xiaolu. No wonder she had been willing to use every means necessary to secure the project. It turned out that this bitch had originally planned to divorce him the moment she became head of the department. Ning Yin grabbed Zhou Shui's arm so hard that she cried out in pain. But she didn't dare make a sound. She could only look at Ning Yin pleadingly while trembling as she asked Xiaolu, Divorce? Why do you want a divorce? Xiaolu had no idea that Ning Yin was sitting right beside Zhou Shui. She giggled and said, Wasn't it you who told me that a woman needs to make the most of the best few years of her life? Although Ning Yin works very hard and takes good care of the family, he really doesn't make much money. His annual salary, even with bonuses, is less than 200,000 yuan. He could barely afford one designer handbag if he didn't eat or drink for an entire year. What good is that? Xiaoxue, I work myself to death every day, yet I still make far less money than you. You're surrounded by wealthy and powerful people every day, while I have to spend all day scheming against those useless people in the office. I've had enough. At this point, Xiaolu paused briefly before continuing. Come to think of it, I should actually thank you, Xiaoxue. You were right. With my figure in my face, I really don't need to work myself to death like this. Just look at this time. I barely had to do anything, and I managed to get General Manager Gua of Victory Group wrapped around my finger. It's just that I don't know what went wrong. He suddenly turned against me. I don't dare tell Ning Yin about any of this, so I could only come to you and vent. Zhou Shui was terrified. Ning Yin had even dared to retaliate against Guijin. She was genuinely afraid that Ning Yin might completely lose control. Xiaolu, I think you should calm down. Ning Yin, he's actually been pretty good to you. You don't really need to divorce him, do you? Huh. Xiaoxue, haven't you always looked down on Ning Yin? What's gotten into you today? Why are you actually defending him? I didn't. Ning Yin is just too weak. To put it nicely, he's a gentle, caring husband. But if you ask me, he's just a coward. He isn't manly at all. I have to get back to work. We'll talk later. Zhou Shui hurriedly ended the call. Then she looked at Ning Yin and pleaded softly. Ning Yin, this really has nothing to do with me. Please let me go, okay? Ning Yin remained expressionless. His face was utterly cold. But in reality, every word Xiaolu had just said was like a sharp knife. Every sentence struck his heart like a hammer, ruthlessly smashing the fantasy he had carefully maintained for 30 years into pieces. 30 years. An entire 30 years. And now? The veins on Ning Yin's forehead bulged. He gripped Zhou Shue's arm harder and harder. Zhou Shue felt as though Ning Yin was about to crush her arm completely. Yes, Xiaolu kept calling Ning Yin weak. But only Zhou Shue knew just how ruthless Ning Yin could become once he truly lost control. To be honest, even though Ning Yin had already given up on Xiaolu long ago, her words still cut him deeply. Before and after marriage, he had always been completely obedient to Xiaolu and treated her with extraordinary tenderness. No matter how unreasonable she became, Ning Yin had never once lost his temper with her. In Ning Yan's eyes, if a man was truly capable, he could lose his temper with outsiders if necessary. But a man who only dared to take his anger out on his own wife at home was nothing but a useless coward. A wife was someone you were supposed to cherish. That was precisely why Ning Yin had always cared for Xiaolu, asking after her constantly and making sure she was well. Only now did Ning Yin finally realize. The tenderness he had shown Xiaolu had actually been interpreted by her as weakness, as cowardice. Fine. Very good. This was actually perfect. Originally, Ning Yin had still felt a trace of reluctance about taking revenge on Xiaolu. But now, he no longer needed to show her the slightest mercy. Think about it carefully. Ning Yin stared directly at Zhou Shue and said coldly, Xiaolu has changed quite a lot over the past year or so. The reason Xiaolu ended up getting involved with Guijin. You must have something to do with it, right? Zhou Shue panicked. No, I didn't. Oh, is that so? Ning Yin picked up Zhou Shue's phone. Unlock it. Let me see your chat history with Xiaolu. Zhou Shue absolutely didn't dare let him look. Unfortunately, Ning Yin simply held the phone in front of her face and unlocked it using facial recognition. The chat history between Zhou Shue and Xiaolu was quite revealing. Xiaolu was constantly complaining about all the things she was unhappy about in her life. Zhou Shue, meanwhile, was always showing off her expensive handbags, luxury goods, and high-end cosmetics. They truly were the perfect pair of fake best friends. Xiaolu had no idea what Zhou Shue actually did for a living. All she saw was Zhou Shue's glamorous lifestyle. She frequented high-end establishments, traveled constantly, and could simply pack up and leave whenever she wanted. Xiaolu was incredibly envious. Gradually, Xiaolu began following Zhou Shue's example, especially this time. Xiaolu regarded Victory Group's project as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was Zhou Shue who had given her the idea to actively throw herself at Guijin. After roughly going through the chat history, Ning Yin stood up and looked down at Zhou Shue with an icy expression. Now, do you still dare say this has nothing to do with you? Zhou Shue had never dreamed that Ning Yin would one day look through her phone. After all, she had nothing to do with Ning Yin. Under normal circumstances, why would Ning Yin ever have a reason to check his wife's best friend's phone? Therefore, Zhou Shue had never deleted her chat history with Xiaolu. And now, the consequences had arrived. Ning Yin, why you have to let me explain? I don't want to hear any explanations right now. Ning Yin's voice was ice cold. I never hit women. Except for sluts. Besides, I've always believed that simply hitting someone is far too low class. I'm very angry right now. So you'd better find a way to calm me down. Do you understand? Zhou Shue's face was filled with fear. After thinking for a moment, she slowly knelt down in front of Ning Yin. Then, she whispered, Daddy Ning Yin, is this okay? Half an hour later, everything had finally settled down. Ning Yin was leaning against Zhou Shue as he casually browsed his phone. Zhou Shue stared at him silently for a long time before suddenly asking, Ning Yin, Xiaolu's project is completely dead now, isn't it? Ning Yin couldn't even be bothered to answer. In Ning Yin, Zhou Shue quietly swallowed. I am just an ordinary woman. I'm really scared right now. Do you think Guijin will come after me? Ning Yin snorted and replied leisurely. As long as you behave and do exactly as I say, I guarantee this won't involve you. Zhou Shue nodded rapidly. I'll definitely listen to you. Ning Yin simply smiled. Curious, Zhou Shue glanced at Ning Yin's phone. She discovered that Ning Yin was looking at a picture of a very beautiful young woman. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and complained. Hey, Ning Yin, don't you think you're going too far? Who was that woman? She was Xiaolu's best friend, and Ning Yin was literally leaning against her. Yet he was still openly looking at other women on his phone. Wasn't that a little too much? Ning Yin shot Zhou Shue a sideways glance and calmly replied. Her name is Chao Qingying. She is Guijin's biological daughter. ## Chapter 8. Are you ready? Ning Yin was browsing Weibo. More precisely, he was looking at an unbelievably beautiful young woman. She was still very young, seemingly no more than 20 or so. Most importantly, everything she flaunted on Weibo was luxury goods. She even had photos of yachts. Zhou Shui had initially assumed she was just another materialistic woman. She never imagined that this girl was actually Guo Jin's biological daughter. But why was Ning Yan looking at Guo Jin's daughter? How had he found her? What exactly was he planning to do? Then, Zhou Shui suddenly realized something was wrong and blurted out. Wait, if she's Guo Jin's biological daughter, why is her name Chao Qingying? Shouldn't her surname be Guo? Ning Yan replied calmly. Because she took her mother's surname. Surname. More precisely, because the famous general manager Guo in your eyes is actually nothing more than a live-in son-in-law of Victory Group. Zhou Shui's cherry-red lips parted slightly as she stared at him in shock. Then, she stammered. Wait, Ning Yan, why are you looking for Guo Jin's daughter? Click. Ning Yan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then tossed another cigarette to Zhou Shui. Don't be shy. Don't tell me you don't know how to smoke. Zhou Shui looked embarrassed. In a place like a KTV, even much more outrageous things happen all the time. Smoking and drinking were practically the most ordinary things imaginable. Zhou Shui lit a cigarette and asked again. Ning Yan, why are you looking for Chao Qingying? Ning Yan countered. Even if I've completely given up on Xia Lu, she's still my wife for the time being. Guo Jin slept with my wife. Do you really think I'll let him off after what happened last night? Naive. The real revenge has only just begun. I won't let him off. He slept with my wife. I'll sleep with his daughter. That's only fair, isn't it? Midnight. Ning Yan drove his Chevrolet away from the KTV. Zhou Shui's expression was extremely complicated, even frightened. Just moments ago, Xia Lu had called Ning Yan and demanded to know why he still hadn't come home. Right in front of Zhou Shui, Ning Yan had calmly and effortlessly brushed her off. Zhou Shui had seen plenty of middle-aged men lying to their wives while partying at KTVs. Almost none of them could remain as calm and composed as Ning Yan. But that wasn't what truly frightened Zhou Shui. What terrified her was that Ning Yan wasn't merely planning to retaliate against Guo Jin. He didn't even intend to spare Guo Jin's daughter. Earlier, Zhou Shui had been afraid that Guo Jin would retaliate against her. But at this moment, compared with Guo Jin, Ning Yan was the one who truly frightened her. She was terrified of getting dragged into this mess. Moreover, Ning Yan had been completely uninhibited in front of her. He had hidden absolutely nothing from her. Wasn't he afraid that she would go to Guo Jin and tell him everything? Obviously, Ning Yan was completely fearless. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Shui exposing him. In fact, Zhou Shui had a strange feeling that Ning Yan seemed to be almost hoping she would go and tell Guo Jin. And soon, that premonition came true. Ding. Ning Yan sent her a text message. 135-888. This is Guo Jin's phone number. Tell him I'm planning to sleep with his daughter. Zhou Shui was completely stunned. She tremblingly replied, Ning Yan, are you serious? His response came almost immediately. I've never been more serious. Do exactly as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me if I turn against you. Zhou Shui. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shui ran out of the KTV. After going through considerable trouble, she finally found a public telephone and immediately called Guo Jin. She got straight to the point. General Manager Guo, I heard that Ning Yan wants to sleep with your daughter. Guo Jin was already overwhelmed. Ning Yan had given him only one day to take care of everything, and he had been running around frantically ever since. When Zhou Shui suddenly called him, Guo Jin exploded in anger. Who are you? What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Shui said in a low voice. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I'm telling you the truth. Believe it or not, that's up to you. With that, Zhou Shui hung up. Guo Jin's face alternated between pale and flushed. Better to believe it and be safe than dismiss it and regret it. Besides, the woman on the other end had explicitly mentioned Ning Yan's name. That made it impossible for Guo Jin to ignore her warning. He immediately called his daughter Chao Qingying, but no one answered. What made Guo Jin even more frustrated was that he couldn't tell anyone about this. If the matter blew up, and his wife and father-in-law demanded an explanation, could he really tell them that he had slept with Ning Yan's wife, and that Ning Yan was now targeting his daughter Chao Qingying as revenge? With no other choice, Guo Jin could only call Ning Yan again. Ning Yan wasn't surprised at all by the sudden call. He chuckled softly. General Manager Guo, did you get everything done? Guo Jin hurriedly said, Mr. Ning, I've agreed to all your demands. Please don't touch my daughter. This has nothing to do with her. Ning Yan replied coldly. Now you care about your daughter? When you and Xia Lu walked into that hotel, did you ever think about the fact that she had a husband? Guo Jin couldn't help falling silent for a moment. Ning Yan sneered. General Manager Guo, do you really think that because Victory Group has your back, you can do whatever you want? But you seem to have forgotten something. When an ordinary man is pushed too far, he can become terrifying. You people always think honest, ordinary men are easy to bully. But the rage of an honest man can be far more frightening than that of you well-dressed bastards. You like women. There are countless beautiful single women out there. But you just had to go after married women. You think it's exciting. You think it's thrilling. Isn't that right? If you don't bring disaster upon yourself, disaster won't come looking for you. But since you've kept courting death, sooner or later, you're bound to pay the price. And now, the price has arrived. I told you. You were late. You failed to complete the task I gave you within one day. I said I would punish you. So I had someone inform you that I was going to sleep with your daughter. Ning Yan's expression was completely indifferent. You've always thought that conquering married women gave you a greater sense of achievement. Then let me officially inform you now. Your daughter has become my target as well. I think it would be even more thrilling if I managed to hunt your daughter successfully despite you, her father, knowing exactly what's happening. General Manager Gua, what do you think? Doesn't that feel amazing? Guijin's face was completely drained of color. His entire body trembled. Once upon a time, he had always been smug and proud of the married women he had managed to seduce. He had even taken great pride in it. But now, when the exact same thing was happening to him, he finally understood what true despair felt like, and the feeling was absolutely unbearable. At that moment, he suddenly regretted everything. He regretted it with every fiber of his being. If he had known this would happen, he swore he would never have touched Ning Yan's wife. General Manager Gua, the hunt has officially begun. Are you ready? ##### Chapter 9. Picking up girls is a skill. A surprise attack without declaring war is called an ambush. And that was exactly what Ning Yan was doing now, openly declaring war on Guijin. A sneak attack? No, that was too boring. Ning Yan had no interest in doing things that way. He wanted to be completely reckless and make Guijin feel like he was sitting on pins and needles every single moment. After hanging up the phone, Guijin sat on the sofa, quickly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He wanted to do something, but he was powerless to act. Because his daughter, Chao Qingying, still wasn't answering her phone, Guijin was completely panicked. He couldn't tell whether his daughter had already fallen asleep or whether Ning Yan had already begun his revenge. How exactly was Ning Yan going to retaliate against him? And what was he going to do to his daughter? To protect his daughter, should he tell his father-in-law and his wife about everything and make a huge scene, so they could find his daughter as quickly as possible? Guijin was caught between a rock and a hard place, with every second feeling like an eternity. 12:45 a.m. Ning Yan arrived at the downtown bar Night Seduction. Night Seduction was the most famous bar in all of Jinling. Without question, that was because the bar was the headquarters of Zhao Tianlong, a notorious underworld boss in Jinling. Rumor had it that more than half of Jinling's KTVs, bars, internet cafes, bathhouses, and other entertainment venues belonged to Zhao Tianlong. No one was allowed to cause trouble in any of his establishments. No matter how serious a grudge might be, once you walked out of Zhao Tianlong's territory, he wouldn't interfere. But inside his establishments, regardless of how deep the conflict was, anyone who dared to throw a punch would have their legs broken by Zhao Tianlong's men before both sides were thrown out. The rule might seem unreasonable, but in reality, it gave customers an incredibly strong sense of security. Because of that, countless people held Zhao Tianlong in high regard. His night seduction, in particular, was practically irresistible to young people, and that included Guijin's daughter. Chao Qingying Chao Qingying loved going to bars. Whenever she was in Jinling, she practically came to Night Seduction every night. Her Weibo was filled with photos taken at Night Seduction, and tonight was no exception. Night Seduction. The night is truly beautiful, but the temptation is even more beautiful. Chao Qingying posted the Weibo update and deliberately tagged her location as Night Seduction Bar. That was why Ning Yan followed Chao Qingying's Weibo and came here as well. Inside the bar, with energetic DJ music and dazzling lights, countless handsome men and beautiful women were dancing wildly. Ning Yan scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Chao Qingying. Chao Qingying was genuinely beautiful. Barely in her early 20s, she was youthful and radiant. She wore a black one-piece mini dress and a pair of delicate silver stilettos, making her already tall figure look even more alluring. She had apparently just finished dancing and was covered in sweat, which made her look particularly captivating. Even more interestingly, she was sitting alone in a spacious booth, sipping a Rainbow 7, also known as Spring, while carrying a faintly melancholy expression in her eyes. Yes, Ning Yin had looked through Chao Qingying's Weibo. This girl had a somewhat artsy personality, and many young people, despite having little life experience, loved pretending to be deep and melancholy, as though acting mysterious somehow made them seem more sophisticated. But Ning Yin was different. Although he looked young as well, in his previous life he had spent 30 years dominating the business world. He understood exactly what girls like this were thinking, and he knew precisely what approach would make an artsy young woman lower her guard. Ning Yin composed himself and walked directly over to Chao Qingying's table. Hello? Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? The seats outside are pretty crowded. Would you mind if I sat here? Chao Qingying was slightly annoyed. Almost every night, plenty of men came over and tried to strike up conversations with her in exactly this way. Every time, she would shoo them away like flies. But tonight, when she raised her head and saw Ning Yin, she couldn't help freezing for a moment. The words she was about to say simply wouldn't come out. Here's a little common knowledge. Generally speaking, as long as you aren't disheveled, filthy, greasy-looking, sporting unwashed hair, or otherwise poorly groomed, and you're not particularly unattractive, then if you see a girl you're interested in at a mall or on the street, and you politely approach her to start a conversation or ask for her WeChat, regardless of whether she rejects you, she usually won't feel much hostility toward you. Because women want to be recognized and appreciated. When you take the initiative to approach her, you're essentially acknowledging her beauty. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can't look sloppy, sleazy, or unkempt. Just look at Ning Yin tonight. He was wearing a well-fitted black casual suit with a white dress shirt, but no overly formal tie that might seem old-fashioned to young people. On his feet were black pointed dress shoes. His hair wasn't perfectly styled, but it was neat and orderly, and he didn't have even a hint of stubble on his face. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he gave Chao Qingying an exceptionally clean and polished impression. That was quite rare in a place as chaotic as a bar. Most importantly, Ning Yan's tone was sincere. He wasn't trying to rudely intrude on her space. He was genuinely and politely asking whether he could sit down, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor instead of simply sitting down first and asking afterward. If you sit down first and then ask a girl whether you can sit there, she may feel that you haven't respected her. An especially proud girl might even feel offended. This order of things was extremely important. It could seriously affect a girl's first impression and evaluation of a man. Any man who approached a woman in a bar the way Ning Yin did would have a very good chance of being rejected only gently, if at all. Chao Qingying hesitated slightly before finally parting her lips. Go ahead. Thank you. Ning Yin sat down, then gestured toward a server with a smile. Excuse me, could I get a bottle of Black Label with plenty of ice? Thanks. After the server brought over the drinks, Ning Yin thanked him again. Then, Ning Yin began drinking alone. He drank slowly and sparingly, occasionally staring into space as if lost in thought. Chao Qingying was also sitting there lost in her own thoughts. A young man and woman were sitting face to face in the same booth, yet neither disturbed the other. The scene was genuinely strange. After about half an hour, Chao Qingying finally couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her head and looked Ning Yin up and down, frowning slightly. Hey, you're actually pretty rude. Ning Yan's expression remained completely indifferent, but inwardly his heart stirred. The fish had taken the bait. ## Chapter 10, Falling Deeper. A beautiful girl like Chao Qingying, born into a wealthy family and possessing a somewhat artistic temperament, was the quintessential rich, beautiful heiress in the eyes of many people. A lot of men would choose to fawn over girls like her, hoping to win the attention of their goddess. But think about it carefully. Would a girl like Chao Qingying lack admirers? Of course not. Those simps were like flies, buzzing around her every day and showering her with attention. Far from making her like them, they would only annoy her. On the other hand, someone like Ning Yin was different. He had deliberately sat down across from her, gently teased her a little, and then stopped talking. That ambiguous sense of distance, neither close nor distant, would make Chao Qingying unbearably curious and leave her itching to find out more. That was the best way to attract someone like her. Moreover, even if she had subconsciously guessed that this might be an unconventional way of hitting on her, she still couldn't help herself. And the moment she took the initiative to speak, to a certain extent, it meant that in the carefully prepared hunt Ning Yin had set up, she had already lost half the battle. The seat you're sitting in belongs to me. Chao Qingying looked slightly displeased as she said indignantly, booth seats at this bar cost extra. I reserved this entire booth, but after you sat down, you haven't said a single word to me. And you ordered a drink without even knowing to buy me one. What exactly are you trying to say? Do you think I'm ugly? Ning Yin raised his head and gazed at Chao Qingying. Under his deep gaze, Chao Qingying inexplicably became nervous. She stammered, What are you looking at? Say something. Ning Yin answered seriously, Sorry. I thought you didn't want to be disturbed either. It was a very simple sentence. Yet Chao Qingying's eyes immediately lit up, and she blurted out, How could you tell? Actually, what a slightly artistic girl like Chao Qingying really wanted to ask was, How did you see through my sadness? She simply couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Ning Yin smiled faintly and said calmly, I could tell the moment I walked into the bar. You're different. You're quiet. You don't want to be disturbed. The fact that you allowed me to sit here was already more than enough courtesy, so I didn't want to bother you again. Besides, liquor like Black Label can be hard on the body. It's not really suitable for you. With just a few casual sentences, Ning Yin explained why he hadn't spoken to her. But the real finishing touch was the final sentence. It can be hard on the body. It's not really suitable for you. It sounded sincere and maintained a certain distance, yet there was also a faint hint of concern. One more word would have been too much. One less would have been too little. He had struck the perfect balance without sounding the least bit offensive. Chao Qingying stared deeply at Ning Yin before smiling. Interesting. Looks like you're someone with a story too. Her earlier annoyance had quickly disappeared. Chao Qingying suddenly felt that Ning Yin was someone who understood her. In this enormous bar, packed with people and filled with noise, no one seemed capable of understanding her sorrow. Only Ning Yin. He had seen straight through her disguise at a glance. A kindred spirit. As you men like to say, when you meet a kindred spirit over drinks, 1,000 cups aren't enough. When you don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence is too much. Chao Qingying took the bottle of Black Label herself, poured half a glass, and raised it toward Ning Yin. Come on, stranger. Cheers. Ning Yin smiled, downed his drink in one go, then poured half a glass for Chao Qingying and another half for himself. Liquor wasn't like baijiu or beer. There was no need to fill the glass to the brim. Most people simply sipped it slowly, and half a glass was more than enough for those accustomed to Western liquor. Chao Qingying rested the rim of her glass against her chin and murmured, I've been really unhappy these past few days. Generally speaking, when someone opened a conversation like that, there was definitely a story behind it. Ning Yin calmly said, Maybe I can't solve whatever problem you're facing, but I can be a good listener. Chao Qingying gave a bitter smile. My family? Well, we're relatively well off. I was very happy when I was little, carefree, and without a worry in the world. But as I grew older, I became more sensible and increasingly unhappy. Especially after my classmates found out that my father is surnamed Guo while I'm surnamed Chao. A lot of them secretly laughed at me. Don't laugh at me when I tell you this, but my father is a live-in son-in-law. He and my mother have been married for more than 20 years, but there's practically no affection between them. My mother is always busy. She rarely pays any attention to my father, and she barely has time for me either. As for my father, he's even worse. He's always out drinking, partying, and fooling around. My family is rich. Both my parents are around, yet I can barely feel any parental affection at all. It's as if my very existence was a mistake. So, maybe out of spite, I went through several boyfriends one after another. I wanted to get my parents' attention that way. But my father has absolutely no standing in our family. He didn't even dare to discipline me. My mother hit me. Chao Qingying said bitterly. No one had ever hit me from childhood until now. But she did. She's my mother, so I don't really mind that she hit me. But what she doesn't understand is, I don't blame her for hitting me. At least hitting me proved that she still cared about me. What I wanted all along was more attention from her. But yesterday, right after she hit me and yelled at me, she immediately boarded a plane and left Jinling to continue handling her business. She just left me completely alone. At this point, Chao Qingying took out her phone and looked at a string of missed calls. With a faintly mocking smile, she said, See, my father keeps calling me too. But other than telling me to go home early, what can he actually do for me? He doesn't understand my sadness at all. Chao Qingying looked at Ning Yin and said sincerely, I'm really not a bad girl. Do you believe me? Honestly, after hearing Chao Qingying's heart-wrenching story, Ning Yin really wanted to laugh. Anyone who had looked at Chao Qingying's Weibo would know that she had nothing to do all day except visit upscale restaurants, wear expensive jewelry, carry designer handbags worth hundreds of thousands, and occasionally take yachts out to sea. Who paid for that extravagant lifestyle? If not her parents, then who? Most importantly, she spent her days hanging around bars. Ning Yin suddenly remembered a phrase he'd once seen online. I smoke, drink, and party at nightclubs, but I'm still a good girl. Even if her parents had failed her, did that automatically make her a good girl? She had been deliberately throwing herself into a decadent lifestyle, and by her own admission, she had gone through several boyfriends. If that counted as being a good girl, then what kind of girl would qualify as a bad one? 1. Could everything simply be swept under the rug because of her casual excuse that she wanted more attention from her parents? The old saying was true. Every pitiful person has something about them that deserves blame. But of course, Ning Yin wasn't going to say any of that out loud. If he wanted the fish to bite and then leap into the fire willingly, he couldn't simply keep dangling the bait. He also needed to master the perfect balance between closeness and distance. He needed to know when to advance and when to retreat. Only then could she gradually become trapped before she even realized what was happening. Ning Yin looked at Chao Qingying and said seriously, "Although I can't truly feel exactly what you're feeling, I can understand why you're hurting. What you want isn't a wealthy material life. What you really need is emotional and spiritual fulfillment." Chao Qingying seemed relieved and smiled brightly. "Even though we're strangers, you're really special. That's why I couldn't help telling you all this. Thank you for listening. Then what about you? Have you had anything troubling you lately?" Ning Yin was silent for a moment. He took a sip of his drink before slowly answering, half truthfully and half falsely. "My girlfriend betrayed me. More precisely, she cheated on me." Chapter 11. Heart fluttering. When saying this, Ning Yan's tone was extremely calm, frighteningly calm. Chao Qingying's eyes widened instantly, and she said angrily, "You're such an understanding person. How could your girlfriend cheat on you? You really should teach her a lesson." Ning Yan nodded and said calmly, "Yes, that's why yesterday I wanted to run those two bastards over with my car." Chao Qingying's face stiffened slightly. You didn't really do that, did you?" Ning Yan gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Yeah, if I run over that scumbag couple, I'll have to pay with my life. It doesn't matter if I die, but I have parents, I have family. What will happen to them? So, I can only endure it. I can only come out alone to drink my sorrows away. You might not believe it, but this is the first time in my entire life I've ever been to a bar." Chao Qingying nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, and said with righteous indignation, "I used to have an ex-boyfriend who ate my food and used my things, but then he cheated on me. I had someone break 3 of his legs. It was so infuriating. I understand your sadness. Empathy. Often, men don't need to be tough all the time. Showing a little weakness is appropriate, especially the helplessness and struggle that Ning Yin is showing right now, which makes women feel very sorry for her. Often, once resonance and empathy are established, it is the beginning of a complete surrender." Ning Yin knew that he had almost won Chao Qingying over. He raised his glass, smiled at Chao Qingying, and said, "All right, let's not talk about sad things anymore. It's rare to meet a stranger tonight, and we can even have such a pleasant conversation. Cheers." Chao Qingying pursed her lips and giggled, laughing so hard she almost shook herself. Then she said with a smile, "Actually, it's precisely because we're complete strangers that we're sharing these innermost thoughts. If we were all friends, it would be much harder to say these things, right?" Ning Yin nodded slightly. "You really understand me." Chao Qingying clinked glasses with Ning Yin and said excitedly, "Cheers. We won't leave until we're drunk." Listening to other people's stories and shedding your own tears can greatly alleviate the sadness in your heart. This is a common problem for most people. Without a doubt, Ning Yan's appearance tonight made Chao Qingying very happy, because she suddenly realized that Ning Yin was even more miserable than her, and all her own nonsensical little melancholy naturally vanished. Ning Yin was also very happy because his plan was progressing very smoothly. However, life isn't a story, life is an accident. Unexpected things will always happen, catching us off guard, just like now. Just as Ning Yin and Chao Qingying were enjoying their drinks and their relationship had grown closer without them even realizing it, an uninvited guest appeared. Chao Qingying was a regular at the alluring nightclub. She often drove her Ferrari, so no foolish thugs dared to mess with her. After all, they're not blind. A girl who can afford a Ferrari is not someone they can afford to mess with. But the person who suddenly appeared was a true uninvited guest, because his name was Lu Mingkai, and he was Chao Qingying's ex-boyfriend. "Qingying, you really are still here." Lu Mingkai looked at Chao Qingying and said with deep affection, "I saw your Weibo post and came over immediately. Besides," Lu Mingkai pointed at Ning Yin and said very rudely, "Who is he? Why are you with him?" Ning Yin simply smiled and dismissed it. He didn't need to ask this question himself, because Lu Mingkai was really too naive and didn't understand women at all. If he asked the question in that tone, Chao Qingying would probably be very unhappy. As expected, Chao Qingying retorted directly. Lu Mingkai, you'd better get this straight. We've already broken up. Who I'm with is none of your business. Lu Mingkai's face darkened. Break up? Stop messing around, okay? Come home with me. What's going on? This word deeply stung Chao Qingying. It's the word girls hate the most, especially since Chao Qingying's mother had used it on her yesterday. Chao Qingying instantly bristled, shrieking. Who are you calling a troublemaker? I think you're the one being unreasonable. I've made it very clear to you. We've already broken up. Do you understand? Seeing that Chao Qingying was determined, Lu Mingkai decided to completely cut ties and said in a deep voice, So, Chao Qingying, you're deliberately toying with my feelings? I've seen plenty of rich second-generation heiresses like you. You rely on your family's money to play with men's feelings everywhere. Fine, breaking up isn't impossible. Give me a breakup fee. Your family is rich, right? I won't ask for more. 10 million will do. Chao Qingying was completely dumbfounded. Even Ning Yan, who is well-informed, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Asking a woman for a breakup fee? She's rich, and you're asking for 10 million? Do you think you're treating these wealthy, beautiful women like your ATM? This is truly the act of a female flea. Chao Qingying was trembling with rage. Pointing her finger at Lu Mingkai's nose, she cursed, You shameless bastard. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Get out. Get out right now. You want a breakup fee? No way. I must have been blind to have fallen for you. You don't deserve it. Oh, Lu Mingkai scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I'm not good enough. You're the only one who's good enough. Chao Qingying, ask yourself honestly, how many boyfriends have you had in the past year? What are you pretending to be so pure and innocent for? You're not going to pay me, are you? Then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Lu Mingkai suddenly waved his hand. The next moment, two young men walked directly to Lu Mingkai's side. Lu Mingkai pointed at Chao Qingying and said, Take her away. Chao Qingying struggled violently, screaming and shouting, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Lu Mingkai narrowed his eyes and shouted to those around him, What are you looking at? This is my girlfriend. She cheated on me with another man at a bar, and I caught her red-handed. What's so interesting about that? This statement shuts down most meddlesome people. Lu Mingkai walked up to Chao Qingying, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, You shameless woman who won't listen to reason. You really think I'm in love with you? I'm only after your money. A rich, beautiful, and successful woman? Is that so great? I specialize in dating rich, beautiful, and successful women. I've seen plenty like you. Stubborn to the end. Wait until tonight. I'll take you out and take some photos and videos of you. Then let's see if you dare not pay me. If you dare to disobey me, I'll upload the video and photos online, making a huge scandal and ruining your reputation so you'll never be able to show your face in public again. Isn't your family rich? I'll see if your family dares to lose face like this. To put it bluntly, Lu Mingkai is a professional gigolo, and all his targets are rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned women. He has a handsome face. He was born to do this job. Chao Qingying never dreamed that Lu Mingkai was such a hypocrite, and her face turned pale with fright. Help me. Chao Qingying turned to look at Ning Yan. I can't let them take me away. Lu Mingkai glared at Ning Yan and said irritably, Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Chao Qingying is just trying to hook up with rich guys. Even if you really are her current boyfriend, I still advise you to calm down. Is 1 million enough? Lu Mingkai took out a check, casually threw it in front of Ning Yan, and said arrogantly, This is what I just got from another rich and beautiful woman today. It's still fresh in my mind. Here, take the check. Your girlfriend Chao Qingying is mine. If you want to share, wait until I finish what I need to do, then I'll give her back to you. Don't get yourself into trouble, understand? Ning Yan downed his drink in one gulp, gently placed the glass on the table, then looked up at Lu Mingkai and asked calmly, Finished? Lu Mingkai's face darkened. What are you doing? Do you really want to meddle in other people's business? Ning Yan stood up. Now that you've finished talking, I'll send you on your way. After saying that, Ning Yan leaped into the air. Half a minute later, all three men, including Lu Mingkai, the gigolo, were lying on the ground. Chao Qingying stared at Ning Yan in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. A person's manners cannot be faked. Many people, after drinking heavily, will order the waiters around, which shows a lack of class. However, Ning Yan was not only very polite to Chao Qingying, but also to the waiters. During the 2 hours that Chao Qingying met Ning Yin was always dressed in a suit and tie, polite and very gentlemanly. She never imagined that this seemingly gentle and refined man would have such a fierce side. She didn't make a move until now, but when she did, it was earth-shattering. In less than half a minute, each of the three men was taken down by Ning Yin in less than 10 seconds. This completely overturned Chao Qingying's understanding. Ning Yin was certainly not meddling in other people's business. Undeniably, Lu Mingkai was indeed an unexpected figure, but after witnessing his actions, Ning Yin realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A successful man, when hunting, it's not just about controlling what's within the plan, but also about learning to turn unexpected people and events into allies that benefit you. This is an essential skill Ning Yin learned during her 30 years of success in the business world in her previous life. Ning Yin had never forgotten that his purpose in coming to the bar tonight wasn't to pick up girls, but to hunt. Chao Qingying was his prey. Getting rid of Lu Mingkai would directly and quickly bring Ning Yin and Chao Qingying closer together. Then, Ning Yin made a sudden move, and Lu Mingkai and the other two were immediately lying on the ground. Ning Yin looked completely calm and composed, as if she had just done something trivial and not worth mentioning. He walked up to Chao Qingying, extended his hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, everything's all right now." At this moment, looking at Ning Yan's face, which wasn't particularly handsome to begin with, Chao Qingying's heart suddenly began to race, and a faint blush rose from her pretty face. In that instant, the sky suddenly became so bright. You were looking at the sky, and I was looking at you. The mountain is like jade. Jade resembles you. Raising my cup, I cast a disdainful glance at the blue sky, as radiant as a jade tree standing before the wind. Oops, it's the feeling of being smitten. Chapter 12 Shocking. Lu Mingkai lay on the ground. Chao Qingying looked at Ning Yin, her face full of shyness. At the same time, several burly men who were guarding the bar slowly gathered around. The leader was a man with a scarred face. He sized up Ning Yin a few times, then frowned and said, "Kid, you're pretty good at fighting, but you should know that no one is allowed to cause trouble in our territory." Chao Qingying interjected. It was Lu Mingkai and his group who made the first move. You didn't stop them when they did. So what's the point of you stepping forward now? Scarface said indifferently, "Rules are rules. No matter who started it, it's all the same here. Break both legs, then get out of here, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Understand?" Ning Yin stepped forward, shielding Chao Qingying behind her, and then said calmly, "What if I say I didn't understand?" Scarface clenched his fist, grinned maliciously, and said, "Then we brothers will use you to stretch our muscles today." Superior. 5 burly men, led by Scarface, charged straight up. However, they rushed up quickly and flew out even faster. Like Lu Mingkai, all 5 of Scarface's men were lying on the ground. The only difference was that it took Ning Yin a full minute to deal with them. The entire bar fell silent instantly. The bar was crowded, but at this moment, no one spoke. On the ground, the 5 burly men, led by Scarface, were broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, and had menacing faces. They were clearly not to be trifled with. In contrast, Ning Yin. He was dressed in a suit and tie, had a refined and polite demeanor, and was rather thin. He looked at most like a frail white-collar worker. But the one lying on the ground was not Ning Yin, but rather those 5 burly men. This stark contrast shocked everyone to the extreme. Why is Ning Yin so good at fighting? It's very simple. In his previous life, Ning Yin was a powerful figure for 30 years, but because of his deceased wife Xia Lu, he never married and remained alone for the rest of his life. And everyone knows that those in positions of power use their minds, while those below use their bodies. After the business really grew, Ning Yin had a lot of free time, but he didn't know what to do, so he used various methods to kill time. For example, golf, calligraphy, swimming, and fitness. This naturally includes combat. His fighting skills are very high, especially in free fighting, where he once won first place in the province. Most importantly, having been reborn, Ning Yan's current body is extremely young, almost at its peak. A provincial free fighting competition champion at the peak of his career can easily take down 3 to 5 strong men. It's like playing a game for him. Chao Qingying was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Grabbing Ning Yan's arm, she exclaimed, "Amazing! You're so amazing, big brother." Ning Yan simply smiled and dismissed it. At this time, bang, bang, bang. Someone carrying a bottle of beer tapped lightly on the handrail and slowly walked down the stairs from the second floor of the bar. It's Brother Tianlong. It's Brother Tianlong. He looked to be in his early 30s, and unlike Scarface and his gang, he was wearing a clean short-sleeved white shirt, white casual pants, and brown leather shoes, with a faint smile on his face. From any perspective, he doesn't seem like a vicious criminal. But everyone knows that he is Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong. His debut was his peak. Ning Yan arrived tonight. Zhao Tianlong had drunk a lot tonight, and he was clearly quite drunk. He looked at Ning Yan and said with a smile, "You look unfamiliar, but I'm a man who values rules and reason the most. You didn't intentionally cause trouble, but you broke my rules and hit one of my men. Get out and jump into the river yourself. Soak for 2 hours to sober up, and I won't hold it against you. How about that?" The words were very simple and calm. But with the river surging, why should we soak for 2 hours? Everyone turned to look at Ning Yan. Whether Ning Yan can defeat Zhao Tianlong is not important. What is important is that everyone clearly understands that angering Zhao Tianlong here will only lead to 2 outcomes. Either sink to the bottom and become fish food, or lie dead in the street. There is no third option. Ning Yan looked at Zhao Tianlong, suddenly smiled, and then uttered 4 words succinctly. 8,577. No one knew the meaning of the 4 numbers Ning Yan mentioned, nor did anyone understand what Ning Yan meant by them. But upon hearing the numbers 8577, Zhao Tianlong, who had been all smiles, instantly changed his expression. "You." Zhao Tianlong abruptly raised his head, staring directly at Ning Yan, and said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" Ning Yan reached out her hand and beckoned to Zhao Tianlong with her finger. Zhao Tianlong squinted, hesitated for a moment, and then actually walked towards Ning Yan. Approaching, the two faced each other. Ning Yan smiled knowingly and said in a low voice, "You've always believed that the most dangerous place is the safest place. So, you've always hidden your safe in the wall behind a sofa mural in your private room on the second floor of the bar. That's also the main reason why you've always made Night's Temptation your base. 8577 is your safe's combination, isn't it? This is a secret, a huge secret, a secret that, in theory, should only be known to Zhao Tianlong. But now, Ning Yan spoke so recklessly and in such detail. Zhao Tianlong was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. What nonsense are you spouting? Whether I'm lying or not, only you, I, and heaven and earth know." Zhao Tianlong paused for a moment, then asked, "So, how do you know all this?" Ning Yan chuckled and said, "I not only know your safe's combination, but I know all your secrets. For example, you seem to be living a life of endless glory right now, but in reality, you're very anxious. Because you know that someone is watching you, someone wants to get rid of you. You can't hold on for long. If you want to continue to be successful, you desperately need an incredibly powerful backer. But you can't tell who is truly reliable and trustworthy, am I right?" Zhao Tianlong fell into a long silence, utterly shocked. Then, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are?" Ning Yan calmly said, "My surname is Ning, and my given name is Yan." Zhao Tianlong took a step back, bowed slightly, and then said earnestly, "So it's Mr. Ning. I was rude just now. Please forgive me." The entire bar. Utter silence. Chapter 13 Madness. Quiet. Seeing Zhao Tianlong bowing and apologizing to Ning Yan, the entire bar fell into an eerie silence. Who is Zhao Tianlong? And, as everyone knows, Zhao Tianlong has never bowed his head to anyone over the years, let alone groveled to anyone. His bones are very strong. Over the years, many so-called big shots have tried to subdue Zhao Tianlong, but all of them have failed without exception. But tonight, in front of Ning Yan, he took the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake. This is absolutely unprecedented for Zhao Tianlong since his debut. It's all messed up. The entire bar was in a state of utter confusion, especially Zhao Tianlong's loyal henchmen, who all stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Only Zhao Tianlong remained bowing before Ning Yan and asked again in a low voice, "Mr. Ning, if it's convenient, would you mind coming up to the private room to discuss this further?" It must be admitted that, at this moment, Zhao Tianlong's attitude was truly humble to the extreme. Ning Yan didn't say anything, but he maintained his bowing and apologizing posture. For someone of his status to do this was already quite remarkable. Actually, Zhao Tianlong didn't want things to be this way either, but as Ning Yan said, although he still looks glamorous now, He has actually reached a dead end. He needs someone to guide him, to show him the right path. Otherwise, before long, not only will he die, but his loyal confidants and close associates will also meet a tragic end. How does Ning Yin know all this? Because Ning Yin had witnessed firsthand just how miserable Zhao Tianlong was in his previous life. Most importantly, in the previous life, it was Ning Yin who, after ranking high on the rich list, personally intervened and saved Zhao Tianlong, including his underlings. That is precisely why Zhao Tianlong was extremely grateful to Ning Yin and became one of Ning Yin's most trusted subordinates. Naturally, Ning Yin also learned all of Zhao Tianlong's secrets. To be precise, not only Zhao Tianlong, Ning Yin also knows many secrets of so-called big shots. Although Ning Yin is currently very inconspicuous, he can completely suppress many people by relying on certain secrets he knows. This naturally includes the universally acknowledged elder brother, Zhao Tianlong. At this time, Ning Yin looked at Zhao Tianlong and then slowly said, "I don't have time tonight. I'll let you know the time and place to meet tomorrow night. Besides, you also need some time to investigate my background, don't you think?" Zhao Tianlong was drenched in sweat. "I wouldn't dare." "Oh." Ning Yin patted Zhao Tianlong on the shoulder, chuckled, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Ning Yin led Chao Qingying directly out into the alluring night. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to stop them. "Boss," Scarface asked urgently, "what's going on? Who is he?" Zhao Tianlong glanced at Scarface and said calmly, "That's not something you should be asking." After saying that, Zhao Tianlong kicked Lu Mingkai, who was lying on the ground, away and ordered, "Throw all three of them into the river. Let them sober up." "Yes." Ning Yin left the bar with Chao Qingying. However, he didn't drive his Chevrolet. Instead, he drove Chao Qingying's red Ferrari. The Ferrari's performance is very strong, especially after entering the ring road. Ning Yin stepped on the gas, and the Ferrari's speed immediately exceeded 200 miles per hour. And it's still soaring. Chao Qingying is still young. Girls her age, especially those from wealthy families, often have nothing to do all day and love seeking thrills. Chao Qingying usually enjoys driving fast, but she has never seen anyone drive like Ning Yin. Although it was already late at night, and there were very few cars on the road, the problem was that Chao Qingying watched helplessly as the speed exceeded 260 kilometers per hour. "Hey, handsome." Chao Qingying gripped the seatbelt tightly and said cautiously, Could you slow down? "I'm scared." Ning Yin grinned and said, "Fast? I feel like it's very slow." "Buzz." Speed has officially broken through 300. Experienced drivers know that under normal circumstances, if a car travels too fast, it will start to feel unstable and become very shaky. Chao Qingying was so frightened that her face turned pale, especially when she saw that there was a sharp turn ahead, but Ning Yin showed no intention of slowing down at all. Chao Qingying was almost going crazy. "We crashed. We're going to crash. I'm going to die." "Ah." Chao Qingying was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes and didn't dare to open them at all. Ning Yan's lips curled up slightly. She released the accelerator, slammed on the brakes, turned the steering wheel, and executed a drift, a legendary maneuver. Crack! Halfway through the turn, Ning Yan abruptly released the brakes, pulled the steering wheel back, and used the car's momentum. "Force your way through the corner." Then, he stepped on the gas again, speeding away in style. "Hello," Ning Yan said with a smile. "It's all right now? You can open your eyes." Chao Qingying tentatively opened her eyes, even asking with a blank expression, "Are we dead?" Ning Yan couldn't help but chuckle and teased. "Yeah, we're already dead." Snort. Chao Qingying playfully punched Ning Yan, puffing out her cheeks and saying, "Little brother, you almost scared me to death just now." Ning Yan smiled slightly and asked, "Is it exciting?" Chao Qingying spread her arms wide, raised them high, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Exciting. It's so exciting. It's almost killing me with excitement." Half an hour later, Ning Yan parked the Ferrari in a deserted spot on the riverbank in the suburbs. With a snap, Ning Yan lit a cigarette, reclined her seat, lay down, and quietly smoked while gazing at the magnificent night sky. Chao Qingying looked at the man in front of her, and a strange light gradually appeared in her eyes. Tonight, this man, whose name she didn't even know, first listened attentively to her story, then dealt with her ex-boyfriend Lu Mingkai with a wave of his hand, and then easily took care of the legendary Zhao Tianlong. Now, she was completely captivated by his driving skills. This enigmatic man, he had successfully piqued all her curiosity. She was extremely eager to know what kind of man he was. Hello. Chao Qingying climbed directly from the passenger seat onto Ning Yan and said with a grin, "Little brother, I remember you said before that your girlfriend cheated on you and made you wear a green hat. Don't you want to get revenge on her?" Ning Yan narrowed her eyes, knowing that Chao Qingying had completely taken the bait, but she still asked knowingly, "How do you plan to take revenge?" Chao Qingying extended a finger and gently lifted Ning Yan's chin, saying with a smile, "For example, you could also cheat on her. Wouldn't that be a way to get revenge on her?" Ning Yan paused for a moment, threw away the cigarette but in her hand, and closed the car roof. A poem says, "Dancing with my shadow, how unlike the mortal world." Tonight, Ning Yan also wants to find Qingying, Chao Qingying. Most importantly, Ning Yan's wife, Xiao Lu, had an affair with Guijin, and Chao Qingying is Guijin's biological daughter. Guijin slept with Ning Yan's wife, and Ning Yan wants to sleep with Guijin's daughter. This is Ning Yan's revenge. In the quiet night, in the desolate suburbs, inside a red Ferrari, a lone man and woman are almost driven to madness. Chapter 14, Raging Fury. The next day, early in the morning, Chao Qingying stretched lazily, then said to Ning Yan with a charming smile, "Good morning, handsome. By the way, my name is Chao Qingying." Ning Yan smiled and calmly replied, "Good morning. I'm Ning Yan." It's obvious. Both of them were extremely tired, with dark circles under their eyes, especially Ning Yan, whose eyes were bloodshot. "These past few days since I came back, he has hardly slept at all. He first slept with Xiao Lu, who had cheated on him, then with Xiao Lu's best friend Zhou Shui, and now with Guijin's daughter Chao Qingying." Back in the city, after finishing breakfast, Chao Qingying asked lazily, "Little brother, I'm planning to find a hotel to catch up on some sleep. Are you coming with me, or are you going to work?" Ning Yan deliberately hesitated for a moment before replying, "I need to go to work first. There's a business matter at the company, and I need to go to Xingli Group today." Upon hearing this, Chao Qingying couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. "Victory Group? What are you going to Victory Group for?" The chairman of Xingli Group is Guijin's father-in-law, who is also Chao Qingying's maternal grandfather. It's a business owned by the Chao family. Ning Yan already knew about this, but she still said calmly, "I'm going to see General Manager Guo of Xingli Group to discuss a business deal." Chao Qingying couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't this a coincidence? I'm quite familiar with the Xingli Group." Ning Yan countered, "You? Really?" Chao Qingying didn't directly say that she was Guijin's daughter, but instead said with a smile, "It's a secret for now. Anyway, just you wait and see. With me here, I guarantee you'll close this deal today." "Definitely." Half an hour later, Chao Qingying brought Ning Yan to the Xingli Group. The receptionists didn't recognize Ning Yan, but when they saw that she was with Chao Qingying, they didn't dare to stop her. "Miss Chao is here." "Hello, Miss Chao." "Miss Chao, it's been a long time." Whenever employees of the Xingli Group encountered Chao Qingying, they would greet her, but Chao Qingying remained arrogant and simply ignored them. Certainly, more people focused their attention on Ning Yan. After all, at this moment, Chao Qingying made no attempt to hide her affection and intimately linked arms with Ning Yan. In a daze, suddenly, everyone remembered that President Guijin was the live-in son-in-law of the Xingli Group. Could it be that the man Chao Qingying was holding hands with would also become the new son-in-law of the Xingli Group? Is this really so despicable? Shaw, it's fucking enviable. After all, Chao Qingying is not only rich, she is also incredibly beautiful, especially her slender waist, which sways gracefully with every movement. She is a typical rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman. Chao Qingying led Ning Yan without any obstacles and arrived at Guijin's office on the top floor, where they pushed open the door and entered. "Old Guo," Chao Qingying, arm in arm with Ning Yan, said to Guijin very rudely, "This is my friend. He has a deal that you're in charge of, right? Sign it for him right away." Guijin was completely stunned. Last night, after learning that Ning Yan was going to harm his daughter, Guijin made countless calls to Chao Qingying, but she never answered. Guijin was restless all night. He never expected that Chao Qingying would personally bring Ning Yan to his office so early in the morning. Guijin clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and glared at Ning Yan. He was furious and wished he could tear Ning Yan to pieces on the spot. Ning Yan pretended not to recognize Guijin and said with a smile, "Mr. Guo, hello, I am Ning Yan from Shandong Group. I apologize for disturbing you. Shandong Group is the shell company that Guijin is about to give to Ning Yan. That's not important. What's important is, am I sorry to bother you?" You blatantly told me last night that you wanted to sleep with my daughter. Isn't that presumptuous? And Guijin was a seasoned womanizer. He could tell the truth from Ning Yan and her daughter Chao Qingying's mental state and their wrinkled clothes. Those two must have been together all night, and inseparable at that. In other words, at this point in time, Guijin was so angry that he trembled all over and couldn't say a word. He was even more unwilling to shake hands with Ning Yan. Chao Qingying raised an eyebrow and said very rudely, "Old Gua, what's wrong with you? Are you not giving me face? Are you sure?" Guijin really wanted to say, "I slept with this bastard's wife, and that's why he tried so hard to sleep with you. And you still brought this bastard to sign a contract with me." But Guijin dared not utter these words aloud no matter what. He was scared. Ning Yan's methods are truly terrifying. Guijin couldn't be sure what methods Ning Yan would use to deal with him if he dared to turn against her. Cough. Guijin composed himself, shook hands lightly with Ning Yan, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, so it's Mr. Ning. I've heard so much about you." Ning Yan smiled and replied, "I have truly admired Mr. Gua for a long time. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Please advise. I told you to sleep with my daughter? I'll teach you your grandpa." Guijin truly hated Ning Yan to the core. Chao Qingying was completely unaware of all this and kept urging, "Old Gua, hurry up. I need to catch up on my sleep." Ning Yan deliberately said to Chao Qingying, "Qingying, this is President Gua. Please be polite to him." Chao Qingying curled her lip and said with a disdainful look, "I know, he's my good-for-nothing father." Ning Yan's face showed just the right amount of shock, and she blurted out, "He's your dad? How is this possible?" Chao Qingying snorted, "The real deal." Guijin was furious at Ning Yan's dramatic antics. He took out the contract he had prepared beforehand, waved it over to Ning Yan, and said, "All right, from now on, the construction project of our Shengli Group's number 3 plot belongs to your company." Guijin really didn't waste a single moment, because he really didn't want to see Ning Yan again, not even for a second. But Ning Yan refused. He took out his phone and said with a serious expression, "Mr. Gua, since we're going to be partners from now on, let's add each other on WeChat. It'll be easier to keep in touch." Chao Qingying nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, Lao Gua. From now on, if you have anything to say, just tell Ning Yan directly. She's my good friend, so you'll have to take good care of her. You understand what I mean, right? Good friend." Chao Qingying emphasized these 3 words. Guijin, his face ashen, barely suppressed his murderous rage and said with a forced smile, "All right, definitely. I'll definitely take good care of you." Chapter 15. Your daughter is really amazing. Add as a friend. Ning Yan deliberately acted as if she wanted to befriend Guijin in his office, teetering on the edge of Guijin's temper, making him so angry that he vomited blood, swallowed it back, and then vomited it out again, until the very end. Even Chao Qingying couldn't stand it anymore, so Ning Yan finally left Guijin's office with Chao Qingying. "Qingying." Ning Yan held Chao Qingying's small hand tightly and said earnestly, "I never expected that you would be President Gua's daughter. You've been a great help to me today." Chao Qingying said smugly, "I've already said it before. With me here, there won't be any problems. This company belongs to our family, the Chao family. Old Gua wouldn't dare to disagree with me." A thought suddenly struck Ning Yan, and she asked, "I remember you said that your father was a live-in son-in-law. So, the Shengli Group really is your family's?" Chao Qingying nodded. "How could this be fake?" Ning Yan smiled and pressed on. "So, do you have an office at Shengli Group?" Chao Qingying replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I do. I'm the chairman's assistant. Although I don't come to the company often, I have my own office. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it right now." As they were talking, Chao Qingying led Ning Yan directly to the chairman's assistant's office next to the chairman's office. The office is very large. Moreover, this is the top floor, a flat expanse, from where you can see the bustling traffic below. "How about it?" Chao Qingying said happily. "Isn't my office pretty good?" Ning Yan looked around and nodded in admiration. "It's really good." After saying that, Ning Yan pointed to a small door in the office and asked, "What's that?" Chao Qingying pulled Ning Yan over, pushed open the door, and went in, explaining, "This is a small cubicle, which serves as my restroom." The lounge was not big, but it has all the necessary internal organs, and most importantly, it also has a delicate little bed. On the other end, Guijin was furious in his office, barely managing to suppress his urge to kill. At that very moment, with a loud bang, the office door was once again forced open from the outside. Guijin suddenly stood up, furious, and shouted, "Are you tired of living? Don't you know how to knock?" Knock. But when Guojin saw that it was Xiao Lu who walked in, he couldn't help but pause slightly. The secretary followed her in and said urgently, "Mr. Guo, Miss Ya has come to the company many times. We really can't stop her. She just barges in on her own." Guojin, his face dark, waved his hand and ordered his secretary, "Get out." After the secretary closed the door, Xiao Lu walked up to Guojin with captivating charm, smiling alluringly. "Mr. Guo, if it were before this." Guojin accepted it with a smile, but now he directly shoved Xiao Lu aside and said very rudely, "Miss Ya, please have some self-respect." Self-respect? Damn it. When you took me to the hotel, why didn't you tell me to have some self-respect? What is this now? Xiao Lu stopped arguing and directly questioned him with a dark face. "President Guo, what exactly do you mean? You promised to sign the contract for me. How can you go back on your word? Moreover, from yesterday until now, you haven't answered my calls, and you've even blocked me. I came to Xingli Group to find you, but you wouldn't see me. What exactly do you mean?" Guojin retorted sharply. "What do I mean? I'd like to ask you what the hell you mean." Xiao Lu felt wronged. She had gone so far as to cheat on Guojin and offer herself to him as a gift, only to end up with nothing. Naturally, she was going to come and cause trouble for Guojin. Little did they know, Guojin was even more wronged than her. He only slept with one woman, but unexpectedly, he got involved with Ning Yan. Not only did he face endless troubles, but even his own biological daughter was slept with by Ning Yan. Who the hell can I complain to? Only, Xiao Lu was completely unaware of Guojin's ordeal, so she became furious and shrieked, "Guo, what exactly do you mean? You took advantage of me, and now you want to dump me? Do you believe I can expose this to the world and ruin your reputation?" Guojin was also furious. "Your husband threatened me and retaliated against me. Now, even you bitch, are threatening me?" At this point, Guojin even seriously suspected that Xia Lu's initial attempt to lure him was a setup conspired with Ning Yin to set him up in a trap. Otherwise, the couple came to his office one after the other and took turns humiliating him. If it wasn't premeditated, what coincidence could there be in the world? This is intolerable. Guojin completely lost his temper. He pointed at Xiao Lu's nose and cursed. "Xiao Lu, you'd better know your place. Don't you know where you are? This is the Xingli Group. What right do you have to spout nonsense here? And you want to deliberately smear me? Do you have any evidence? Believe me or not, I'll sue you for defamation." Xiao Lu opened her mouth as if to speak. Guojin interrupted directly, saying, "If you say another half a word, I'll make sure you can't get anywhere in Jinling. Do you believe me or not?" Just then, with a ding, the phone rang. Guojin picked up his phone and saw a WeChat message sent by Ning Yan. To be precise, it's a few photos. The first few pictures are clearly taken in Chao Qingying's office, but something quickly goes wrong. They've entered the lounge. Especially the last photo. Ning Yan chose an extremely tricky shooting angle. "Xiao Lu, President Guo, roll." Guojin pointed at Xiao Lu, enraged, jumping up and down and shouting, "Get out. Now, immediately, get out of here." Chapter 16. Mr. Guo, how about I become your son-in-law? Honestly, if possible, Guojin was unwilling to let Xiao Lu go so easily, especially when Ning Yan blatantly told Guojin that he was with Chao Qingying. Guojin really wanted to keep Xiao Lu in the office and use this as a way to get revenge on Ning Yan. But he didn't dare. Chao Qingying dared to flirt with Ning Yan so brazenly in the company office because she was the company's heiress. But what was Guojin's status? To put it bluntly, he's just a live-in son-in-law. If he dares to act recklessly in the company like Chao Qingying and is discovered, then his fate will be incredibly tragic. His father-in-law will probably just throw him into the river to feed the fish. In desperation, out of sight, out of mind, Guojin could only tell Xiao Lu to get lost. Xiao Lu was kicked out of Guojin's office, looking completely dejected. She just couldn't understand it. She even sold herself out for the construction project of plot number 3 and was willing to have an affair to secure it. What went wrong in the end? Why did she not only fail to get the project, but was also verbally abused by Guojin? Even, she is now facing the risk of being fired by Hyatt. As for taking revenge on Guojin, to be honest, Xiao Lu only talked about it. She didn't dare to actually do it. What she didn't know was that Chao Qingying, the eldest daughter of the Xingli Group, and Ning Yan, Xiao Lu's husband, are in the office next door. Inside the office, Guojin grew angrier and angrier, but he dared not lash out. He had already smashed everything in the office that he could see to pieces. But The more this happened, the less his anger subsided. Instead, it made him feel even more depressed, because he knew perfectly well that this outburst, this display of emotion, was a sign of incompetence. There was absolutely no way he could harm Ning Yen by doing this. Especially when I think about it. Ning Yen is currently in the next office with Guo Jin's daughter, Chao Qingying. Guo Jin feels like he has a lump in his throat that he can't hold back. After pondering for a moment, Guo Jin picked up his phone and dialed the number immediately. Hello, crazy guy. I'm giving you a mission. Go to our company's number 3 project and stir up some trouble for me. Yes, you heard me right. It's plot number 3. Especially that Ning Yen. Find him and teach him a lesson. After hanging up the phone, the thought that Ning Yen would soon face retaliation brought Guo Jin a slight sense of relief. But the thought of the neighbors next door filled Guo Jin with irritation. Dancing and playing with one's shadow. How similar it is to being in the human world. The office next door? Ning Yen and Chao Qingying danced gracefully. At 2:30 p.m., Chao Qingying waved goodbye to Ning Yen with reluctance. As I walked out of the office, I ran into Guo Jin again. Ning Yen waved to Guo Jin and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Guo." Guo Jin's face darkened, and he remained silent. Ning Yen didn't care. As she brushed past Guo Jin, she whispered, "Mr. Guo, let me remind you, you'd better be a little more enthusiastic towards me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become your son-in-law." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Ning Yen turned and left. It wasn't until Ning Yen left that, looking at his daughter Chao Qingying, Guo Jinkai couldn't help but say, "You're all grown up now. Can't you have some self-respect? What kind of example are you setting if word gets out?" Chao Qingying rolled her eyes. "I just like Ning Yen, so what? Who knows, I might marry him someday. It's none of your business." After saying that, with a loud bang, Chao Qingying slammed the office door shut. Guo Jin was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. Marry? Guo Jin wants to become Ning Yen's son-in-law? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray something like that. The thought that Ning Yen might one day walk into his home as his son-in-law made Guo Jin feel dizzy. At 3 p.m., inside the conference room of Hyatt Hotels Corporation, Vice President Li Nan glanced around, then looked directly at Xia Lu and said calmly, "Xia Lu, I'd like to know, how are things going with your communication with President Guo of Xingli Group?" Xia Lu stammered, "Mr. Li, I'm still coordinating with Mr. Guo." Li Nan nodded slightly and said coldly, "What a fine coordination. Yesterday, after the meeting, you came to me and asked me to give you another chance, saying that you could definitely handle President Guo. Now, you're telling me that you're still coordinating. But, as far as I know, this morning, Xingli Group and Shandong Group officially signed the contract for the number 3 plot construction project." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xia Lu. Xia Lu was completely stunned and blurted out, "This is impossible. I just went to see President Guo this morning, and he didn't mention this to me at all." Li Nan retorted sarcastically without holding back. "What obligation does President Guo have to report to you? Who do you think you are?" Xia Lu was speechless. Li Nan said calmly, "I've had people investigate. Shandong Group is unknown. Whether it's strength or reputation, it's completely incomparable to Kaiwei. If that's the case, then here's the problem. Kaiwei has done a lot of work in the early stages, and we were already very close to cooperating with Xingli Group. All that was left was Mr. Guo's signature. What exactly caused President Guo to suddenly turn his back on us, preferring to cooperate with the relatively unknown Shandong Group rather than with Kaiwei?" The words are left unsaid, but the meaning is very clear. Many people in the business department are pursuing this project, but the one who is pursuing it most aggressively is Xia Lu. And Guo Jin's attitude suddenly began to change after Xia Lu confidently declared in the conference room that she had already won him over. In other words, in a sense, Li Nan was essentially directing his criticism at Xia Lu. Xia Lu opened her mouth as if to speak. "President Li, Li Nan waved his hand, interrupting directly, and said, "Xia Lu, you don't need to explain anymore. The company's board of directors attaches great importance to this project. After learning that Kaiwei lost this project, the directors were very angry. So, Xia Lu, I am now officially informing you that you are fired." Chapter 17, A Bolt from the Blue. Expelled? These two large characters were like a bolt from the blue, completely stunning Xia Lu. She cheated on her husband just to get the project, to become the head of the business department, and then divorce Ning Yen so she could live a life of luxury. But now, not to mention her supervisor position, she even lost her job. This is a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. Xia Lu was utterly unable to bear this blow. She abruptly stood up and shouted, "President Li, this is not fair to me. I have worked hard and diligently. Why are you firing me?" Li Nan said calmly, "This is a decision made by the board of directors. If you have any objections, you don't need to come to me. You can go directly to the board of directors." "Oh right. Ning Yan, come to my office." He left those words behind. Li Nan simply walked away. Xia Lu plopped down in the chair, curled up there, and looked truly pitiful. If it were in the past, Ning Yan will definitely go up to comfort Xia Lu, and might even openly confront Li Nan to stand up for Xia Lu. But now, Ning Yan has said nothing and done nothing. He didn't feel sorry for Xia Lu. He only felt exhilarated. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. This slut who cheated on her husband has finally paid the price she deserved. And this is merely the first step in Ning Yan's revenge. Inside Li Nan's vice president's office. "Ning Yan, please sit down." Li Nan smiled and said to Ning Yan, "Don't be nervous. I called you over because I was afraid you would overthink it." Ning Yan nodded. Li Nan continued, "You should understand that the failure of the Shengli Group's number 3 plot construction project is a huge loss for Kaiwei. The board of directors is very unhappy, so we need a scapegoat. It's obvious that Xia Lu is the scapegoat. However, as you know, I always judge by the issue, not the person." Li Nan looked directly at Ning Yan and said with a smile, "Just like back then, you and Xia Lu were clearly having an office romance, but I didn't object. It's the same now. Xia Lu made a mistake, and she will be fired. But you are different. You are a key member of our company's planning department. Kaiwa will not implicate you because of Xia Lu's matter. Do you understand what I mean?" Ning Yan remained calm and composed, saying, "I understand." Li Nan was completely stunned. She admitted that Ning Yan's abilities in the planning department were indeed second to none. But the problem is that everyone in the company knows that Ning Yan is a typical example of someone who loves his wife to death. Ning Yan usually has a very good temper and is always calm and collected with everyone. The only times he has ever lost his temper are when someone has offended Xia Lu. Everyone knows it's okay to offend Ning Yan. She usually won't hold a grudge, but it's absolutely unacceptable to offend Xia Lu. Xia Lu is Ning Yan's biggest Achilles heel. That is precisely why Li Nan specifically called Ning Yan to her office. After all, Li Nan was in charge of Kaiyue's planning department, which was equivalent to the corporate planning department and generated a lot of benefits for the company. She was unwilling to lose such a capable assistant as Ning Yan. Unexpectedly, Ning Yan seemed completely unperturbed by Xia Lu's dismissal, her face serene and calm. Even, Li Nan suddenly noticed that Ning Yan seemed a little distracted. Li Nan is a well-known strong woman in the entire Kaiwei group, and even in the entire industry. She just turned 30 this year, but she looks like she's only 25 or 26. She's very well maintained. Moreover, everyone knows that although Li Nan has been married for a long time, she has never had children because of her work. Even, there were rumors within the company that Li Nan was a workaholic, and that the couple had been going through a divorce because she devoted too much energy to her work. Many people thought it was just a rumor, but Ning Yan knew it was true. In the previous life, Ning Yan is a powerful figure in the business world, although she currently works under Li Nan and is above him. In reality, once Ning Yan becomes a true business tycoon, she will poach Li Nan and make her subordinate. But, whether in her past life or this one thing is universally acknowledged. Li Nan is not only highly skilled in her profession, but she is also incredibly beautiful, especially her long, slender, and straight legs. Li Nan narrowed her eyes and deliberately asked, "Is it pretty?" Ning Yan nodded slightly. "Beautiful." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Yan couldn't help but stiffen slightly. That was too hasty. In her previous life, after Li Nan became her subordinate, Ning Yan often teased Li Nan in this way. It had become a habit. The problem is that in this life, he is currently just an unknown nobody. As expected, a pretty blush appeared on Li Nan's face as she said with a hint of anger, "You, Ning Yan, I always thought you were very honest, but I never expected you to have learned to be so glib. Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking yet." Before Li Nan could even get angry, Ning Yan slipped away and made a quick getaway. Before leaving, Ning Yan added, "President Li, you are really beautiful, especially those long legs. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is fucking gorgeous. Ha ha ha." Li Nan was furious. "You brat. I don't know who you learned bad habits from. You flirted with me and ran away? You think it's that easy? You just wait. You won't escape my grasp. Actually, Li Nan knew that Ning Yin went to Shengli Group today. Someone saw her and reported it to her. But Li Nan believes that Ning Yin went to Shengli Group because she wanted to help Xiao Lu win over President Gua. This is one of the reasons why she specifically called Ning Yin over for a heart-to-heart talk. But what she didn't know was that Ning Yin is the big boss of Shengdong Group, which has now won the Shengli Group's #3 plot urban construction project. On the other end, Xiao Lu had finished packing her personal belongings and left the company. At the entrance, Xiao Lu couldn't help but turn around and glance at the Hyatt Group building. She has worked here for 3 years, but in the end, she was fired. And out of all her colleagues at the company, only Ning Yin came to see her off. Yes, Xiao Lu wasn't well liked at the company, and since she had just been fired, and everyone knew that Li Nan was furious, no one dared to risk angering Li Nan by seeing Xiao Lu off. How ironic, Xiao Lu said with a face full of bitterness. I've seen many colleagues leave before, but I never thought I would end up like this. Ning Yin nodded. Yes, thank goodness I wasn't expelled. Xiao Lu instantly felt terrible and was about to explode on the spot. But at this very moment, Ning Yin then said with a serious expression, if we are both fired, how will we support our families? Xiao Lu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Yes, she suddenly realized that, after all the twists and turns, Ning Yin had now become her only support and her only source of income. Husband, Xiao Lu whispered to Ning Yin. Now, our whole family depends on you. You absolutely mustn't go against President Li because of me. If you get fired too, we're all finished. I'm counting on you to support me. Ning Yin sneered inwardly, thinking, if it were before, even if you didn't work and became a full-time housewife, I would still give you all my salary. But now, oh, you think getting fired is the end of it? That's just the first step. Next, I'll take it one step at a time. First leaving you penniless, then ruining your reputation. But, on the surface, Ning Yin still looked indignant. That Li Nan is just using me and then discarding me. You don't know? I just had a huge argument with him in her office. Xiao Lu hurriedly said, honey, calm down. You must calm down. Oh, you bastard. I'm perfectly calm. You don't know, do you? The reason you got fired is because of me. And now you're here telling me to calm down? That's absolutely ridiculous. Ning Yin looked at Xiao Lu, feeling a sense of vengeful pleasure, but said sincerely, Li Nan won't allow me to take leave, so I can't take you home. Oh, Xiao Lu left, with no one to see her off or accompany her. She had to leave the company alone and take the bus home alone. Alone and all alone. It's just like how Ning Yin looked when she was all alone in her previous life. Now, Xiao Lu finally tasted the bitterness of loneliness. Chapter 18, Equatorial Guinea. Night. After get off work, Ning Yin went to the Golden Splendor KTV again, where Zhou Shui had been waiting for a long time. Inside the private room, Ning Yin instructed Zhou Shui. Xiao Lu was fired from the company today. Quickly call your best friend. Wasn't she planning to divorce me? I want to see what she has to say now. Yes, Ning Yin told Xiao Lu that he had to work overtime that night and didn't have time to go home to comfort her. But in fact, Ning Yin went directly to Zhou Shui's place. Ning Yin can now lie to Xiao Lu without any psychological barrier. Xiao Lu naively thought that she was just unlucky to have run into a heartless old man like Guijin. What she didn't know was that Guijin had been firmly in Ning Yan's grasp all along. Even her best friend Zhou Shui had now become Ning Yan's person. To some extent, Zhou Shui has now gotten used to Ning Yan's presence, especially after she followed Ning Yan's instructions and made that phone call to Guijin. If she doesn't want to be retaliated against by Guijin, she has no choice but to cling to Ning Yan, this big tree. Does it matter what Xiao Lu thinks after she learns the truth? Plastic besties. Aren't best friends supposed to be for comparing and betraying each other? At this moment, Zhou Shui took out her phone and made a video call to Xiao Lu. Hey Xiao Shui, I was just about to call you, and you called me right away. We're so in sync. Oh, what do you need me for? I'm in big trouble. I'll let you in on a secret. I got fired from my job today. It's all that damned bastard Guijin's fault. In the following time, Xiao Lu and Zhou Shui went on, ranting and raving about Guijin, Li Nan, Kai Wei, and then started ranting about all their colleagues. In short, in Xiao Lu's eyes, there wasn't a single good person. It was as if everyone in the world had wronged her. A person like her would never look for problems within herself. She always believes she's right, including infidelity. Zhou Shui was a rascal too. She looked at Ning Yan, her eyes darting around. And then she asked Xia Lu on the phone with a grin, "Xia, where's your Ningyan? Isn't he always the one who loves his wife dearly and spoils you the most? You've been fired. Why isn't he home to comfort you?" Xia Lu rolled her eyes and complained, "You know Ningyan perfectly well. He's hardworking and family-oriented. That's true. But he doesn't understand women at all. Like today, I was fired, and instead of comforting me, he told me he was going to stay at the company to work overtime. He said he was going to work overtime to earn money to support me. I almost died laughing. This is the tragedy of men. Men know all too well that nothing is worse than being sick, and nothing is worse than being broke. In order to earn money to support their families, they are even willing to work themselves to the point of getting sick. But in the end, what did she get in return? A belly full of complaints from the woman. She won't understand your hardships. She feels perfectly justified in spending money on you. And the only person she cares about is herself. They never care about the price you paid or how hard you worked to make money. But at this moment, Xia Lu really looked exactly like a clown. Ning Yin used to work overtime often, so she was probably used to it. She didn't think Ning Yin was lying to her on purpose. But what she didn't know was that her best friend, who was video chatting with her right next to Ning Yin, was right there. To be precise, Ning Yin was leaning against Zhou Shui's chest, but Xia Lu couldn't see Ning Yin in the video. Zhou Shui also began to completely let loose, teasingly asking with a smile, "Xia Lu, are you still planning to divorce Ning Yin now?" Xia Lu fell into a long silence. Then, she gave a self-deprecating laugh, her face full of bitterness, and said, "Originally, I planned to take the position of business department manager. As long as I got this position, it would be equivalent to entering the company's management level. It would be like having one foot in the ranks of rich, beautiful, and successful women. Of course, I had to kick Ning Yin out immediately." Zhou Shui chimed in. "After all, once you're in the head of the business department, even if everyone knows you're divorced, you won't lack suitors, right?" "Yes," Xia Lu said angrily. "But that old bastard Guijin tricked me. Now, forget about the position of business department manager. I've even lost my job. Even if I find a new job, I probably won't be able to get into management anytime soon. In that case, how could I possibly divorce Ning Yin?" Zhou Shui narrowed her eyes and teased, "Ning Yin is your husband, but you're treating him like a sucker. Okay, I'm busy now, I'll hang up. We'll talk later. Talk to you later." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shui looked at Ning Yin. The reason she deliberately teased Xia Lu in front of Ning Yin was originally out of a desire for revenge. She wanted to deliberately anger Ning Yin. But when she looked at Ning Yin, she found that Ning Yan's face remained calm and expressionless. At least, that's how it appears on the surface. This greatly disappointed and surprised Zhou Shui. "Ning Yin, you don't seem surprised by what Xia Lu said." Zhou Shui looked at Ning Yin and asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be feeling very sad?" Ning Yin squeezed Zhou Shui's arm and said calmly, "I've seen through Xia Lu's true colors long ago, so what's there to be sad about? You really think I don't know you're deliberately making fun of Xia Lu to annoy me?" "Huh? I didn't," Zhou Shui said hurriedly. "Ning Yin, please forgive me this time. I didn't mean to." Ning Yin sneered and said, "Even if you did it on purpose, I don't care. Who told you to be Xia Lu's best friend, right?" Zhou Shui said firmly, "Don't worry, I will soon cut off all contact with Xia Lu." "No," Ning Yin said indifferently. "Not only can you not cut off contact with Xia Lu, but you should try your best to maintain the current relationship, and even go further, to make her a true best friend with whom you can talk about anything, instead of a fake friendship. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhou Shui raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "So you're saying that you like me more and more just because I'm Xia Lu's best friend? You like my relationship with her?" "Ning Yin, I didn't realize you were so naughty." "But..." Ning Yin chuckled lightly and said, "But what?" Zhou Shui chimed in, "But I really like you. Women love bad boys. You know what I mean. You know." Chapter 19, The Ultimate in Arrogance. Zhou Shui has now completely come to terms with it. She used to look down on Ning Yin no matter what. Yes, these days, good men, warm men, understanding men, they're all bullshit. Look up if you don't believe me. Look at the women around you. When have they ever been heartbroken because of a good man? No, they keep spitting out scumbags, but in reality, they always rush headlong into the clutches of these men like moths to a flame. Why? It's not just because scumbags are good at talking and romantic. The most important thing is that many women are just born to like scumbags. Because a scumbag won't treat them well all the time. He'll always keep them at arm's length, making their feelings fluctuate. This feeling made them find it very interesting and challenging. But what about good men? As a good man, if you always show concern and care for a woman, she might genuinely feel that you are a good person at first. But the problem is that love has an expiration date. What does it mean to grow tired of each other? What is the 7-year itch? No matter how good the relationship or how much tenderness there is, if it remains unchanged, women will take it for granted and think it's only natural. Once this sense of novelty is lost, their passion for this man will quickly fade. But scumbags are different. The scumbags are constantly finding new ways to hurt them, making them tremble with fear, always afraid of losing the relationship. Undeniably, scumbags really give them a headache, but at the same time, they're incredibly exciting, and they leave a lasting impression. If you ask 10 women which ex-boyfriend they find most unforgettable, at least 9 of them will tell you. The man they can't forget isn't a good man, but rather the scumbag who broke their hearts. Why? It's not just the pain, but more importantly, the frustration of not being able to have what you want. They abandoned good men, but the men who abandoned them were scumbags. One acted proactively, the other passively. The difference is obvious. The more unattainable something is, the more we want it. This applies to men, and it applies to women as well. Women always fantasize about one day winning back a jerk. When have you ever seen a woman need to try and keep a good man? Because good men don't need to be begged to stay. They'll always stay by her side like a devoted admirer. However, having a fickle man stay by their side forever is a completely different story. It would give them a great sense of accomplishment. It seems that only in this way can they show how awesome they are. Prior to this, whether it's Xia Lu or Zhou Shui, these two seemingly fake best friends have an unprecedentedly consistent opinion on Ning Yan. Ning Yan is a typical good man. She is family-oriented, avoids lavish lifestyles, and rarely attends social events. Every month after I get my salary, I give 99% to my wife. He showers his wife with care and concern, always treating her with utmost care and consideration. When his wife gets angry, Ning Yan will try to appease her without any principles, giving in again and again. Look, this is what a good man looks like in a woman's eyes. But will they cherish this man more because of this? Perhaps at first, they would, but later, precisely because of this, precisely because they are certain that he is a good man, they will become more and more unscrupulous. But, in the past 2 days, Zhou Shui discovered that Ning Yan seemed to have become a completely different person. To be precise, almost everything Ning Yan did far exceeded Zhou Shui's expectations. This unexpected contrast gave Zhou Shui an incredibly strong shock. Even though Ning Yan humiliated her time and time again, Zhou Shui not only did not leave Ning Yan, but became more and more obsessed with Ning Yan. But, just then, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A balding, greasy man who looked to be in his 50s barged in. Seeing Zhou Shui and Ning Yan together, the bald man flew into a rage and shouted, "Fine. You, Zhou Shui. Every time I come here, I book a private room directly with you. But you never come with me. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for the past few days. I didn't expect you to have a gigolo hiding here." Zhou Shui quickly stood up, her face full of panic, and said, "Mr. Sun, what brings you here?" "Huh," the bald man said coldly. "You still have the nerve to ask me why I came here? Don't you know how many times I've called you? Men, take me away." "Yes." Several men behind the bald man rushed up and tried to forcibly take Zhou Shui away. "Ning Yan." Zhou Shui looked at Ning Yan, grabbed Ning Yan's arm, and said pitifully, I don't want to go with him." Ning Yan pinched Zhou Shui's pretty cheek and said calmly, "Don't worry, as long as you don't want to leave, no one can take you away." The bald man laughed loudly and said, "Your arrogance is bigger than athlete's foot. Young man, do you know who I am?" Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped, because an arm gripped the bald man's neck tightly, lifting him forcefully off the ground. "Don't misunderstand. It's not Ning Yan. It's Zhao Tianlong." Ning Yan certainly didn't come to the KTV to find Zhou Shui for no reason. He had arranged to meet Zhao Tianlong here beforehand. Zhao Tianlong gripped the bald man's neck, choking him until his face turned purple. Then, Zhao Tianlong threw the bald man to the ground and said indifferently, "I don't know who you are, nor do I need to know who you are. But you definitely know who I am. I am Zhao Tianlong. If you don't want to die, apologize to Mr. Ning and get out of here right now." The bald man, no longer displaying any of his previous arrogance, crawled from the ground to Ning Yan's side, his face pale, and said, You? You are Mr. Ning? Yes, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please don't hold it against me. When you're out in the world, the first thing you need to know is who you absolutely can't mess with. It's obvious that Zhao Tianlong is someone that bald men absolutely shouldn't mess with. Ning Yin hugged Zhou Shui, raised her right leg, and said unabashedly, My shoes are a little dirty. The bald man, drenched in sweat, said humbly, I'll wipe it for you right away. After saying that, he used his suit sleeve to polish Ning Yan's shoes. However, Ning Yan kicked his arm away and said expressionlessly, I didn't mean the shoes were dirty. I meant the soles were a bit dirty. Your bald head is shiny and oily, perfect for polishing shoes. After saying that, Ning Yan raised her foot and stepped directly on the bald man's head. Chapter 20 is utterly shocking. Arrogant. What exactly constitutes arrogance? The bald man's behavior just now doesn't deserve the word arrogant at all. As one of the top girls at the KTV, Zhou Shui had seen all sorts of important figures, as well as many arrogant and domineering people. Only today, seeing Ning Yan's actions, did she finally truly understand what real arrogance is. The bald man in front of me is surnamed Sunday. He is the owner of a construction company and is considered very wealthy. When he comes to KTV, he always acts like a big shot, with a large entourage, as if he's afraid others won't know how rich he is. But now, he knelt down in front of Ning Yan, and Ning Yan raised her foot and used the sole of her shoe to stomp and rub back and forth on the bald man's shiny head. This is a blatant humiliation. Even so, even though the bald man was extremely frustrated, he not only dared not lash out, but he also dared not show the slightest impatience on his face. He even had to put on a smiling face and serve him carefully. Why? That's because Zhao Tianlong clearly respects Ning Yan. When you're out in the game, nobody's a fool. The bald man could clearly see that Ning Yan was sitting on the sofa with her arms around Zhou Shui, but Zhao Tianlong was not there. Zhao Tianlong sat to the side, not even daring to sit down. It was as if Zhao Tianlong wouldn't dare to sit down if Ning Yan didn't speak. This is enough to prove that Ning Yan is even more terrifying than Zhao Tianlong. The bald man knew perfectly well that he couldn't afford to offend Zhao Tianlong. Don't let his status as a boss and his wealth fool you. If he offended Zhao Tianlong, his construction company, Zhao Tianlong has a million ways to bankrupt him in a heartbeat. He couldn't afford to offend Zhao Tianlong. So how could he possibly afford to offend Ning Yan, who is even more terrifying than Zhao Tianlong? Ning Yan rubbed the bald man's head with the sole of his large shoe for a full 5 minutes, then turned to look at Zhou Shui in his arms and asked with a smile, How is it? Are you angrier now? If you're still unhappy, let Zhao Tianlong throw him to the bottom of the river and let him sink to feed the fish. Zhou Shui was overwhelmed with emotions. She appears glamorous on the surface, her WeChat moments filled with pictures of her travels, designer bags, and luxury goods. She has countless admirers, and every post on her moments receives numerous likes from them. But only Zhou Shui herself knows how she obtained everything she has. To put it bluntly, she was a prostitute working in a KTV, a place of debauchery and debauchery. Every day, she had to carefully serve countless wealthy men, not to mention being subservient to them. Those rich men naturally looked down on people like her. No one ever considered her feelings, and no one cared about her thoughts. But now, Ning Yan is clearly trying to flatter her on purpose. Didn't the bald man look down on Zhou Shui? Now, whether or not to let the bald man go is up to Zhou Shui. In fact, the bald man's life or death was entirely in Zhou Shui's hands. Because, if Ning Yan were to speak up, Zhao Tianlong would really dare to send someone to throw the bald man directly into the river. The bald man was completely terrified and looked at Zhou Shui with a pleading expression. Looking at the bald man's eyes, Zhou Shui had only one feeling, which could be summed up in 4 words. She felt triumphant. With Ning Yan around, she doesn't need to grovel before anyone or try to please anyone anymore. I'm just a woman. Zhou Shui hugged Ning Yan tightly, her eyes blurry with tears, and said, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Look, this is a woman who has worked her way up in the sex industry. She really understands men. Ning Yan gave her face, flattered her, and made her feel superior. If it were an ordinary woman, she would probably have become arrogant. But Zhou Shui was different. She directly returned the decision-making power to Ning Yan. This is what it means to know when to advance and when to retreat, and to understand boundaries. All right, Ning Yan kicked the bald man away and said calmly, Since Xiao Xue has spoken up, I'll spare your life. Thank you, thank you. The bald man was very sensible. He thanked Ning Yin first, then Zhou Shui, and before leaving, he didn't forget to thank Zhao Tianlong. Then, without daring to say a harsh word, he led his men and fled in a sorry state. Zhou Shui felt a mix of emotions. This Mr. Sun, who clearly suffered a great loss and was trampled underfoot by Ning Yin, still had to be grateful to Ning Yin for showing leniency. This completely overturned Zhou Shui's understanding. Ning Yin ignored Zhou Shui and instead gestured towards Zhao Tianlong with her lip, saying, "Sit down." Zhao Tianlong waved his hand, signaling all his men to leave the private room. Then, he sat upright on the sofa next to Ning Yin. Zhou Shui was very perceptive and immediately started opening bottles of wine. "Mr. Ning." Zhao Tianlong picked up his wine glass and said in a deep voice, "On the way here, there was a car accident, which caused a bit of a traffic jam, so I'm a little late. Please forgive me." Ning Yin, a faint smile playing on her lips, looked directly at Zhao Tianlong and said sarcastically, "Traffic jams are indeed a reason, but that's enough to prove that your sincerity, Zhao Tianlong, is lacking. If you could leave half an hour earlier than the scheduled time, even if you encounter traffic jams, you could still arrive on time, am I right?" Zhao Tianlong felt a chill run down his spine and said respectfully, "Mr. Ning is right. From now on, whenever Mr. Ning summons me, I will definitely set off 2 hours in advance. I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine." After saying that, thump, 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 Zhao Tianlong downed 3 glasses of liquor in one go. 3 glasses of strong foreign liquor. Hard liquor. Throughout the entire process, Ning Yin didn't even blink, nor did she show any intention of stopping them. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shui couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart once again. Just like that bald man before, Zhao Tianlong could make him grovel with just a few words. But now, in front of Ning Yin, Zhao Tianlong adopted such a humble posture. One could even say he was incredibly modest. This shocked Zhou Shui to the extreme. She originally thought she valued Ning Yin enough, but only now did she realize that she had underestimated Ning Yin after all. After finishing the 3 glasses of wine, Zhou Shui poured the wine again, and Ning Yin calmly ordered, "Go out." "Okay, then call me anytime if you need anything. Just wait at the door." After saying that, in front of Zhao Tianlong, Zhou Shui deliberately kissed Ning Yin before happily running out of the private room. The matters to be discussed next are not convenient for Zhou Shui to know. Ning Yin picked up her wine glass, took a small sip, and then said slowly and deliberately, "A day is enough time to do a lot of things. I believe you have thoroughly investigated my background, right?" Zhao Tianlong remained silent. "Yes. Last night at the bar, Ning Yin immediately revealed Zhao Tianlong's safe combination. Moreover, Ning Yin knows so many of Zhao Tianlong's secrets. It's impossible for Zhao Tianlong not to investigate Ning Yin. The results showed that. Ning Yin is just an ordinary employee in the planning department of Hyatt Group. She has no connections whatsoever. But the more this is the case, the more uncertain Zhao Tianlong felt, the more uneasy he became. He couldn't be sure if Ning Yin had deliberately let him find out. What if Ning Yin did it on purpose, but concealed her true background? This is what Zhao Tianlong fears most. After a long silence, Zhao Tianlong said in a low voice, "Mr. Ning, as you yourself said, I am in a very difficult situation right now. I would be grateful if you could enlighten me and give me some guidance." Ning Yin asked calmly, "Do you know about the Shengli Group's number 3 plot project?" Zhao Tianlong paused for a moment, then replied truthfully, "I've heard some of it." Ning Yin nodded slightly and said calmly, "This project is now in my hands. How about I let you do it?" Zhao Tianlong was completely stunned. Chapter 21: The Opportunity has arrived. Zhao Tianlong held an extremely high position in Jinling. This point needs no further explanation. Undeniably, his influence was unparalleled. But then what? Then, everyone knew his true colors. To put it bluntly, like Zhou Shui, she's a prostitute. But what about Zhao Tianlong? He's fundamentally flawed. In the eyes of truly important people, people like Zhao Tianlong are destined to be unsuccessful in high society and can only make a living through shady means. Perhaps, to the average person, shady dealings can be a very lucrative business. But the problem is that the risks involved are just too great. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Tianlong is no exception. His fame grew, and so did his anxiety. He knew very well that if things continued like this, his fate would be dire in a few years. Even if he doesn't die, Zhao Tianlong can't help but think about the brothers who have followed him for so many years. But he couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. To put it bluntly, In the eyes of some big shots, he is a fat pig that is about to be fattened up. Once pigs are fattened up, they should be slaughtered and sold for money. The same principle applies. After Zhao Tianlong reaches a certain limit in his shady dealings, a truly powerful figure will step forward and take him down in one fell swoop. At that time, all of Zhao Tianlong's assets will become someone else's. All the glory Zhao Tianlong enjoys now will vanish in an instant. At most, many years later, someone might occasionally mention, "Oh, there was once an uncrowned king named Zhao Tianlong. Incredibly powerful. Later, he was finished." But then what? And then there was nothing more. Zhao Tianlong didn't want this to happen. He desperately wanted to make a change, but all of this depended on him needing a truly reliable backer. Otherwise, you want to change your business, and you can just do it? On what basis? For example, if you, Zhao Tianlong, want to undertake the construction project on plot number 3, why should Shengli Group cooperate with you, Zhao Tianlong? You, Zhao Tianlong, are a local bully, but Shengli Group is the leading industrial company in the entire Jinling. Who's afraid of whom? Most importantly, why should the Shengli Group, which is thriving, cooperate with you, Zhao Tianlong? What's the point? If Zhao Tianlong runs into trouble in the future, wouldn't the Shengli Group also get into trouble? Wouldn't that be just asking for trouble? That is precisely why. Even though Zhao Tianlong wanted to change his career path, he had absolutely no clue how, because no large company was willing to cooperate with him. He looks down on small businesses, and big businesses are simply not for him. But now, Ning Yin told him that the Shengli Group's number 3 plot construction project had been given to him, Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong almost thought he had misheard. Could it be that a pie has fallen from the sky? Zhao Tianlong hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ning Yin and tentatively asked, "Mr. Ning, are you serious?" Ning Yin said calmly, "I've already said it. This project is in my hands now. If I say I'll give it to you, then it's yours." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong clenched his fist tightly, unable to contain his excitement. But he was, after all, a seasoned veteran who had been navigating the social world for over a decade. He forced himself to calm down and pressed on again. "But this project belongs to the Victory Group. Is the Victory Group really willing to entrust this project to me?" Ning Yin frowned slightly and asked in return, "Does it matter whether Shengli Group is willing or not? That's my problem. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Tianlong took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and said in a deep voice, "It was my rashness. Mr. Ning, I am deeply grateful. If this matter is truly accomplished, then from this day forward, Zhao Tianlong is willing to follow Mr. Ning's lead without question." Ning Yin looked at Zhao Tianlong and suddenly smiled knowingly. "Zhao Tianlong, I heard that if you just wanted to get away on your own, you could have done so anytime. The reason you haven't been able to get away is because you want to take your underlings with you to successfully launder your money and go ashore? In today's realistic society, you still talk about brotherhood. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Zhao Tianlong remained silent for a long time, then laughed heartily. "If being loyal is considered laughable, then just consider me, Zhao Tianlong, the most laughable person in the world. I accept it." "Ha, ha ha ha." Ning Yin patted Zhao Tianlong on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Good, good. I didn't misjudge you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Yes, in fact, given Zhao Tianlong's personal abilities, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to change his image or clear his name if he wanted to. The difficulty lies in the fact that Zhao Tianlong wants to lead his group of men to successfully land on land. You should know, these days, in many people's eyes, friends are just for betraying. Especially these people, who are all good friends and brothers in ordinary times, but when it comes to the final moment, they betray their brothers to save themselves. This is just everyday food. Many so-called big brothers will shift all the blame onto their underlings when something goes wrong. Some people even manage to make it big, then successfully launder their money and abandon their former brothers, leaving them to fend for themselves. But Zhao Tianlong is different. In the previous life, Ning Yin once commented on Zhao Tianlong, saying that he was somewhat pedantic. Although he was involved in the underworld, he still had a bit of the chivalrous spirit of ancient times in his bones. Moreover, this person is far too loyal and sentimental. This is his greatest weakness. Certainly, that's why Ning Yin intervened in her previous life, saving Zhao Tianlong and making him her absolute confidant. Now, having been reborn, the first person Ning Yin wants to bring to her side is Zhao Tianlong, who is also considered by many to be unworthy of high status. That's right, Many so-called important figures in suits and ties looked down on Zhao Tianlong. But Ning Yin firmly believed that the righteous were mostly lowly butchers, while the ungrateful were mostly scholars. In the previous life, Zhao Tianlong has never disappointed Ning Yin. He is utterly loyal. If that's the case, in this life, Ning Yin is naturally willing to lend Zhao Tianlong a hand. The company that won the contract for the Shengli Group's number 3 plot construction project is Shengdong Group. I am the big boss of Shengdong Group. Ning Yin looked at Zhao Tianlong and calmly instructed, from today onwards, you, Zhao Tianlong, are officially the CEO of Shengdong Group. As for how to arrange your men, that's up to you. I only have one requirement. You absolutely cannot cause any trouble. Do you understand? Zhao Tianlong's eyes welled up with tears, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Xianing. Ning Yin stood up, tossed Zhao Tianlong a cigarette, and said, let's go. While there are fewer people around, let's go check out our project site now. Yes. Stepping out of the private room, Ning Yin looked at Zhou Shui standing at the door and suddenly had a bright idea. She narrowed her eyes and said, haven't you always wanted to become a truly superior person? If I told you now that the opportunity has come, would you be willing to come with me? Chapter 22. Guan Yu opens his eyes. Hearing Ning Yin's words, Zhou Shui replied without hesitation, I do. Ning Yin raised an eyebrow and asked, don't you want to think about it more carefully? Zhou Shui linked arms with Ning Yin and said with a charming smile, you're right. I've always wanted to be someone of high status, but here, no matter how much money I make, I can never truly be someone of high status. So, I'm willing to listen to you. Speaking of which, Zhou Shui looked up, winked at Ning Yin, and said with a grin, Ning Yin, I'm very obedient. I'll even call you Dad. Ning Yin couldn't help but chuckle, pinching Zhou Shui's pretty cheek and saying with a smile, very good, I like smart and obedient girls. Come with me. More than half an hour later, Ning Yin and her group arrived at the construction site. Shengli Group's number 3 plot is located in the southern suburbs of the city. Despite being in the suburbs, this project is the envy of many. Because according to the Victory Group's plan, the plan is to develop plot number 3 into a villa community. It's the legendary upscale neighborhood. Since the project has not yet officially started construction, only a few people from Shengli Group are guarding the huge construction site. Ning Yin led Zhao Tianlong and Zhou Shui on a tour, giving them a general overview of the project's initial structure, and then emphasizing how to operate the project to achieve success. Zhao Tianlong tried his best to memorize it all, but as the saying goes, a trade is like a mountain, and he couldn't understand it at all. It seemed like a fantasy. I forgot. Ning Yin lit a cigarette, chuckled, and said, you've always been involved in shady dealings and don't understand real estate at all. Zhao Tianlong hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, Mr. Ning, you seem to know a lot about the specific operations of real estate. Have you worked in real estate? Ning Yin shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. In this life, he certainly had no experience in real estate, but the point is that in his previous life, he had been a prominent figure in the business world for 30 years, so he naturally knew a lot about real estate. But the problem is that Zhao Tianlong had just sent someone to investigate Ning Yin, and the information he received was that Ning Yin was just an employee in the planning department of Hyatt Group. This stark contrast. This made Zhao Tianlong even more convinced that Ning Yin must be hiding her true abilities. Just as everyone was preparing to leave the construction site, a large group of tattooed thugs with menacing faces stormed into the construction site, shoving and pushing the workers guarding the site with extremely arrogant behavior. The leader, looking impatient, shouted rudely, who is Ning Yin? Tell him to get out here and see me. If he's not here, call him. Zhao Tianlong's face darkened, and he said directly, Mr. Ning, I'll handle this. Ning Yin shook her head slightly and said calmly, if it's a competitor deliberately causing trouble, it's not convenient for you to step in directly for the time being. I'll go over and see what's going on first. After saying that, Ning Yin, leading Zhou Shui, walked straight forward and asked with a frown, what happened? The leader glanced at Ning Yin, his eyes lighting up, and said with a grin, oh, the main character has arrived. What a coincidence. Ning Yin narrowed her eyes and asked in return, you know me? The leader hesitated for a moment, then shouted again, I'm Li the Madman. Ning Yin, I'm here today specifically to teach you a lesson. Li the Madman. His full name is Li Xiao. This bastard is also involved in the underworld. Although his status is nowhere near that of Zhao Tianlong, he is still quite famous. To be precise, It's infamous. Rumor has it that Li the Madman has been known for his ruthlessness since his debut. In particular, he loves to drink, and he always gets drunk. When he's drunk, he turns on you and becomes completely unrecognizable. He's crazy and difficult to deal with all the time. Then, Li Fengzi, being foolish, offended some big shot and was cornered in a small alley. Result: Li the Madman used a watermelon knife to hack down 13 people. He became famous overnight. In Li Fengzi's own words, "When I go crazy, even I'm scared of myself." From then on, Li the Madman got the nickname Mad Dog, but he didn't like the name, so he called himself Li the Madman. The key issue is that Ning Yin was absolutely certain that, whether in his past life or this one, he did not know this so-called Madman Li. Two people who had never crossed paths could not possibly have any conflict. Ning Yin had never offended Madman Li. This is sufficient proof. Someone wanted to get revenge on Ning Yin, so they specially invited Li Fengzi to teach Ning Yin a lesson. But, with such a small commotion, it was clear that it was impossible for Ning Yin to lose her composure. Ning Yin looked at Li Fengzi with a calm and composed expression and said, "Anything can be discussed. How about this? You tell me who hired you to deal with me, and I will spare you. How about that?" Li Fengzi was so angry he laughed, pointed at Ning Yin's nose, and cursed, "Spare me? Do you even know who I am? You're like a cotton candy stuck in your ass. What are you pretending to be?" As they were talking, with a rip, Li Fengzi ripped off his t-shirt. "I hate pretty boys like you the most. I was thinking of just breaking one of your legs as a token gesture, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to break your legs." Li Fengzi roared and charged straight at Ning Yin, wielding an iron rod. Ning Yin shook her head slightly, sighed, and waved to Zhao Tianlong behind her without turning her head. Li the Madman is almost there. But, the next moment, Zhao Tianlong suddenly appeared in front of Ning Yin and kicked Li Fengzi away with a big foot. Caught off guard, Li the Madman fell flat on his face. "Did you really get caught off guard? Where did this little bastard come from? You little brat?" He finished speaking halfway through. Li the Madman, who was cursing and swearing, suddenly stopped. In the middle of the night, the lights on the construction site weren't very bright, and although he hadn't seen Zhao Tianlong before, he could see him clearly now. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. Upon discovering that the person standing before him was none other than the legendary Zhao Tianlong, Li Fengzi couldn't help but be startled. "Brother Tianlong," Li Fengzi asked suspiciously, "what are you doing here?" Zhao Tianlong uttered a single word succinctly, "Get lost." With so many people around, especially his underlings, being so ruthlessly reprimanded by Zhao Tianlong, Li Fengzi was losing face. He glared at Zhao Tianlong with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "Brother Tianlong, I would normally be willing to give you face, but what does this have to do with you? What gives you the right to step in and settle this?" Zhao Tianlong stood next to Ning Yin and said expressionlessly, "Mr. Ning is my boss." "Boss?" Li Fengzi scoffed and said, "The famous Tianlong brother in Jinling's underworld never bows and scrapes to anyone. When did he get a boss?" "Zhao Tianlong, are you fucking playing me?" Zhao Tianlong squinted at Li Fengzi and asked, "Do you want to die?" "Oh," Li Fengzi sneered and said, "Others may be afraid of you, Zhao Tianlong, but I'm not." "Zhao Tianlong, don't blame me for not warning you. When I, Li Fengzi, go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. You must give me an explanation for what happened tonight." "Very good," Zhao Tianlong nodded and said coldly. "It's been many years since anyone in Jinling has dared to speak to me like that." While speaking, Zhao Tianlong took off his white short-sleeved shirt. Unlike Li Fengzi, Zhao Tianlong didn't have that kind of fancy over-the-shoulder dragon, but on his back, there was a Guangong statue engraved. Many people may not be very clear about this. In the underworld, tattoos are a very serious matter. They're not something you can just get randomly. Especially Guangong, who is revered as a god in the underworld, is not someone that everyone can bear, and only those who have truly been involved in the underworld and are extremely successful at it will know that the Guangong tattoo itself has a special meaning. To be precise, for example, the Guangong tattoo on Zhao Tianlong's back is engraved with pigeon blood using a special technique. It's not an ordinary tattoo. Normally, the tattoo on his back depicts Guangong with his eyes closed. In the parlance of the underworld, Zhao Tianlong cracked his neck, took a thin iron rod from his subordinate, pointed it at Li Fengzi, and said indifferently, "I've heard that in the last 2 years, you mad dog have been biting people everywhere on the streets. You bite whoever you see, and nobody dares to back down. Tonight, I, Zhao Tianlong, will personally experience your skills. After saying that, Zhao Tianlong, wielding an iron rod, charged directly at Li Fengzi. At the same time, as Zhao Tianlong moved, the Guangong statue on his back, which had been sitting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Chapter 23: A Dead Dog. Honestly, although Li Fengzi was stubborn, he immediately backed down when Zhao Tianlong actually took action. As we all know, when Zhao Tianlong first started out in the underworld, he carved out his own path entirely with his bare hands. Zhao Tianlong is truly an extremely skilled fighter. This is something everyone acknowledges. As for Li the Madman, he's just someone who dares to go crazy and fight to the death. Death. As the old saying goes, the soft fear the hard, and the hard fear the reckless. But, faced with overwhelming strength, no matter how reckless you are, you're simply no good. That's raw power. Take this crazy guy Li for example. He knows his own limitations perfectly well. He's absolutely certain that he can't possibly be a match for Zhao Tianlong. Or it can be understood as, others might fear Li Fengzi's reckless madness, but Zhao Tianlong was not afraid at all. Li Fengzi's most effective techniques were completely useless against Zhao Tianlong, which was tantamount to cutting off his own arm before the fight even started. How can we fight like this? Then, Li Fengzi waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, if you're a man, come at me." Pity. The group of men under Li Fengzi were terrified when they saw Zhao Tianlong and didn't dare to make a move. Li Fengzi roared in fury. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? Tonight, join me in taking down Zhao Tianlong, and tomorrow we'll be famous. Who knows? I, Li Fengzi, might even replace Zhao Tianlong. If Zhao Tianlong can become the uncrowned king of the underworld, so can I, Li Fengzi. Those with penises, come at me. Get out of the way, you coward. Perhaps it was Li Fengzi's coaxing and deceitful words that provoked his underlings. The group of men, in a chaotic manner, took advantage of their numbers and charged directly at Zhao Tianlong. Ning Yan raised an eyebrow and asked the crowd behind her, "Li Fengzi has so many people, while Zhao Tianlong is all alone. Aren't you going to help him?" Scarface, Zhao Tianlong's trusted henchman, said with a smile, "Mr. Ning, you underestimate our boss." In the next 5 minutes, Ning Yan finally witnessed firsthand just how formidable Zhao Tianlong was. Zhao Tianlong, carrying the iron rod, dragged it along the ground, took a few meters of running start, and then leaped into the air. He knocked Li Fengzi down with one blow. To put it bluntly, if Zhao Tianlong was a tiger descending the mountain, then Li Fengzi and his group were simply like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They say 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Zhao Tianlong, alone with an iron rod, beat Li Fengzi and his 9 men until they were screaming and howling, their teeth falling to the ground. Even if Li Fengzi went completely mad, persevering and getting up again and again, he was still powerless to fight back. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, all 9 of Li Fengzi's men were lying on the ground groaning, and none of them could stand up again. Li the Madman was lying on the ground. Zhao Tianlong used the iron rod in his hand to lift Li Fengzi's chin and asked coldly, "Tell me, who sent you?" Cough. Li Fengzi looked at Zhao Tianlong with a complicated expression and chuckled strangely. "Zhao Tianlong is indeed Zhao Tianlong. You're really powerful. However, I still know the rules. No matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I, Li Fengzi, will not break the rules. No matter who hired Li Fengzi to take revenge on Ning Yan, they must have paid a high price. If Li Fengzi reveals the mastermind behind it all, it would be tantamount to completely breaking the rules. Once this rule is broken, from now on, this mad dog Li Fengzi will not only be crazy, but will be thoroughly infamous. In the underworld, reputation is very important. A person with a bad reputation can't survive in the underworld. Zhou Shui is very good at handling things. She moved a chair over to Ning Yan from the side. Ning Yan sat imposingly in her chair, smoking a cigarette, squinting as she quietly watched Zhao Tianlong devise a method to get Li Fengzi to talk. Honestly, in her previous life, Ning Yan was a powerful and influential figure who rose to prominence very quickly, especially after she ranked high on the Forbes rich list. She had virtually no involvement in low-level activities like those in the underworld, even after they subdued Zhao Tianlong. Given Ning Yan's status at that time, she no longer needed to resort to violence. Ning Yan had always thought Zhao Tianlong was a loyal and righteous person. He really didn't know that Zhao Tianlong was such a good fighter. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianlong is not only loyal, but also overly rule-abiding, which naturally makes him less unrestrained. So, even though he beat Li Fengzi to a pulp tonight, he still couldn't get Li Fengzi to talk. Ning Yin threw away her cigarette but stood up, stretched, and said lazily to Zhao Tianlong, "I'll do it." Zhao Tianlong asked in astonishment, "Mr. Ning, what's going on?" "Huh." Ning Yin picked up a shovel from the construction site and slowly walked towards Li Fengzi. To be honest, Ning Yin, dressed in a suit and tie and looking quite refined, was holding an iron shovel, which looked rather incongruous and strange. It was also very out of place. Li Fengzi's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. The next moment, my premonition came true. Ning Yin didn't waste any words with Li Fengzi. She raised the shovel and slammed it down on Li Fengzi's chest. Cough. Then, Ning Yin looked down at Li Fengzi and asked calmly, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who sent you to cause me trouble?" Everyone was stunned. Zhou Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale, and even Zhao Tianlong was stunned. As I said before, from any perspective, Ning Yin was a refined and cultured person. Before this, no one present had ever imagined that Ning Yin would have such a ruthless side. To put it bluntly, a dog that bites doesn't bark. The more someone shouts and bares their teeth all day long, the less capable they are. At best, they're all bark and no bite. All bark and no bite. Ning Yin is different. A person like him either doesn't make a move at all, or when he does, he's aiming to kill someone. This strong sense of contrast, it created an unparalleled shock for everyone. Li Fengzi felt a chill run through his body. His whole body was ice cold. Ugh, I swear. Because the iron rod was stuck in Li Fengzi's mouth, he could only stammer and mumble, unable to speak clearly. Ning Yin returned the iron rod to Zhao Tianlong. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fengzi said directly, Guijin from the Shengli group sent me." With a click, Ning Yin squatted down in front of Li Fengzi, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly into Li Fengzi's face. Then, Ning Yin looked at Li Fengzi, raised her right hand, and slapped Li Fengzi's cheek without restraint, saying with a smile, "If you had done this earlier, why would you have suffered like this?" "Right." Li the madman lay on the ground, motionless, like a dead dog. "I'm trembling." Chapter 24. Women love bad boys. Ning Yin was clearly smiling, but Li Fengzi really wanted to cry. Honestly, Li Fengzi would rather face Zhao Tianlong than Ning Yin. No matter how skilled Zhao Tianlong is in combat, he always acts within the rules. While such a person is powerful, he isn't particularly terrifying. To some extent, although Zhao Tianlong was a big shot in the underworld compared to others in the underworld, Zhao Tianlong could really be considered a good person. But Ning Yin is different. He was dressed in a suit and tie, and even his hair was combed neatly. He looked exactly like a scholar who couldn't even kill a chicken. Who would have thought? Ning Yin doesn't play by the rules at all. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. If it were Zhao Tianlong, Li Fengzi could almost guess how Zhao Tianlong would deal with him. It is precisely people like Ning Yin, who have no taboos, who are the most difficult to provoke. "Where's the phone?" Ning Yin looked at Li Fengzi and said with a smile, "Take out your phone and call our President Gua to say hello." Li Fengzi was almost in tears, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he took out his phone and dialed Guijin. "Hey, crazy guy, is everything done? How many legs did Ning Yin break?" "Mr. Gua." Before Li Fengzi could finish speaking, Ning Yin took the phone and said, "Good evening, President Gua." Suddenly, hearing Ning Yan's voice, Guijin's body suddenly stiffened slightly. He took the phone away from his ear, carefully examined the contact on the screen, and after confirming that it was Li Fengzi's number, Guijin said in a dark voice, "Ning Yin, how did Fengzi's phone end up in your hands?" Ning Yin exhaled a smoke ring and said with a smile, "Why is Li Fengzi's phone in my hands? Shouldn't you be asking President Guo about that?" With a thud, Guijin swallowed hard and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. After a long silence, Guijin Kai finally stammered, Ning Yin, don't do anything rash. This has nothing to do with me." Ning Yin chuckled and said, "Since it has nothing to do with you, why are you panicking? All right, it's late at night. Let's not beat around the bush. President Gua, you sent Li the madman to deal with me tonight. Guess how I should repay you?" Guijin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Ning Yin, since Li Fengzi has his phone, it means he didn't hurt you. We're even. I promise I won't bother you again. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay?" Ning Yin shook her head and said calmly, I don't think it's very good. Guijin was nearly driven mad and pressed. So what exactly do you want? Ning Yin said slowly and deliberately. President Gua, I'm a very reasonable person. You see, you sent Li the madman to deal with me, and as a result, Li the madman was no match for me at all. But that's because I'm strong enough. But you sending someone to retaliate against me is real. It's only fair to reciprocate. So I, Ning, will definitely give you a big gift in return. Please wait and see. After saying that, Ning Yin hung up the phone immediately. Hello? Hello? Guijin's face was deathly pale. Last time, Ning Yin first sent him to jail, then took the number 3 plot project, and then slept with his daughter Chao Qingying. This time, Guijin wanted to take revenge on Ning Yin, but he failed. Guijin simply couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying way Ning Yin would retaliate against him. At this point in time, Guijin felt utterly hopeless. On the other end, Ning Yin drove his Chevrolet away from the construction site with Zhou Shui in his car. Inside the car, Zhou Shui asked curiously, Ning Yin, I thought you stole Xia Lu's project to curry favor with Kaiwe, but I didn't expect you to secretly start your own Shandong group. But since you're already a big boss, why do you still work at Kaiwe? Ning Yin said with a smile, because I just want to be an ordinary working person. Working people, working spirit, working people are all superior. That's utter nonsense. In his previous life, Ning Yin dominated the political scene for 30 years, and he knew better than anyone else how terrifying capital could be. Someone like him, with no connections, suddenly getting the number 3 urban development project will immediately make him a target of public criticism. To rise to prominence, one must learn to conceal one's strengths, develop stealthily, and one day, when the time is right, reveal all one's cards. By then, he had become powerful enough that no one dared to cause him any trouble. Zhao Tianlong is different. He was a notorious bad guy. At the very least, most people wouldn't dare to cause him trouble. Having him stand up for Ning Yin was the most suitable thing for him. And Zhao Tianlong was also eager to change his career path, so the two of them got what they needed. And what about me? Zhou Shui asked with slight nervousness. You said you would help me become a truly superior person, but what can I do for you? Ning Yin said calmly. As you said, Shandong Group is now in my hands. Plot number 3 is just one of the projects. Shandong Group can't just do this one project. In the future, you will find that Shandong Group will have more and more projects. As you can see, Shandong Group is currently just an empty shell and is severely short of people. Therefore, I hope you can make use of your strengths. Zhou Shui asked blankly, special skills? What special skills do I have? Ning Yin chuckled and said, your strengths are that you understand men's minds very well. You're smart and obedient, so if possible, I'll hand over the public relations department to you, and a part of the sales department as well. Once the company officially launches, you'll be the head of the public relations department. Public relations department head? These words severely provoked Zhou Shui. You should know, once you get a managerial position, it's equivalent to entering the company's management team. Just like Xia Lu, who didn't hesitate to have an extramarital affair in order to get a position in the Kaiwe business department. Zhou Shui was filled with excitement. Ning Yin, really? Can I really do it? Ning Yin nodded slightly. More real than gold. However, besides that, I have another very important task for you. Zhou Shui thought for a moment, then blurted out, Xiao Lu. Ning Yin freed one hand and pinched Zhou Shui's pretty cheek, laughing. See? I told you, you're really smart. That's right, it's Xiao Lu. Guess what Xiao Lu would think if she found out one day that you'd become the head of the public relations department at a large company? Zhou Shui's eyes darted around, and she said happily, of course she's envious and jealous. But Ning Yin, I think what you really want me to do is to get Xiao Lu, who has already lost her job and been fired, recruited into Shandong Group, right? Then, on the day you finally revealed your true identity, Xiao Lu suddenly discovered that not only had I become her boss, but also your husband, whom she had always looked down upon, was actually the legendary big boss of Shandong Group. At that time, Xiao Lu's expression will surely be quite interesting. Ning Yin said indifferently, no, you're thinking too simply. Even God said, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. I will use you to first elevate Xiao Lu to a high position, make her arrogant, make her crazy, make her think she's the most powerful. Then I'll ruthlessly bring her down to earth, and finally let her know that I am the real boss of Shandong Group. Zhou Shui looked at Ning Yin, giggled, and said in a coquettish voice, just thinking about it is exciting. Ning Yin, you're so naughty. But I like it. Ning Yin, how about coming to my place tonight? Zhou Shui looked intently at Ning Yin and said urgently, I'm very anxious. Chapter 25 Absolutely No Tolerance. Zhou Shui lives in a studio apartment. It was a rented apartment, a simple one-bedroom apartment. More than an hour later, the dust has settled. Ning Yin rested against the headboard. Zhou Shui obediently picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, took one out, put it in Ning Yan's mouth, and lit it for her. Then she said with a grin, a cigarette afterward is better than being a god. Right. Ning Yin took a deep breath and chuckled to herself. Zhou Shui, this woman, she's practically a little devil because she really understands men. She knows what men want and caters to their desires. Once a woman like this seizes an opportunity, she can become incredibly formidable, even soaring to great heights. Without a doubt, now, in Zhou Shui's eyes, Ning Yin is the biggest opportunity she has ever had in her life, and she naturally wants to seize it and hold on to it tightly. Zhou Shui snuggled up to Ning Yin and blatantly took out her phone to send Xia Lu a WeChat message. Xia, are you asleep? What are you doing? Xia Lu replied instantly. I got fired. Nothing to do. Ning Yin is working overtime and not home. I'm so bored. Watching dramas. Crying emoji. Zhou Xuechong grinned mischievously at Ning Yin. Xia Lu thought you were working overtime. She probably never dreamed that you were lying right next to me. At that very moment, Xia Lu suddenly made a video call. However, Zhou Shui remained calm. She slightly turned her body to avoid Ning Yin, but not completely, before answering the video call. Xiao Xue, why are you still up so late? Huh. Xia Lu paused slightly halfway through her sentence, then suddenly widened her eyes and said, Xiao Xue, is someone next to you? Zhou Shui deliberately feigned panic, as if she had been caught in the act, and quickly stepped aside, saying insincerely, No, it's just me. Xia Lu pouted and retorted, You're still pretending with me. I saw it all, and I'm certain it was a man. We're best friends. How could you keep it from me? Tell me, did you get a boyfriend? Zhou Shui stammered. Oh, we're all women. You know what I mean. Xia Lu smiled bitterly and said, Ning Yin doesn't understand me at all. She's always so cautious and not manly at all. Here it comes. This is exactly what Zhou Shui wanted to hear. How is Ning Yin not manly? I think she's quite masculine. Hey, it's my own man. Do you think I know him better than you do? Zhou Shui's smile was as beautiful as a flower. Perhaps you really don't understand men as well as I do. Okay, I just wanted to check on you since you just lost your job. I'll hang up now. All right, then I won't interfere with your good time with your boyfriend. Xia Lu, without suspecting anything, hung up the phone immediately. Zhou Xuechong asked Ning Yin with a grin, How did I do? Did I give myself away? Ning Yin exhaled a smoke ring and teased, Seriously, what are you doing bothering Xia Lu, a woman, in the middle of the night? Zhou Shui snorted and pouted, saying, It's because she always bullies you. I'm going to get revenge on her on purpose. One day when she finds out about you and me, I'll make her furious. As we were talking, Ning Yin's phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Lu calling, and it was a video call. Zhou Shui's heart skipped a beat, and she asked nervously, This is terrible. How can we possibly do this? This is Zhou Shui's home. You can answer the phone, but you absolutely cannot answer video calls. Even if you run to the restroom, it's not allowed. Because Xia Lu was originally an employee of Kaiwei, and she could tell at a glance that Ning Yin was not in the company. But Ning Yin remained completely calm. He simply hung up the phone and sent a concise message, Busy. Zhou Shui clicked her tongue in amazement and said, Ning Yin, you didn't answer the phone and you actually hung up right away. With Xia Lu's personality, she'll probably make a scene when you get home. Ning Yin said calmly. So what if we make a scene? And then what? And then there was nothing more. In the past, Ning Yin doted on Xia Lu so much that even if Xia Lu was being unreasonable, Ning Yin would try her best to coax her. But things are different now. Ning Yin was already planning to get revenge on Xia Lu. So if she wanted to cause trouble, let her cause trouble. Ning Yin would absolutely not tolerate it. Not to mention, Xia Lu is now unemployed, and Ning Yin is her only source of income. Money talks, so Xia Lu might not dare to cause trouble like before. In fact, Xia Lu was so aroused by Zhou Shui's teasing that she couldn't help but make a video call to Ning Yin. She never expected that Ning Yin would hang up on her. Xia Lu was very angry. In all the years she'd been with Ning Yin, this was the first time Ning Yin had hung up on her. Before, no matter what Ning Yin was doing, he would always answer her calls. Xia Lu typed rapidly on her phone, unleashing a string of questions accusing Ning Yan. However, after a moment's thought, she ultimately deleted all the unpleasant words. Then, I edited a message and clicked send. It's late, honey, you've worked so hard. Keep going. I'm waiting for you. A smiley face emoji was even added at the end. As it turns out, women really shouldn't be spoiled. Ning Yan chuckled and said to Zhou Shui, see, I knew it would turn out like this. Zhou Shui glared at Ning Yan. Ning Yan, you're so naughty. At that very moment, Ning Yan received another WeChat message, but this time it wasn't from Xia Lu, but from Guo Jin's daughter, Chao Qingying. Little brother, I miss you so much. If I don't contact you first, will you never contact me again? Zhou Shui was slightly jealous and asked, Ning Yan, where did this little vixen come from? Ning Yan retorted, what? Are you jealous? Zhou Shui gave a self-deprecating laugh and murmured, it's important for a person to know their own limitations. What right do I have to be jealous? Ning Yan pinched Zhou Shui's pretty cheek and smiled. This is Guo Jin's daughter, Chao Qingying. I'm leaving. After saying that, Ning Yan got up, took a shower, changed her clothes, went downstairs, and drove away. Zhou Shui stood by the window, quietly watching Ning Yan leave, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew perfectly well that she could never be worthy of Ning Yan. She knew even more clearly that Ning Yan was simply using her to get revenge on Xia Lu. And she knew her place very well. At best, she was just a seasoning for Ning Yan in her spare time, and she had no right to be jealous. But the shock Ning Yan brought her these past few days was so great that she found it all worthwhile. Most importantly, there is no woman in this world who is not jealous. That is precisely why, at this moment, upon learning that Ning Yan was leaving her to see another woman, Zhou Shui suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. At that very moment, with a ding, WeChat rang. It was a message from Ning Yan. Stop staring at me from the window. I'll deal with you, you little devil, when I have time tomorrow. Zhou Shui turned her head and looked out the window again. She could clearly see that downstairs, Ning Yan had stopped her car, walked to the streetlight outside, and was waving at her. With a poof sound, Zhou Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a lovable yet infuriating little man. Human nature. It's the most complicated thing in the world. For example, right now, some people will definitely see this and smugly complain, saying things like, oh, Zhou Shui is just a prostitute. The protagonist hangs out with her all the time. Isn't that beneath him? As if they're so great. So here's the question. How many men go to karaoke without ordering drinks? And how many men spend lavishly, even tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan, at karaoke? What are they after? They say no, but their actions tell a different story. They complain that this is dirty and that is ugly, but when they look back, they realize that the few oddballs around them aren't much better, and none of them seem to be theirs. If you can't reach it, you shouldn't complain about sour grapes. That's incredibly low class. To put it bluntly, with Zhou Shui's looks and figure, if she took the initiative to throw herself at him, those men who would otherwise shun her online would run themselves ragged, believe it or not. Just a wink, and they'd be completely captivated, convinced she'd have her eye on us. We're all men. No need to stand on ceremony. We all understand. As for Ning Yan, he didn't care about Zhou Shui's other identities. As long as Zhou Shui was Xia Lu's best friend, that was enough. And now, Ning Yan set her sights on Guo Jin's daughter. Chapter 26 Picking Up Girls. It's all about the tricks. After leaving Zhou Shui's apartment, Ning Yan finally replied to Chao Qingying's message calmly. I was just taking a shower. Where are you? Chao Qingying replied quickly. Why should I tell you? Ning Yan simply smiled and dismissed it. Even if a rich and beautiful woman like Chao Qingying admires Ning Yan, she is still proud and arrogant at heart. She sent this message. She wasn't really throwing a tantrum. It was more like she was being coquettish. After all, Ning Yan hadn't spoken to her all day, and she was the one who initiated the message to Ning Yan. She wanted Ning Yan to coax her a bit, so she went along with it. Does Ning Yan understand women? Actually, he really knows it very well. Undeniably, in his previous life, Ning Yan remained unmarried because he was deeply in love with Xia Lu. However, the problem was that Ning Yan had been a powerful figure for 30 years and had been with far too many so-called beautiful women. Come and throw yourself into my arms. Although Ning Yan always kept everyone at arm's length, he was so rich that the more aloof he was, the more all sorts of women would flock to him like moths to a flame. In order to win over Ning Yan, those women used every means at their disposal, leaving no stone unturned. Ning Yan had seen far too many women's little tricks, so she naturally understood women well enough. I also know how to deal with all kinds of women. Just like now, he knew exactly what Chao Qingying wanted, but he deliberately did not do it that way. He chose to do the opposite. He did not reply to Chao Qingying. Not a single word. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Tianlong directly, instructing, "Do you remember the girl I took from the bar last night? Find out where she is now. Is she at Night Temptation or some other bar?" Zhao Tianlong said respectfully, "No problem, Mr. Ning. Please wait a moment. I will send someone to investigate immediately." Chao Qingying's favorite place to go is bars. With Zhao Tianlong's influence in Jinling, finding someone in such a decadent place would be really not difficult. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Tianlong replied, "Mr. Ning, what a coincidence. That girl is at nightfall, and in the same spot as last night." Ning Yan stepped on the gas and sped off into the alluring night. On the other end, Chao Qingying was furious when she didn't receive a message from Ning Yan for a long time. "Damn Ning Yan. You wicked Ning Yan. You bastard. How dare you ignore me? Are you really ignoring me? I'm so annoyed. Waiter, a drink please." Chao Qingying grew angrier the more she thought about it. She just didn't understand. She was the eldest daughter of the Victory Group, and during the day, she had just helped Ning Yan secure a huge order. What was wrong with acting cute? Result: Ning Yan's temper was even worse than hers. She just ignored her completely? This infuriated Chao Qingying. However, after finishing her drink, Ning Yan still didn't reply, and Chao Qingying finally couldn't help but start to panic. After all, she knew very well that Ning Yan was not like her ex-boyfriends, those good-for-nothings who were all obedient puppy dogs. But judging from Ning Yan's performance at the bar last night, knocking out Lu Mingkai and his 2 companions in half a minute, Ning Yan was a real big wolf dog. Could it be that I really went too far? That's right. I'm a rich heiress who idles around all day, but Ning Yan is different. He just won a project today. He's been busy all day. He must be very tired. But I'm so inconsiderate of him. I even take my anger out on him. I'm such a bad person. The worst thing is to overthink things. When a woman is being unreasonable, under normal circumstances, the more you try to appease her, the more subconsciously she will feel that she is right, even if she is being unreasonable. But just ignore her. Don't try to coax her, but absolutely do not argue with her, and definitely do not try to reason with her. Just leave her alone and let her calm down. In fact, she can't calm down. She'll soon feel guilty. She'll seriously consider whether her unreasonable behavior was truly inappropriate. Just like now, Chao Qingying clearly began to feel anxious and insecure. Will he never talk to me again? But I was the one who helped him secure that big deal. Victory Group belongs to my family. How dare he ignore me? No, I can't think like that. If I use the Victory Group to pressure Ning Yan, given her wolfish personality, she'll probably never talk to me again. Then what should I do? How about you apologize? No, why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. But what should we do if we don't apologize? In a short time, Chao Qingying was caught in a mental struggle. After hesitating for a long time, Chao Qingying carefully typed a sentence and sent it to Ning Yan. "Hey, little brother, why aren't you replying to me?" 2 minutes passed. Like a stone sinking into the sea, Ning Yan did not reply at all. Chao Qingying's heart tightened, and she asked again, "Asleep?" There has still been no reply. Seriously? I don't think you're asleep. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Hey bro, can you say something? Even just a simple would be great. Hey, Ning Yan, say something. Okay, I was wrong, sir. Sir, please don't ignore me, okay? However, no matter what Chao Qingying said, Ning Yan did not respond at all. Chao Qingying felt extremely wronged. At this moment, she felt like she was a simp. But what's even more infuriating is that she just can't let go of Ning Yan. I'm alluring in the night. Hey bro, I'm still in the same spot, the same place where we first met. I've been waiting for you. Please don't ignore me, okay? I'll keep waiting for you. After sending this message, overwhelmed with grief, Chao Qingying picked up her wine cup to drink. However, just then, Ning Yan suddenly appeared, snatched the wine glass, and said with a smile, "Drinking too much wine will harm your health." Chao Qingying stared at Ning Yan, dumbfounded, and asked, "Big brother, why are you here?" Ning Yan reached out and pinched Chao Qingying's nose, saying gently, "I knew you would be waiting for me here, so I came." Upon hearing this, Chao Qingying felt a sudden lump in her throat and almost burst into tears, but she still asked haughtily, "Then, why didn't you reply to my messages?" Ning Yan said earnestly, "Silly boy, because I know you're waiting for me here. I was driving just now, and I was anxious to see you. I didn't want you to be waiting for me here all alone, so I had to get to you as fast as I could." Chao Qingying was on the verge of tears. In a daze, Chao Qingying suddenly remembered the toxic inspirational quotes on the internet. To judge a man, you should not only look at what he says, but also what he does. Anyone can talk a good game, but actions speak louder than words. Without a doubt, in Chao Qingying's opinion, Ning Yin belongs to the latter. After all, before this, she had never told Ning Yin that she was here. She had just sent Ning Yin a message to tell her location, but Ning Yin appeared in less than 10 seconds. This is enough to prove that Ning Yin was not lying, but really had been heading to the bar. In just a few minutes, Chao Qingying's emotions went through a roller coaster ride, from sadness to being instantly filled with joy. It was absolutely thrilling. True feelings cannot be retained since ancient times. Only tricks can win people's hearts. At this moment, Chao Qingying was overwhelmed with emotions. She stood up, this nightclub wildcat hugging Ning Yin tightly, her breath sweet as orchids, and whispered, "Little brother, I don't want to stay here anymore. Please take me away, okay?" The words leave room for interpretation, but the unspoken meaning couldn't be clearer. Judging from the posture, having just dealt with Zhou Shui, Ning Yin now has to deal with Chao Qingying's entanglement tonight. Okay, Ning Yin gritted her teeth. A real man faces challenges head-on. Chapter 27 Collapse. Not long ago, in the famous debate show Chipa Talk, there was a debate topic: if I am frequently cheated on, is there something wrong with me? Many people argued fiercely over this topic, and some even resorted to cursing, saying that no man is a good thing. Women hate scumbag men. At the same time, almost every woman likes scumbags, or rather, likes their little tricks, which is why they often fall into their hands and can't even escape. Like tonight, without a doubt, Ning Yin is a complete scumbag. Moreover, he's a scumbag on a higher level than the average scumbag because he openly told Zhou Shui that he was coming to see Chao Qingying. And Ning Yin's methods for dealing with Chao Qingying are clearly the same tactics that scumbags often use. But the problem is that Chao Qingying was unaware of these things. Moreover, Ning Yin initially ignored her no matter what, but then appeared directly in front of her. This stark contrast had a tremendous impact on Chao Qingying. Most women are emotional. They all fall for Ning Yan's act, or rather, they fall for the scumbag's act. Like tonight, the moment Ning Yan appeared, Chao Qingying's slight grievance vanished instantly. Her eyes were practically brimming with tears as she looked at Ning Yan. She eagerly asked Ning Yan to take her away, desperately trying to reduce the swelling and itching. Ning Yan once again proved with facts that when a woman starts acting out, never keep sending messages on WeChat and apologizing like a devoted follower. It's pointless. Apologizing is unlikely to appease her. In fact, it's very likely to provoke her rebellious nature and make her even more irritable. Using a few clever tricks to make a woman laugh through her tears is truly the best strategy. When Ning Yin left the bar with Chao Qingying. Meanwhile, Chao Qingying's father, Guijin, rushed to the hospital in a great hurry. Li the madman is getting stitches in the emergency room. He's covered in injuries. What exactly happened? Guijin looked at the disheveled Li Fengzi and asked suspiciously, "You, the mighty Li Fengzi, can't even handle Ning Yin?" Li Fengzi glared at Guijin and roared, "You still have the nerve to complain that I can't handle Ning Yin? You kept telling me before that Ning Yin was honest and easy to bully, but what happened?" Guijin frowned deeply and asked in surprise, "Even if Ning Yin has some skills, with your reputation in the underworld, Li Fengzi, isn't Ning Yin just weak and easy to bully?" "Are you weak and easily bullied?" Li Fengzi's ribs were broken countless times by Ning Yin with an iron shovel. If this kind of person is weak and easy to bully, then there are no ruthless characters in the world. Li the madman went berserk on the spot. He got out of bed, pinned Guijin to the ground, and slapped him hard across the face with both hands. "You're weak and easily bullied. I think you're the one who's weak and easily bullied. Your whole family is weak and easily bullied. I'll beat you to death, you old bastard." Guijin was stunned by Li Fengzi's attack, and it took him a long time to recover. Then, Guijin, enraged, shoved Li Fengzi aside and shouted, "Li Fengzi, I think you've really gone mad." Li Fengzi pointed at Guijin and shouted, "You're right. I am crazy. Brothers, beat this old bastard to death." Superior. Li Fengzi's gang of thugs were eager to fight, their faces full of hostility. Guijin's face turned green, and he fled in panic. After getting into the car, Guijin was furious. He pounded on the steering wheel, making the horn blare, and cursed. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. You bastard, how dare you hit me? What a waste of all the money I've given you. Yes, that bastard Guijin has been bribing Li Fengzi a lot, so that he can get Li Fengzi to do all the things that he can't do himself. To some extent, in Guijin's eyes, Li Fengzi was just a dog he kept. A mad dog. But tonight, this mad dog went berserk and bit its master. Guijin couldn't understand how Li Fengzi could possibly be defeated by a mere Ning Yan. He never dreamed that Ning Yan would have Zhao Tianlong by her side. What he didn't know was that Ning Yan almost killed Li Fengzi with a shovel. And Li Fengzi was in a sorry state, and Guijin wasn't much better off tonight. He had come to the hospital to visit Li Fengzi with good intentions, but Li Fengzi beat him up, leaving his face swollen and his white shirt torn to shreds. Unlucky, Guijin cursed angrily and slammed his fist on the steering wheel again, making the horn go off. Not far away, the security guard, after enduring it for a while, finally lost his temper and ran up to stop him, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night, and honking your siren in the hospital will seriously disturb the patient's rest. You know that?" Guijin instantly flew into a rage, rolled down the car window, pointed at the security guard, spitting everywhere, and cursed, "You son of a bitch! You, a stinking security guard, dare to tell me what to do? Get the hell out of here, or I'll make sure you lose your job in a minute, you understand?" After saying that, Guijin stepped on the gas and was about to speed away. He thought the security guard was easy to bully, which is why he vented his anger on him. To his surprise, the security guard was also very tough, blocking the car and demanding, "What's wrong with me being a security guard? I didn't steal or rob. You're honking your horn repeatedly at the hospital in the middle of the night, and you still think you're right? What right do you have to insult me? You have to give me an explanation for this." As they were talking, the security guard immediately called his colleagues over on the walkie-talkie. A group of people surrounded Guijin's Mercedes-Benz, but they didn't dare to make a move directly. Instead, they called the police. "Friends, please remember, anyone who takes advantage of their money to bully security guards or waiters for no reason is definitely not a good person." Like tonight, the security guard wasn't looking for trouble or deliberately making things difficult. He was just trying to stop Guijin from honking his horn. Guijin immediately started cursing. "Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish." What else could it be but asking for a beating? Not long after, the police car arrived, and our awesome boss Guo was once again invited to the station for a chat. After Guijin finally explained the matter clearly, he walked out of the police station, and a large group of reporters who had been waiting there for a long time immediately surrounded him. "Mr. Guo, why did you humiliate a security guard like that? Do you look down on low-income people? Mr. Guo, your Xingli group also has security guards. May I ask, do you usually treat your own company's security guards in this manner?" "Mr. Guo, we heard that you had a conflict with a notorious gangster in the city at the hospital. What was the reason for your conflict? Do you know each other?" Under the spotlight, Guijin was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he had only one feeling in his mind. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause you to have trouble. In particular, he spotted Ning Yan in the crowd. Ning Yan raised her phone and pointed it at Guijin, saying with a smile, "Mr. Guo, strike a pose, and I'll personally give you a close-up." Guijin was instantly filled with rage, his anger reaching his head. He roared, "You bastard! Stop filming. I told you to stop filming, didn't you hear me? You're still filming? I'll kill you, you believe me." Very good. Guijin knew Ning Yan, but the other reporters did not. They thought Ning Yan was also a colleague. As soon as Guijin started cursing, the reporters had more material to retaliate against. Instead of backing down, they started taking pictures like crazy. Following up on the story is our duty. "Mr. Guo, why did you speak so rudely to us? You're swearing like a madman. Mr. Guo, is this how you always are? With your qualifications, how did you manage to become the vice president of Xingli Group?" Guijin clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed red, and opened his mouth to speak. However, before he could utter a word, a reporter, quick as a flash, shouted, "Everyone be careful. Mr. Guo, what are you trying to do with your clenched fist? Do you intend to hit someone here? This is absolutely outrageous. Come on, you try and score one for us." Guijin was dumbfounded, feeling dizzy and on the verge of tears. He almost collapsed on the spot, and the camera, his every word and action was clearly recorded. Chapter 28 Eruption. The next day, early in the morning, Ning Yan, who had been busy with Chao Qingying all night and was so tired that her back ached, and she had only slept for a few hours, got up, took a shower, and returned home with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Xiaolu looked at Ning Yin, frowned, and asked, "You were working all night at the company last night?" Ning Yin rubbed her eyes, but didn't speak, only nodding slightly. Xiaolu took the initiative to sit down next to Ning Yin and subtly inhaled the surrounding scent a few times. This is why Ning Yin took a bath at Chao Qingying's place before returning home. Otherwise, he would definitely have the scent of other women on him, and even the slightest hint of alcohol would be noticed by Xiaolu. At this moment, Ning Yin was exhausted and smelled only of smoke. Xiaolu sat down next to Ning Yin and, not smelling any other odors, felt completely at ease. She smiled and said, "Honey, you've worked hard. I'll go make you breakfast." Ning Yin really worked very hard last night. Unfortunately, it wasn't the work itself that was tiring, but rather the constant battles with Zhou Shui and Chao Qingying that were truly exhausting. Watching Xia Lu busy in the kitchen, in a daze, Ning Yin couldn't help but stare blankly into thought. Actually, in the past, even if Ning Yin came back from working overtime all night, Xia Lu would mostly just complain about Ning Yin. The number of times she would take the initiative to make breakfast for Ning Yin was very few. Only, at that time, Ning Yin didn't think there was anything wrong. He always cherished Xia Lu and naively believed that a wife was meant to be pampered, so he never blamed Xia Lu, not even once. Ironically, reborn into this world, after discovering his wife's secret affair, Ning Yin subtly and quietly caused Xia Lu to lose the number 3 plot project and even be fired from Kaiwei Group. Then, Ning Yin treated Xia Lu coldly and indifferently. As a result, Xia Lu actually started to become much more virtuous. If Ning Yin hadn't discovered Xia Lu's infidelity, he would have been incredibly moved. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Xia Lu's infidelity is a fact. Her current virtuous demeanor is merely due to her unemployment. With Ning Yin being her sole source of income, she treats Ning Yin as a cash cow. That's all. Xia Lu cooked a bowl of egg noodles for Ning Yin and placed it in front of her. As if to show off, she said happily, "Honey, eat up. You've worked hard overtime, so I specially added 2 eggs for you." Ning Yin remained non-committal, and since he was genuinely hungry, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. Xia Lu rested her pointed chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Honey, you'll get paid in a few days, right? The whole family is counting on you now. I need you to support us." As expected, Xia Lu's words implied that he should remember to hand over his salary when he gets paid. A bowl of noodles for a month's salary. What a clever calculation. Ning Yin slowly ate her noodles, completely ignoring Xia Lu. Ning Yin remained silent for a long time, so Xia Lu couldn't help but ask again, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ning Yin countered, "Even though you were fired by the company, didn't they give you N+1 severance pay?" Xia Lu said, slightly annoyed. "That little bit of money isn't enough to do anything." Ning Yin calmly replied, "It's all right. My salary over the past few years has all been with you, hasn't it? You must have saved up quite a bit of money by now." Upon hearing this, Xia Lu's face stiffened, and she stammered, They're all in the bank." Ning Yin smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Just take out the flowers. We'll handle this as a special case." Xia Lu fell silent. In recent years, Ning Yin has indeed given him all her salary to save. She has always said that she put the money in the bank, but in fact, she has used the money to buy designer bags and various luxury skincare products. She has not saved any money at all. Ning Yin squinted at Xia Lu, knowing full well what was going on, and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you've already secretly spent all the money." Xia Lu was completely flustered and at a loss. Just then, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Xia Lu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran over to open the door. "Xiao Shui, what brings you here?" That's right. The unexpected guest was none other than Xia Lu's best friend, Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui, carrying some breakfast, walked in, glanced at Xia Lu, and then said with a smile, "Oh, Xia, I heard you were fired, and I was afraid you'd be sad. So I specially came early this morning to keep you company." Xia Lu took the breakfast, looking very happy. "You still love me the most." Zhou Shui sat opposite Ning Yin, but did not speak to her. She had always looked down on Ning Yin. Now, she still pretended to ignore Ning Yin and said to Xia Lu, "I came here today not only to bring you breakfast, but also to bring you 2 pieces of good news." "Look." Zhou Shui took out her phone, placed it on the table, and smiled. "Xia, that old bastard Guijin got his comeuppance." On the phone screen, It's local news. Breaking news. Guo vice president of Shengli Group, was arrested in the middle of the night for verbally abusing a security guard. Guo made disrespectful remarks to the media. As the vice president of Shengli Group, his character is questionable. The untold secret between the vice president of Victory Group and the gangster boss. All sorts of news are flying around, and there's a deluge of negative news about Guo. Talking about Guo in front of Ning Yin made Xia Lu a little nervous, but she still forced herself to say, "That's great. That old bastard finally got his comeuppance." Zhou Shui glanced at Ning Yin discreetly, then insisted on having a long talk with Guo. "Xia Lu, what do you think of Guo bullying your wife?" Ning Yin remained calm, as if she knew nothing about Guo affairs. She turned to Xia Lu and said indifferently, "Old geezers like Guo, who only got to the vice president position by sponging off women, are of questionable character. I really don't know how the Shengli Group's chairman and his family could have let someone like Guo become their live-in son-in-law." Zhou Shui nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. What kind of blind woman would fall for someone like Guo?" The words were barbed. Zhou Shui was deliberately provoking Xia Lu. Xia Lu was extremely uncomfortable from being stabbed, because she also had an affair with Guo, which proved that she was also blind. Even worse, she was even fired by Kiyue because of this. The most painful thing is, Xia Lu dared not say this aloud. She could only change the subject and ask Zhou Shui, "Xiao Shui, didn't you just say you had 2 pieces of good news? What's the other one?" Zhou Shui said with a grin, "Oh, Xia, didn't you just lose your job? I found you a new one. Shengdong Group, have you heard of it?" Chapter 29 Humiliation, a complete bloodbath. Xia Lu was completely unaware of Zhou Shui's subtle movements under the table and asked with a puzzled look, "Shengdong Group? I've never heard of it." Zhou Shui teased Ning Yin with her foot, but her face remained expressionless as she retorted to Xia Lu. "Then do you know why the Shengli Group's number 3 plot project, which was clearly a sure thing, slipped through your fingers?" Xia Lu's expression changed slightly, and she blurted out, "You mean that project is now in the hands of Shengdong Group? That's impossible." Zhou Shui retorted again, "Why is it impossible?" Xia Lu frowned and said, "I've never even heard of Shengdong Group. There's no reason for Shengli Group to abandon Kaiwei and cooperate with an unknown company like Shengdong Group, right? Unless. Although Shengdong Group is not well known at present, it actually has a powerful background." Zhou Shui casually said, "The CEO of Shengdong Group is Zhao Tianlong." Upon hearing the name Zhao Tianlong, Xia Lu couldn't help but widen her eyes. As I said before, within the territory of Jinling, there is no one who does not know the uncrowned king, Zhao Tianlong. Xia Lu wasn't stupid. If Shengdong Group could get Zhao Tianlong to be its CEO, then the big shot behind Shengdong Group must be someone with real connections and influence. To put it bluntly, an ordinary person cannot control Zhao Tianlong. Ironically, what she didn't know was that the big shot behind Shengdong Group was none other than Ning Yin, who was standing right in front of her. At the same time, Zhou Shui parted her pearly teeth again and said with a grin, "I'm now the head of the public relations department at Shengdong Group." "Oh." Xia Lu opened her mouth wide, speechless, and said, "Xiao Shui, you're so amazing now. You mean you want me to work in the public relations department of Shengdong Group?" "No." Zhou Shui shook her head and said, "You should go to the sales department." Xia Lu asked in surprise, "Why? You're the head of the public relations department. If I go to the public relations department, you can take care of me. Why do you want to go to the sales department?" Zhou Shui said with a smile, "Because I'm also currently handling the business department, but the business department lacks a proper manager. Xia, with your abilities and my help, as long as you're willing to work hard, I believe that it won't be long before the position of business department manager at Shengdong Group is yours." Upon hearing this, overwhelmed with emotion, Xia Lu was overjoyed. Her affair with Guo stemmed from her desire to win over the head of the business department at Hyatt Group. However, she ended up losing everything and was fired. But now, an even better opportunity was presented to her. Isn't this a case of a blessing in disguise, or after the darkest hour comes the dawn? At this point in time, Xia Lu was so excited she couldn't contain herself and pressed, "Xiao Shui, is what you said true?" Zhou Shui nodded slightly and said with an air of seriousness, "Shengdong Group has only been established for a short time, and the management team is not yet fully formed. This is our best opportunity. That's precisely why I switched jobs to Shengdong Group." However, Xia Lu asked impatiently, "But what? Xiao Shui, Tell me quickly, I'm so anxious. Zhou Shui glanced at Ning Yin sitting opposite her, and then said lightly, However, Xia, your project was snatched away by Shengdong Group. I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable if you go to work for Shengdong Group. Oh, this? It's okay, Xia Lu exclaimed excitedly. As long as I can get the position of business department supervisor, it's equivalent to me entering the management of Shengdong Group in one step, a meteoric rise. Why should I care about losing the project? Besides, Kaiwa fired me for this project, so now I'm even more determined to prove myself in Shengdong Group and make Kaiwa regret it. Zhou Shui smiled and said, Okay, I'm relieved that you think that way. In the following time, after finishing breakfast, Xiaolu put on exquisite makeup and high heels and followed Zhou Shui to the Shengdong Group for an interview. Half an hour later, Ning Yin quickly washed up and was about to go to sleep when someone knocked on the door again. Ning Yin opened the door and found that Zhou Shui had returned. Why are you back again? Zhou Shui kicked off her high heels, grabbed Ning Yan's arm, and said coquettishly, I put Xiaolu in the car and left with a random excuse. I came to find you as soon as possible while Xiaolu wasn't home. Ning Yan, I've already spoken to the company, and Xiaolu's interview today will be fine. She will definitely stay at Shengdong Group. Sending Xiaolu into Shengdong Group is Ning Yan's first step in officially launching her revenge. This is a trap that could completely destroy Xiaolu. Ning Yan, Zhou Shui stared intently at Ning Yan and said in a coquettish voice, I've helped you so much. How are you going to reward me? Ning Yan chuckled and asked in return, Then how would you like me to reward you? Zhou Shui's eyes were practically brimming with tears. She reached out and hooked her arms around Ning Yan's neck, saying with a seductive air, Humph, last night you ran straight from my house to see that little vixen Chao Qingying. Today, you have to make it up to me. Ning Yan narrowed her eyes and asked, Aren't you afraid that Xiaolu will suddenly come home? Zhou Shui grabbed Ning Yan's hand and ran to the master bedroom. Pointing to the huge wedding photo of Ning Yan and Xiaolu on the wall, she blinked and said to Ning Yan, didn't you want to get revenge on Xiaolu? Today, I'm going to sleep in your and Xiaolu's master bedroom with you. While Ning Yan was enjoying her time with Zhou Shui in the gentle embrace of love, on the other side, in a luxurious villa in the south of the city, President Guijin was being sprayed with spittle by his father-in-law, Chao Shengli. Waste. Chao Shengli pointed at Guijin's nose and cursed. Do you even know who you are? You're my son-in-law, Chao Shengli. You actually got into a conflict with those low-life thugs, and then you even went and bullied a security guard? And you couldn't even bully a security guard, and you got exposed. Do you even understand how much of an impact this will have on our Shengli group? Chao Shengli is well over 60 years old, but he is the chairman of Shengli Group. Guijin is like a quail in front of him, trembling with fear. Dad, I know I was wrong, Guijin said in a low voice. I promise I will never do it again. Chao Shengli said sternly. There won't be a next time. You're more trouble than you're worth. I don't know which blind man I was back then to choose you as my son-in-law. Tell me yourself, in all these years, have you ever done anything that makes me proud? Not a single thing. Guijin lowered his head, meekly and submissively, his face ashen. He was already a man in his 40s, yet he was still being verbally abused by his father-in-law. This was an absolute humiliation, but he didn't dare to argue back at all. To put it bluntly, he was just a live-in son-in-law. Everything he owned was given to him by Chao Shengli, and he didn't dare to say a word in return. After the father-in-law finished venting his anger, Guijin, looking disheveled, felt increasingly uneasy. He was convinced that Ning Yan was the culprit behind everything. If it weren't for Ning Yan, none of the subsequent events would have happened. After returning to the city, Guijin went straight into a private room in a tea house. Inside, a woman had been waiting for him for a long time. If Ning Yan were here, she would be utterly astonished, because this woman is none other than Li Nan, the vice president of Hyatt Group. Guijin glared at Li Nan, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Li Nan, I don't care what methods you use. Fire Ning Yan immediately. Now, Chapter 30, you think you can fight me? Ning Yan? Upon hearing this name, Li Nan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She sat down next to Guijin, took his arm without any hesitation, and asked with a charming smile, Mr. Gua, how do you know Ning Yan? Guijin said with a face full of gloom, Because that bastard is Xia Lu's husband. The reason our plan failed this time is because of Ning Yan. He stole our project. Few people know that. Guijin, this son-in-law who married into the family, is actually a traitorous bastard. A person should have self-awareness. Guojin knew very well that everything he had now was given to him by his father-in-law, Chao Xingli. He seemed to be living a glamorous life on the surface, but in reality, he could lose everything at any time. That is precisely why, in recent years, Guojin has been using his position as the vice president of Xingli Group to secretly advance his own interests. For example, the Shengdong Group that he was forced to give to Ning Yin was originally a shell company, a tool that Guojin used to amass wealth. And Guojin couldn't accomplish this alone. He needed partners, and Li Nan, the vice president of Hyatt Group, was one of them. The two colluded. Li Nan used her position as the vice president of Kaiwei Group to pretend that Kaiwei Group would compete for the project. In fact, even if Ning Yin did not appear, the Xingli Group's number 3 plot project would not have fallen into the hands of Kaiwei Group, but would have become Li Nan and Guojin's project. Li Nan is only the vice president of Buick Excel. Giving the project to Buick and giving it to her personally are two completely different concepts. As for Xia Lu, to put it bluntly, she's just a pathetic wretch. Guojin never intended to sign the project to her from the beginning. He was just using the project to sleep with some pretty women for free. This kind of thing. Guojin had done it more than once, and he was very skilled at it. Xia Lu was just one of the many people he had done. At this time, Li Nan looked at Guojin and blurted out, "You mean Ning Yin stole our project? But he's just a lowly employee. He can't even get into management at Kaiwei. What makes him so special?" Speaking of which, Li Nan paused slightly, then looked at Guojin with a smile and said sweetly, "Mr. Guo, you didn't sleep with Xia Lu, and then Ning Yin caught you and threatened you, which is why you lost the project, right? Tell me, how many women have you had? If you keep going like this, people will start to get jealous." Li Nan, the domineering vice president who is aloof and ruthless in the company, was like a housewife in front of Guojin at this moment. If the people at Kaiwei saw this, it would definitely change their perception of Li Nan. Guojin stammered, "Anyway, I'm going to make this bastard pay. Li Nan, you need to know that having someone like Ning Yin at Kaiwei will seriously affect our future cooperation." Li Nan subtly curled her lip, then continued with a coquettish laugh. "Lust is a dangerous thing. Mr. Guo, I must remind you, as long as we make enough money, you won't lack women. Losing a project that could earn tens of millions because of a woman isn't worth it, is it? You also know that I secretly misappropriated Kaiwei's funds for the number 3 plot project. If the project had succeeded, that would have been fine. Once I recouped the funds, I could have covered the shortfall. Even if it was discovered later, as long as I made enough money, I wouldn't care if I got fired by Kaiwei. But now, the project is gone, and all my efforts have been in vain. What am I supposed to do?" Guojin said guiltily. "Okay, Li Nan, we've been working together for so long. Don't worry, I won't treat you, my little beauty, unfairly." Speaking of which, Guojin sneered, then continued, "Ning Yin thinks he's won, but what he doesn't know is that even if the number 3 plot project is gone, Xingli Group still has other projects. With my position in Xingli Group, we'll have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. However, no matter what, I'm going to make Ning Yin pay. There's no room for discussion on this. I have a feeling that if Ning Yin stays at Kaiwei, it will seriously affect our future plans. He'll be keeping an eye on us. We have to get rid of him immediately." Li Nan rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache, and said in a low voice, "All right, the Kaiwei board of directors is furious about the number 3 plot project. I just need a scapegoat. Let's make Ning Yin the scapegoat." But Li Nan raised her head, stared straight at Guojin, reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, and said coquettishly, "But, Mr. Guo, now that the project is a success, how do you plan to compensate me?" Guojin pinched Li Nan's pretty face and said with a wicked smile, "My little beauty, even if I have many other women, you have always been my favorite. Now, I'm going to make it up to you." In the time that follows, inside a private room at the tea house, Guojin, a married man, and Li Nan, the vice president of Hyatt Group, a married woman, were having a great time. In fact, having worked with Guojin so many times, Li Nan knew all along that Guojin had used projects in his position to have affairs with many women in the business department. But Li Nan didn't care how many women Guojin had. All she wanted was money. In her eyes, Guojin was nothing more than a tool she could use. The two were having a great time in the private room. Unbeknownst to them, in the next private room, there was a burly man with dragon and tiger tattoos, his face full of interesting expressions. He had a hideous scar on his face. His name was Scarface, and he was one of Zhao Tianlong's men. At 2 p.m., Ning Yin was fast asleep when her phone suddenly rang. It was Zhao Tianlong calling. "Mr. Ning," Zhao Tianlong said in a deep voice. "As you instructed, I have been keeping an eye on Guijin, the vice president of Shengli Group, for the past few days. My people just sent me news that Guijin went to Chao Shengli's villa today. In addition, after returning to the city, Guo went to a tea house and secretly met with Li Nan, the vice president of the Hyatt Group. The two of them were very careful, as if they were afraid of being seen. They were acting very furtively. My men secretly followed them, opened the private room next to theirs, and overheard that Li Nan seemed to have a secret cooperative relationship with Guijin." Li Nan. Upon hearing this name, Ning Yan, who was still a little drowsy, instantly lost all sleepiness. How did she end up getting involved with Guijin? If it's about discussing projects, they can do it openly and honestly. Why be so sneaky? How could Li Nan possibly be colluding with Guijin? That's interesting. If that's really the case, then Guijin, you've truly given me a huge surprise. However, in my previous life, Li Nan was my subordinate, and I knew better than you what she wanted. You think you can fight me? You think you can? Chapter 31. You really think you're something special? Something unusual must be going on. Ning Yin was no novice. In his previous life, he had dominated the business world for 30 years and had a keen sense of business. He could almost conclude that there was probably something else going on with the Shengli Group's number 3 plot project, in addition to what was already known. Keep people watching Guijin, Ning Yin casually instructed. Also, send someone to keep an eye on Li Nan, Zhao Tianlong said solemnly. Please rest assured, Mr. Ning, leave this matter to me. I guarantee there won't be any problems. My men secretly filmed Li Nan and Guijin. I'll send it to you immediately. As the uncrowned king of Jinling Road, Zhao Tianlong's men are a motley crew of all sorts of shady characters, and they are indeed very good at gathering information. Hang up Zhao Tianlong's phone. Ning Yin was just about to get up and wash when her phone rang again. This time, it was Li Nan calling. "Ning Yin, why aren't you at work again?" Li Nan said rudely. "Come to the company right now. It's urgent. Kaiyue's planning department is a very special department. It's not a physical job, but a mental one, especially since Ning Yan is in charge of design. It's like writing. Sometimes inspiration strikes, and the efficiency skyrockets. However, if you lack inspiration, you might not be able to come up with a single idea even after a whole day." In addition, Li Nan valued Ning Yin highly, so Ning Yin did not need to clock in on time. Sometimes she would be nowhere to be seen all day, but when she had inspiration at night, she would work overtime all night long. More than an hour later, Ning Yin slowly walked into Li Nan's office. This company, Li Nan had long since toned down her alluring demeanor in front of Guijin and had once again become aloof and domineering, exuding an aura of a powerful older sister. She looked at Ning Yan with a serious expression and said, "Ning Yan, the Shengli Group's number 3 land construction project was snatched away by the Shengdong Group. When our people were investigating the Shengdong Group, they accidentally learned that Xia Lu officially joined the Shengdong Group today. Moreover, Zhou Shui, the head of the public relations department of the Shengdong Group, is Xia Lu's best friend. Are you aware of this?" Ning Yan yawned and replied slowly, "Presently, what you really want to know isn't whether I know Xia Lu has already joined Shengdong Group. That's not important. You're questioning Xia Lu. Speaking of which," Ning Yin paused slightly, looked directly at Li Nan, and said calmly, "You suspect that Xia Lu had already planned to switch jobs before this, which is why she betrayed her own company and used her position in Kaiyue's business department to secretly undermine Kaiyue's competitive advantage in the number 3 project, ultimately leading to the project being snatched away by Shengdong Group. Is that correct?" Hearing Ning Yan's words, Li Nan paused slightly before continuing. "It's undeniable that Xia Lu's professional skills aren't very high, and she may not be able to decide the final ownership of the number 3 plot project. But what if she had already decided to switch jobs? What if she had told Shengdong Group in advance all the terms that Kaiyue offered to Shengli Group, as well as their bottom line? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If that's really the case, Shengdong Group can definitely raise the stakes again at our bottom line and successfully secure the project. This is the only explanation why the little-known Shengdong Group was able to snatch the project from our Kaiyue. Is that right? Li Nan's abilities are outstanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of vice president at such a young age. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Ning Yan, who was sitting in front of her, was once among the top of the Forbes list in her previous life. Ning Yin was certainly not foolish enough to confess without being asked. He deliberately remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "President Li, I know nothing about what you're talking about. I'm not afraid to admit it, but it's true that Zhou Shui is Xia Lu's best friend, but she has always looked down on me. There's no way she would tell me what the two of them did." Li Nan narrowed her eyes, rested her chin on her hand, looked directly at Ning Yin, and said indifferently, "Ning Yin, no matter what, Xia Lu is your lawfully wedded wife. You say you know nothing about what your wife did? Do you think anyone will believe your mother?" Ning Yin shrugged, chuckled, and said casually, "If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. I truly knew nothing about this matter." But Li Nan made it clear that she was not willing to let Ning Yin off the hook. She looked at Ning Yin and said meaningfully, "Ning Yin, I've told you before that I always deal with things objectively, not personally. But even if I can believe that you are completely unaware of Xia Lu's actions, the board of directors will probably not think so. Do you understand what I mean?" Ning Yin squinted and asked, "President Li, do you mean I'm going to be fired because of Xia Lu?" Li Nan calmly said, "Let me be frank, it's not me who wants to fire you. It's the board of directors who wants to fire you. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yin couldn't help but laugh. Li Nan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Ning Yin retorted, "You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Mr. Li, I want to thank you for teaching me a new lesson." Upon hearing this, Li Nan's expression changed slightly as she questioned, "Ning Yin, what exactly do you mean?" Yes, when Li Nan said he was going to fire Ning Yin already understood that Zhao Tianlong's intelligence was correct and that Li Nan really was colluding with Guijin. In the previous life, after Ning Yin rose to prominence, the main reason he recruited Li Nan to work for his company was because he valued Li Nan's abilities. Because Li Nan is not only decisive and efficient, but also ruthless and unscrupulous in his actions, never giving up until he achieves his goal. In her previous life, Ning Yin didn't care about her character. As a successful businesswoman, all Ning Yin needed to know was that Li Nan could bring sufficient performance and profits to her company. That's enough. Until now, only today did Ning Yin finally realize just how unscrupulous Li Nan truly was. Ning Yin looked at Li Nan and said calmly, "Li Nan, the last time you called me to your office, you told me that you always deal with things objectively, not personally. You always repeat this phrase. Before that, I always thought highly of you, but unfortunately, you still disappointed me in the end. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite." Li Nan sneered, his face full of disdain, and said, "You're being impolite to me? Ning Yin, don't think that just because you succeeded once in a while with dirty tricks, you can do whatever you want. This is Kaiwa. Believe me or not, with just one word from me, you'll be fired." Ning Yin said calmly, "So you've laid your cards on the table? Is this your way of admitting that you and Guijin have a secret deal?" Li Nan laughed sweetly, her laughter so unrestrained it made her tremble, and then she said with a smile, "Trying to trick me into telling you something? Little one, you're still too green. I hereby officially announce that Ning Yin is fired." Ning Yin remained calm and composed, saying, "Li Nan, I can tell you clearly that even if this is Kai Wei, as long as I want to stay here, no one can fire me. Not even you. You're not worthy." Li Nan's face darkened. "I'm not worthy? What a big mouth. I'm the vice president, and who do you think you are?" Ning Yin scoffed and said, "Li Nan, you may have forgotten, but to be honest, you're just a vice president. You really think you're something special. Hyatt Group is not yours. Your opinion doesn't count." Li Nan gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, then I'll wait and see." Chapter 32. Cut off your supply lines. We'll make you pay. After leaving Li Nan's office, Ning Yin went to the bathroom, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then opened the video that Zhao Tianlong had just sent him. Where there is sunlight, there will also be darkness. As it turns out, in the workplace, some people are polite and seemingly value you highly, but in reality, they are two-faced and hypocritical. Some may even appear respectable on the surface, but are actually full of wicked and despicable intentions behind the scenes. For example, Li Nan. Ning Yin looked at Li Nan in the video. Before this, even he hadn't expected that the aloof and domineering female vice president Li Nan would actually be with that fat pig Guijin. And so brazen, just like a whore. Ning Yin was not lying. He originally had a very high opinion of Li Nan. If Li Nan was willing to give up, even if she had some connection with Guijin, as long as she cut ties completely, then out of consideration for their past life, Ning Yin might be able to let Li Nan off the hook. The business world is like a battlefield. In the battlefield of the business world, where there is no gunpowder, everyone uses their own unique methods. Those billionaires who are worth hundreds of millions in the eyes of ordinary people have done countless dirty things behind the scenes. There are many people like Li Nan who will stop at nothing. Ning Yin has long been used to it and does not care about it at all. But Li Nan was so bewitched that he chose to become an accomplice to evil. She was clearly helping Guijin deal with Ning Yin, but she went through so much trouble and went in such a roundabout way, and then she still tried to act like a good person. After being exposed by Ning Yin, she became even more emboldened and chose to reveal her true colors. It's so dark, absolutely so dark. Their hearts are blackened. They're filthy and disgusting. Ning Yin was unwilling to argue, but since Li Nan was so ungrateful and took the initiative to cause trouble for Ning Yin, then Ning Yin would certainly not be merciful. After finishing a cigarette, Ning Yin took her phone, took the elevator to the top floor, and went straight into the CEO's office. Inside the house, sitting there was a young woman dressed in a black business suit, a pencil skirt, over 1.7 meters tall, with long, straight black hair reaching her waist, a perfect figure with a curvaceous bust and buttocks, a slim waist and long legs, and skin so smooth it seemed to break at a touch. Especially her stunningly beautiful face. It's unbelievable. Is Li Nan pretty? Pretty. However, compared to the person in front of him, Li Nan immediately pales in comparison, especially since she is the president of Hyatt Group. With this title, she can completely outshine Li Nan by leaps and bounds. Her name is Ji Wanxiu. She is the president of Hyatt Group and also the apple of the eye of the chairman of Hyatt Group. At this time, Ji Wanxiu looked up at Ning Yin and uttered two words succinctly. Get out. Ji Wanxiu is only 24 years old this year, still very young, but this woman is far more domineering and autocratic than Li Nan. She doesn't even need a secretary and manages the huge Kaiwe all by herself. 99% of the people in the company would feel inferior to Ji Wanxiu. Even Li Nan was no exception. Unfortunately, Ning Yin was the only exception. Instead of leaving, he closed the door behind him and sat down directly across from Ji Wanxiu's desk. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ning Yin. Ning Yin calmly said, I'm from the planning department, and Xia Lu from the business department is my legal wife. Upon hearing this, sitting in the boss's chair, Ji Wanxiu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and squinted as she said, Are you here to plead for your wife? She's already been fired. It's the company's decision, and there's no room for negotiation. Compared to that, if you're truly a smart person, then I think you should be more concerned about your own current situation. Ji Wanxiu's unspoken message was a reminder to Ning Yin. Because of Xia Lu's incident, some people in the company have indeed made Ning Yin a scapegoat. Ning Yin smiled slightly and said calmly, The failure of the number 3 project has severely damaged Kaiyue's strength. President Ji, I think you should also seriously consider your own situation. Speaking of which, Ning Yin paused slightly before speaking slowly and deliberately. After all, on the surface, Kaiyue still looks like a behemoth, but in fact, as far as I know, Kaiyue's current situation is very precarious. Amidst the turmoil, the failure of the number 3 plot project has dealt another heavy blow to Kaiyue. If I'm not mistaken, Kaiyue is now on the verge of collapse, isn't that right? As Ning Yin finished speaking, Ji Wanxiu's eyes gradually sharpened. She looked at Ning Yin with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, This is an absolute secret of our Kaiyue. Even the ordinary management doesn't know about it. Where did you find out? Ning Yin looked directly at Ji Wanxiu with a nonchalant expression and said slowly, Where I know this is not important. What is important is that what I said is true, isn't it? Ji Wanxiu remained silent. Ning Yin continued, If your father were still in charge of Kaiyue, he could handle things with ease. However, your father has been seriously ill for the past 6 months, and his condition has deteriorated rapidly. Kaiyue's competitors are eyeing it covetously, and they have been trying every means to bite Kaiyue hard. That's why, at such a young age, you rushed back to take over Kaiyue, even though you were studying abroad. Kaiyue is currently facing internal and external troubles. You desperately need the number 3 project to revitalize Kaiyue, but unfortunately, it failed. Hearing Ning Yin recount the details with such familiarity, the usually arrogant and domineering female CEO could only remain silent once again. Yes, this is one of the benefits of being reborn. Ning Yin knows too many secrets of Jinling. including secrets that even the management of Kaiwe didn't know. Ning Yin knows them all, because Ji Wanqiu's father is a true financial tycoon in Jinling, on par with Chao Xingli. If Ning Yin remembers correctly, in the previous life, starting this year, Buick Excel suffered from a lack of successors and began to decline. A hero grows old. It's heartbreaking. In her previous life, the sudden collapse of Kaiwe was repeatedly mentioned in the entire Jinling business community. How could Ning Yin not remember it? At this time, Ji Wanqiu remained silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and then asked with a solemn expression, "State your purpose." Ning Yin looked the pretty woman up and down and said teasingly, "If I said I've taken a liking to you, would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wanqiu's expression stiffened slightly. It wasn't that Ji Wanqiu was arrogant. She was indeed very beautiful. However, she always felt that this annoying man in front of her was definitely not just after her beauty. "I've come here to tell you two things." Ning Yin held up two fingers and said calmly. "First, regarding the number 3 plot project, Kaiwa has not completely lost all opportunities. There is still a possibility of continued cooperation. Second, there's a mole inside Kiwei, and it's that independent woman, Li Nan, whom you relied on so heavily. Over the years, she has colluded with Guijin, the vice president of Shengli Group, and secretly appropriated many projects for herself. This also includes projects that originally belonged to Kaiwa." Chapter 33, A Super Twist. Ji Wanqiu looked at Ning Yin suspiciously and asked, "Are you sure you're not joking?" It's not that Ji Wanqiu is suspicious. It's just that the two things Ning Yin said were simply unbelievable to Ji Wanqiu. The Shengli Group's number 3 plot project has already signed a contract with Shandong Group. That's a done deal. So why does Ning Yin say that Kaiwa still has a chance? As for Li Nan being the mole, Ji Wanqiu found that even more outrageous. Getting back to the main point, in the entire Kaiwa chain, besides Ji Wanqiu, the most outstanding woman who has reached a management position is Li Nan. The rest are all men. A woman stands out among a group of men, and Ji Wanqiu naturally values Li Nan highly. She often entrusts Li Nan with many company matters. Ji Wanqiu simply couldn't believe that Li Nan would betray his own side. Let's solve the second problem first. Ji Wanqiu looked at Ning Yin and said coldly, "You say Li Nan is the mole. Do you have any evidence?" Ning Yin rubbed her chin and asked in return, "The evidence is on my phone, but are you sure you want to see it?" Ji Wanqiu said calmly, "There's nothing you can't say to others. If you really have evidence, why don't you dare let me see it?" Ning Yin smiled. "You said it yourself." After saying that, Ning Yin opened the video on her phone and handed the phone to Ji Wanqiu. Ji Wanqiu took a look and immediately became furious. "You, disgusting. This is the evidence you showed me? What kind of nonsense is this?" When Ji Wanqiu first saw the disgusting scenes in the video, she was indeed very angry. But when Ji Wanqiu realized that the two people in the video who were fooling around were actually her most trusted vice president Li Nan and Guijin, she was completely stunned. Evidence? What is evidence? Li Nan and Guijin have slept together. That's irrefutable proof. Ji Wanqiu's face turned completely red. Half of it was shyness. Unlike Chao Qingying, Ji Wanqiu, as Ji Nanshan's beloved daughter, was very self-respecting. She had never truly been in love, nor had she ever tasted the sweetness of love. Suddenly seeing this kind of video, she couldn't accept it. The other half, of course, is anger. In a short time, Ji Wanqiu was filled with shame and anger. Ning Yin took back her phone and said with a smile, "You insisted on watching it yourself. Now, do you still insist that Li Nan didn't betray his own side?" Ji Wanqiu tentatively said, "Perhaps Li Nan did this for the company's sake?" Ning Yin curled her lip and said bluntly, "Ji Wanqiu, you yourself are guilty of saying that, aren't you? This reason is too far-fetched. Do you even believe it yourself? You know very well that the business world is a battlefield. We're not playing a child's game." Ji Wanqiu was speechless. Li Nan's workability has always been evident to all. It's not just Ning Yin who thinks so. Everyone knows she's very capable. Moreover, given Li Nan's assertive personality, she won't act until she sees a clear benefit. If she's already sleeping with Guijin, how could the Kaiwa project possibly fail if it's for the company's sake? Obviously, that's impossible. In recent years, Li Nan did not secure any projects for Kaiwa from Shengli Group. So, the question is, where did the projects go? Obviously, it ended up in Li Nan's own pocket. Honestly, at this moment, Ji Wanqiu felt a mix of emotions. She had initially thought Li Nan was an independent woman, and she had considered Li Nan a close friend, but the facts before her proved otherwise. Li Nan is a treacherous, filthy bitch. Ji Wanxiu had to exert a great deal of effort to accept this reality. Then, she looked at Ning Yin and asked, "So, the first thing, the number 3 plot project, do you really have a way?" Ning Yin had already prepared her response and calmly replied, "That project now belongs to Shengdong Group. Coincidentally, I have friends at Shengdong Group." Ji Wanxiu gave Ning Yin a deep look. "I heard that your wife and her best friend are both working at Shengdong Group now." Ning Yin simply smiled and dismissed it. Ji Wanxiu was silent for a moment again, then asked, "One last question. Why did you help me?" Ning Yin said with a nonchalant look, "Because you're very pretty. Is that reason enough?" Ji Wanxiu said with slight anger, "We're talking about serious matters." Ning Yin shrugged. "Because Li Nan actually wanted to fire me. Of course I wouldn't let her have her way." Ji Wanxiu clearly didn't believe Ning Yan's words, but relatively speaking, that wasn't important for the time being. In fact, Ning Yin was not telling the truth. Ning Yin certainly wouldn't tell Ji Wanxiu that making money from a mere plot of land number 3 was too slow. Project number 3. What was crucial to Zhao Tianlong was merely a stepping stone in Ning Yan's eyes. Ning Yin intends to use the number 3 plot project to lure Kai Yue into the game. Today's Nanjing. Many people want to take a bite out of Kai Yue, but little do they know that Ning Yin has even greater ambitions. They want to swallow the entire Buick Excel whole in one gulp. After get-off-work hours, Li Nan walked into the planning department at the appointed time, glanced around, and said coldly, "I have something to tell you. Starting today, Ning Yin is no longer a member of our planning department. He's been fired." The entire room fell silent. No one spoke up, and no one pleaded for Ning Yin. In fact, after Xia Lu's incident, many people had already guessed that Ning Yin was very likely to be implicated as well, but no one expected it to happen so quickly. Li Nan had such a strong presence that no one dared to contradict her. But just then, Ning Yin suddenly walked in. Li Nan sneered and said, "Ning Yin, pack your personal belongings. Starting today, you are no longer with Kai Yue." Ning Yin said slowly, "Your tone is more arrogant than athlete's foot. Mr. Li, do you really think Buick Excel is your private property? You can just fire someone whenever you want." "On what grounds?" Li Nan said with a sneer. "Just because I'm the vice president of Kai Yue. I have the authority to fire you. And you're just an ordinary employee, so what gives you the right to refute my decision? Who do you think you are?" Ning Yin said with a grin, "Vice president? That's impressive. Okay, I'll stop pretending and come clean. Actually, I have someone backing me up." After saying that, Ning Yin stepped aside. Ji Wanxiu stepped forward, glanced around, and said calmly, "Starting today, Ning Yin is officially promoted to deputy head of the planning and project department." Chapter 34. How should I punish you? Li Nan kept saying he wanted to fire Ning Yin, but Ji Wanxiu directly announced that Ning Yin would become the deputy head of the planning department. These are two completely opposite concepts. Li Nan is the head of the business department, so he certainly has the right to fire Ning Yin. The problem is, Ji Wanxiu is the president of Kai Yue Group. Not to mention, she is also the eldest daughter of the chairman of Kai Yue. This identity alone is enough to completely suppress Li Nan. Li Nan never dreamed that Ning Yin would actually invite Ji Wanxiu over. "President Ji." Li Nan looked at Ji Wanxiu and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that Ning Yin is involved in the failure of the number 3 plot project. After Xia Lu was fired by us, he immediately joined Shengdong Group, and the number 3 plot project was snatched away by Shengdong Group. Ning Yin is Xia Lu's husband, so he should be fired immediately. But not only did you not fire him, you promoted him instead? Why? I need a reason." Ji Wanxiu said calmly. "Isn't the fact that he's my man enough?" Upon hearing this, inside the planning department's main office, the way everyone looked at Ning Yin immediately became incredibly interesting. "Your people? People?" This sentence contains a lot of information. Ji Wanxiu had already realized the ambiguity in those words, and explained again. "The project at plot number 3 has nothing to do with Ning Yin. What I mean is, in fact, Ning Yin has been working for me all along. He has made a great contribution to Kai Yue." Li Nan pressed further. "A great achievement? What great achievement? I don't know anything about it." Ji Wanxiu glanced at Li Nan indifferently and said very rudely, "Li Nan, know your place. I don't need to explain my decisions to you." Li Nan's face turned ashen. Actually, Ji Wanxiu is young and new to the company. In addition, Kaiwe is currently facing internal and external troubles. After Ji Wanchio's father fell ill, the entire Kaiwe was in great chaos. Li Nan has always been Ji Wanchio's right-hand woman, which is why she dares to be so presumptuous in front of Ji Wanchio. As we all know, Ji Wanchio had always valued Li Nan highly, but now, for Ning Yan's sake, she reprimanded Li Nan in public. In a short time, the atmosphere inside the office suddenly became incredibly subtle. "Let's go home." After saying that, Ji Wanchio turned and left. Li Nan opened her mouth as if to speak. However, Ning Yan suddenly intervened, saying with a playful expression, "Vice President Li, do you have any objections to President Ji's decision?" Speaking of which, Ning Yan lowered her voice and whispered, "Do you really think no one knows about your dealings with Guojin?" Upon hearing Ning Yan's words, Li Nan couldn't help but be startled. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But Li Nan did something wrong, so naturally she felt guilty. Although she and Guojin had always kept their affair very secret, looking at Ning Yan's amused expression, Li Nan really doesn't dare to gamble. In fact, Li Nan knew the inside story. Guojin had already told her that Ning Yan had taken over plot number 3. She had just wanted to confront Ji Wanchio about it directly. But it was only then that Li Nan suddenly realized that even if she brought things to the forefront, what would be the point? Now, the number 3 plot project is in Ning Yan's hands. At worst, Ning Yan can just leave Kaiwe. But what about her? What if Ji Wanchio asks her, "How did you find out that Ning Yan stole the number 3 plot project?" She can't very well say that Guojin told her, can she? What is her relationship with Guojin? Most importantly, Li Nan was genuinely afraid that Ning Yan already knew about her affair with Guojin. She had embezzled Kaiwe's funds, and if the truth came out, she would not only be in deep trouble, but she might even end up in jail. Then, Li Nan could only watch helplessly as Ji Wanchio's figure receded into the distance, remaining silent throughout. Ning Yan chuckled and said, "Although I've been promoted, I'll still need Mr. Li's help in the planning department from now on." Take care of him, my ass. Ning Yan is just trying to disgust Li Nan. Li Nan sneered and said, "Even if you've been promoted to deputy head of the planning department, Ning Yan, don't forget, you're just a deputy head. I'm the head of the planning department, and I'm also the company's vice president." Ning Yan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "President Li is quite self-aware. You're right, you're at most just the vice president of Kaiwe. Ji Wanchio is the president of Kaiwe. Besides, this company originally belongs to the Ji family, doesn't it?" Ning Yan was blatantly telling Li Nan, "I have powerful backers. What can you do to me?" Li Nan's face turned pale and then flushed. Time to go home. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ning Yan strode away. Li Nan glared at Ning Yan with hatred, gritting her teeth so hard they were about to break. But she couldn't utter a single word. In front of so many people from the planning department, she completely stumbled. The incident quickly escalated, and within minutes it had spread throughout the entire Kaiwe. This time, Ning Yan has truly made a name for herself at Kaiwe. At the same time, after returning to her office, Li Nan immediately sent Guojin a message. "I failed. It seems Ning Yan knows about what happened between us." On the other end, Ning Yan arrived at the company's underground parking lot, where Ji Wanchio had been waiting for a long time. "Get in the car." Sitting in the driver's seat of her Panamera, Ji Wanchio asked Ning Yan in a low voice, "Why won't you let me fire Li Nan directly?" Yes, previously in the president's office, according to Ji Wanchio's original intention, since they already knew about the sordid affair between Li Nan and Guojin, they should be fired immediately. Ning Yan said lazily, "There are many people watching Kaiwe now, and you can't tell which people in the company are spies for other companies. Li Nan has already been exposed, and she embezzled company funds. Once you have someone investigate this matter, you can use this as leverage, and Li Nan won't be much of a threat anymore. Even a useless person has value. Rather than firing her, it's far better to make good use of her. Maybe we can follow the clues and find more and bigger moles." Ji Wanchio glanced at Ning Yan with great surprise and said, "You certainly know how to make use of waste. Now, what I want to know even more is, what other methods do you have for the number 3 plot project?" Ning Yan took out a business card and handed it to Ji Wanchio, explaining, "You should know that the current CEO of Shandong Group is Zhao Tianlong. This is his business card. You can go directly to him to talk." Ji Wanchio narrowed her eyes. "You mean, we should join forces with Shandong Group to develop the number 3 plot project? That's certainly a good idea, but Zhao Tianlong has a notorious reputation and is very difficult to deal with. Are you sure he'll agree to cooperate?" Ning Yin calmly said. Tell him that I sent you to find him, and he will definitely agree to cooperate. However, you two can discuss the specifics of the cooperation, such as the method of cooperation, how the profits will be split, and the details of the cooperation. I'm too lazy to ask questions. Ji Wanqiu stared directly at Ning Yin and said in a deep voice, You actually have a very close relationship with Zhao Tianlong? I really couldn't tell from the past. Ning Yin, wouldn't you say you're hiding your true abilities? Ning Yin shrugged, opened the car door, got out, and got into her Chevrolet. Leaning back in her seat, she took out her phone and sent Guojin a message on WeChat. Mr. Gua, you're the one who sent Li Nan to deal with me, aren't you? You're getting too cocky. Have I been too lenient with you? Guess how I'll punish you this time? Guess correctly, and you'll win a prize. Chapter 35. Cold sweat pours down. After Guojin received Li Nan's text message, he had already anticipated that Ning Yin would cause him trouble. At this time, upon receiving Ning Yan's message, Guojin couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. But this time, he wasn't particularly flustered. In the past, Guojin was genuinely terrified of Ning Yan's revenge, but things were different now. Now, to be precise, in Guojin's view, since his daughter Chao Qingying had already been slept with by Ning Yan, what did he have to be afraid of? What did he need to be wary of? Not to mention, Ning Yan made him lose face, and Guojin had been holding a grudge ever since. Oh, Guojin sneered. This time he had learned his lesson. He didn't reply to Ning Yan's message, afraid of leaving evidence, so he made a voice call directly. Ning Yan, don't give me that crap. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, do you really think you've got this all figured out? How naive. Even if you've already secured the number 3 plot project, so what? Don't forget, I'm the vice president of Victory Group. With my connections in Nanjing, you little brat, do you believe that with just one word, I can force your number 3 project to a halt before it even starts? The call had just connected when our self-important general manager Gua, with a fierce face but a weak heart, immediately launched into a barrage of threats. Ning Yin almost burst out laughing, but calmly said, President Gua, what you said almost made me laugh. Guojin said sternly, Laugh? Ning Yin, you won't be arrogant for long. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Getting Li Nan to fire you is just the first step in my plan. Now, just sit back and watch how your project fails. Remember how you snatched the project from me. I'll make you kneel down and return it with your hands clasped. Wait until then, and see how you'll still be laughing. Guojin was indeed very confident, even arrogant. In his opinion, Ning Yin was just being clever and had only tricked him once. At that time, Guojin cherished his reputation very much. He felt that being taken to the police station was extremely humiliating, and if it escalated, he would be ruined. But now he doesn't care at all. Why? This time, he was taken to the police station again and surrounded by a group of reporters. Afterwards, he was severely scolded by his father-in-law. Since things have already turned out this way, even if Ning Yin reveals that he had been to the police station before, it won't cause any major harm. In this way, Guojin became even more unscrupulous. He had sent people to investigate, and he was certain that Ning Yin was just an employee of the planning department of Kaiwei Group, a mere worker with almost no foundation in Jinling. Why should Guojin be afraid? So many years. Through his father-in-law's connections and his position as vice president of the Shengli Group, Guojin cultivated relationships with countless powerful figures in Nanjing. And this afternoon, while Li Nan was about to fire Ning Yin at Kaiwei, Guojin had already invited those powerful figures to prepare to take action against Shengdong Group. Guojin believed he would be the ultimate winner. He would definitely expose Ning Yan's true colors. No, he wanted Ning Yin to suffer even more than before. Then, Guojin spoke again, saying, Ning Yin, if you don't want to end up with nothing, kneeling before me like a dog, begging for mercy, then I'll give you a chance. I've booked a room at the Hilton. Go and bring your Xiao Lu to me. Remember, you must personally bring your wife to my room and present her to me with both hands. Then, you'll be standing right there in front of my hotel, and you'd better stand there obediently and listen to me. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to move an inch in Jinling, understand? It must be said, Guojin, that old bastard, appears to be a well-dressed and successful man. But who would believe that he is actually a scoundrel? He's really good at having fun. He has a whole set of tricks up his sleeve. Most people wouldn't even dare to do something like him. Ning Yin did not get angry or embarrassed, but asked with a smile, President Gua, are you sure you really want to do this? Guojin said hatefully, I'm absolutely certain, and Ning Yin, I've already begun my actions. So there's no room for negotiation? There's no room for negotiation. In that case, let's wait and see. After saying that, Ning Yin hung up the phone immediately. Guijin curled his lip, his face full of disdain. In his opinion, Ning Yin was still young and just stubborn as a mule. He didn't think Ning Yin was qualified to be his opponent at all. Just as Guijin was fantasizing about the day when Ning Yin would grovel before him, begging for his mercy. When the ding sounded, Ning Yin sent another WeChat message. Guijin's lips curled up slightly. He thought Ning Yin's message meant she was giving in and admitting defeat. However, when he opened WeChat, he found that Ning Yin had sent a video. Below is another text message. Mr. Gua, please watch this video when you have time. It's excellent. Guijin frowned slightly, picked up his teacup with his left hand, took a sip of water, and clicked to play the video with his right hand. Then, with a puff, Guijin vomited the moment he opened the video. The video is absolutely fantastic. The problem is that the male protagonist in the video is none other than Guijin. To be precise, this is the video of Guijin and Li Nan having an affair in that private room of the tea house that afternoon. It's obvious. This video isn't high definition. It's obviously been filmed secretly. However, it's 100% definitely not photoshopped. Guijin concluded that he was being followed. Guijin immediately became anxious and dialed the voice call again. But Ning Yin did not answer for a long time. The more Ning Yin refused to answer, the more furious Guijin became. He called 3 times. Ning Yin answered the call leisurely and asked casually, "President Gua, was the video very exciting?" Guijin roared, "Ning Yin, you fucking had someone follow me?" Ning Yin readily admitted it, then retorted, "Yes, I was the one who sent people to follow you. So what? Are you going to bite me? Mr. Gua, what do you think the effect would be if I handed this video over to the local media reporters?" Guijin's face turned green. His father-in-law was already furious because of what had happened before. If such a shocking scandal were to break out now, Guijin was almost certain that Chao Xingli would crush him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. Upon realizing this, cold sweat broke out on Guijin's forehead. "Mr. Ning, let's talk this over," Guijin said in a trembling voice. "Whatever your request, as long as it's within my ability, I will agree to it. You don't need to be so ruthless towards me, right?" Just a moment ago, he was calling Ning Yin little brat and little brat. But now he's become Mr. Ning, and his attitude and tone are extremely respectful, ready to accept any punishment. In short, Guijin chickened out. Chapter 36. You silly goose, you're so stupid. Is Guijin's attitude shameful? In fact, most young people who are just entering society can stay true to their original aspirations and still uphold the attitude that youth is wasted if you are not reckless. No matter what happens, even if they are hurt and bruised, they will still be stubborn and unyielding. But most middle-aged people who have been beaten down by society learn to bow their heads first, especially someone as cunning as Guijin, who knew perfectly well that a true man can bend and stretch, was eager to trample Ning Yin underfoot. But when he discovered that Ning Yin actually had such a fatal handle on him in Li Nan's video, he immediately chose to grovel. "Mr. Ning, it's all my fault. Please give me another chance," Guijin said with utmost sincerity. "As long as you are willing to give me a chance, I believe that we can cooperate on many projects in the future. Making money together peacefully is definitely much better than fighting amongst ourselves, right?" He was subtly telling Ning Yin that, as long as Ning Yin doesn't ruin his reputation, and as long as he continues to stay in the position of vice president of Xingli Group, then the number 3 project is just an appetizer. He can hand over more projects to Ning Yin next. Ning Yin said with a faint sneer, "Cooperation? President Gua, you flatter me. I'm just an employee, while you are the vice president of Xingli Group, high and mighty. How could I be qualified to cooperate with you?" Guijin stiffened and said awkwardly, "Mr. Ning, you're joking." Before he could finish speaking, Ning Yin interrupted, "Don't be shameless. Who's joking with you? Do you think you have the right to joke with me? Do you think you're so great just because you're the vice president of Xingli Group? What are you?" "Guijin, don't forget, I've always remembered Xia Lu's debt. In this world, no normal man could accept being cheated on, and Ning Yin was no exception. He couldn't let Xia Lu go, nor could he let Guijin off so easily. Ironically, Guijin actually dared to come looking for trouble with Ning Yin. What else could this be but courting death? At this time, Guijin smiled obsequiously, while Ning Yin said coldly, "Mr. Gua, in today's youthful terms, you have once again successfully caught my attention. In that case, You must accept my punishment. Now, I'm going to find your daughter, and while I'm at it, I'll think about how to punish you. Aren't you so capable? Why don't you stop me from trying? Prevent? Even if you gave Guijin 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Karma. Guijin cheated on Ning Yan with Xia Lu, and now he can only watch helplessly as his daughter becomes Ning Yan's prey. But they didn't dare utter a single word. Guijin said with a bitter expression, Mr. Ning, please have mercy. You must treat Qingying kindly. She is still young and innocent. Ning Yan curled her lip, scoffed, and said, Naive? Your daughter is so naive that she has a tattoo, and she even specifically got the 4 characters Safe Travels tattooed on her. How incredibly naive. You might not believe it, Mr. Gua, but if Chao Qingying weren't your daughter, I wouldn't even have the slightest interest in touching her. As for Shengdong Group, you're welcome to try and make a move against them. After saying that, Ning Yan hung up the phone. Guijin's face changed color rapidly, alternating between pale and flushed. He picked up his phone and dialed again. Hey, Lao Chi, cancel everything regarding Shengdong Group. Don't ask me why. In short, cancel everything. Everything. After saying that, Guijin smashed his phone to pieces. On the other end, Ning Yan drove to the Hilton Hotel, where someone had indeed booked a room for her. However, it wasn't Guijin, but rather Guijin's daughter, Chao Qingying. Without saying a word, Chao Qingying now idolizes Ning Yan to an extreme degree, even to the point of being attached to her, and is inseparable from Ning Yan whenever they meet. After the swelling and itching subside, Chao Qingying leaned lazily against Ning Yan and suddenly said, Ning Yan, you're married, right? Upon hearing this, Ning Yan couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly, but her heart remained calm. Yes, Chao Qingying was, after all, the young lady of the Shengli group. Ning Yan treated her as prey and successfully hunted her down in the shortest possible time. However, Chao Qingying was not stupid either. Ning Yan already knew. Chao Qingying will definitely send someone to investigate him. I'm really curious now. Chao Qingying looked directly at Ning Yan and asked with a smile. Did you plan to seduce me from the very beginning? Otherwise, why would you lie to me? Ning Yan paused for a moment, then slowly said, Do you remember when I told you that my girlfriend cheated on me? Speaking of which, Ning Yan, the movie star, forced a bitter expression and a hint of self-deprecation before continuing. Originally, I didn't want to tell you about this, because it concerns a person's dignity. But now that you've sent people to investigate me and know that I'm already married, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, it wasn't my girlfriend, but my wife, who cheated on me during our marriage. This is Ning Yan admitting the truth. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yan sighed again, her face desolate, and said, Actually, I knew from the beginning that the truth would eventually come out, and that lies could not become the truth, and the truth could not become the truth. Sooner or later, the truth would be exposed, but I still tried my best to continue to hide it. The longer I can keep this a secret, the more time I can spend with you. This is an admission of wrongdoing. At last, Ning Yan looked at Chao Qingying, stroked the long hair on Chao Qingying's head, and said with a pained expression, I really can't bear to part with you. I know that once the truth comes out, you will definitely think that I am a scumbag who specializes in deceiving women's feelings. However, I want to tell you that you are really great. Although we've only known each other for a short time, I really like you. Even being with you gives me a feeling like my first love. I inadvertently acknowledged Chao Qingying's charm. It seems simple, but it's precisely in these simple and straightforward words that you should avoid anything too fancy or flowery. Otherwise, women will think you're just using sweet talk. However, in the end, I still lied to you. Now that you know the truth, let's break up. From now on, you must take good care of yourself. Going to nightclubs is fine, but never do it alone. Be careful. This is a strategic retreat. Moreover, it's meaningless to just talk about it. What's important is to take concrete actions. Just like now. After saying that, Ning Yan silently got dressed and left. With her back to Chao Qingying, Ning Yan began to count down silently. 3. Looking at Ning Yan's desolate figure, Chao Qingying suddenly felt that this man was so pitiful and so heartbreaking. 2. That night at the bar, this man never backed down, even when facing the uncrowned king of Jinling's underworld. But now, Chao Qingying found that he couldn't straighten his back. His wife's infidelity dealt him a devastating blow. For someone as proud as him, it was an unbearable pain. But now, he had to admit it to her face, which was tantamount to tearing open a wound that had just scabbed over. A scene of utter blood. 1. Chao Qingying rushed forward and hugged Ning Yin tightly from behind, saying urgently, "Silly girl, you're so stupid. I never said I wanted to break up with you." With his back to Chao Qingying, Ning Yin smiled, a slight upturn at the corners of her lips. Chapter 37. Guojin's wife has arrived. Honestly, Ning Yin, the movie star, was a powerful figure for 30 years in her previous life. She had received professional training and generally didn't laugh unless she really couldn't help it. Just like now, Chao Qingying keeps calling Ning Yin little fool. But who is really whose little fool? But he instantly controlled his expression. Facial expression management is a must. It's an essential skill for every successful person. "Let me go," Ning Yin said in a deep voice. "I lied to you. I don't deserve to be with you anymore." "Really, Chao Qingying, you are such an outstanding girl, while I am just a scumbag who was cheated on by my wife. I am not good enough for you at all." Once again, retreating is used as a tactic to advance, and he frantically belittled himself while praising Chao Qingying. This made Chao Qingying suddenly realize, without her realizing it, that she might have done something wrong. Should she not have sent someone to secretly investigate Ning Yin? It was clearly Ning Yin who lied to her. However, Ning Yin first spoke frankly, then apologized, and then used a strategy of retreat to advance, speaking sincerely and with a serious attitude. This whole combination of tactics, coupled with the fact that Chao Qingying is a rich young lady who is proud to the core and looks down on others, while Ning Yin is humble to the core, made her subconsciously begin to sympathize with Ning Yin. Then, the more Ning Yin wanted to leave, the less willing Chao Qingying was to let go. "Even if you're lying to me, you didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't intend to break up with you like this. Otherwise, why would I have asked you to come here? Right, I know your wife betrayed you, and this has hurt you deeply. You don't want to face it, and you don't dare to say much, so you use your girlfriend as a substitute. Ning Yin, I believed from the beginning that you had your reasons. I trust your character, and you should trust me too. We will never be apart. TSK, TSK, TSK. Friends, remember to carefully read the question and the preceding and following paragraphs again. Did Ning Yin offer any explanation from beginning to end? Not even a single word. The answer is no. He didn't defend himself at all, not even a single word. This is art, and this is what men must learn. When a woman starts questioning you, please don't rush to defend yourself. The more you try to explain, the more she'll think you're just making excuses. Rather than doing that, it's far better to take the initiative and show weakness. Often, showing vulnerability is the best weapon. The more assertive a man is usually, the more likely he is to evoke a woman's sympathy when he takes the initiative to show weakness. And sympathy, that is often the beginning of the abyss. As long as you accurately grasp this balance in psychology, you won't need to explain yourself, because this woman will take the initiative to explain herself on your behalf. Just like Chao Qingying in front of us, Ning Yin didn't even defend herself, but Chao Qingying very understandingly started to defend Ning Yin. Ning Yin slowly turned around, looked at Chao Qingying, and said with a touched expression, "Are you really willing to forgive me?" Chao Qingying picked up her phone and glanced at it, then exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's already past 8 o'clock. I need to take a shower and hurry home." "Go home?" Ning Yin asked in surprise. "Don't you like going to nightclubs? Why are you going home so early tonight?" Chao Qingying complained. "It's all my dad's fault." Speaking of which, Chao Qingying hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Ning Yin, you must have seen the news about my dad today, right? My father is getting more and more useless as he gets older. He's a complete good-for-nothing. What happened to him at the hospital last night was widely reported by the media, causing quite a stir. My grandfather was furious and called my mother. My mother, who was on business in another city, had to fly back immediately overnight. I'm not afraid of my dad at all, but my mom is different. Although my mom is busy, I have to be home before 9 p.m. whenever she's home. Otherwise, she'll freeze my bank cards and won't let me go out. So, Ning Yin, I can't stay with you tonight." Chao Qingying took a shower and then left in a hurry. With a click, Ning Yin lay on the bed, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep thought. Chao Qingying is the eldest daughter of the Chao family. Her grandfather, Chao Shengli, has long since quietly retired to the sidelines, but now truly holds the reins of the vast Chao family business. It was Chao Shuang, Chao Qingying's mother, and the Chao family and the Ji family have always been top-tier large families in Jinling. The most famous entity under the Chao family is nominally the Shengli group, but in reality, their true behemoth is the Chao group. Under the Ji family, The largest entity is the G Group, and the Hyatt Group is merely one of the main companies that the G Group publicly discloses. This is not important. What Ning Yin really cares about is that Chao Qingying's mother, Chao Shuang, is Guo Jin's wife. Ning Yin had originally planned to take revenge on Guo Jin, but now, she learned from Chao Qingying that Chao Shuang had returned to Jinling. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. At this point in time, Ning Yin stubbed out her cigarette and immediately called Zhao Tianlong. Investigate another person for me. Mr. Ning, please speak. Chao Shuang from the Chao Group is back. Follow her. Tell me everything about her whereabouts, including her usual preferences. Yes. After arranging this matter, Ning Yin took a shower and then drove away from the Hilton. Back home, Xiaolu was lying on the sofa watching TV. Upon seeing Ning Yin, Xiaolu asked directly, Ning Yin, I heard that Li Nan, that bitch, wants to fire you today? Ning Yin nodded slightly. Xiaolu has many acquaintances at Kaiwa. Regardless of whether the relationship is good or bad, someone will definitely ask her to verify this kind of gossip. I also heard that Ji Wanxiu said you're one of her people? Xiaolu questioned. What's your relationship with her? Since she was willing to protect you, your relationship must be very special. Then why didn't you let Ji Wanxiu intervene when I was fired by Li Nan? Ning Yin really didn't want to deal with Xiaolu, but a direct break would seriously affect his revenge plan. He used to dote on Xiaolu so much, and her name was even on the property deed. Although Ning Yin didn't care about a house, since Xiaolu had betrayed him, then he will definitely find a way to make Xiaolu leave with nothing. But Ning Yin couldn't bring herself to greet this bitch with a smile, so she simply retorted bluntly, what my relationship with Ji Wanxiu is a company secret. You're no longer at Kaiwa, so it's none of your business to ask. And Ji Wanxiu is the company president. Do you think I can order her around like a servant? Servant. She's already doing me a huge favor by protecting me. So why should she protect you? You know best what you've done. Chapter 38. This script is wrong. Hearing Ning Yan's words, Xiaolu went berserk on the spot. Ning Yan, you're quite something. I've noticed you're becoming more and more successful lately. Xiaolu stood up from the sofa and said coldly, you never used to talk to me like this. Now, you think that just because I've been fired, you can act with impunity, right? Let me tell you, even if I get fired from Kiyue, it's none of your business to look down on me. My interview at Shandong Group today went very smoothly, and I've been officially hired. It won't be long before I'm able to become the head of the business department. Ning Yin almost burst out laughing. Business department supervisor? Is that so great? You probably don't know, but the person standing in front of you is the big boss of Shandong Group. Let alone not having secured the position of business department head yet. Even if you did manage to get that position, what right do you have to act tough with me, Ning? But Ning Yin naturally wouldn't say these words aloud. He simply replied lightly, well, future head of the business department of Shandong Group. Good luck. I believe in you. Seeing Ning Yan's perfunctory attitude, Xiaolu flew into a rage and said angrily, men are all the same. Ning Yan, you're really going too far. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight. Don't come to the bedroom. He left those words behind. Xiaolu turned around and went straight back to the bedroom, slamming the door shut in a huff. But here, Xiaolu played a little trick. Although she closed the door, she didn't lock it. According to past practice, no matter how unreasonable Xiaolu was, it wouldn't be long before Ning Yin would tiptoe into the bedroom, bow her head and admit her mistake, carefully using various methods to coax Xiaolu into being happy. Tonight, Xiaolu assumed it would remain the same. She had Ning Yin completely under her thumb. She believed that even if Ning Yin were as powerful as Sun Wukong, she couldn't escape her grasp. But half an hour passed, and Ning Yin did not make a sound. Xiaolu felt a little bitter and thought to herself, humph, you're the toughest of all. Let's see how long you can hold out. Immediately afterwards, an hour passed, then 2 hours, and Xiaolu was almost asleep when Ning Yin came to apologize to her. In this way, Xiaolu, on the other hand, couldn't sit still any longer. She quietly opened the bedroom door and tiptoed out to take a look. Good heavens! Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise. Only then did she finally realize that Ning Yin had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. You bastard! Ning Yin, you're a complete bastard. Xiaolu was furious. She cursed a few times and went straight back to her bedroom. This time, she finally locked the door from the inside. Ning Yin opened her eyes, looked at the bedroom, and smiled slightly. Undeniably, in the past, Ning Yin did indeed spoil Xiaolu in every way, but now, What Xiao Lu doesn't know is that Ning Yin has discovered the sordid affair between her and Guijin, threatening not to let me into the bedroom. In the past, Ning Yin would have been very uncomfortable, but now, such a good thing. She couldn't be happier. Ning Yin has been heavily exploited by Zhou Shui and Chao Qingying lately, especially Chao Qingying, who is practically a wildcat who loves going to nightclubs. They're so clingy. At worst, Chao Qingying is a rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman. She's young, fresh-faced, and gorgeous. What do you, Xiao Lu, have? What can you possibly compare to Chao Qingying? Ning Yin was already unwilling to touch Xiao Lu again. If it weren't for her revenge plan, Ning Yin wouldn't even want to go back to this so-called home. Xiao Lu actually naively thought she could threaten Ning Yin. She's clearly still half asleep. That night, Xiao Lu tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night. In contrast, Ning Yin lay on the sofa, fast asleep, sleeping soundly, and even snoring. Xiao Lu was so angry that her teeth itched. The next day, early in the morning, Ning Yin received a call from Zhao Tianlong. "Mr. Ning," Zhao Tianlong said respectfully, "my subordinate just sent me a message that Guijin's wife, Chao Shuang, just went out for her morning run. Also, she will be going to the golf course in the south of the city today to play golf and discuss some projects with some partners." Ning Yin narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is anyone else traveling with us?" Since they were at home, Ning Yin didn't name names, but Zhao Tianlong instantly understood. Guijin was originally chosen by Chao Xingli as a son-in-law to live with his wife's family. Chao Shuang and Guijin didn't have a deep relationship to begin with, especially after she gave birth to the child and completed the task of continuing the Chao family line. Chao Shuang rarely appeared with Guijin at the same time. In fact, according to rumors, Chao Shuang hasn't lived under the same roof as Guijin for many years. So, Chao Shuang was jogging alone in the morning. Guijin wasn't there, but there were a few of Chao Shuang's bodyguards nearby. In addition, "Mr. Ning, I found some information about Chao Shuang, including her location. I'll send it to you via WeChat so you can see it at a glance." After hanging up the phone, Ning Yin quickly washed up, changed into sportswear, went downstairs, drove off, and left. Xiao Lu heard Ning Yan's commotion and thought Ning Yin was getting impatient and was preparing to make her breakfast to cheer her up. However, when she stepped out of the bedroom, she discovered Ning Yin has disappeared. Xiao Lu was absolutely furious. "Ning Yin, you bastard." Yushan Villa District, located in the south of the city, is one of the most famous affluent areas in Nanjing. The Chao family's villa is located halfway up the mountain. Chao Shuang enjoys morning runs. To be precise, she pays great attention to health and wellness. Whenever she is at home, she takes advantage of the best air quality every morning when the sky is just beginning to lighten and runs slowly from the middle of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, and then from the foot of the mountain to the back of the mountain and climbs to the top. Today, as usual, it took Chao Shuang almost an hour to run down from there. Women are slower, after all. The only difference is that Chao Shuang was surprised to find that there was someone at the foot of the mountain who was even more diligent than her, and that was a young man. After all, these days, most young people stay up all night going to bars and playing games. Very few get up early to exercise. This person, naturally, it was Ning Yin who had been carefully prepared. To make it look realistic, Ning Yin even broke out in a sweat. But, upon seeing Chao Shuang, Ning Yin was neither in a hurry nor did she rush to greet him. She merely nodded politely. The two passed each other and began climbing the mountain, one after the other. Chao Shuang hadn't paid much attention to the young man at first, but an hour later, she noticed that Ning Yin seemed to be waiting for her halfway up the mountain. Seeing this, Chao Shuang couldn't help but frown slightly. She's not like Chao Qingying, a little girl. She's very wary. But soon she discovered that things were completely different from what she had expected. "Hello, can I help you with something?" Ning Yin said with a helpless expression. "I wasn't paying attention and twisted my ankle." Upon hearing this, Chao Shuang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Something's not right with this script. In TV dramas, it's always the woman who gets into trouble, and the man plays the hero, rescuing her and striking up a conversation. But when it came to Ning Yin, it became a case of a beauty saving a hero. Chapter 39 Guijin's wife has taken the bait. Many TV dramas and movies feature the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, because this allows men to showcase their strongest side to women to the fullest extent. Although many idiots like effeminate men, most normal women, or rather, the more outstanding a woman is, the more she likes men who are full of masculinity and have an off-the-charts level of male hormones. Although Chao Shuang is a married woman, she is wealthy and beautiful enough. Despite having given birth, she takes good care of herself, and time hasn't left many marks on her. She looks to be in her early 30s, and she maintains a fantastic figure from any angle. She was a graceful and elegant, beautiful woman. Furthermore, many people know that she and Guijin have been in a cold war for many years and are only married in name, which ultimately led to countless men line up every day to fawn over her. Even, someone once deliberately caused a minor accident in order to win Chao Shuang's heart, and then volunteered to be a hero and save the beauty. Unfortunately, he failed. Chao Shuang is a very assertive woman. She is intelligent and powerful enough, and most of her tricks and schemes. It meant absolutely nothing to a woman like her who had personally weathered countless storms. In a short period of time, she had bumped into Ningyan twice in a row. Chao Shuang simply didn't believe in such a coincidence. She was even prepared to just watch you show off and start your performance. She planned to wait until Ning Yan had exhausted all her tricks before ruthlessly exposing Ning Yan. But she never expected that Ning Yan's first words would be to ask her for help. Chao Shuang couldn't help but pause for a moment, then stepped forward and asked casually, "How could you be so careless? This is the back mountain. It is indeed a bit steep." Ning Yan glanced at Chao Shuang and thought to herself, putting aside whether the mountain road is steep or not, Chao Shuang's figure is indeed steep, just like the surrounding mountains, with peaks and ridges. But Ning Yan knew very well that Chao Shuang's seemingly simple words were actually a subtle test of his background. Ning Yan pretended not to understand, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and replied, "This is my first time here. I'm not familiar with the mountain roads, and I twisted my ankle without realizing it." Chao Shuang narrowed his eyes and asked again, "You don't live nearby?" Ning Yan complained, "Hey, sis, you're giving me way too much credit. This is a villa district, and it's a well-known wealthy area in Jinling. How could I possibly live here?" Chao Shuang remained calm, staring directly at Ning Yan, and asked, "Besides the villa area, there are no other residential areas nearby. So why did you come all this way to climb this mountain?" Yushan Villa, located in a remote suburb of the city, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters. The area is completely off-limits to developers of shops and other similar businesses in order to ensure a clean environment and fresh air. Some people might wonder, such a large villa area, without a commercial area, wouldn't life be extremely inconvenient? This is actually a misconception among the poor. Most of us ordinary people need to buy groceries, cook, and order takeout. At the very least, we need daily necessities, so we naturally need shopping areas. The problem is that each villa here costs tens of millions, and some even exceed 100 million. Only the extremely wealthy and powerful can afford to live here. Their daily lives are taken care of by full-time nannies, maids, and bodyguards, so they don't need to worry about anything. All they want is this environment and a high-end, sophisticated atmosphere. They don't need a shopping district nearby. That is precisely why, when Chao Shuang learned that Ning Yin did not live in the villa area, but had made a special trip all the way here to climb the mountain, her wariness of Ning Yin reached an extreme again. Ning Yin smiled bitterly and said calmly, "I'm not afraid to tell you this, but I'm from the Hyatt Group. I have a project that's run into some problems. I heard that a lot of important people live in the Yushan Villa area, so I came here specifically to climb the mountain and exercise, hoping to run into some of them. Maybe they can help my project." Upon hearing this, Chao Shuang couldn't help but stiffen slightly again. "Goodness!" Chao Shuang exclaimed, "Good heavens! It's one thing for young people these days to lack martial ethics, but when did they become so direct? How could they say such things so openly?" But as Ning Yin finished speaking, Chao Shuang's wariness of her began to decrease rapidly again. "Are you hoping to meet a benefactor when you go out?" Chao Shuang sat down not far from Ning Yin and asked slowly, "So, have you met your benefactor yet?" Ning Yin rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "I twisted my ankle and still didn't run into any important people, but I did run into a great beauty." Chao Shuang's lips curled slightly, and she raised an eyebrow. "What? Can't this beautiful woman of mine be your benefactor?" Ning Yin glanced at Chao Shuang, then quickly looked away, her gaze slightly evasive, and said, "You are indeed very beautiful, and you can tell from your demeanor that you are not an ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a noble lady in this villa complex." The words leave room for interpretation, but the meaning is clear. Ning Yin is saying that you are probably a beautiful lady who never lifts a finger and only needs to go for beauty treatments, shopping, and travel every day. You don't understand business matters. If this were a young girl, she probably would have given a feminist warning right away. In fact, the more outstanding a woman is, the less she cares about such trivial matters. For example, Chao Shuang's heart is completely unmoved. And Chao Shuang is usually a powerful and famous female CEO. Now that she has finally met Ning Yan, who does not know her and only regards her as an ordinary woman, Chao Shuang is not angry at all. Instead, she becomes even calmer. She looked at Ning Yan and asked with a smile, "What's bothering you? You can tell me. Maybe I can help. Even if I can't, just telling me your troubles will cheer me up." 2 hours later, the sun rises in the east, and its rays shine brightly on the earth. Chao Shuang helped Ning Yan down the mountain slowly. The mountain path was steep, and the two inevitably had a lot of physical contact as they walked. Ning Yan blushed deeply, and he didn't even dare to look at Chao Shuang, let alone take advantage of her. Seeing Ning Yan like this, Chao Shuang's long-dormant heart was suddenly stirred. During those 2 hours, Ning Yan talked to her a lot, especially when Chao Shuang learned that Ning Yan came from a rural background, had a poor family, and had barely managed to finish university, only to find herself struggling to make ends meet in the city. Chao Shuang became unusually silent. To be precise, in a daze, she suddenly remembered her ex-boyfriend. Once upon a time, she and her ex-boyfriend had a deep relationship, and they even talked about marriage. Unfortunately, her ex-boyfriend had too low emotional intelligence and didn't know how to please Chao Xingli, so Chao Xingli eventually broke them up. Later, Chao Shuang had no choice but to obey Chao Xingli's arrangement and marry Guijin, who was a live-in son-in-law. She had no feelings for Guijin. Ning Yan at this moment really looked just like her ex-boyfriend from back then, which made Chao Shuang feel a mix of emotions. After descending the mountain, Ning Yan said to Chao Shuang with a serious expression, "Sister, thank you. Maybe it's because we're all strangers that I told you so many things I would never normally say." "I'm sorry." Chao Shuang smiled slightly, twirling a strand of hair from her forehead, and said with captivating charm, "Then we can say we've hit it off right away, right? From now on, we're no longer strangers. We have arrived at the foot of the mountain." Chao Shuang could no longer support Ning Yan, nor could he continue to hold Ning Yan's arm, so he had to let go. "When you release." Chao Shuang seemed to still feel a little reluctant. Ning Yan keenly noticed this detail, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "The fish has taken the bait." No, to be precise, it was Chao Shuang, this great shark, who took the bait. Chapter 40 Ning, the movie Emperor. Chao Shuang is no ordinary woman. People like Chao Qingying and Zhou Shui are at most small fish in Ning Yan's pond, but with Chao Shuang's status, she is definitely a big shark. To become a successful sea king, one must not back down when facing a great white shark. One must rise to the challenge. According to the information sent by Zhao Tianlong, Ning Yan can say with certainty that Chao Shuang is definitely a domineering female CEO in the truest sense. A strong woman like her doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Trying to lure her in with ordinary tricks is futile. That's a complete joke. Ning Yan sifted through Chao Shuang's information and identified a very important matter. That is, Chao Shuang once had a deeply loved ex-boyfriend. Zhao Tianlong couldn't find out the specific details. However, as everyone knows, Chao Shuang and Chao Xingli had a very tense falling out over this matter, which caused quite a stir in the city. As for Guijin, that bastard, as a son-in-law who married into the family, he had no say. Even knowing that Chao Qingying didn't like him, even knowing that Chao Qingying had a deeply loved ex-boyfriend, but he still had no choice but to accept it, even if he had to hold his nose. Ning Yan came today. Instead of playing the hero and saving the damsel in distress, he first took the opposite approach, actively seeking help from Chao Shuang. Then, he went straight to the point, explaining to Chao Shuang that he had come there hoping to encounter a benefactor. Finally, Ning Yan took the initiative to open up and explain the hardships she had encountered over the years. There was only one thing he needed to do. She tried her best to present her experiences in a way that was very similar to those of Chao Shuang's ex-boyfriend. Original, Ning Yan was merely testing the waters, but seeing Chao Shuang's reaction, Ning Yan knew he had made the right bet. A powerful heiress and CEO like Chao Shuang rarely loses her composure, but she is clearly out of control now. As for the reason, Ning Yan didn't know that Chao Shuang almost became enemies with Chao Xingli and his daughter because of their marriage. Her ex-boyfriend, like Ning Yan, came from a rural background and was very honest, dull, and simple-minded. Chao Shuang was attracted to him because he gave her a strong sense of security. But Chao Xingli felt that marrying such a man was worse than marrying a dog. At that time, Guijin was Chao Xingli's secretary, deeply trusted by Chao Xingli, and knew how to please him. Chao Xingli then arranged for Chao Shuang to marry Guijin. In a fit of anger, Chao Shuang ran away from home and planned to elope with her boyfriend. Pity. She was too young then, and she didn't know that what she did would completely enrage her father, Chao Xingli. Chao Xingli only had one daughter, Chao Shuang. Seeing his daughter abandon her own father to elope with a poor young man, he was heartbroken. How could Chao Xingli tolerate this? Chao Sheng sent someone to use a clever trick to send Chao Shuang's boyfriend to prison. Then, Chao Xingli gave Chao Shuang two choices. Either marry Guijin and he would let the poor boy go, or he would make the poor boy spend the rest of his life in jail. You can imagine Chao Shuang's breakdown and despair at that time. Next, Chao Shuang had no choice but to follow her father's arrangements and marry Guijin and have children. After giving birth, Chao Shuang devoted herself to her work. She and Guijin had not lived together for 20 years. Chao Shuang originally thought that so many years had passed, and she had almost completely forgotten what happened back then. But it wasn't until today, after meeting Ning Yan, that Chao Shuang realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. They say time is the best healer. However, more than 20 years later, when he woke up, the events of that time quickly took root and sprouted, and became unstoppable, growing wildly and occupying Chao Shuang's entire heart. After parting ways with Ning Yan, Chao Shuang first went back to the villa to wash up and eat, and then drove to the company. All morning, Chao Shuang couldn't calm down no matter what she did, and she would always involuntarily start to drift off. To be precise, her mind was always filled with thoughts of her ex-boyfriend. No, after more than 20 years apart, her memories of him had become slightly hazy. The last image that overlapped in her mind with that of her ex-boyfriend was Ning Yan's face. At this point in time, Chao Shuang couldn't help but feel slightly agitated. She wanted to find a photo of her ex-boyfriend, but unfortunately, she had already destroyed it herself on her wedding day after what happened back then. As for her ex-boyfriend, the two have had no contact since his release from prison, and so many years have passed. They've long since vanished without a trace. At the moment, the only trace of Chao Shuang's ex-boyfriend that she could find was Ning Yan. Yan, should I go find that little guy? Chao Shuang frowned deeply. Afternoon, Chao Shuang arranged to meet with several business partners at a golf course in the south of the city. Playing ball while chatting and business deals are struck in the process. This is a style that many successful people nowadays enjoy. Chao Shuang was witty and confident, and quickly secured the next few big deals. At that very moment, suddenly, Chao Shuang caught sight of that man. The man didn't seem to know how to play golf. His movements were very stiff and awkward. Furthermore, he appeared to have twisted his ankle, walking with a limp. Act like a buffoon. Tisk, when did we start arranging performances like this here? This is interesting. Is this some kind of monkey show? Many people are talking about that man. In their eyes, that man. He really looks exactly like a clown. These words reached the man's ears. He clearly heard them, but he could only pretend not to. He dared not retaliate. He could only blush and stammer, unsure whether to leave or stay. At the same time, upon hearing these words, Chao Shuang suddenly felt a nameless rage rising within him. Because that man is Ning Yan. Hello. Chao Shuang quickly walked to Ning Yan's side and said softly, "We meet again, little brother." Ning Yan looked at Chao Shuang, clearly surprised, but her face lit up with delight. She blurted out, "Sister, what a coincidence. What are you doing here?" Chao Shuang said in a low voice, "I also want to ask you, why are you here?" Ning Yan stammered and seemed quite at a loss. TSK. Ning Yan's acting skills, comparable to those of a movie star, would definitely put those popular celebrities to shame. Chao Shuang had no idea that Ning Yan was acting because she couldn't see any flaws in her performance. She looked at Ning Yan, sighed, and said, "You failed at the Yushan Villa, so you've come here to try and find a benefactor?" Ning Yan lowered her head and said softly, "I heard that some important people like to come here to discuss business, so I came. I didn't expect that golf, which looks simple, would be so difficult to play." Looking at Ning Yan, who seemed out of place here, and even appeared somewhat self-conscious, Chao Shuang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Doesn't this man know that coming here will make him look foolish and make him a laughingstock? No, he knows. But even so, he still came. Why? Because he wanted to succeed. He had no other way to solve the problem. so he could only resort to this clumsy, luck-based method to try and meet a benefactor. If there is a choice, he probably didn't want this to happen either. Who wouldn't want to earn money with dignity? Who wants to be subservient to others? Aren't we all forced into it? Chao Shuang looked at Ning Yin with a complicated expression, as if she were seeing her stubborn ex-boyfriend from back then. After a long silence, Chao Shuang walked up to Ning Yin and said, "I'll teach you." Chapter 41. Sister, cheers. Stand with your legs straight. Don't stiffen your body, and don't be tense when gripping the club. Also, don't keep thinking about how far you can hit the ball this time. Aim, look at the ball, and swing naturally with both arms. Yes, that's it. Beat. With a whoosh, the ball soared high into the air, tracing a beautiful parabola, and flew far away. Ning Yin was as happy as a child, shouting excitedly, "Sister, I did it." Chao Shuang smiled and gently tapped her chin. "Yes, believe in yourself, you can do it." In the time that follows, under Chao Shuang's tutelage, Ning Yin became more and more confident with each match, making rapid progress. At the same time, the commotion instantly attracted the attention of many people, especially Chao Shuang's business partners, who immediately stepped forward and asked with smiles, "Chao Shuang, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Chao Shuang said calmly, "Yes, this is my younger brother." Younger brother? As everyone knows, Chao Shuang is Chao Shunli's beloved daughter, his only child, and has no other brothers or sisters. Of course, everyone knows that Chao Shuang and Guijin have no feelings for each other, so it is perfectly normal for Chao Shuang to suddenly have a younger brother by his side. Only, those familiar with Chao Shuang know that she has very high standards, extremely high standards. Over the years, countless men have tried to curry favor with her, but none of them have met her standards, without exception. But now, this seemingly ordinary young man was clearly receiving extra attention from Chao Shuang. The group exchanged glances and were willing to give Chao Shuang face. "Perfect timing, little brother. Come on, let's play a game." The speaker was a middle-aged man named Wu Shikai, the CEO of the Wu Group. He was over 50, bald, and had a slightly protruding belly. To be precise, Wu Shikai had always coveted Chao Shuang, but unfortunately he had never had the opportunity. Now that he saw Ning Yin win Chao Shuang's favor without making a sound, Wu Shikai was naturally very unhappy. Yes, we're already here. Let's start the betting. I bet 10 million that I can end the battle within 10 rounds against Mr. Wu. Why would I need so many? I'll bet 10 million on at most 8 rounds. I'll bet 5 million. Chao Shuang felt slightly displeased. These people just mocked Ning Yin, and now everyone is betting on Wu Shikai to win. Isn't this blatant bullying of Ning Yin? Nobody thinks highly of my brother, right? Chao Shuang sneered and said, "As you all know, I like to gamble big. In that case, I'll bet 20 million. I'm betting on Ning Yin to win." Wu Shikai was also furious and said indifferently, "Is Chao Shuang here to give me money? In that case, I won't be polite." After saying that, Wu Shikai looked at Ning Yin and said casually, "Don't say I'm bullying the younger one. You go first." Ning Yin glanced at Chao Shuang and tentatively asked, "Sister, can I win?" In business, many gambling games are deliberately lost, with the intention of losing some money to the big boss to make him happy, thus securing the deal. Chao Shuang smiled and said calmly, "Ning Yin, play well and don't feel pressured. If you win, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." If that's the case, Ning Yin stopped arguing and started the game. Whoosh. Nice shot. So lucky. Whoosh. Another goal. Is it fake? Are you sure you're a beginner? In no time at all, Ning Yin won, and the point difference was huge. Wu Shikai's face turned green. Change him. I'll play with you." The second game, Ning Yin has won another resounding victory. Then came the third and fourth games. Chao Shuang's business partners took turns trying to take him down, but they all failed at Ning Yan's hands without exception. Wu Shikai exclaimed, "This is impossible. You must be an expert." Ning Yin said shyly, This is really my first time here. It's all thanks to my sister's excellent teaching. This statement is absolutely impossible to be false. There are only a handful of golf courses in Nanjing. A quick search will tell you. Moreover, even if they did investigate, they would find that Ning Yin had never actually played golf. However, what they didn't know was that this was indeed Ning Yan's first time playing golf in this life. But he was a master in this sport in his previous life. Without being immodest, in her previous life, Ning Yin dominated the business world for 30 years. All the things that Chao Shuang and his ilk considered elegant were things that Ning Yin had already mastered. He doesn't play golf? Bullshit. Ning Yin deliberately acted awkwardly before, for one reason only, to attract Chao Shuang's attention. Most importantly, friends, remember this. To lure a domineering female CEO like Chao Shuang, you first need to make her feel powerful and in control. Secondly, we need to make her have a very strong presence. Just like now, everyone saw that Ning Yin originally knew nothing about golf, but now, under Chao Shuang's tutelage, Ning Yin transformed herself and beat a bunch of seasoned veterans to a pulp. This would be far more satisfying for Chao Shuang than if he had won against them himself. Chao Shuang looked at Ning Yin and said with a smile, "Little brother, you really have impressed me. You're a genius. You're definitely a golf prodigy." Ning Yin scratched her head and said again in a simple and honest manner, "Sis, I really don't know how to play. It's all thanks to you for teaching me." Chao Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard he was shaking uncontrollably. Honestly, Chao Shuang couldn't even remember the last time she could laugh so happily. She wondered which year it was. But now, she is really happy. She looked at Wu Shikai and his group and said calmly, "Please excuse my foolishness. My brother won." Wu Shikai's face was so dark it was unbearable to look at, and he turned and left. Chao Shuang called out to Wu Shikai's retreating figure, "Mr. Wu, remember to transfer the money to me later." Everyone left. Chao Shuang turned to look at Ning Yin, pursed her lips, and smiled sweetly. "My good little brother, you've helped me win tens of millions in one go. Tell me, how should I reward you?" Night. Chao Shuang brought Ning Yin to a bar, or more accurately, a quiet bar. Unlike noisy bars, this bar is very quiet, and surprisingly, they are playing Mozart. This quiet bar is owned by a friend of mine. Chao Shuang ordered a drink and then explained to Ning Yin, "It's quite quiet. I often come here alone to sit for a while when I have nothing to do. You are the first friend I invited." Ning Yin frowned slightly and said seriously, "Sister, although this is a quiet bar, girls still need to learn to protect themselves. Don't come here alone in the future. It's not safe to come too late." Chao Shuang felt a warmth in her heart, and then asked with a smile, "Sister is no longer a little girl. Sister is already married." Chao Shuang originally thought Ning Yin would feel awkward. However, Ning Yin's answer once again surprised her. "Actually, I'm married too," Ning Yin said bitterly. "I've always tried my best, and I love my wife very much. But recently, I suddenly discovered that she's cheating on me. She's having an extramarital affair." Chao Shuang looked at Ning Yin, whose fists were clenched and whose face was full of pain, and felt his heart clench violently. "Come on, little brother, let's drink." Drat. The phone rang. Guijin had suddenly sent Ning Yin a message. "Guijin, Mr. Ning, if it's convenient, let's meet. I'd like to talk to you." Ning Yin quickly replied with a message. "I'm very busy. You might not believe it, but I'm busy wooing your wife." After sending the message, Ning Yin raised her wine glass with her right hand and said to Chao Shuang, "Sister, cheers." At the same time, Ning Yin held up her phone with her left hand, secretly took a picture of Chao Shuang, and sent it directly to Guijin. Chapter 42, Unleashing Your True Self. Guijin is extremely uneasy today. It's almost like each day is an eternity. But a night passed, then a day, and Ning Yin still made no move. Guijin couldn't understand how Ning Yin could possibly take revenge on him. But, at the same time, he was very certain that Ning Yin would take revenge on him. This feeling was like a knife hanging over Guijin's head, yet it hadn't fallen, leaving Guijin as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "I'm so anxious and uneasy. Whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, you'll get stabbed, so why are you hesitating to swing your knife? Isn't this just plain annoying?" Then, after much agonizing thought, Guijin steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth, deciding to make a special trip to meet with Ning Yin. He planned to have a serious talk with her, and if she was willing to let him off the hook, he would do everything he could to grant her requests. However, to his utter surprise, Ning Yin told him, "I'm busy pursuing your wife." Immediately afterwards, Ning Yin then sent over a picture of Chao Shuang. Guijin was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. From the photo, he could clearly see that the environment was rather dark, and there were wine glasses, snacks, and liquor on the table. This is clearly a bar. In places like bars, where there's a lot of ambiguity, anything can happen. Most importantly, although Guijin and Chao Shuang had been a couple in name only for 20 years and had no feelings for each other, Chao Shuang was still his lawfully wedded wife. Wrong. It was the Chao family who brought Guijin, their son-in-law, into their home. But, Even so, no normal man can accept being cuckolded, let alone stand by and watch his wife being pursued by another man without doing anything. Then, Guijin immediately made a voice call to Ning Yan. But Ning Yan hung up without even thinking. Chao Shuang raised an eyebrow and asked casually, "What? Is your spouse urging you to go home? Are you leaving?" Ning Yan shook her head. "It's not her. It's an idiot. Besides, even if my wife really called me, why should I go home? I've already told you, I'm not joking." Speaking of which, Ning Yan even picked up her wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, then roared with red eyes. "She cheated on me. She cheated on me. She cheated on me during our marriage." Ning Yan's voice was very loud. Not only was Chao Shuang startled, but many people around also cast curious glances at him. His wife cheated on him during their marriage, and he's shouting about it so loudly? But Ning Yan didn't care at all. He was now like a movie star, and the only thing he cared about was to evoke Chao Shuang's empathy. And Ning Yan was certain that Guijin, that old bastard, would call Chao Shuang soon. He was paving the way for Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang didn't know it was Guijin who called Ning Yan. He thought Ning Yan was truly heartbroken and quickly comforted her in a low voice. All right, I understand what you mean. Drink up. Let's drown our sorrows in alcohol. We won't leave until we're drunk." Ning Yan and Chao Shuang continued drinking. Meanwhile, Guijin made countless calls to Ning Yan, but all of them were rejected. Guijin was so angry that he almost smashed his phone again. What a terrible thing. Guijin sighed, his face full of bitterness. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. Back when Guijin was sexually harassing Xiaolu, the two adulterers were extremely smug. Before that, Guijin didn't care at all. He was already used to it. Over the years, he had had many women. He never imagined that after hunting geese all his life, he would be blinded by a sparrow. It was all because of Xiaolu that he got into trouble with Ning Yan. His life has been a complete mess ever since. It's almost unbearable. After a moment's thought, Guijin grabbed his phone and dialed Chao Shuang's number immediately, demanding, "Where are you? Who are you with? I'm warning you. You have a husband. You'd better come home right now. Do you hear me?" Chao Shuang was very surprised to receive a call from Guijin. 20 years have passed. She and Guijin were only married in name. She had already completed the task given to her by her father, Chao Xingli. She had given birth to a child for the Chao family. From that day on, her father, Chao Xingli, dared not interfere with her anymore. After that day, she and Guijin were like strangers, ignoring each other completely. Now, when Guijin suddenly called, Chao Shuang originally intended to give him some face, but Guijin immediately launched into a barrage of questions, which were also in the form of orders. This immediately enraged Chao Shuang. Guijin is a son-in-law who married into the Chao family. Everything he eats, wears, lives in, and uses belongs to the Chao family. What right does Guijin have to point fingers at her? "Where I am is none of your business." He left those words behind. Chao Shuang hung up the phone immediately. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Guijin flew into a rage and smashed the phone to pieces on the spot. "You adulterous couple. You despicable couple." As it turns out, some people are simply not to be trifled with. Since getting involved with Ning Yan, Guijin has already broken 4 or 5 of his phones. Inside the quiet bar, Ning Yan sat opposite Chao Shuang and asked, "What's wrong? Sis, are you going home?" Chao Shuang shook his head slightly. "He's an annoying guy too. Ignore him and keep drinking. Cheers." Ning Yan clinked glasses with Chao Shuang, a slight smile playing on her lips. His exemplary role worked. People have a herd mentality, and Ning Yan hung up the phone so rudely. Chao Shuang simply copied what was done, one cup after another. As they drank, the two of them got drunk. On stage, after the resident singer finished his performance and went for a break, Ning Yan stood up and said to Chao Shuang, "Sister, let me sing you a song. You can choose one." Chao Shuang was already slightly tipsy and said with a grin, "Are you sure you can handle it? Can I order whatever I want? I'll order Ashen's 'Love You Till I Die.' A man can't say no. Just you wait and see, sis." After saying that, Ning Yan, slightly drunk, rushed forward and picked up the microphone. Singing in a bar costs 200 yuan, but nobody cares about that small amount of money. Even in death, I will love you. It's not satisfying unless it's done to the fullest extent. Ning Yan's wailing, ghostly singing voice echoed throughout the entire bar. Undeniably, he couldn't sing any high notes at all, but he didn't care. He was like a madman, yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs, completely unrestrained. Happy. That felt great. Sister, you come too. You sing a song. At Ning Yan's invitation, Chao Shuang reluctantly agreed to sing as well. This thing, once it started, it was unstoppable. Chao Shuang completely let loose and passionately sang a duet with Ning Yan. She sang very happily. The more you drink, the more you consume. That dizzying, liberating feeling of singing at the top of one's lungs can truly release the pent-up emotions that have been building up inside for far too long. That was so satisfying. As they drank, she and Ning Yan both got drunk. As they drank, the two of them stumbled and staggered straight to the hotel. Chapter 43 is available online. It's urgent. The next day, early in the morning, Chao Shuang slowly opened his eyes. As far as the eye can see, before her was clearly a 5-star hotel room. She was lying on the bed, completely naked. Most importantly, there was a man lying next to her, Ning Yan. Chao Shuang's eyes widened suddenly. It took a lot of effort for her to finally force herself to calm down. What exactly happened last night? Are you drunk? Yes, I am drunk, and I have a hangover. Even now, my head is still spinning. But, did she really black out? Did she really lose all her memories? Obviously not. It's true that she and Ning Yan were both drunk last night, but apart from a few people who actually black out, most people are still conscious unless they've drunk 2 gin of baijiu, taking advantage of being drunk to cause trouble. They're all bastards. If you're so capable of acting crazy when you're drunk, why don't you go home and act crazy with your dad? Chao Shuang was absolutely certain that although she was dizzy last night, she was still conscious and she had to take responsibility for her actions. She remembered clearly. Last night, Ning Yan sang at the top of her lungs like a banshee, and Chao Shuang later joined her in a wild dance, letting loose and letting loose. It's been too many years. Chao Shuang has been suppressing his feelings for far too many years. Ever since her father, Chao Shengli, forced her boyfriend into prison and pressured her to marry Guijin. From that day on, Chao Shuang's heart is already dead. So many years. She has always been well-behaved and methodical. It is true that she and Guijin are husband and wife in name only, but at the same time, she has never done anything out of line. This wasn't just because she had to constantly remember that she was a married woman. More importantly, it was because she was Chao Shengli's only daughter. No matter what, she had to protect the Chao family's reputation, leaving aside the possibility that she might misbehave outside and cuckold Guijin. The vast Chao family will inevitably be implicated as a result. That is precisely why Chao Shuang has remained single for over 20 years. Silence, oh silence. We will either die in silence or erupt in silence. Last night, under Ning Yan's intentional or unintentional guidance, Chao Shuang, who had been suppressed for more than 20 years, completely let loose. She has been well-behaved for over 20 years. She decided to be impulsive this time. She decided to be herself this time. It wasn't Ning Yan who brought her to the hotel. Chao Shuang remembered clearly that last night. She held Ning Yan's head in her hands and said with a giggle, "My good little brother, tonight, you belong to your sister." Then, she brought Ning Yan to this hotel. The scenes from last night kept replaying in Chao Shuang's mind. Chao Shuang covered her face, feeling ashamed to face anyone. Chao Shuang couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ning Yan. This glance had a significant impact. Chao Shuang suddenly noticed that although Ning Yan's eyes were still closed, her eyelashes were trembling uncontrollably. Ning Yan, the movie star, has successfully returned to the scene, showcasing his skills and acting prowess to the extreme. Chao Shuang was unaware that Ning Yan was acting. She thought that she had keenly sensed that Ning Yan was pretending to be asleep. Then, after thinking for a moment, Chao Shuang quietly got up, ready to get dressed and leave. After all, in this situation, it would be quite embarrassing for the two of them to be frank with each other. But, just then, Ning Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Chao Shuang's arm, pulling her back. "Sister, where are you going?" Chao Shuang retorted. "Little guy, not pretending anymore? Don't you like to pretend to be asleep?" Ning Yan deliberately feigned a shy expression and stammered. I'm nervous. I've been awake for a while, but I don't know how to face you, sister. But I don't want you to leave. I can't bear to part with you." The words were simple and unadorned, without any flowery language. But when paired with Ning Yan's shy and embarrassed expression, they became the purest love confession in the world. In a daze, Chao Shuang then remembered that her ex-boyfriend was just like that. She had absolutely no resistance to men like that. She extended a finger, gently lifted Ning Yan's chin, looked directly at Ning Yan, and said teasingly, "You don't want me to leave? Then, what do you want to do?" Their eyes met. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. Afternoon. Ning Yin arrived at Kaiwei while yawning. Ning Yin is now the deputy head of the planning department at Kaiwei and has her own office. Ning Yin sat in her office chair, feeling a slight backache. If Chao Qingying is a little wildcat, so Chao Shuang is the real enchantress. Especially considering this woman was married to Guijin in name only for 20 years, enduring so much loneliness and isolation. She's great in every way. The only downside is that she's a bit hard on the back. Ning Yin opened the information about Chao Shuang that Zhao Tianlong had sent him yesterday and studied it again from beginning to end. Final. Ning Yin came to a very certain conclusion. Chao Shuang had really taken the bait. Or rather, to some extent, Chao Shuang may have been using Ning Yin as a substitute. After all, back then, Chao Shuang was forced to break up with her ex-boyfriend and marry Guijin, which was the biggest regret of her life. And now, Ning Yan's appearance is equivalent to fulfilling Chao Shuang's regret. Although Ning Yan is Ning Yan, and he certainly isn't Chao Shuang's ex-boyfriend. In any case, Chao Shuang saw more or less the shadow of her ex-boyfriend in him. Ning Yan stroked her chin and murmured, "This is interesting." If it were anyone else, being used as a substitute by a woman would definitely make them very angry, and they might even want to break off relations on the spot. However, Ning Yan didn't care at all. The reason he approached Chao Shuang was simply because Chao Shuang was Guijin's wife. Certainly, another important premise is that Chao Shuang is really beautiful and takes very good care of herself. She is more beautiful and has more charm than the average woman in her 30s. If she were an old woman, Ning Yan certainly wouldn't bother touching her. He would directly hire someone to cuckold Guijin, instead of doing it himself. Men, one's values are influenced by one's physical appearance. Just as Ning Yan was pondering her next plan, Chao Qingying suddenly sent her a WeChat message. "Hey handsome, got some time? Wanna hook up?" Ning Yan almost burst out laughing. He thought for a moment, then took a screenshot of the chat history and sent it to Guijin. After that, he sent Guijin a message. "Mr. Gua, your wife truly retains her charm. It's a pity that you, Mr. Gua, don't know how to cherish such a stunning beauty as the sole heir of the Chao group as your wife. Oh, by the way, I just saw Mr. Gua's wife off. Now, your daughter Chao Qingying has come to ask me out again. Mr. Gua, should I accept the invitation? I need help online, it's urgent." Chapter 44 Rage Out of Control. Victory Group. In the conference room on the top floor, Guijin was originally having a meeting with the project team. On the surface, Guijin remained expressionless, but in reality, he was panicking terribly. Last night, after Ning Yan replied to his message, she stopped answering the phone. Then, Chao Shuang also stopped answering his calls. To this end, Guijin first searched frantically in various bars, but couldn't find Ning Yan and Chao Shuang. He then went back to the villa, but still couldn't find Chao Shuang. He squatted in the car in front of the villa for the entire night, smoking 2 packs of cigarettes. But Chao Shuang still didn't arrive. Chao Shuang still hadn't gone home by dawn, staying out all night. This is the first time Chao Shuang has done this in over 20 years. Before this, whenever Chao Shuang was in Nanjing, she would always go home to stay, but now, she hasn't come back at all. Guijin felt a profound loneliness, as if his hair had turned white overnight, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Prior to this, Guijin had been with countless women, but because Chao Shuang looked down on him and wouldn't let him touch her, not even a finger, they had been a couple in name only for over 20 years, which made Guijin extremely angry. To this day, even now, Guijin deeply realizes that Chao Shuang, who hasn't returned home all night, is very likely with Ning Yan. Guijin finally experienced this excruciating pain firsthand. His wife was taken by Ning Yan. In particular, Guijin knew this all along, but he dared not bring it up, dared not retaliate, and was even unable to take revenge. This made Guijin feel increasingly frustrated and angry. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Back then, Guijin committed all sorts of evil deeds, and he enjoyed cheating on men. Now, he has finally tasted the bitterness of it all. At that very moment, Ning Yan sent a message. Guijin immediately exploded in rage, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, "Bastards! Scoundrels! They all deserve to die." Inside the meeting room, there was complete silence. The project team was terrified, utterly bewildered as to what they had done to offend General Manager Gua. They were speechless with astonishment. Guijin recovered his senses, sneered, and said, "I'm not satisfied with the project plan. Scramble it all and start over." He left those words behind. Guo Jin stood up and left the meeting room, leaving the project team completely bewildered. After working day and night on the project plan for a week, it was just overturned by Guo Jin. But the problem is that, so far, they haven't even formally discussed the project plan. Guo Jin doesn't even know the details of the plan, yet he's already overturned it? Clearly, everyone understands that Guo Jin has suffered some injustice somewhere and is taking out all his anger on them. This is a classic case of collateral damage caused by a fire at the city gate. An undeserved disaster. Guo Jin walked out of the conference room, went to the restroom, smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, and stared intently at the message Ning Yan had sent. Madam Guo Chao Shuang. Young Miss Chao Qingying. One is Guo Jin's wife, and the other is Guo Jin's daughter. How could Guo Jin tolerate this? Fuck you. Guo Jin threw away his cigarette, but strode to the door of the president's office and pushed it open without knocking. Inside the CEO's office, Chao Shuang was discussing future cooperation plans with the CEOs of several other partner companies over tea when Guo Jin suddenly interrupted her. Chao Shuang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said very rudely, "Mr. Guo, this is a company. Don't you even know the most basic manners? Don't you know you have to knock before entering? Who allowed you to come in?" Normally, Guo Jin didn't have the courage to confront Chao Shuang, but now, enraged, he couldn't care less about anything else. He stared intently at Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang was already beautiful, but after not seeing her for a night, Guo Jin discovered that Chao Shuang was even more beautiful than before. She was like a field that had been parched for too long, suddenly blessed by a timely rain. After being nourished by the rain, she would flourish like a withered tree in spring. Radiant, bright and beautiful, Guo Jin clenched his fists tightly. Those who know. He knew Chao Shuang too well, and he knew women too well. Judging from Chao Shuang's current demeanor, he could tell that Chao Shuang must have been with Ning Yan last night. Guo Jin was already furious, and when Chao Shuang reprimanded him so mercilessly, he went berserk on the spot. "Chao Shuang." Guo Jin pointed at Chao Shuang and demanded sharply, "You still have the nerve to give me attitude? I'll ask you, why didn't you come home last night? Who were you with last night? Answer me." Inside the entire CEO's office, utter silence. Everyone, including the CEOs of the major partner companies and Chao Shuang's secretary, was stunned. Chao Shuang was furious on the spot. It said that family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, but now, in front of so many company CEOs, Guo Jin is questioning her like this. If this gets out, what will happen? It will probably become the talk of the town for countless CEOs in the industry. Guo Jin, Vice President Guo. Chao Shuang looked directly at Guo Jin and said, word by word, "I need to remind you, this is the company. The company. If it's a family matter, you can wait until I get home to talk about it. Do you understand what I mean?" Guo Jin had completely lost his mind, jumping up and down and cursing. "If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Chao Shuang, you dare to do it. So why are you afraid of what I say? What are you so guilty about?" Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the CEOs in the office immediately became incredibly interesting. It is obvious that, is Guo Jin suspecting or accusing Chao Shuang of having an extramarital affair? This is a truly major incident. Chao Shuang took a deep breath, sat up from his executive chair, strode over to Guo Jin, and said coldly, "Vice President Guo, do you even know what you're saying?" Guo Jin shrieked, "I know exactly what I'm saying. Chao Shuang, I've tolerated you for years. Don't push your luck." As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud smack, Chao Shuang raised his right hand high and delivered a powerful slap to Guo Jin's face. The entire venue was deathly silent. Chapter 45, Living Worse Than a Dog. This slap. Guo Jin was completely stunned by the slap. He stared at Chao Shuang in disbelief, his voice trembling as he said, You actually dared to hit me?" Chao Shuang looked at Guo Jin with disgust, even with a hint of disappointment in his voice, and said in a deep voice, "Guo Jin, I'll emphasize this to you again. This is the company. This is the president's office. Please know your place." Guo Jin fell into a long silence, especially when he keenly noticed that the eyes of the CEOs of the major companies in the office, including Chao Shuang's secretary, were filled with mockery and disdain as they looked at him. Guo Jin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grief. Yes, if he were outside, he could wield immense power and influence simply by virtue of his position as the vice president of the Victory Group. But in front of Chao Shuang, he really didn't have that qualification. Don't even mention that he's just a vice president at the company while Chao Shuang is the president. Even if he went back home, Would Guijin's situation improve? No, that's not true. To be precise, at home, he was even less important than Chao Qingying's dog. That husky is of a higher status than him. Why? Because he's just a son-in-law who marries into his wife's family. He should be prepared for that. Does a man who marries into his wife's family expect his in-laws to hold their heads high? Does that mean he's not fully awake? If that's the case, why do so many men work so hard? Why do so many parents sell their possessions to buy their sons cars, houses, and wives? Why not just have your son become a live-in son-in-law? The reason is to marry a wife. It's all so that my son can live with dignity. No matter how unreasonable my daughter-in-law is, she can't be too outrageous. But what about a son-in-law who marries into the wife's family? To put it bluntly, he didn't even marry a wife. He was a son-in-law who was brought into the Chao family. He was indeed incredibly wealthy and lived a life of luxury, but at the same time, he also lost. But it is a man's dignity. If Chao Shuang were truly Guijin's lawfully wedded wife, and if Chao Shuang's abilities, status, and position were all superior to Guijin's, he certainly has the right to ask questions. But since he was a son-in-law, if Chao Shuang didn't do anything out of line, it was because Chao Shuang was keeping to her wifely duties. Even if Chao Shuang did do something, what right did Guijin have to point fingers at her? Chao Shuang glanced at his secretary without making a sound, and the secretary understood immediately. Cough. The secretary walked up to Guijin and whispered, "Mr. Gua, please go back. Miss Chao has been very busy lately. As you know, she's in charge of all the company's affairs, big and small. It's fine if you can't help her much, but why make things worse for her? If the chairman finds out about this, what do you think he will think?" The secretary whispered, "Know when to stop. Don't cause any more trouble in front of outsiders." Although the secretary spoke earnestly, with an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good." However, Guijin felt deeply humiliated. According to common sense, what right does a mere secretary have to speak such trivial words to Guijin? To put it bluntly, even Chao Shuang's secretary looked down on Guijin from the bottom of his heart. Guijin clenched his fists tightly. He was furious, extremely furious, and he wanted nothing more than to smash everything to pieces. But he didn't dare. His secretary's words reminded him that, for now, this matter was only confined to this office. If things really blow up, and if his father-in-law Chao Xingli finds out, Guijin will probably be in serious trouble, if not dead. Guijin now, although life is frustrating, at least you can still have a glamorous vice president status, and at least you can live in a villa and drive a luxury car. But if Chao Xingli were truly enraged, then Chao Xingli could make Guijin lose everything in no time, leaving him with nothing. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Guijin knew very well that once he lost the Chao family as his backer, those who used to fawn over him would instantly turn on him and humiliate him in every way. At that time, Guijin Kai is truly living a life worse than death. At this point in time, Guijin could only force himself to calm down. He looked at Chao Shuang and said in a deep voice, "President Chao, I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Then, he looked at the CEOs of various companies and said in a humble manner, "Gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing you. I'll be leaving right away." After saying that, Guijin quickly left the president's office, fleeing in a sorry state like a stray dog. Chao Shuang rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated, and forced a smile as he said to everyone, "Excuse me, everyone, let's continue." Guijin couldn't even keep his own wife in check. He was slapped in the face by Chao Shuang in front of so many people, losing all face. On the other end, Ning Yan, sitting in her office, was leisurely drinking coffee. That's just how the planning department works. When inspiration strikes, they act swiftly and decisively. When inspiration fails, they're just lazy and lethargic. Moreover, Ning Yan is now the deputy head of the planning department, so he no longer needs to handle every little detail. Ning Yan spent the entire afternoon chatting with Chao Qingying and Zhou Shui on WeChat. Chao Qingying doesn't have to work and spends her days idly, doing nothing but shopping, traveling, and going to bars. As for Zhou Shui, Ning Yan arranged for her to work as the head of the public relations department at Shandong Group. But everyone has their own area of expertise. No matter how well Zhou Shui understands men, professional matters ultimately require professionals to handle them. That's why Zhou Shui is currently taking further courses, learning public relations skills and professional techniques. She will be very busy these next few days. This is also the main reason why she didn't try to seduce Ning Yan. Just as Ning Yan was chatting enthusiastically with the two pretty girls, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Ji Wanxiu, the female president of Hyatt Group, pushed the door open and entered. Oh, what a rare guest. Ning Yan didn't seem to regard Ji Wanxiu as her boss, and said with a smile, "What brings you here?" Ji Wanxiu didn't mind Ning Yan's unserious behavior and said seriously, "Ning Yan, I came here specifically to thank you. I contacted Zhao Tianlong yesterday, and he has agreed to cooperate. We'll go to Shengdong Group tomorrow to discuss the specific details of the cooperation." Ning Yan nodded and said with a grin, "Grateful thanks are so insincere when they're just empty words. How about something more practical, like giving me a raise?" Ji Wanxiu thought for a moment and said calmly, "The company has a complete salary system for each department. If I raise your salary without authorization, what will the other department heads think? How about this? I'll give you a bonus next month. Of course, the premise is that you have to come with me to Shengdong Group tomorrow to finalize the cooperation on plot number 3. He left those words behind. Ji Wanxiu left immediately. Ning Yan shrugged and didn't take it to heart. At that very moment, no sooner had Ji Wanxiu left than Li Nan walked right in. She looked at Ning Yan with captivating charm and said coquettishly, "Ning Yan, congratulations on your promotion." After saying that, the woman leaned against Ning Yan and said in a coquettish voice, "I have time tonight. How about you treat me to dinner? If that's not possible, I'll treat you." Chapter 46. Looking at Li Nan, who had taken the initiative to approach, Ning Yan said bluntly, "Have you taken the wrong medicine? If you're sick, you need to get treatment. You can't hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor." While speaking, Ning Yan even pushed Li Nan away. Li Nan's face stiffened slightly. Then she immediately became furious and shouted, "Ning Yan, I came here on my own initiative because I wanted to make peace with you. Don't be so stubborn. Peace talks? Just yesterday, Li Nan even turned against Ning Yan, vowing to fire her. But now, she's clinging to Ning Yan. Judging by her posture, if this weren't an office, and if the large office outside weren't so crowded, Li Nan probably wanted to eat Ning Yan right there and then. Why did her attitude towards Ning Yan suddenly change so drastically? That's because, when Li Nan was about to fire Ning Yan yesterday, Ji Wanxiu stood up for Ning Yan, which is enough to prove that Ning Yan has a powerful background. What a coincidence. To paraphrase Guo Jin's question to Chao Shuang, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But the problem is, Li Nan really did something wrong. She originally planned to join forces with Guo Jin to secretly acquire the number 3 plot project. To do this, she emptied her savings and took out a huge loan from the bank. They even went so far as to misappropriate funds from the Kaiwei Group. Li Nan has big ambitions. The reason she's investing so much is because she's going all in. She knew very well that the truth would eventually come out, and that her affair with Guo Jin would be exposed sooner or later. So many years. She colluded with Guo Jin and made a lot of money, but she was not satisfied. So she tried every means to raise funds so that she could make a fortune and then retire successfully. Originally, according to the plan, having successfully acquired the number 3 plot project, once the project is completed, even after splitting the profits with Guo Jin and paying off the bank loans, Li Nan will still earn at least 100 million yuan. 100 million. It's just 3 simple words when you say it. But in reality, if you actually have 100 million, you can live a carefree and happy life for the rest of your days, with no worries about food or clothing. Li Nan and Guo Jin's plan was flawless. Everything was ready except for the final push. However, but then Ning Yan suddenly appeared. Ning Yan forcibly took over the number 3 plot project, completely disrupting all of Guo Jin and Li Nan's plans. Especially Li Nan. She was deeply involved in this project. When she found out that Ji Wanxiu was standing behind Ning Yan, she thought about it all night. Even though she was a little unwilling, she still chose to take the initiative to make peace with Ning Yan, because she was really afraid of being targeted by Ning Yan. Even Guo Jin had made a fool of himself in front of Ning Yan, and Li Nan asked herself honestly, she didn't have the confidence to fight against Ning Yan. And her ultimate goal is to make money. She has no reason to fall out with Ning Yan. But now, Ning Yan made it clear that she wasn't buying it. She had already taken the initiative to get close to her, but Ning Yan pushed her away directly. How could Li Nan tolerate this? Don't forget, Li Nan is the vice president of Buick Excel. Moreover, Li Nan is quite beautiful, at least a 7 out of 10 beauty, especially her long, straight legs, which can definitely dazzle many men. In addition, the added advantage of being a vice president. Wherever Li Nan goes, she is always treated as an honored guest, and countless men even take the initiative to fawn over her. But now, Ning Yin pushed her away directly, and Li Nan couldn't bear this humiliation. That's right. In the eyes of a woman like her, if she took the initiative to get close to Ning Yin and Ning Yin didn't know better and pushed her away, then it was Ning Yan's fault, and she had suffered a great injustice. She absolutely refused to put up with this kind of rudeness. Ning Yan, Li Nan's face darkened as he said in a gloomy tone, "Do you think that just because Ji Wanxiu is protecting you, you can act recklessly and completely disregard me? If it were someone else, even if they don't explain, they at least won't respond to that. They'll just keep quiet and that's it. But Ning Yan isn't anyone else." He looked at Li Nan and said sincerely, "I didn't realize you understood me so well. Yes, you're right. That's exactly what I think." Faced with Ning Yan's completely unpredictable behavior, Li Nan was utterly bewildered. She glared at Ning Yan and said hatefully, "Fine. Very well. Ning Yan, you've really grown too big for your britches. But don't forget, even if you get promoted, you're still just a deputy manager. The planning department is my territory." She pointed a finger at Ning Yan and said sternly, "I'm not just the company's vice president. I'm also the head of the planning department. If I wanted to, I could find 1,000 ways to deal with you. You just wait." He left those words behind. Li Nan turned to leave. However, just then, Ning Yan spoke up again. "President Li, don't get so angry. We can talk things out." Li Nan turned to look at Ning Yan, arms crossed, looking down at her with a cold laugh. "What?" Got scared. Ning Yan waved her hand and said with a smile, No, Mr. Li, you misunderstood. I just found a very interesting video and wanted to share it with you." Li Nan scoffed and said, "Not interested." Ning Yan shook her head and said, "No, you have to be interested. Otherwise, if you dare to walk out of my office like this today, I'll post this video in the Kaiwa work group and ruin your reputation. Do you believe me or not? Disgraced and ruined?" Upon hearing this, Li Nan couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. "Show me." Li Nan took the phone. She originally thought that Ning Yan had caught her embezzling Kaiyue's funds, but that wasn't the case. But this video, however, is even more deadly, because the video shows Li Nan and Guijin having a wild time in the tea house. Seeing this, Li Nan's face paled, and she blurted out, "Where did you get this video?" Ning Yan spread her hands and calmly said, "Where I got the video doesn't matter. What matters is that I already have the video. Also, I'm a soft-hearted person, so I'll remind you, if you close the video now, you'll discover something very interesting." Li Nan turned off the video, and his expression changed drastically, because after the video was closed, a chat log appeared. To be precise, Ning Yan opened the video from his WeChat chat history with Guijin, and Li Nan clearly saw that Ning Yan sent the video to Guijin yesterday afternoon, but Guijin never told Li Nan about it. Li Nan knew nothing about it from beginning to end. Yes, Ning Yan was holding this video in her hand. Guijin already knew about this yesterday. Ning Yan was initially very puzzled as to why Li Nan dared to speak rudely to him today. Immediately, Ning Yan already understood that Guijin hadn't told Li Nan about this. It seems that a rift had already formed between these two adulterers because of Ning Yan. At this time, Li Nan looked at Ning Yan and trembled all over. To put it bluntly, Ning Yan holding this video is tantamount to holding a huge handle against Li Nan. Unless she resigns from Kaiwa right now, she has to be very polite to Ning Yan. Even so, what if she resigned? If Ning Yan is shameless enough, no matter which company Li Nan jumps to, Ning Yan only needs to release this video to ruin Li Nan's reputation. Ning Yan. Li Nan took a deep breath, handed the phone back to Ning Yan, put on a charming smile again, winked at Ning Yan, and said in a coquettish voice, "Please don't post the video, okay?" Chapter 47 Terrifying, a fate worse than death. Ning Yan pushed Li Nan away without any hesitation, choosing to refuse again. Li Nan asked in surprise, What? What do you mean?" Ning Yan lit a cigarette before slowly saying, "Lust is a man's nature. However, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. You have to understand, not every woman is qualified to climb into my big bed." Upon hearing this, Li Nan couldn't help but stiffen slightly, almost bursting into anger on the spot. Although Ning Yan's words were very subtle, Li Nan was a very shrewd woman, and she instantly understood the hidden meaning in Ning Yan's words. Is Li Nan pretty? Yes. Is she alluring? Yes. But she had a past relationship with Guijin, and Ning Yan thought she was dirty and didn't even want to touch her. There is a fundamental difference between her and Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang is Guijin's wife. Although Ning Yin is seeking revenge on Guijin, don't forget that Chao Shuang and Guijin have been a couple in name only for 20 years. Guijin hasn't even been able to touch Chao Shuang's finger during those 20 years. To some extent, Chao Shuang is not dirty at all. In fact, she is very clean, even cleaner than most women. And Ning Yin approached Chao Shuang not only for revenge, but also for a deeper reason. Chao Shuang was the president of the Chao Group, and Ning Yin needed to use Chao Shuang as a springboard to make another qualitative leap, get bigger projects, and make more money. But what about Li Nan? What does Li Nan have? She's just a vice president at Kaiwa, and yesterday she was out partying with Guijin. What makes her comparable to Chao Shuang? Most importantly, Ning Yin has no shortage of women. All the women around him now are younger and prettier than Li Nan. Ning Yin is already exhausted from dealing with these women. Why would he bother with Li Nan, who is so unattractive? Does she deserve it? It's obvious she doesn't deserve it. Li Nan actually naively thought she could sleep with Ning Yin just by snapping her fingers? What else could it be but being out of her mind? Honestly, at this moment, Li Nan was truly furious. With her looks and status, she never lacks admirers wherever she goes. There's always a group of men fawning over her. But today, in just a short while, she had already been rejected by Ning Yin twice. But would she dare to get angry? Ning Yin has her videos on her phone. How dare she get angry at Ning Yin? Ning Yin held her phone, smiling as she looked at Li Nan. Li Nan remained silent for a long time, not daring to lash out. Instead, he could only force a smile and say, all right, Ning Yin, you're awesome. I give up. Tell me, what do you want from me to let me go? Ning Yin answered irrelevantly, asking in return, you must already know about the feud between me and Guijin, right? Li Nan nodded slightly. Guijin used the number 3 plot project to sleep with Xia Lu, who was Ning Yan's wife. Driven by the hatred of killing his father and the loss of his wife. This is a blood feud. Li Nan tentatively asked, do you want to use me to get revenge on Guijin? Or do you want me to have a complete falling out with Guijin and expose all the bad things he's done? Ning Yin waved her hand and said calmly, exposing all the evil deeds he's done and putting him to death is too boring. Have you ever seen a cat playing with a mouse? Cat playing with mouse. They always made sure to play with the mice until they were exhausted, making them tremble with fear and suffer all kinds of torment, making them wish they were dead. Finally, eat it directly. And now, without a doubt, Guijin is that little mouse. Ning Yan's first step was to give Guijin hope, to make him struggle incessantly, and to make him believe that he still had a chance to win or escape. Then give him hysterical despair. After thinking for a moment, Ning Yin said calmly, Guijin didn't tell you about the video because he wanted you to turn against me. He's using you as a pawn. You have to break ties with him about this. But you can't just cut ties with him completely. You must continue to cooperate with him, even become his accomplice. The only difference is that you must report to me truthfully what he has done. You'll have to figure out the specifics of how to do it and the appropriate balance yourself. Did you understand? Li Nan thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, okay, I understand. I'll call Guijin as soon as I get back. Ning Yin shook her head slightly and said with a smile, since you understand, then make the call here. Li Nan hesitated slightly, but still took out her phone and called Guijin directly. Guijin was drinking alone when he suddenly received a call from Li Nan. He wasn't surprised and answered immediately, I'm busy. Spit it out. Li Nan shrieked, Guijin, you bastard. How dare you cheat me? Guijin narrowed his eyes and asked, what did I do to you? Li Nan said angrily, Ning Yin has our video. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Guijin had just been slapped by Chao Shuang in front of so many people, and he was already seething with anger. Now, he was furious and retorted sharply, I did it on purpose, so what? What can you do to me? Li Nan shouted, good, very good. Guijin, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. Ning Yin is now going after me, and I can't even protect myself, so I will definitely drag you down with me. You just wait. I will expose all the good deeds you have done over the years. Upon hearing this, Guijin was startled, his drunkenness instantly sobering him up. He quickly said, Li Nan, you know all the good things I've done, but I also know all the good things you've done. Are you sure you want to end up hurting each other? Snort. Li Nan sneered and said, it's not that I want to fight you to the death. Get this straight. You tricked me first. You deliberately made me go to fight Ning Yin to the death, didn't you? Guijin was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Li Nan, wake up. I admit it was my oversight not to tell you about the video beforehand. But the video is in Ning Yan's hands, and he will definitely use it against you and me. Does it matter whether I tell you or not? Li Nan said irritably. You should have given me a heads up beforehand, so I could at least be mentally prepared. Guijin rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated, and said, all right, this was my fault. But no matter what, Ning Yan is our common enemy. We don't need to fight each other. We should join forces, make a lot of money together, and get rid of Ning Yan while we're at it. That's the right choice, isn't it? Li Nan glanced at Ning Yan, then said to Guijin on the phone, yes. But, no matter what, I need an explanation from you, and you need to make it up to me properly. Chapter 48 Scumbag. No, a Casanova. Compensate, Guijin said with a wicked grin. All right, come to the Hilton Hotel tonight. Room 808. I'll definitely make it up to you. Li Nan spat and laughed. You bastard. You tricked me, and now you want to sleep with me? How can you take advantage of me like that? There's no such logic in the world. Guijin sighed. He knew that this matter had ultimately created a rift between him and Li Nan, so he simply said, Okay, then I'll buy you 10 bags, all right? Li Nan sneered and said, No, I want 100, and I don't need you to buy them. Just transfer the money to me now. 10 million. He left those words behind. Li Nan stopped there and hung up the phone. Guijin immediately transferred 10 million yuan to Li Nan via mobile banking, and then continued to drink alone in silence. Only, as Guijin drank, he felt that the wine was becoming increasingly unpleasant to drink. His wife Chao Shuang and his daughter Chao Qingying both became Ning Yan's prey, and he confronted Chao Shuang. But instead of gaining any advantage, he was slapped in the face by Chao Shuang in public and lost all face. Now, Li Nan almost had a complete falling out with him again, and Guijin even had to pay another 10 million. Isn't this just incredibly unlucky? Guijin felt increasingly aggrieved, because only now did he suddenly realize that it seemed that ever since he slept with Xia Lu and provoked Ning Yan, he never had a single day of peace again. He lived in constant fear. In fact, what he didn't know was that reality was far more tragic than he imagined. He thought Li Nan was turning against him, but he didn't know that Li Nan was in Ning Yan's office, and that Li Nan was making the call to Guijin right in front of Ning Yan. Everything about Guijin. They were all completely outmaneuvered by Ning Yan. On the other end, inside the Hyatt Group office, Li Nan hung up the phone and said to Ning Yan with a smile, How was it? I did pretty well, didn't I? I didn't give anything away, did I? Ning Yan smiled and said, Good job. However, regarding this compensation issue, you know what I mean, right? Li Nan's lips twitched slightly, but she still managed to smile and said, Look at what you're saying. I got this money from Guijin, and I was going to give it to you anyway. As they were talking, Li Nan picked up her phone and started transferring money to Ning Yan directly through mobile banking. Li Nan is the vice president of Kaiwei, and Guijin is the vice president of Shengli Group. Their accounts have been opened by the bank, so they are not subject to transfer restrictions. Looking at that row of zeros, Li Nan felt a pang of heartache. That's bullshit. I was originally planning to give it to Ning Yan. She was planning to keep it for herself. 10 million. A full 10 million. It sounds like a few easy numbers, but earning that amount is incredibly difficult. But now that Ning Yan has spoken, does Li Nan dare to object? Obviously, she didn't dare. She could only transfer the 10 million she had just extorted from Guijin, which she hadn't even had time to enjoy, directly to Ning Yan. After returning to his office, as soon as the door closed, Li Nan's face turned incredibly gloomy. She smashed her phone to pieces, then gritted her teeth and cursed. Ning Yan, you bastard. You just wait. I'll make you pay. At that very moment, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Li Nan said coldly, Get out. Outside the door. Ning Yan said calmly, It's me. Li Nan was startled and quickly opened the door, saying awkwardly, Ning Yan, what brings you here? While speaking, she also tried her best to block Ning Yan's view, not wanting Ning Yan to see the phone she had just smashed. Ning Yan said with a smile, It's nothing. I was just reminding you not to drop your phone and break it. Looks like I'm late. I'm off. Time to go home. Li Nan was furious, but she still had to put on a smiling face. Ning Yan arrived at the company's underground parking lot, turned on her phone, and smiled happily as she saw the bank SMS notification that 10 million had just been deposited into her account. Strictly speaking, this is Ning Yan's first pot of gold since her rebirth. After all, prior to this, although he had acquired the number 3 plot project, The project had not yet been monetized. And now, he sowed discord between Guijin and Li Nan, and even made 10 million yuan on the side. He was absolutely thrilled. This is only the third day since Ning Yan's rebirth. 3 days. He made 10 million. And, if Ning Yan is willing, this number will continue to skyrocket. After gathering his thoughts, Ning Yan first sent Chao Shuang a WeChat message. Sis, do you have time? I miss you. Let's have dinner together tonight. Chao Shuang replied quickly, but declined Ning Yan's invitation, saying, I have work to do tonight, and it might be very late. Ning Yan smiled slightly and quickly replied, Okay, sis, no matter how busy you are with work, you must take care of your health. Chao Shuang, thank you. I understand. Ning Yan didn't reply. Instead, she switched contacts and sent Chao Qingying a message. Baby, where are you? I miss you so much. Chao Qingying. See you at the usual place. I'll be waiting for you. Ning Yan smiled smugly. What makes a time management master? This is it. As a player, juggling multiple relationships before dating the fish he keeps in his pond. Always remember to avoid scheduling conflicts. Actually, Ning Yan was originally going to see Chao Qingying tonight. The reason he sent a message to Chao Shuang in advance was to avoid Chao Shuang calling him suddenly when he was on a date with Chao Qingying. Some people may wonder, what if Chao Shuang really wants to have dinner together? Simple. Ning Yan can just find some excuse to decline in half an hour, like she suddenly received a notice that she has to work overtime. As the president of Xingli Group, Chao Shuang couldn't possibly come to Hyatt Group in person to check up on things, could he? What would happen if someone saw us? Ning Yan's repeated, I miss you, was purely to appease Chao Shuang. Want to? What a load of rubbish. He's been working so hard these past few days his back aches. That's just a man's way of talking, nothing more. Coincidentally, women are most susceptible to this kind of thing, especially women like Chao Shuang who have been lonely and isolated for more than 20 years. She simply wouldn't doubt it. She would never have imagined that. Ning Yan had just fooled her, and then immediately went to meet her daughter, Chao Qingying. And Ning Yan even prepared a special candlelight dinner for Chao Qingying at a high-end Western restaurant in the city, just for the two of them. Wow, Chao Qingying exclaimed in surprise. This is so romantic. And this meal must have cost a lot of money, right? She knew that Ning Yan was a working-class person with a low salary, and this meal would cost at least 20,000 yuan. Chao Qingying didn't care about the money, but in her opinion, the fact that Ning Yan, a working-class person, was willing to spend so much money to make her happy proved that Ning Yan really cared about her. This deeply moved Chao Qingying. Little did they know, Ning Yan was overjoyed. She thought to herself, I just got 10 million from your dad Guijin, and now I'm using your dad's money to woo his daughter. It's really satisfying. After finishing the meal, Chao Qingying took Ning Yan directly to the Hilton Hotel. Chao Qingying specially booked a long-term private room there, and even gave Ning Yan a room key. When Ning Yan and Chao Qingying were having a wild time. Meanwhile, Chao Shuang wasn't actually busy. She had gone home to her villa. At the same time, Guijin was also called back by his father-in-law, Chao Xingli. Chao Xingli looked down at Guijin and said, I heard that you had a fight with Shuanger at the company today. Guijin felt a little guilty and stammered, Dad, Before he could finish speaking, with a smack, Chao Xingli slapped Guijin across the face. Then, Chao Xingli pointed at Guijin's nose and cursed, Guijin, how dare you? Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble for Shuanger and the company? Don't you know how badly this will affect our company? Waste. I was blind back then to let Shuang marry a good-for-nothing like you who is more trouble than he's worth. Guijin, I am truly, truly disappointed in you. Guijin clenched his fists tightly, his face deathly pale. Chapter 49 You are not allowed to stand up before dawn. Live-in son-in-law. There is no dignity in it. This is especially true for a powerful and prestigious family like the Chao family. Chao Xingli looked at Guijin, who was clenching his fists, and said with narrowed eyes, What? You're not convinced? Guijin lowered his head and said in a deep voice, You're my father-in-law. If you hit me, I have nothing to say. Chao Xingli was furious and said sternly, But I can see you're clearly very dissatisfied. Speak your mind. Guijin took a deep breath and said earnestly, Dad, since you want me to speak, I'll be frank. I know that as a son-in-law who married into the family, I have no status in this household. But I just want to know, Chao Shuang didn't come home last night, and as her husband, don't I even have the right to ask her? Chao Xingli frowned slightly and said calmly, You should know that Shuanger is very busy. She's often away on business trips for a week at a time. You've been married for over 20 years. Don't you even have this most basic trust? Guojin opened his mouth as if to speak. But, Chao Xingli's face darkened. Who did you learn this habit from? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. But what is it? What could Guojin say? Say. He knew perfectly well that Chao Shuang had been with Ning Yin last night. But the question was, did he dare to say it? Yes, on the surface, Chao Shuang did indeed do something to betray Guojin last night. But the problem is that once Guojin exposes this, it definitely won't end that easily. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud along with it. Who is Ning Yin? Why would he approach Chao Shuang? Was it a chance encounter, premeditated, or something else entirely? With Chao Xingli's cunning and shrewdness, as long as the slightest clue is revealed, he will definitely follow the trail and launch an investigation. At that time, if he finds Ning Yin, and Ning Yin reveals that Guojin slept with Xiao Lu first, and then Ning Yin went to Chao Shuang to get revenge on Guojin. Once this gets out, things will be in serious trouble. Chao Shuang is Chao Xingli's biological daughter. Even if Chao Shuang is truly morally corrupt, Chao Xingli wouldn't really do anything to her. But what about Guojin? Once Chao Xingli finds out that Guojin, his son-in-law who married into the family, dares to have affairs outside the marriage and has so many women, he'll be in trouble. Chao Xingli will definitely skin Guojin alive. That is precisely why, at this moment, Guojin was truly suffering in silence, unable to express his bitterness. Chao Xingli waited for a long time but didn't get Guojin's answer, and became increasingly impatient. Just then, Chao Qingying, who had just finished her date with Ning Yin, returned from the hotel in high spirits. You little rascal, you've been out having fun again, haven't you? Chao Xingli showed no kindness to Guojin, but doted on his granddaughter, saying, have you eaten? If not, I'll have the servants make you some food right away. Chao Qingying said with a grin, Grandpa, I've already eaten. Don't worry. This requires special explanation. Chao Qingying is Chao Shuang's daughter, and Chao Shuang is Chao Xingli's daughter. Logically speaking, Chao Qingying should call Chao Xingli maternal grandfather, even though Guojin is a son-in-law who married into the family. But Chao Xingli is an extremely domineering person. Before he found Guojin to be his son-in-law, he made it clear, I can give you wealth and honor, but your children must call me grandpa, not grandfather. As for Guojin's parents, they were originally his grandparents, but they have become his maternal grandparents instead. This matter, they've long been a laughingstock in Guojin's hometown. That is precisely why Guojin's parents felt extremely ashamed and rarely contacted Guojin's in-laws. In this society, everything comes at a price. Guojin chose to become the live-in son-in-law of the Chao family for wealth and status, and everything he suffered later was the price he had to pay. Although Chao Qingying was young, she was smart enough to notice the subtle tension in the air after glancing around. She asked curiously, what's wrong? Chao Xingli chuckled and said, it's nothing. Are your parents having a fight? Chao Qingying pouted and said very rudely, Grandpa, do you still think I'm a child? In the past 20 years, has my mom and dad exchanged more than 100 words? No, right? They've long been a couple in name only. What's there to argue about? Chao Xingli's face stiffened slightly. Chao Shuang, who had remained silent all along, gave Guojin a deep look and suddenly said, Guojin, I didn't come home all night last night. You suspect that I'm having an affair, don't you? Guojin's heart tightened, but he remained strangely silent. In front of Chao Xingli, he didn't dare say anything more. But silence, in many cases, is often a form of acquiescence. Chao Xingli frowned deeply and rebuked. Guojin, I know that your relationship with your husband is not very harmonious, but do you have any evidence to support your suspicions and even slander of Shuanger? Chao Qingying sneered and said, Guojin, you still have the nerve to doubt my mother? What right do you have? Do you really think no one knows about the good deeds you've done? Upon hearing this, Guojin's heart skipped a beat, and he shrieked, Qingying, don't talk nonsense. Chao Xingli, his face dark, said calmly, it's all right, Qingying, what do you know? Speak up. Chao Qingying snorted and said, Grandpa, I overheard some employees talking in the company restroom the other day. They said that Guojin, taking advantage of his position as the company's vice president, was using projects to seduce pretty female sales representatives from other companies who came to discuss business. Unspoken rules, Grandpa. You know what I mean, right? Furthermore, I've also heard that Guojin is a very bad person. He not only likes young and beautiful girls, but he also has a particular fondness for married women. Chao Qingying said coldly, I've heard about this before, and more than once. I didn't say anything before because, after all, you're my father. But now, you actually have the nerve to suspect that my mother did something to betray you? Guijin, do you have any shame? I really despise you. Chao Xingli's face was ashen as he questioned. Guijin, is everything Qingying said true? Guijin, drenched in sweat, said, Dad, let me explain. Chao Xingli stood up, kicked Guijin away, and pointed at the door, his face full of rage, saying, Guijin, remember your place. You're just a live-in son-in-law. Everything you eat, wear, live in, and use belongs to the Chao family. Over the years, ask yourself honestly, have I, Chao, ever wronged you in the slightest? If it weren't for me, how could you have become the company's vice president? I made you successful and famous. I let you live in luxury cars and mansions, but you went out and messed around. Great, very good. Guijin, do you think you've grown up and nobody can control you anymore? Now, get out of here and kneel in the yard. You are not allowed to stand up before dawn. Get out of here right now. Chapter 50. Sis, are you asleep? At midnight, with a crack, accompanied by a bolt of lightning, the entire city of Jinling was engulfed in thunder and lightning. Immediately afterwards, a torrential downpour. Villa. Guijin knelt in the courtyard with his head down, his fists clenched tightly. Even this damned god is kicking me when I'm down. Yes, Guijin had been kneeling in the courtyard for more than 3 hours, and he was already feeling uncomfortable all over. This sudden downpour made him feel even more uncomfortable. But Guijin could barely bear the physical discomfort, but the psychological and mental anguish was what he found most unbearable. Chao Shuang is his wife, and Chao Qingying is his biological daughter. But tonight, it was his own daughter who, with just a few casual words, caused the enraged Chao Xingli to force Guijin to kneel. What frustrated Guijin the most was that he knew very well that both Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying had long since become Ning Yan's prey, or even playthings. Unfortunately, Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying were completely unaware of this. Ironically, Guijin knew the truth, but he didn't dare to say it. This feeling, it was even more painful than killing Guijin directly. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Is this retribution? No. Guijin knew very well that this was not retribution, but rather Ning Yan's revenge. If it weren't for Ning Yan, how could he have ended up in this situation? That is why, at this moment, Guijin truly hated Ning Yan to the core. But he forgot. If he hadn't touched Xiao Lu first, why would Ning Yan have targeted him? People like Guijin, they are never aware of their own mistakes and always think that the mistakes are someone else's. Inside the villa, on the second floor, Chao Xingli looked at Guijin kneeling in the rain through the curtains, squinting as he smoked a cigar. The butler said in a low voice, Master, the rain is getting heavier. Should we let the young master come inside first? Snort. Chao Xingli sneered and said, No need. So what if it rains? The rain the better. I just want to wake him up and make him correct his attitude. I'm still alive. He's just a son-in-law who married into the family, and he dares to cheat on his wife. If I die one day, who knows what he might do to hurt Shuanger? Speaking of which, Chao Xingli paused slightly, then suddenly asked, Where's Shuanger? The butler replied truthfully, They've already gone to bed. Chao Xingli gave a bitter smile and said, How could Shuanger sleep after Guijin did something like this? She must be heartbroken. Well, back then, it was I who forced her to marry Guijin. I have always believed that Guijin is honest and trustworthy. Even after I pass away, given Guijin's character, he would never turn the tables, usurp the throne, and take over the Chao family's property. But I only realized it today. I was wrong. It's all my fault. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let Shuanger marry that beast Guijin. Bedroom. Chao Xingli thought Chao Shuang was very sad, but in fact, Chao Shuang was not sad at all. She was also standing by the window, watching Guijin. She had originally thought that she might still have some feelings for Guijin, but only now did she realize. Her heart was completely unmoved, showing neither sorrow nor joy, nor any emotional fluctuation. Even at that moment, Chao Shuang suddenly thought of Ning Yan. Guijin had begun to have doubts. Chao Shuang couldn't help but start to ponder whether she should continue her secret relationship with Ning Yan. She knew the truth will eventually come out. If this continues, something bad will definitely happen sooner or later. But she really couldn't control herself. For over 20 years, a full 20 years, although she seemed to have a happy family, in fact, from beginning to end, she was all alone. But now, Ning Yan, this young man, suddenly appeared in front of her and even captured her heart. Chao Qingying's bedroom is on the top floor of the villa. She looked at Guijin kneeling in the rain, took a picture, and sent it directly to Ning Yin. Ning Yin was very surprised when she saw the photo and the message, because he could tell at a glance that the person kneeling on the ground was Guijin. Although the lights in the villa's courtyard weren't very clear, and it was raining, Ning Yin was absolutely certain that it was Guijin. This bastard got involved with Xiaolu. Ning Yin wanted nothing more than to eat Guijin's flesh and drink his blood, so of course he wouldn't admit his mistake. But Ning Yin, however, pretended not to recognize her and quickly replied to Chao Qingying. "Who is this? The photo is a bit blurry. I can't see clearly." Chao Qingying. "It's my father who married into the family." Ning Yin. "Ning Yin, is it President Gua? Then why is he kneeling outside? It's the middle of the night, and it's raining outside." From any perspective, Ning Yin acted perfectly normal. He even sent several messages to express his shock and confusion. Snort. Chao Qingying quickly replied, "Because he did something that betrayed my mother. He cheated on me." Ning Yin narrowed her eyes. Could it be that the Chao family has found out about Guijin and Xiaolu's affair? This might not be good news. Once exposed, doesn't that mean that his identity as Xiaolu's husband will soon be exposed? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yin tentatively asked, "Isn't he a live-in son-in-law? How dare he cheat on his wife? Who is she? Do you know?" Chao Qingying. "He's incredibly audacious. I don't know who it is, but I heard that it was another company that came to our Shengli group to discuss a project, and many of our female sales representatives fell victim to Guijin's wickedness." Ning Yin breathed a sigh of relief, her fingers rapidly tapping on her phone screen as she replied, "Your mother must be very sad, right?" Chao Qingying said arrogantly, "Guijin is not good enough for my mother at all. For more than 20 years, my mother and Guijin have barely spoken to each other. Besides, the reason I sent you this photo is to tell you that this is the price of cheating. Ning Yin, you better watch out. If you ever dare to do anything to betray me, you'll see how I deal with you." Ning Yin smiled knowingly, thinking to herself, "What the hell have I done to wrong you? The reason I approached you from the very beginning was to get revenge on your father." But Ning Yin would never say these words aloud. He quickly typed back, "How could I dare? Besides, I'm so honest. Do I look like the kind of person who would cheat? Most importantly, my Qingying is so young and beautiful, and she's also well-behaved, sensible, and knows how to love me. If it weren't for you, where would I find such a good woman? I can't bear to part with you." Chao Qingying was overjoyed by Ning Yan's compliments, looking delighted. However, her reply remained haughty. "Humph. Don't learn those sweet words from those scumbags. I'm going to sleep now, good night." Ning Yan smiled slightly and quickly replied, "Good night." Immediately, Ning Yan switched contacts again and sent Chao Shuang a WeChat message. "Sis, are you asleep? It's late. Remember to get some rest." Chapter 51. Sister, can you bear to part with me? Many young men and women naively believe that, after saying goodnight to each other, it's time to end the conversation and go to sleep. In response, Ning Yin just wants to say, "Young man, you're really too green." Saying goodnight only means the end of a conversation with you, but it doesn't mean I'm really going to sleep. Just like now, after saying goodnight to Chao Qingying, Ning Yin went straight to Chao Shuang. Why? If you simply think that Ning Yin is just expressing concern, then you are thinking too superficially. Just now, Ning Yin learned from Chao Qingying what had happened at the Chao family today. If that's the case, Ning Yin could be absolutely certain that Chao Shuang's feelings at this moment must be extremely complicated. Even if she had no feelings for Guijin, he was still her husband in the legal sense. At times like these, Chao Shuang must have felt a mix of emotions. How could Ning Yin possibly let go of such an opportunity to take advantage of the situation? Chao Shuang stared at the message Ning Yin sent and remained silent for a very long time. I have no idea what she was thinking. She simply replied with a few words, "I'm very tired today. I'm going to sleep. Good night." Ning Yin raised an eyebrow. This shows that Chao Shuang really has something on his mind. But Ning Yin didn't continue with the pointless entanglement, but stopped there, replying, "Yeah, you've worked hard. Sis, get some rest. Good night." After replying to the message, Ning Yin opened the information about Chao Shuang that Zhao Tianlong had sent her last time. After reviewing it from beginning to end, Ning Yin smiled with satisfaction. I have a general understanding of Chao Shuang's current situation. The next day, after the rain stopped and the sky cleared, you drove to the vicinity of Yushan Villa early in the morning and then began your hike. The purpose of mountain climbing besides exercising, is naturally to wait for prey. Ning Yin stayed on the mountainside for about half an hour, smoking 2 cigarettes, before Chao Shuang's figure slowly appeared. Honestly, including her previous life, Ning Yin had seen countless beauties, but Chao Shuang was still absolutely outstanding. Perhaps it's because she's incredibly wealthy, takes excellent care of herself, and is extremely disciplined, enjoying exercise. The years haven't left many marks on her. On the contrary, it adds a touch of charm, especially her figure, which, without exaggeration, could outshine 99% of young girls. Ning Yin grinned at Chao Shuang and said with a smile, "Good morning, sis." Chao Shuang had already seen Ning Yin, but she deliberately pretended not to see her, ignored Ning Yin, and continued climbing the mountain. But Ning Yin was shameless and followed him directly. "Sis, are you unhappy? Did something unpleasant happen yesterday? Talk to me. Tell me so I can have a laugh too." Seeing Ning Yan's grinning face, Chao Shuang was furious. She glared at Ning Yan fiercely and said irritably, "I came here today to tell you that from now on, we should never see each other again." Ning Yan smiled slightly, unmoved in the slightest. If Chao Shuang really didn't want to meet her again, he could have simply not come out, or had his bodyguard stop Ning Yan. Why did he have to appear in front of Ning Yan alone? To put it bluntly, at this moment, Chao Shuang was actually extremely conflicted. Last night, Ning Yan studied Chao Shuang's information all night, and then came to a very interesting conclusion. Chao Shuang, in a sense, was actually a woman who inherited a lot. Why do I say that? According to the information Zhao Tianlong provided, Chao Shuang, as the sole heir of the Chao family, possessed a fortune far exceeding hundreds of millions. However, following Chao Shunli's instructions, she married Guijin and bore him a son and a daughter to continue the Chao family line. Chao Shuang had already begun to break with Guijin. 20 years of marriage in name only. Originally, given Chao Shuang's looks and figure, coupled with her illustrious family background, she could have lived a life of revelry every night. But she did not do that. In fact, over the past 20 years, many people have tried to curry favor with Chao Shuang, but he has remained unmoved. And, in fact, Chao Shuang could have confronted Chao Shunli and directly chosen to divorce Guijin, but she didn't do that. Why? She didn't want to embarrass her father or damage the reputation of the Chao group because of her. In other words, for more than 20 years, Chao Shuang has always been alone and isolated. Even though she and Guijin were already husband and wife in name only, she still kept to herself and never did anything out of line or cheat. Until the night before last, she met Ning Yan. This in itself had a huge impact on Chao Shuang. And last night Guijin clearly suspected Chao Shuang of having an affair, so Chao Shuang wavered. Or perhaps she felt guilty. At this time, Ning Yan held Chao Shuang's small hand and whispered, "Sister, I told you last time that I got married." Upon hearing this, Chao Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot meet again." As they were talking, she wanted to pull her hand away. However, Ning Yan gripped her hand tightly, her face full of bitterness, and said, "But I've told you before, my wife cheated on me without my knowledge." Upon hearing this, Chao Shuang couldn't help but fall into a long silence. Ning Yan sighed and said, "I've always worked so hard. I've always worked extremely hard, but she cheated on me. I want to divorce her, but the property deed is in her name. That's my parents' life savings. I'm so sad, so confused, so anxious. I have no idea what to do next. Until I met you. You are my only hope. Now, even you are leaving me." Chao Shuang remained silent for a long time, then suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "Actually, even if I didn't tell you, you would definitely know that I've been married for a long time. However, there's something I've been keeping from you all along. My husband is a live-in son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. For over 20 years, I've had absolutely no feelings for him. We've been husband and wife in name only. I knew he'd been having affairs all along, but I just turned a blind eye. I only found out last night that even my daughter knew about his scandalous affairs." Chao Shuang looked at Ning Yan with a complicated expression and said, "I don't know what it means for me to be with you. Am I getting revenge on Guijin? But I have no feelings for him, and I don't care what he does. I don't need to get revenge on him." Ning Yan held Chao Shuang's hand and said with a smile, "There's really no need to have feelings of love and hate for unimportant people. Sister, you've got something wrong. We're together not to get revenge on anyone, but to stick together for warmth and support, just to give each other a sense of comfort. Sister, Are you really willing to abandon me? Seeking warmth and emotional support in each other, Chao Shuang fell into a long silence. Chapter 52 Stunned. The marital relationship between Chao Shuang and Guijin is fundamentally different from that between Ning Yin and Xia Lu. The saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. Under normal circumstances, the depth of love for someone is directly proportional to the depth of hatred once a drastic change occurs. For example, Ning Yin. In her previous life, Ning Yin remained unmarried for life because of Xia Lu, and Miss Xia Lu for a full 30 years. Reborn and returned. Upon learning that Xia Lu had cheated on his wife, Ning Yan's eyes instantly reddened. He had to take revenge, because he devoted 30 years of his life to Xia Lu. But Chao Shuang is different. Chao Shuang married Guijin because she followed her father Chao Shengli's arrangement. Chao Shengli probably thought that feelings could be cultivated later in life. But it failed. Chao Shuang had absolutely no feelings for Guijin, so there was no question of revenge. But, regardless, Ning Yan's words, huddling together for warmth and spiritual support, deeply touched Chao Shuang. More than 20 years have passed. On the surface, she appears to be living a glamorous life, but in reality, she is all alone, especially on nights when she has no one to talk to. Now, she had finally met Ning Yan, and the two had already been to a hotel together. Was she really going to abandon Ning Yan? Without Ning Yan, many times, when she has something on her mind and wants a shoulder to lean on for a while, who can she turn to? At this point in time, Chao Shuang felt a mix of emotions. After a long silence, Chao Shuang looked at Ning Yan and said helplessly, all right, you're lucky to have gotten off this way. But, in any case, we should still keep our distance as much as possible when we're out in public. As you probably know, I have many bodyguards around me. Although they have followed me for many years and are all trustworthy people, it's still not good if they see me. Remember, don't come looking for me easily. I'll come looking for you once I've arranged for all my bodyguards to leave. Chao Shuang quickly pushed Ning Yan away and said in a panic, don't do this. Someone will see us. Ning Yan smiled and said, since you dared to come see me, it means you must have already chased away the bodyguards. What's there to be afraid of? Sister, look how beautiful the scenery is here, and you are even more beautiful. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a wonderful time? Chao Shuang's cheeks were so delicate and beautiful, they looked like they were about to drip water. At the same time, in the courtyard of the villa at the foot of the mountain, Guijin, who had been kneeling all night, struggled to his feet, his face pale. This scene, that's incredibly ironic. After spending about an hour being affectionate with Chao Shuang, Ning Yan quickly went down the mountain and drove away. But, after parting ways with Chao Shuang, Ning Yan did not return to Kaiwei, but went directly to Shandong Group. Ji Wanqiu had been waiting here for a long time. Today, she was going to talk to Zhao Tianlong about the number 3 plot project, something Ning Yan already knew. The only thing that surprised Ning Yan was that Ji Wanqiu had actually brought Li Nan along. Immediately afterwards, upon entering the conference room of Shandong Group, an even more interesting scene unfolded. The people responsible for receiving us were Zhou Shui, the head of the public relations department of Shandong Group, and Xia Lu from the business department. Oh, who do we have here? Xia Lu said with a smile. So it's President Ji and President Li. Don't you think we're destined to meet? It's all fate. It's obvious. At this moment, Xia Lu's attitude was extremely arrogant. This is not only because she has left Kaiwei, but more importantly, Kaiwei is now seeking cooperation, while Shandong Group is the legendary client. Party A has an inherent advantage. Ji Wanqiu felt slightly helpless, but she needed someone's help today. Although Xia Lu was insignificant in her eyes, she still understood the principle that the King of Hell is easy to fight, but the little devils are hard to deal with. So Ji Wanqiu simply kept quiet. On the contrary, Li Nan said very bluntly, Xia Lu, you're just an employee we fired. You don't need to put on this act. It's obvious. Li Nan genuinely didn't care about Xia Lu. The reason was very simple. She had already learned from Guijin that Shandong Group originally belonged to Ning Yan, and the number 3 plot project also belonged to Ning Yan. Xia Lu had an affair with Guijin. Although Ning Yan and Xia Lu were husband and wife on the surface, Li Nan knew that Ning Yan would deal with Xia Lu sooner or later. So why should she indulge a mere Xia Lu? Xia Lu glared at Li Nan, gritting her teeth as she said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Li Nan, you probably never imagined that one day you would fall into my hands, did you? Li Nan retorted sarcastically, Xia Lu, you'd better know your place. You're just a small salesperson at Shandong Group at best. How dare you interrupt a large project like plot number 3? Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow. Do you believe I can ruin your project today? Li Nan shrugged and said, then I'll wait and see. Xiao Lu opened her mouth as if to speak. But at that moment, Zhao Tianlong, president of Shandong Group, walked into the conference room with a group of people behind him. President Zhao. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Ji Wanxiu stood up abruptly and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Ji Wanxiu. I spoke to you on the phone before. Zhao Tianlong nodded slightly, shook hands with Ji Wanxiu, and said, guests are welcome. Please have a seat. After both parties were seated, Zhao Tianlong glanced at Ning Yan in a very subtle way, and Ning Yan nodded almost imperceptibly. Zhao Tianlong understood immediately. Mr. Zhao. Li Nan handed over the cooperation proposal and project plan with both hands, explaining, this is the proposal prepared by Kai Wei. Please take a look. If there is anything inappropriate, you can point it out at any time. Zhao Tianlong handed the proposal directly to the staff behind him. For professional matters, it's best to leave them to professionals. Although Zhao Tianlong is now the CEO of Shandong Group, he knows that everyone has their own area of expertise. He would never presume to interfere in areas he is unfamiliar with. Not long after the staff member finished reading it, they whispered a few words to Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong nodded and then turned to Ji Wanxiu, saying, the plan is excellent. May I ask who created it? Ji Wanxiu said with a faint smile. It was done by the planning department colleagues working overtime, especially Ning Yan. He is an absolute backbone of our planning department. In fact, Ning Yan was not involved in this project at all. Ji Wanxiu specifically pointed out Ning Yan because Ning Yan had told her before that he and Zhao Tianlong were friends. Besides, Xiao Lu, who had been holding back for a long time, suddenly interjected, President Zhao, if I may be so blunt, I came from Kai Wei. Kai Wei is a complete mess right now. No matter how good their plans are, it's useless. Kai Wei is definitely not our best partner. Zhao Tianlong, his face expressionless, turned directly to Ning Yan and said, I've long heard that Mr. Ning Yan of Kai Yue's planning department has exceptional business acumen, standing out in the industry. Meeting him is even more impressive than hearing about him. Ji Wanxiu knew very well that Zhao Tianlong was deliberately praising Ning Yan, so she simply replied, yes, Ning Yan's abilities are indeed outstanding, and that's why we just promoted her to deputy head of the planning department a few days ago. Zhao Tianlong chuckled and said, in that case, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Let's sign the contract. Xiao Lu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 53. You bitch, you've finally taken the bait. That's it. They signed a contract after just a few words? Xiao Lu said urgently. President Zhao, isn't this too hasty? Shouldn't we have another meeting to discuss it? Zhao Tianlong frowned slightly. Actually, if it were anyone else, Zhao Tianlong would have kicked them out long ago for interrupting in this kind of situation. As the uncrowned king of Jinling, he is not as good-tempered as he appears on the surface. But Zhao Tianlong had previously investigated Ning Yan and knew that Xiao Lu was Ning Yan's wife. He was also unsure of Ning Yan's true intentions in arranging for Xiao Lu to join the company without revealing her identity. But since Ning Yan is here to discuss this project today, it means that Ning Yan has already decided to cooperate with Kai Yue to open the number 3 plot of the hotel project, and Zhao Tianlong has no choice but to comply. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Tianlong said nonchalantly, I am the company president, and I will be fully responsible for this project. Xiao Lu was completely bewildered. She had no idea what had happened. She had originally thought she could use this project to thoroughly humiliate Kai Yue. As a result, the project was concluded directly. After both parties signed, Ji Wanxiu stood up again and shook hands with Zhao Tianlong. President Zhao, everyone told me before that you were a very difficult person to deal with. After meeting you today, I realized that hearsay is indeed unreliable. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Zhao Tianlong said with a smile. The project will officially start construction this afternoon. I hope Kai Yue won't let me down. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you. Honestly, looking at the contract in her hand, Ji Wanxiu had a very unreal feeling. This was simply the easiest big project she had ever negotiated in her life. She did almost nothing from start to finish, and the deal was done right away. President Ji and Mr. Ning Yan, Zhao Tianlong tentatively suggested, if you have time, how about coming to my office for a cup of tea? Ji Wanxiu pursed her lips and said, I'll pass on the tea. I need to hurry back to the company. Besides, I won't interfere with your old friend's meeting. Goodbye. After saying that, Ji Wanqiu left immediately. Li Nan looked at Xia Lu and said sarcastically, "Tsk, a mere salesperson, yet she dares to spout such nonsense. She's simply ignorant. You should learn more from Ning Yin when you have time." He left those words behind. Li Nan then simply walked away. Ning Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, then concealed it without making a sound. Zhao Tianlong smiled at Ning Yin and said, "Long time no see, shall we chat?" Ning Yin said calmly, "Okay." After saying that, Ning Yin and Zhao Tianlong left the conference room one after the other. Xia Lu's face suddenly turned pale, and she asked Zhou Shui beside her in a trembling voice, He's friends with President Zhao?" Ning Yin was the one who brought this project together. Zhou Shui mentally ranted, thinking to herself, this is only because Zhao Tianlong can't show it in front of outsiders. Back at the karaoke bar, Zhao Tianlong was so respectful to Ning Yin. Zhou Shui witnessed it with her own eyes. Certainly, Zhou Shui wouldn't say these words aloud, but she explained softly, "I didn't know Ning Yin and President Zhao were old acquaintances. However, Xia Lu, you really were too impulsive today. Although our Xingdong group holds the number 3 plot project, as you know, we do not have the capability to develop this project independently. The planning proposal provided by Kaiwei Group is full of sincerity, making them an excellent partner. We need Buick Excel, and Buick Excel needs this project we have. It's a win-win situation, so why do you have to interfere?" Xia Lu stared blankly, muttering, "That's not important. What's important is that I've been with Ning Yin for so many years, and I never knew he knew such a big shot as President Zhao." CEO's office. Zhao Tianlong dismissed everyone, then personally poured tea for Ning Yin and respectfully said, "As you instructed, we will be developing this project in partnership with Kaiwei." Ning Yin nodded slightly, looked around the office, and said with a smile, "Well done, very professional. You even have a bookshelf full of books." Zhao Tianlong said with embarrassment, "I'm not afraid to admit it, but I learned all of this from those big bosses. I haven't actually read any of these books." Ning Yin said with amusement, "Actually, it's not just you who hasn't read them. 90% of the bosses have books on their office shelves that they haven't even read themselves. They're just putting on a show." Speaking of which, Ning Yin paused slightly, then continued, "Getting back to the point, Xia Lu is right. Kaiwei is in a complete mess right now, and Ji Wanqiu desperately needs this project to revitalize Kaiwei. Therefore, from any perspective, Buick will do its utmost to make this project a success. This is extremely advantageous for us. You just need to keep an eye on it. Furthermore, I know you have many questions about Xia Lu. Ignore her. I don't want anyone else to know that I am the boss of Shengdong Group for the time being. Especially Xia Lu. You're responsible for finding the right balance." Zhao Tianlong said in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, Mr. Ning, I guarantee that there will be no mistakes." Ning Yin thought for a moment, then asked, "Guojin has a son and a daughter. Why have I never seen his son?" Without a second thought, Zhao Tianlong replied, "Guojin's son is named Chao Long, a name given to him by Chao Xingli. He hoped his son would become a dragon. Unfortunately, Chao Long is a worm. He idles away his days, indulging in all sorts of vices, including drinking, gambling, whoring, and drugs. He's a notorious playboy." Ning Yin narrowed her eyes and ordered, "Send someone to keep an eye on him." "Yes." As I walked out of Zhao Tianlong's office, Ning Yin then saw Xia Lu, who had been waiting there for a long time. "Ning Yin." Xia Lu looked at Zhao Tianlong's office, hesitated, and then asked in a low voice, "When did you meet President Zhao? How come I didn't know?" Ning Yin sneered, deliberately feigning impatience. "Do I need to report to you who I know?" Xia Lu choked quite badly. These days, she had been giving Ning Yin the cold shoulder. She had originally thought that Ning Yin would come and coax her, but Ning Yin actually stayed out all night, which made Xia Lu very angry. According to Xia Lu's personality, she would never let Ning Yin off the hook without offering a handbag worth tens of thousands of yuan. But upon learning that Ning Yin actually knew Zhao Tianlong, Xia Lu had no choice but to lower her stance and said excitedly, "That's great. Since you know General Manager Zhao, please put in a good word for me. I reckon it won't be long before I'm firmly in the position of head of the business department at Shengdong Group. Ning Yin, you must help me with this. You know, this is my dream. And now, with the Shengdong Group just being established, this is my best opportunity." Ning Yan's lips curled up slightly. After planning for so long, the time was ripe. And that bitch Xia Lu finally took the bait. Chapter 54. You're not even as good as a dog. Ningyan, please help me. Is it okay? Xia Lu, clinging to Ningyan's arm, playfully said, as long as you help me get the position of business department manager, then you'll be in charge of our family from now on. If it were in the past, Xia Lu's gentle coquettishness had captivated Ningyan, but now, Ningyan's heart was utterly cold. But this was part of Ningyan's plan, and Xia Lu had no idea that she was falling into Ningyan's trap step by step. I've already informed you, Ningyan said calmly. I've already told Zhao Tianlong that you're my wife, and if the opportunity arises, he will definitely give you a helping hand. Xia Lu clapped her hands, beaming with joy. That's wonderful. Ningyan, you can go home tonight. I'll cook for you, and also, I'll give you a good reward tonight. After saying that, Xia Lu even winked at Ningyan. Honestly, Ningyan, however, remained remarkably calm. The project has just begun, and I'll be very busy in the early stages. Let's see how things go. He left those words behind. Ningyan pulled her arm out of Xia Lu's arms and walked away. Xia Lu frowned deeply, looking completely bewildered. She just couldn't understand why Ningyan's attitude towards her had suddenly become so cold recently. Immediately, Xia Lu's heart suddenly tightened. She suddenly realized that ever since she had her affair with Guijin, Ningyan had been ignoring her. But Xia Lu quickly put her mind at ease. She had kept her affair very secret, and she didn't believe that Ningyan had discovered the truth. Snort, you just wait. I need you now. I'm just playing along. But once I'm in the head of the sales department, you'll be sorry. After returning to the Hyatt, Ji Wanxiu first personally chaired the meeting, announced the success of the project, and gave special praise to Ningyan for her contributions. Then, she began to issue instructions to various departments of Kaiwei regarding the details of the project. Ningyan was bored and somewhat listless. If the plan hadn't been incomplete, and if it weren't for the need to temporarily conceal his identity, Ningyan would never have stayed at Kaiwei. He had absolutely no interest in company matters. After the meeting, Ningyan returned to her office, played cards on her phone to pass the time, and quietly waited for the workday to end. Just then, Linan suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Ningyan, Linan said with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Zhao Tianlong is not easy to deal with. I've heard that he has a notorious reputation, but today's contract was signed so smoothly. This must be thanks to you. Otherwise, Ji Wanxiu wouldn't have been able to finalize this project so quickly. This is enough to prove that your relationship with Zhao Tianlong is extraordinary, right? Ningyan's face remained noncommittal. Pair 8. 2 of them. A royal flush. 3 of a kind. I can't afford it. Linan didn't seem to be in a hurry. She waited until Ningyan finished playing Do Diju before finally coming up to her and saying with a charming smile, Ningyan, let's make a deal. With your connection to Zhao Tianlong and my help, you can easily cripple Guijin. I'll cripple Guijin for you, and you give me back the video, and I promise not to keep a backup, okay? Ningyan said indifferently. When did I say I wanted to cripple Guijin? Linan said in astonishment. But Guijin and Xia Lu, don't you want revenge? Even if you want to play cat and mouse, with my help, we can definitely speed things up quickly. Ningyan said coldly. How I deal with Guijin is none of your business. Besides, Linan, don't think I don't know what kind of wicked idea you're plotting. The reason you're so eager for me to cripple Guijin is simply because you've discovered that I have leverage over Guijin, and that Guijin knows too many secrets about you. You want to use someone else to do your dirty work. Use me to cripple Guijin and get rid of this threat. Furthermore, what you really want to see is for Guijin and me to both suffer heavy losses. After all, although Guijin is useless, he is still the son-in-law of the Chao family. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Even if he's a son-in-law who married into the family, if I completely break ties with Guijin, Guijin will die a very shameful death, but at the same time, the Chao family will also lose face. If this matter blows up, the Chao family will lose face, and in their anger and embarrassment, they will surely hold a grudge against me. For powerful and wealthy families, the most important thing is their reputation. We can give up the project, but we must save face. At that time, the Chao family will definitely take action themselves. Ningyan stared directly at Linan and said coldly, by then, when I'm entangled with the Chao family and overwhelmed with problems, I won't have time to care about you. You can then take the opportunity to get rid of me, right? Linan's face stiffened, and he said with an awkward smile, Ningyan, you're overthinking it. I just wanted to help. That's what I meant. I don't even believe in ghosts. Just as Ning Yen said, Li Nan simply wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Unfortunately, no matter how much she planned, she never expected that Ning Yen would see through all her plans at a glance. Taking one step while thinking 3 steps ahead, Ning Yen is thinking 10 steps ahead, or even more. Yes, despite Ning Yan's seemingly unmoved demeanor, he has actually completed almost all of his plans in the past few days. Kaiwe, Shunli Group, Chao Family, Guijin, Xiaolu, Li Nan, Jiwanqiu. Everyone was part of Ning Yan's plan, and everything was interconnected. He would absolutely not allow anyone to disrupt his plans, let alone a mere Li Nan. Even the King of Heaven can't do it. Li Nan didn't dare to meet Ning Yan's gaze at all, and stammered. My good intentions have been taken for granted. Fine, fine. Since you don't want me to meddle, I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Nan turned and left. But, just then, Ning Yan narrowed her eyes and suddenly spoke up. Li Nan, I'm warning you. You'd better not make any rash moves. Do you really think that all I have is the video of you and Guijin? How naive. Do you think no one knows about your embezzlement of Kaiyue's funds? Upon hearing this, Li Nan's expression changed drastically. She turned around abruptly and blurted out, You? How did you know? Ning Yan retorted sarcastically without holding back. You think only I know? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Ji Wanqiu knows too. And if I'm not mistaken, Ji Wanqiu now has all the evidence of your embezzlement. Li Nan's face turned ashen. Ning Yan stood up, raised her right hand, and slapped Li Nan's pretty face without restraint, squinting as she said, Li Nan, outside, you're the vice president of Buick Excel, exuding the aura of a CEO, enjoying immense prestige. But in front of me, you're not even as good as a dog. Did you understand? Chapter 55 Thunderclap. Impossible. This is impossible. Li Nan, his face pale, said, If Ji Wanqiu knew I embezzled Kaiyue's funds, why didn't she fire me? Ning Yan scoffed and said, Fire you? Wouldn't that be too lenient? Misappropriating company funds is a criminal offense. Do you know how many years that is? Shouldn't you consult a lawyer? Li Nan was deathly pale. Ning Yan said with a look of disgust, Ji Wanqiu did want to fire you at first, but I kept you on. On one hand, you still have some use. On the other hand, I also wanted to keep you in check for time to give her time to investigate the evidence of your embezzlement of company funds, understand? Li Nan trembled all over, her voice shaking as she asked, Why? Ning Yan, why are you doing this to me? What have I done to offend you? Ning Yan sneered and said expressionlessly, Everyone connected to Guijin is included in my revenge plan. You, Li Nan, will naturally be no exception. Original. Ning Yan did not want to deal with Li Nan so directly. He wanted to use this buffer period to continue to refine his revenge plan. However, today Li Nan was so audacious as to try to instigate Ning Yan to fight Guijin and the Chao family head-on. This made Ning Yan extremely vigilant. A 1,000-mile-long river embankment was destroyed by an ant hole. Logically speaking, in Ning Yan's eyes, Li Nan was truly an insignificant nobody. But if she allowed this little guy to keep jumping around and testing the waters, this could very well affect Ning Yan's entire plan. That is precisely why Ning Yan went straight for the kill with Li Nan, throwing out the trump card. Li Nan had embezzled company funds. If having the video of Li Nan and Guijin would only ruin Li Nan's reputation, then Ning Yan now has the evidence that Li Nan misappropriated company funds, which is enough to send Li Nan to jail. Li Nan was terrified and pleaded in a low voice. Ning Yan, I beg you, please let me go, okay? For the sake of my sister Li Yue, please spare me this time, all right? Li Yue? Ning Yan frowned slightly. Li Yue is not Li Nan's biological sister, but rather the sister of Li Nan's second uncle. Most importantly, Li Yue and Ning Yan are neighbors and grew up in the same alley. The two used to be inseparable. It wasn't until Ning Yan got together with Xiaolu that Li Yue gradually drifted apart from Ning Yan. Ning Yan, I'll tell you a secret. Li Nan said quickly, Li Yue likes you. She has always liked you. Even after you got married, she still secretly likes you. If you just beckon her with your finger, she'll be yours. I've already given you my sister. Please let me go, okay? Upon hearing this, Ning Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, her face full of disgust as she said, To protect yourself, you even betrayed your own sister? Li Nan, you're truly despicable. Li Nan said bitterly, But I have no other choice. Roll. Ning Yan pointed to the door and said coldly, Get out of here right now. If you say another word, I'll call the police immediately. Li Nan breathed a sigh of relief and fled in a sorry state. She knew she was safe, at least for the time being. Little did they know, Ning Yin never actually intended to send her to jail. He was just warning Li Nan not to do anything underhanded. But the matter of Li Yue that Li Nan mentioned did indeed make Ning Yin slightly upset. His feelings toward Li Yue were somewhat complicated. And Li Yue is such a quiet person, she's practically invisible. If Li Nan hadn't mentioned her, Ning Yin wouldn't have even remembered her. After a long silence, Ning Yin got up, pushed open the office door, and walked to the break room, intending to get a cup of coffee to perk herself up, only to find that she had already finished her favorite bitter coffee. At that very moment, a graceful figure walked over with small, quick steps, bowed her head, and handed Ning Yin a can of coffee, Nestle bitter coffee, Ning Yan's favorite. Ning Yin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, it's Yue. Thank you." Li Yue was also in the planning department. Kai Yue's planning and business department were combined, with dozens of people. In terms of performance, Li Yue really didn't have any outstanding achievements. But when it comes to looks, Li Yue is definitely second to none in the entire Kaiwa. She is over 1.7 meters tall, with long, straight black hair reaching her waist. She has a perfect figure with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and long legs. In particular, she has an incredibly beautiful oval face with skin that is so smooth and delicate, it looks like it could be broken with a touch. She has a very gentle personality and is always very quiet. But even so, it doesn't change the fact that countless men in the company regard her as their dream girl. Unfortunately, Li Yue kept all her admirers at arm's length, but she treated Ning Yin with a slightly different eye. Even though Ning Yin was already married to Xia Lu, Li Yue's attitude towards Ning Yin remained the same. Just like now, she even knows exactly what kind of coffee Ning Yin likes. Everyone knows, Li Yue and Ning Yin are childhood sweethearts, having grown up together since they were little. Back then, Ning Yin married Xia Lu instead of Li Yue, which was teased by many colleagues and relieved many male colleagues. I saw you were out of coffee, and luckily I had some," Li Yue said softly, her head down, "so I brought it to you." When speaking, Li Yue kept her head down, as if she dared not meet Ning Yan's gaze. This attitude, coupled with Li Nan's words, was enough to make Ning Yan take it seriously. Pity. Ning Yan felt he was completely unworthy of Li Yue. He had gone mad. He had been frantically plotting his revenge. He had no intention of involving Li Yue at all. At this point in time, Ning Yan made a quick decision. He looked at Li Yue and said casually, "Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask you in person, Li Yue. You wouldn't actually have fallen for me, would you? I'm already married. You know that." Li Yue suddenly looked up, her eyes wide and round, her small mouth slightly open, revealing 2 white little tiger teeth. Immediately afterwards, her eyes began to dart around, looking everywhere, but she just wouldn't meet Ning Yan's gaze. Even her ears, cheeks, and neck all turned red rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Have to. Seeing Li Yue's expression, Ning Yin already knew the answer without needing to reply. In a daze, Ning Yin remembered that in his previous life, after he rose to prominence and revealed his identity, Li Yue also seemed to have left Kai Yue and started working at his company. However, she was still the same as before, and her presence was never very strong. But Ning Yin always seemed to be able to bump into him unintentionally at the company. Thinking of this, Ning Yin suddenly frowned slightly. He felt as if he had overlooked something very important. At that very moment, Li Yue suddenly mustered her courage and stammered, Ning Yin, I know you're married. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand. There's more, there's still more. You must spend more time looking after Xia Lu. You need to be careful of that general manager Gua from the Shunli group." Upon hearing this, with a deafening boom, an enormous roar suddenly exploded in Ning Yan's mind, like a thunderclap in broad daylight. Ning Yan looked at Li Yue. He just stared at Li Yue like that. He finally understood what he had missed in his previous life. Chapter 56. This woman. As the old saying goes, you can't see the true face of Mount Lu, because you are in the mountain yourself. In the previous life, because Xia Lu died suddenly in a car accident, Ning Yan was overwhelmed with grief and could not bear it. In his eyes, there was only the beauty of Xia Lu, and he could no longer tolerate any other woman. In the previous life, because of Xia Lu's death, Ning Yan never remarried. and he tormented himself for 30 years. A full 30 years. He was immersed in his own pain. He has always been remembering Xiaolu. He was completely unaware that there was another woman nearby, carefully protecting him. In the previous life, during Ning Yan's 30 years of dominance, she was never surrounded by any woman, not even her secretary. The only person who could get even slightly close to her was Vice President Li Nan. Then, whenever Ning Yan gets drunk, her secretary brings her hangover tea and stomach-warming soup. Ning Yan asked, and the secretary said that Li Nan asked him to prepare it. At first, Ning Yan had teased Li Nan about this more than once, asking if she had feelings for him. Li Nan always remained silent, his face contorted with unease. But now that I think about it carefully, Li Nan is decisive and efficient at work, which leads to her being careless in life. She can't even take care of herself, so how could she know all of Ning Yan's preferences so clearly and be so considerate? And Li Nan told Ning Yan herself today that she knows Li Yue has always liked Ning Yan. In other words, in her previous life, the one who silently took care of Ning Yan for 30 years was not Li Nan, but Li Yue, who had always played the role of a nobody. She was always so quiet. Perhaps, in her eyes, it's enough for her to occasionally run into Ning Yan at the company and catch a glimpse of her from afar. What Ning Yan found most unacceptable was that Ning Yan clearly remembered that in her previous life, Li Yue never got married. She didn't even have a boyfriend. Then, many people in the company say that time is merciless and beauty is fleeting. A goddess-level woman like Li Yue is still unmarried in her 50s or 60s. Even, Ning Yan once asked Li Yue why she didn't get married. At that time, Li Yue turned her head and explained that it was because her parents' marriage was unhappy. This silly girl. In this special way, he silently accompanied Ning Yan for 30 years, a full 30 years. Ironically, Ning Yan actually sank into depravity for 30 years because of Xiaolu, but never noticed Li Yue, who was standing not far away. At this point in time, at this moment, Ning Yan's hands, which were holding the coffee cup, suddenly trembled slightly. Do you feel guilty? Of course. But more than anything, I feel indebted. After all, if things had continued according to the original timeline, Li Yue would really have lived a lonely life until the end. She would have just silently stayed by Ning Yan's side, and she probably would never have said a word about it until her death. Given Ning Yan's personality in his previous life, where he only knew how to miss Xiaolu, he probably wouldn't have realized Li Yue's companionship until his death. It is said that companionship is the most enduring expression of love. So, what was Li Yue's role in silently accompanying Ning Yan for 30 years in her previous life? At this moment, Ning Yan suddenly felt extremely fortunate. Honestly, having been reborn, Ning Yan was consumed by hatred after discovering Xiaolu's infidelity. He wanted revenge. He wanted to unleash a furious revenge. It's as if revenge is everything I'll do for the rest of my life. Until this point. Only now, when he saw Li Yue and remembered every detail of his previous life, did Ning Yan finally realize that perhaps Li Yue was the true meaning of his rebirth. Ning Yan. Li Yue nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and said in a voice barely above a whisper, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Looking at Li Yue, who was being so careful and was almost in tears, Ning Yan suddenly felt like she was a terrible person. Such a woman. How could we let them down? How could we possibly let them down? At this moment, Ning Yan desperately wanted to pull Li Yue into her arms. But he finally forced himself to calm down. He must prove that. Was he just deluding himself? Or was Li Yue truly devoted to him, even silently accompanying him for 30 years? He looked at Li Yue and tentatively asked, Guijin? Him and Xiaolu? Why are you reminding me like this? Do you know something? Li Yue waved her hands repeatedly, her face full of panic, and said, I just said it casually. Ning Yan interrupted directly, asking, You've never been able to lie since you were little. Did Li Nan tell you something? Li Yue lowered her head and remained silent. Oh, that's the answer. Li Nan probably already knew about Xiaolu's promiscuity. She knew about the sordid affair between Xiaolu and Guijin from the very beginning, and even told Li Yue about it. Ning Yan reached out and ruffled Li Yue's hair, trying to remain calm, and said with a grin, Could you not always be so quiet? By the way, can I use your phone? Li Yue, without a second thought, naively handed her phone to Ning Yan, and even unlocked it for her. Ning Yan casually swiped her phone screen a few times, then opened Li Yue's QQ space, and clicked on it directly. As expected, in Li Yue's online diary, there are many secret entries that are only visible to her. The earlier ones were from many years ago, so Ningyan specifically picked out a few from recent years and skipped around while reading them. College entrance exam. Today, I received my admission notice. I secretly peeked at the application form Ningyan filled out. From kindergarten to elementary school, then to middle school, then high school, and then to university, I've been with Ningyan all along. I'm so happy. It would be even better if we could stay together forever. Freshman. Ningyan is very popular, especially when he plays basketball. He's so handsome. I'm cheering for Ningyan with all my might. But when I see so many other girls cheering for him, and there are a few really pretty girls, I suddenly feel a little flustered. Sophomore year. Many girls are writing love letters to Ningyan. Yen. Will Ningyan start dating someone? I'm a little sad. Junior. Today when Ningyan was playing basketball, many girls offered him towels, drinks, and water, but he didn't accept any of them. He only accepted one from a girl named Xia Lu. I have a bad feeling. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, Brother Ningyan suddenly asked me to have dinner with him. I was so excited. Could it be that Brother Ningyan is going to confess his feelings to me? After all, it's Valentine's Day. But when I got to the restaurant, I found that there was another girl sitting next to Brother Ningyan. Her name is Xia Lu. That seat is mine. I usually sit with Brother Ningyan. Brother Ningyan told me very happily that he's in love, and Xia Lu is his girlfriend. He even told me to call her sister-in-law. I forced a smile and ate heartily, but I absolutely refused to call her sister-in-law, because I really can't bring myself to say it. I feel so awful. Having seen this, Ningyan felt her heart clench violently. Chapter 57. The Whole World. In the third year after graduation, Brother Ningyan finally walked down the aisle with Xia Lu. I'm so sad today, but I still want to wish Ningyan brother happiness. From the bottom of my heart, I hope Ningyan is happy and joyful, even though I know perfectly well that Xia Lu is not good enough for him. But I can't say it, and I dare not say it. The day after the wedding. Oh dear, my sister told me today that I got drunk at Ningyan's wedding yesterday. This is the first time I've ever been drunk in my 23 years of life. How embarrassing. My sister said that after I got drunk, I grabbed Brother Ningyan and kept saying, I like you. Brother Ningyan, I like you. Xia Lu looked very embarrassed, but Brother Ningyan patted my head affectionately and said that I was still a child, hadn't grown up, and was just talking nonsense because I was drunk. Yes, from childhood to adulthood, for many years, Brother Ningyan has always treated me like a child. He's always treated me like a younger sister. But, Brother Ningyan, I want to tell you that what I said on the wedding day wasn't drunken talk. Brother Ningyan, I really like you so much. If it were possible, I would so wish I could be your bride and spend the rest of my life with you. Travel. Ningyan got married. I thought I could pretend to be happy, but I really can't take it anymore. Especially when Brother Ningyan appeared in front of me with Xia Lu. I was really sad. I came to the seaside, thinking that the sea could help me forget you. Facing the sea, with spring flowers in bloom. But, Brother Ningyan, I still like you so much. I'm back. Time to get back to work. Even though I know Ningyan is married, I still can't help missing him. I don't know what to do. So I resigned. I begged my sister to let me join Kaiwei Group and arrange for me to work in the planning department where Ningyan worked. Brother Ningyan is as capable as ever. He's a key member of the planning department. In my heart, Ningyan will always be the most handsome. My sister scolded me very harshly today. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been able to bring herself to scold me. But this time, I know she is really angry. She warned me very seriously that Brother Ningyan was already married. She told me to understand my place. I didn't say anything in front of my sister. I know that Brother Ningyan is already married. I don't want to and will never do anything like being a third party in a relationship. I just want to see Brother Ningyan from afar. That's enough. April 17th. Today is Ningyan's birthday. I prepared a gift for Ningyan, but in the end, I still couldn't give it to him. Because he already has a wife. I thought Xia Lu would definitely prepare a birthday present for Brother Ningyan, but she actually forgot Brother Ningyan's birthday. I'm so annoyed. Xia Lu lied. She forgot Ningyan's birthday, but I clearly saw her chatting and laughing with another man as they got into a car and left yesterday. August 18th is my birthday today. Brother Ningyan gave me a little bunny pillow. I'm so happy. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. On December 7th, Xia Lu really went too far. She was actually flirting with other male colleagues in the company. Isn't she afraid that Ningyan will be upset if he sees this? You're already married to Brother Ningyan. You're already so lucky. Why do you still have ambiguous relationships with other men? I want to hit someone. On June 9th, today, Brother Ningyan had a huge argument with his colleagues at work because of Xia Lu. The argument was so fierce that they almost came to blows. In a daze, I remembered my childhood. Yes, I flipped through the diary I wrote when I was a child. In 3rd grade, a boy put a toad in my pencil case, which scared me so much that I cried. Brother Ningyan grabbed the toad and shoved it straight into that boy's mouth. Brother Ningyan was punished by being made to stand, but he was making faces at me and smiling at me. In the 2nd year of junior high, a boy pulled my braid. My older brother Ningyan got very angry and got into a fight. He won, but he ended up with a bruised and swollen face. I felt sorry for him, but he patted my head and said, "My sister, no one can bully her." In my 1st year of high school, I received so many love letters from male classmates. Ningyan said with a smile. Before I knew it, the little snotty girl from back then had grown up and become pretty, and she's actually quite popular with boys. I really want to tell him, "Brother Ningyan, I don't like or want other people's love letters. The only one I want is the love letter you wrote to me. How about I write you a love letter, Brother Ningyan?" #nervous face #. But Brother Ningyan got married. Brother Ningyan, I haven't even had a chance to confess my feelings to you yet. How come you've already married another woman? Today, my sister told me that Xia Lu is not good enough for Ningyan. I asked why. My sister was unwilling to tell me, but in the end, she couldn't resist my pleading and told me. "Xia Lu, she's cheating on me." She actually cheated on Ningyan with her boyfriend. Furthermore, my sister told me that Xia Lu has ambiguous and unclear relationships with many people in the company's management. She really doesn't deserve my Ningyan brother. I'm hesitant. Should I tell Brother Ningyan? I hope Ningyan can be happy. But why did this woman betray him? What? I'm so sad. Having seen this, Ningyan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Before, Ningyan had never known any of this. This silly girl had silently endured so much all by herself. He looked up at Li Yue, his face full of complex emotions, and said, "I've always known that you've had the habit of writing a diary on your social media since elementary school. I never imagined that you'd never changed over the years." Li Yue was completely flustered. She quickly grabbed the phone, tears welling up in her eyes, and stammered, Ningyan, what did you see? How could you read my diary?" I just wrote whatever came to mind. I'm so sorry, Ningyan. I didn't mean to. I know you're married. But I just can't help liking you. I just wanted to sneak a few glances at you. That's enough? Don't worry, I won't bother you. Before he could finish speaking, Ningyan reached out and pulled Li Yue into her arms, holding her tightly. She refused to let go. At this moment, Ningyan held Li Yue as if she were holding the whole world. That's right, the female lead has finally appeared. According to conventional writing techniques, the female lead should appear at the beginning of a novel. However, I deliberately delayed the appearance of the female lead in this book because, in my opinion, the real female lead can only appear when the time is right. Good wine needs no delay. Good wine needs no bush. A man's life should be lived without regrets. The true heroine has arrived. Rest assured, the style will not change. Everything will continue. Because this is reality. Reality will force Ningyan, and it will force us to do many things we have no choice but to do. We are not in control of our own lives. Ningyan is even more so. The arrow is on the bowstring, and it must be released. Chapter 58 Unbridled. Ningyan couldn't bear to listen any longer. He couldn't even imagine it. Just how much did this girl sacrifice for him? How could he let her continue to be sad? Then, without the slightest hesitation, Ningyan hugged Li Yue tightly. When Ningyan embraced Li Yue, at that moment, Li Yue froze, completely dumbfounded. In fact, not only her, but all the colleagues in the large office who witnessed this scene were completely dumbfounded. Ningyan and Li Yue? Undeniably. At the beginning, whether it was envy or jealousy, Ningyan and Li Yue were recognized as a golden couple. After all, Ningyan is a key member of the planning department, while Li Yue is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but everyone also knows that she is Li Nan's younger sister. Most importantly, Ningyan and Li Yue grew up together as childhood sweethearts. With this emotional foundation, everyone thought that the two were a match made in heaven. Even though Xia Lu was already Ningyan's girlfriend at that time, most people didn't think highly of her. Xia Lu is also relatively beautiful. However, if compared to Li Yue, if 10 points is the maximum, then Li Yue is 10 points, and Xia Lu is at most 6 points. However, in the end, Ningyan, this stubborn guy, actually chose to marry Xia Lu. shocking countless people in the company. At the same time, many people were secretly delighted. With Ning Yin, their biggest rival, gone, their chance to win the heart of the beauty had finally arrived. Then, they pursued Li Yue even more relentlessly. However, everyone was met with a cold shoulder from Li Yue. Without exception, Li Yue became quieter, keeping to herself and avoiding contact with anyone, except for Ning Yin. But the problem is that everyone in the company knows that Ning Yin is devoted to Xia Lu and is very family-oriented. She gives her entire monthly salary directly to Xia Lu. Everyone thinks that this ill-fated relationship is about to end without a trace. Ning Yin and Li Yue can no longer have any further development. But now, Ning Yin dropped a bombshell on everyone. He actually hugged Li Yue tightly in front of everyone. This, simply, if outsiders find it so hard to accept, Li Yue, who is the first to be affected, naturally never expected that Ning Yin would suddenly hug her. But, will Li Yue refuse? Will she become angry and embarrassed? No. At this moment, Li Yue had only one thought in her mind. Happiness came too suddenly. So many years, she had been carefully staying by Ning Yan's side. But at this moment, she suddenly wanted to be unrestrained and act recklessly. She doesn't care anymore. She didn't care that her Ning Yan brother was already married, nor did she care what others thought about him, and she didn't care what others thought. She just wanted to stay in her Ning Yan brother's arms a little longer. Just a little longer. Even one extra second is a gain. Then, Li Yue bravely stretched out her hands and hugged Ning Yan's back, deeply inhaling the scent of her Ning Yan brother. She had been looking forward to this day. We've waited for far too many years. I don't know how much time passed. Ning Yan finally let go of Li Yue. Li Yue was slightly disappointed and let go of his arm, saying softly, "Brother Ning Yan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have written in my diary and shouldn't have talked nonsense with you. I wish you happiness." Silly girl. Ning Yan interrupted directly, raising her hand to stroke Li Yue's head, and whispered, "How can I be happy without you for the rest of my life?" Li Yue stared blankly at Ning Yan and said naively, But brother Ning Yan, you're already married." Ning Yan said softly, "We can get married and then divorced. Just like you said, Xiao Lu doesn't deserve me. I want to marry you. Of course, the condition is that you don't mind that I'm already divorced." Li Yue opened her mouth slightly, and a strange light suddenly shone in her watery autumn eyes. Then, her face flushed red, and she said urgently, "How could that be? How could I dislike Brother Ning Yan? No way. I've always liked Brother Ning Yan. I've liked him for so many years." Ning Yan reached out and pinched Li Yue's nose, chuckled, and said, "Yes, I didn't understand before, but now I do." In the previous life, Li Yue willingly remained a nobody, silently accompanying Ning Yan for 30 years, a full 30 years. Ning Yan, however, was completely unaware of this. In this life, Ning Yan absolutely did not want to miss out again. The entire office was completely silent. Xiao Lu just left the company a few days ago, and today Ning Yan dares to openly hug Li Yue? Is she going to completely let loose? I'm afraid this matter. It will spread throughout the entire company very quickly. Brother Ning Yan, Li Yue whispered. Could you let me go first? There are so many people watching." Ning Yan chuckled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If they want to see, let them see as much as they want." Li Yue fell silent. She was submissive and easily bullied. She was a pushover. Ning Yan wasn't afraid of being criticized, but she was afraid, especially feeling the mocking looks from her colleagues. This was completely unbearable for Li Yue. Only, since Ning Yan was unwilling to let go of her, she would stop talking and would rather suffer alone. This is Li Yue. Ning Yan really couldn't bear to bully Li Yue like this. "Fine, then I'll let you go first. But after get off work, you have to come with me. We'll have a nice meal together." "Okay." Li Yue nodded quickly. After leaving the tea room, Li Yue shrank back and stayed obediently in her seat, like an ostrich, completely silent. Ning Yan remained calm and continued with her work, completely ignoring the curious glances from her colleagues. I stayed up until the end of the workday. The funniest scene then unfolded. Normally, these guys would leave work right on time, but today, not one of them left. It is obvious that everyone's waiting to see what happens. Li Yue kept her head down, not uttering a word, nor daring to move. Who is Kuning Yin? In his previous life, he dominated the world for 30 years, but for him, this was nothing. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Yin stood up, walked directly to Li Yue's side, leaned down, and whispered, "Silly girl, it's time to get off work. Come on, your brother Ning Yin will take you out for a big meal." Li Yue felt incredibly embarrassed, but she knew that if she continued to sit there without moving, she would only become more awkward, and besides, she simply couldn't refuse Ning Yin. Then, she lowered her head and followed Ning Yin out of the large office as quickly as possible. An uproar erupted. Countless people are discussing it. Even, some gossipy women have already spread this matter directly to Xia Lu's ears. "Xia Lu, something terrible has happened. Your husband, Ning Yin, just hugged Li Yue at the company. He's cheating on you, and he's doing it without any restraint." Chapter 59 Anger. Xia Lu is very happy today. Original. Just a few days ago, she was still upset about being fired from Kaiwei Group and even felt anxious and uneasy. But today, everything has been perfectly resolved. Everything is brand new. Under Zhou Shui's guidance, Xia Lu's interview at Shandong Group went very smoothly today, and she has successfully joined the business department of Shandong Group. Although the salary at Shandong Group was far less than that at Kaiwei, and Xia Lu could tell at a glance that Shandong Group was now practically an empty shell. Even the management team hasn't been fully assembled yet, and the number of colleagues in the company is extremely small, but Xia Lu is not worried at all, because she concluded that all of this was temporary. After all, the company's current CEO is Zhao Tianlong, and with one move, he directly snatched the urban construction project of Shengli Group's number 3 plot from Kaiwei Group, which is enough to prove the strength of Shandong Group. Most importantly, Zhou Shui has already taken up the position of head of the public relations department, which is a real management position. Xia Lu firmly believed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. If she performs well enough, the position of business department manager will be hers for the taking. And today, Xia Lu finally saw the legendary Zhao Tianlong in person. She even learned that her husband, Ning Yin, is good friends with Zhao Tianlong. Original. In Xia Lu's mind, Zhao Tianlong, the uncrowned king of Jinling, must be a man with dragon and tiger tattoos and a face full of fierce flesh. But Zhao Tianlong's current image completely overturned Xia Lu's perception. Today, Zhao Tianlong wore a fitted black suit, his hair was neatly combed, and to soften his aggressive demeanor, he wore a pair of non-prescription glasses, making him appear refined and cultured. Furthermore, Zhao Tianlong's manner of speaking was quite extraordinary. From any angle, he doesn't seem like someone involved in organized crime. On the contrary, he looks exactly like a professional elite. Most importantly, after discussing the project today, Zhao Tianlong began a formal meeting with all the company's employees. He wasn't stern. He greeted everyone in the company with a smile and shook hands with each of them. When it was Xia Lu's turn, Xia Lu's eyes darted around, and an idea came to her. She smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Xia Lu. I switched jobs from Kaiwei Group." She didn't say she was fired, but rather that she changed jobs. After all, getting fired really damages one's reputation. Zhao Tianlong said with a smile, "I heard from the HR department that our company poached a key member of the sales department from Kaiwei today, and it looks like it's Ms. Xia. Thank you for choosing Shandong Group. Don't worry, Shandong Group will definitely not let Ms. Xia down." Xia Lu said with a smile, "Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will definitely not let Shandong Group down. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, Mr. Zhao. My husband is Ning Yin." Zhao Tianlong's body suddenly stiffened slightly. In a short time, Zhao Tianlong suddenly felt speechless. Who is Ning Yin? Others might not know, but Zhao Tianlong did. Ning Yin was the big boss of Shandong Group. The woman in front of me, Xia Lu, keeps saying that she is Ning Yan's wife. Logically speaking, she should be the boss's wife. But the problem is that Xia Lu had no idea of Ning Yan's true identity. Although Ning Yan hadn't said it directly in the office, Zhao Tianlong, with his shrewdness, could clearly sense it. There must be a problem between Ning Yan and Xia Lu, although they are husband and wife in name. But Zhao Tianlong always felt that Ning Yan was deliberately hiding her true identity. Even if Xia Lu was his wife, she still couldn't know. Honestly, Zhao Tianlong really couldn't figure out what Ning Yan was up to, but he was certain that Ning Yan was now his big boss. And Zhao Tianlong knew even more clearly that if he wanted to get out of the predicament he was about to face, he would definitely need Ning Yan's help. Most importantly, Zhao Tianlong has decided to follow Ning Yan, so he will absolutely not do anything stupid that would anger Ning Yan. So, he doesn't intend to make this clear. He looked at Xia Lu and said with a smile, With Miss Xia's abilities, this ordinary salesperson position is beneath you. Then let me take the position of business department manager. Xia Lu forcibly suppressed her inner joy and said earnestly, "Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao. I will do my best. I heard that you and my husband are good friends. If you have time, you are welcome to visit my home." Zhao Tianlong's lips twitched slightly. Effort. What are you trying to achieve? This Shengdong group belongs to your husband. It's your family's. As for visiting Ning Yan's family, it's not up to Xia Lu or Zhao Tianlong to decide. It's up to Ning Yan. But, on the surface, Zhao Tianlong remained silent and calmly left. Xia Lu was very happy, and she looked around arrogantly, standing out from the crowd. She wanted to tell everyone here that although they were all new employees, her husband and general manager, Zhao, were good friends. Only, Xia Lu couldn't say these things directly. After a moment of silence, Xia Lu picked up her phone and posted a message on her WeChat Moments without any hesitation. "Happy new job. Today is finally my first official day at work. I'm so happy to have a new job. I'll definitely work hard from now on. V sign." She posted this on her WeChat Moments to deliberately annoy the people at Kaiwei. She was telling Kaiwei, "If they don't want me here, there are plenty of other places that will. You fired me the moment ago. I joined Shengdong Group, which snatched your project, right after I joined. Aren't you angry?" Angry. But Xia Lu didn't see whether Kaiwei Group was angry or not. But she suddenly received a WeChat message. It was sent by a female colleague from Kaiwei. "Xia Lu, you still have the mind to show off your new job? You don't know, do you? Your Ning Yan did something big today." Before Xia Lu could reply, another message came through. "Ning Yan hugged Li Yue in the main office today, in front of everyone, and she hugged her really tightly." Upon seeing this sentence, Xia Lu couldn't help but frown, and with a look of disgust, he deleted her immediately. In her opinion, it was disgusting that a senior colleague would send her such a message when she had just started the job. She simply couldn't believe that Ning Yan would do anything behind her back to betray her. But soon, a second person and a third person sent messages. The methods of expression are different, but there's only one core point. Ning Yan hugged Li Yue today, and everyone in the planning department saw it. Xia Lu didn't believe it when someone said that, but everyone was saying it, so Xia Lu had no choice but to believe it. It must be true. At this point in time, Xia Lu suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, even angry. She walked out of the office, went into the restroom, took out her phone, and dialed Ning Yan directly, questioning her. "Ning Yan, where are you? Chapter 60. You think everyone has to indulge you?" Ning Yan drove Li Yue away from the Buick Excel. Inside the car, Ning Yan smiled and said to Li Yue, "Girl, today is a good day. Tell me, what do you want to eat?" "It's on me." For Ning Yan, today is truly exceptionally important. Although he had been reborn a few days ago, Ning Yan had actually gone mad the moment he discovered that Xia Lu had cheated on him during their marriage. His heart was filled with hatred. He even considered that one day, when the time was right and he had absolute power, he would completely break ties with the Chao family. He will definitely throw Xia Lu and Guijin, that despicable couple, directly into the Huangpu River and let them drown to feed the fish. Only now, after suddenly learning about Li Yue's feelings for him, has Ning Yan truly felt reborn. On this day, that's enough for Ning Yan to remember for a lifetime. On the other end, Li Yue looked completely shaken. She has always been very quiet and somewhat submissive. This is the first time in her life she has done something like this. In front of all her colleagues in the planning department, she ran off with Ning Yan. According to Ning Yan, the two eloped. This completely overturned Li Yue's principles of conduct. Yes, that's just Li Yue's personality. She never competes or fights, and she never makes a sound. Otherwise, back in college, she wouldn't have just stood by and watched Xia Lu steal Ning Yan away. Even though she was heartbroken, she had no idea how to win Ning Yan back to her side. Otherwise, in her previous life, she wouldn't have been so foolish as to silently accompany Ning Yan for 30 years. Moreover, during those long 30 years, Li Yue noticed Ning Yan's sadness, so she watched Ning Yan from a distance, silently accompanying her, not daring to disturb her easily, let alone reveal her true feelings. As I said before, if companionship is the most enduring expression of love, then Li Yue silently accompanied Ning Yan for 30 years in her previous life, never uttering a word, and without complaint or regret. In today's world, how many people can do that? How could I possibly let such a woman down? At this time, Li Yue stole a glance at Ning Yan, then nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and asked cautiously, Brother Ning, is this really not a good thing? Ning Yin tilted her head, looked at Li Yue, and said teasingly, "You mean to say that you looked down on me?" Li Yue hurriedly said, "I didn't." Ning Yin teased, "So you've agreed to elope with me?" Li Yue, "I." "Ha ha ha." Ning Yin burst into laughter. He was laughing very happily, extremely happy. Yes. If we include his previous life, it has been more than 30 years since he has laughed so heartily in such a true sense as he does today. "You silly girl. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Ning Yin asked again, "What do you want to eat? Let's find a restaurant to celebrate." After considering it very seriously, Li Yue blinked and said with a cute, innocent look, "If it's possible, Brother Ning Yin, could you take me to the food street?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yin was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Why go to the food street? Wouldn't it be better to find a fancy restaurant, have a candlelight dinner, and a glass of red wine? You don't need to save me money." Li Yue pouted slightly, lowered her head, and whispered, Because Brother Ning Yin used to take me to the snack street to eat all kinds of snacks. But, what follows?" Li Yue didn't say it aloud. However, ever since Xia Lu became Ning Yan's girlfriend, Ning Yan has never taken Li Yue there again. And, even now, Li Yue, who is kind, considerate, and silently loves Ning Yan, is still unwilling and reluctant to utter any words of complaint against Ning Yan. She still wouldn't listen to even the most insignificant words. Looking at Li Yue, Ning Yan suddenly felt a pang of heartache. In the previous life, for Xiao Lu, he was consumed by despair for 30 years, completely ignoring Li Yue. Even after being reborn, Li Yue's feelings for him remained unchanged. Summer Willow? What makes her think she can be compared to Li Yue? She's not worthy. Just then, Ning Yan's phone rang. It was Xia Lu calling. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Yan answered the phone in front of Li Yue. "Ning Yan, where are you?" Xia Lu asked directly. Ning Yan calmly replied, "With Li Yue." Upon hearing this, Xia Lu couldn't help but pause slightly. She originally thought Ning Yan would at least lie or make up an excuse, but she didn't expect Ning Yan to not play by the rules at all and just admit it. But it was precisely because of this that Xiao Lu instantly flew into a rage and shouted, "Ning Yan, you've really gotten bolder. I need to remind you you're married. You're a married man, spending all your time getting involved with Li Yue. What exactly do you mean by that? I also heard that you hugged Li Yue at Kaiwa today." Ning Yan calmly replied, "Yes, I not only hugged Li Yue, but I'm also on a date with her right now. What can you do about it?" Xiao Lu was so angry her nose almost twisted crooked. She shrieked, "Ning Yan, are you trying to pick a fight? You're already married, you." Before he could finish speaking, Ning Yan interrupted her directly, saying, "Yes, I'm already married, but Xia Lu, ask yourself honestly, are you worthy?" Xia Lu shouted angrily, "Ning Yan, I want a divorce." Ning Yan said calmly, "Divorce? Great, just what I wanted. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Remember to bring your ID card and household registration book." Xia Lu was completely stunned. In the years of their marriage, whenever they argued, as long as Xia Lu threatened divorce, no matter what unreasonable things Xia Lu did, Ning Yan would immediately apologize and admit her mistakes. Divorce is Xia Lu's ultimate weapon. It never fails. But today, Ning Yan actually told her to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Xia Lu paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Ning Yan, I didn't hear you clearly. Are you serious?" Ning Yan said calmly, "I'm very serious. Also, there's something I need to remind you of. You're right. You're already a married woman. At least until now, you're still my legal wife. All these years, do you really think I didn't know about all the shameful things you did behind my back?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But the problem is, she really did a lot of shameful things. "Xiao Lu, I haven't even had a chance to deal with you yet. Who gave you the courage to question me first?" Ning Yan said coldly. "Do you really think everyone will indulge you? You want to be the head of the business department at Shandong Group, right? Believe me or not, with just one word from me, you can be fired from Shandong Group right now. I've been out of town for the past few days, driving from Shandong to Guangdong, a 22-hour journey. I used up all my drafts, so the update is a little late. Chapter 61, I'll smash you to death with a brick." After hanging up the phone, to be precise, Xiao Lu was completely stunned after Ning Yan hung up the phone. According to normal logic, Xiao Lu is Ning Yan's wife in the legal sense. Ning Yan was dating Li Yue, and when Xiao Lu went to confront him, she was met with a fierce rebuke from Ning Yan. Xia Lu was completely bewildered. Ning Yin had never dared to hang up on Xia Lu before. Xia Lu would always proudly and aloofly hang up first. But in the last few days, Xia Lu has had her calls hung up on by Ning Yin several times. Certainly. In contrast, Xia Lu couldn't care less about those things right now. There were two things she was truly concerned about. 1. How much does Ning Yin actually know about the shameful things she secretly did behind her back? Especially about Guijin's matter. Does Ning Yin know anything about it? 2. Ning Yin has a very good relationship with Zhao Tianlong, the CEO of Shandong Group, which Xia Lu has witnessed firsthand. With just one word from Ning Yin, not only will Xia Lu be fired, but Zhao Tianlong has a notorious reputation, and Xia Lu is very likely to face retaliation. This is what Xia Lu fears most. The most fatal flaw was that Ning Yin had always spoiled and indulged her, never daring to even touch her. But Ning Yin is now clearly becoming more and more assertive, and she is obviously fearless. After even the small threat of divorce failed to intimidate Ning Yin for a time, Xia Lu's heart was in turmoil. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof, unable to sit still. She got up and went straight to Zhou Shue's office, saying anxiously, "Xiao Shue, something terrible has happened." Ironically, she had no idea that her best friend Zhou Shue was already Ning Yan's woman. But Zhou Shue, of course, wouldn't show it. While applying eyeshadow, she said slowly and with a smile, "Don't panic, Xia. Tell me slowly what's wrong, and I'll find a way to solve it." On the other end, in the car, after Ning Yin hung up, Li Yue lowered her head, looking very lonely and aggrieved. But Li Yue quickly composed herself, forced a smile, and looked up at Ning Yin, saying, "Brother Ning Yin, is that Xia Lu? It's okay, just drop me off at the next intersection. I'll take a taxi home myself. You should go back and comfort Xia Lu. Otherwise, she'll throw a tantrum again." Yes, everyone knows how unreasonable Xia Lu is, and Li Yue really doesn't want to cause Ning Yin any more trouble because of her. Silly girl. Ning Yin raised her hand and ruffled Li Yue's hair, smiling as she said, "I answered Xia Lu's call in front of you, so you wouldn't overthink it. Tonight, no one can disturb our date, not even the emperor himself. Didn't you want to go to the food street? I remember you liked the vegetarian rice noodle rolls over there. Come on, Brother Ning Yin will take you to eat right now." More than 4 hours later, at 11 p.m., Ning Yin drove Li Yue back to the alley entrance. Li Yue smiled, her eyes crinkling, and whispered, "Brother Ning Yin, I'm so happy tonight. Thank you for taking me out for such a delicious meal." Honestly, tonight, Ning Yin and Li Yue spent less than 200 yuan in total at the food street. Some women frequent so-called high-end restaurants, spending thousands of dollars at a time, expecting men to pay the bills and enjoying the privileges as if it were their due. Yet, they still boss men around and never give them a kind look. For example, Xia Lu. There's another type of woman who's perfectly content with just a few local snacks at a food street, spending 100 or 200 yuan, and even feels incredibly embarrassed and happy about it. For example, Li Yue. Ning Yin looked at Li Yue, overwhelmed with mixed feelings. In the previous life, he had seen too many so-called socialites, ladies of high society, supermodels, and celebrities, all of whom pursued expensive and exquisite things. In their eyes, it seemed that only things that were expensive enough could highlight their uniqueness. In fact, none of them could compare to Li Yue. "Silly girl," Ning Yin said softly, "from now on, as long as you like, I can have meals with you every day." Li Yue's nose tingled slightly. She shook her head and said with her head down, "No need, Brother Ning Yin. I'm already very grateful that you occasionally think of me and take me out for a meal. You should go home now." Li Yue was deliberately pushing Ning Yin away from her. Why? This was certainly not her intention. But, for a traditional, good girl like Li Yue, marriage is an extremely important matter. Ning Yin is already married. She absolutely did not want Ning Yan's marriage to break down because of her. She had absolutely no intention of becoming a third party. Otherwise, in her previous life, she would never have been so foolish as to silently accompany Ning Yin for 30 years. Don't forget, Xia Lu was already dead at that time. This silly girl is so adorably silly and innocently cute. Ning Yin looked at Li Yue and said seriously, "Li Yue, I'm not joking with you. I'll divorce Xia Lu soon, and then I'll marry you." Li Yue suddenly looked up, her face filled with panic, and said, "Brother Ning Yin, don't be impulsive. If we get a divorce, uncle and aunt," referring to Ning Yin's parents, "won't be able to handle it. I'm leaving." After saying that, Li Yue pushed open the door and got out of the car. Ning Yan chuckled silently. He knew that he had been too hasty and had frightened Li Yue. After all, many girls lack self-respect and rush into marriage and divorce, but Li Yue has been well-behaved and sensible since childhood. In her heart, perhaps marriage is the most sacred thing in the world. How could she possibly let her brother Ning Yan divorce for her? No rush. Ning Yan told herself again and again that since she had been given a second chance at life, she should not rush things. Haste makes waste. In his previous life, he missed Li Yue. In this life, he has plenty of time. Ning Yan parked the car and followed closely behind Li Yue, escorting her home. Approaching, Ning Yan suddenly frowned slightly, because the area around Li Yue's house was packed with people. Li Yue rushed up and saw that on the wall of her yard, someone had written 8 characters in red paint. Those who owe debts and do not repay them will not be tolerated by heaven. The yard was a complete mess, covered in black dog blood. A group of thugs with fierce faces and fat heads and ears were smashing things everywhere in the yard. Li Yue's father was covered in filth and was kneeling on the ground being beaten. "Dad!" Li Yue exclaimed and rushed forward. Strangely, the thugs did not stop her, nor did anyone harass Li Yue. On the contrary, a young man dressed in designer clothes and with slick-back hair looked at Li Yue with a mocking gaze. Ning Yan couldn't help but narrow her eyes, because Ning Yan recognized this young man. To be precise, Ning Yan had Zhao Tianlong investigate Guijin some time ago. The young man in front of us is Chao Long, the eldest son of Guijin and Chao Shuang, Chao Qingying's older brother, Chao Xingli's grandson, and the eldest son of the Chao family. At this time, Chao Long looked at Li Yue, threw away his cigarette butt, and said with a playful expression, "Li Yue, do you know I've been waiting for you all night? Have you thought it through? Be my girlfriend for 7 days, and I'll pay off your dad's gambling debts. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen tonight." Li Yue was on the verge of tears, but she was powerless to do anything about it. Ning Yan squinted and stepped forward, saying calmly, "Chao Long, the eldest son of the Chao family?" Chao Long glanced at Ning Yan, slightly surprised, and said, "You know me? What do you want?" Ning Yan calmly said, "I don't want to do anything." Chapter 62. You're too late. So let's just collect the corpse. Ning Yan slammed a brick down on it. Even Li Yue, who was originally in tears, stopped crying and stared blankly at Ning Yan, completely unaware of what had happened. As for those petty thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos, they were completely dumbfounded. Who is Chao Long? He is the eldest son of the renowned Chao family. He is Chao Xingli's grandson. Without being immodest, in Jinling, Chao Long could not claim to be able to do whatever he wanted, but in terms of status and position, there were very few young people who could compare to him. But now, the dignified young master of the Chao family had his head smashed open by Ning Yan. After a moment of silence, the group of thugs were furious. Their leader rushed over and helped Chao Long up. His name is Sun Ping, nicknamed Air Guzi, second dog, hence the nickname Dog Brother. At this moment, Air Guzi looked terrified. He looked at Chao Long, whose face was covered in blood, and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Chao, are you all right?" Chao Long shook his head, wiped his hand with it, and looked at the blood all over his hand, screaming, "Blood! Blood!" With a snap, Chao Long slapped Air Guzi across the face, pointed at Ning Yan, and shouted, "You dare ask me if I'm all right? What the hell are you standing there for? Cripple him." Sun Ergu waved his hand, grinned maliciously, and said, "Go get them." A large group of thugs, their faces full of hostility, immediately began to approach Ning Yan. "Brother Ning Yan." Li Yue was so frightened that her face turned pale. Would Ning Yan care about these petty thugs? Obviously not. And, in Ning Yan's opinion, porcelain doesn't need to go head-to-head with earthenware pots. These thugs in front of her are not worthy of Ning Yan's personal attention. They don't deserve it. Then, Ning Yan slightly raised her right hand and made a gesture. The next moment, 4 burly men strode quickly from the alley. The one in the lead was broad-shouldered and had a hideous scar on his face. That's right, this man was none other than Scarface, one of Zhao Tianlong's trusted confidants. Although Ning Yan is not as glorious as he was during his 30 years of dominance in his previous life, don't forget that he is now the chairman of Shengdong Group. Since Zhao Tianlong chose to pledge allegiance to Ning Yan, in order to ensure Ning Yan's absolute safety and to demonstrate his loyalty, Zhao Tianlong personally arranged for Scarface and his group to secretly follow Ning Yan, act as a bodyguard. At this moment, They blocked Ning Yan's way, and Scarface even beckoned to Sun Ergu with his finger, saying coldly, "Erguzi, are you fucking tired of living?" Sun Ergu was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Scarface? What are you doing here?" Scarface sneered and said, "Why I'm here is not important. What's important is that if you dare to lay a finger on Mr. Ning, believe me, my older brother will personally tear you to pieces. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I've already told my older brother about what's going on here, and he'll be here soon." Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu couldn't help but freeze in shock. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. No matter how infamous Sun Ergu was in Jinling Road, everyone knew that there was only one universally acknowledged uncrowned king in the entire Jinling Road, and that was Zhao Tianlong. Without being immodest, given Zhao Tianlong's influence in the underworld, if he were to deal with Sun Ergu would undoubtedly be dead. That is precisely why Sun Ergu, who was usually arrogant and domineering, was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what to do. "Waste!" Chao Long cursed angrily, pointing at Scarface's nose and shouting, "Don't even mention that Zhao Tianlong hasn't arrived yet. Even if Zhao Tianlong really did come, would I, the eldest son of the Chao family, be afraid of him? Who are you trying to scare here?" No sooner had the words been spoken than a voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Tianlong slowly appeared, his face indifferent, and said, "Young Master Chao, you have quite the arrogance." Chao Long's face turned ashen. He never expected that Zhao Tianlong would not only come, but also come so quickly. Zhao Tianlong walked to Ning Yan's side and whispered, "Mr. Ning, I happened to be nearby. I came over as soon as I heard about it." Ning Yan nodded slightly. Chao Long stared directly at Zhao Tianlong and said angrily, "Zhao Tianlong, what right do you have to interfere in this matter?" Zhao Tianlong calmly said, "Isn't the fact that Mr. Ning is my good friend enough?" Chao Long said in a deep voice, "Are you really going to completely break ties with my Chao family for his sake? Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be?" Zhao Tianlong chuckled and said, "As everyone knows, I, Zhao Tianlong, never accept any form of threat. If young Master Chao is interested, I am willing to play along to the end." Chao Long was so angry his nose almost twisted, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Zhao Tianlong, you win. You just wait." He left those words behind. Chao Long turned and left. However, just then, Ning Yan suddenly stepped forward, blocking Chao Long's path, and said calmly, "Did I say you could leave?" Chao Long was instantly enraged and roared, "Damn it! Zhao Tianlong, you see, this wasn't caused by me." Zhao Tianlong frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Mr. Ning, the Chao family behind Chao Long is not to be trifled with. Most importantly, we are currently undergoing a transformation, including our Shandong Group's number 3 plot project, and our partner, Shengli Group, is actually owned by the Chao family. At this time, it is not advisable to make a big fuss and break ties with the Chao family, as it will not do us any good." Ning Yan nodded. "Finished? If you're done, then it's my turn." The next moment, Ning Yan leaped up and delivered a high side kick, her big foot landing squarely on Chao Long's face. Chao Long was sent flying backwards. Zhao Tianlong was completely stunned. Ning Yan did not stop there. He picked up a brick, straddled Chao Long, and smashed it into Chao Long's face again and again from top to bottom. He kept beating Chao Long until he was barely breathing. Ning Yan finally threw away the brick in her hand. With a click, Ning Yan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then took out her phone and sent a text message to Chao Shuang. "Your son is in my hands. If you don't come soon, I'm afraid I'll only be able to collect his corpse." Chapter 63. Woman, you can't escape my grasp. Suddenly, I received a text message from Ning Yan. Chao Shuang was still very happy. After all, earlier, when they were in the back mountain, Ning Yan's words, "sticking together for warmth and psychological comfort," were equivalent to completely opening up Chao Shuang's heart. Everyone has a devil hidden in their heart. This demon is usually not released easily and is well hidden. However, once this demon is released, and there is no strong willpower to control it, then there will be a second, a third, and countless more times. Chao Shuang and Guojin were husband and wife in name only for more than 20 years. Over the years, Chao Shuang has been very lonely and isolated. Now that he has finally met Ning Yan, he certainly doesn't want to miss out. Tonight, Chao Shuang tossed and turned, constantly hesitating whether or not she should take the initiative to ask Ning Yan out. At that very moment, Chao Shuang was naturally overjoyed to receive the text message from Ning Yan, But when she opened the message and read its contents, she couldn't help but fall silent. Immediately, she changed her clothes, walked out of the study, and instructed the butler, "Come with me. Also, find out immediately what Chow Long is doing." Yes. In the alley, Chow Long lay in a pool of blood, unconscious, his fate unknown. Sun Ergu rushed over, sweating profusely, and gently shook Chow Long's body, calling out, "Young Master Chow! Young Master Chow! Wake up! Wake up!" Chow Long slowly woke up, feeling groggy. With Sun Ergu's help, he stood up and looked at Ning Yen with intense resentment. "I don't care who you are, but I believe you know who I am. I am Chow Long. So you're dead." Chow Long pointed at Ning Yen and said coldly, "I don't just want you dead, I want your whole family to die with you." Sun Ergu said urgently, "Young Master Chow's injuries are very serious. I need to take him to the hospital immediately." He wanted to leave, but it was obvious that he needed Ning Yan's permission. Everyone turned to look at Ning Yan. Ning Yan calmly said, "No one is leaving until I receive a satisfactory explanation for what happened tonight." "Huh?" Chow Long laughed coldly and said sternly, "Yes, I can't just leave like this. I will make sure you all die. Make a phone call. Call my family right now." Ning Yan said calmly, "Sure, you can call as many people as you want, but you have to be quick. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and will just kill you. Do you understand?" Chow Long's scalp tingled, and he immediately pulled out his phone. Zhao Tianlong gave Ning Yan a deep look, pondered for a long time, and then whispered a reminder. "Mr. Ning, the Chow family is by no means a benevolent person. Should I send people over immediately?" Ning Yan smiled and waved her hand, saying, "You don't need to do anything, just wait here." About 20 minutes later, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles roared in. Immediately afterwards, Chow Shuang, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, entered the alley. "Ha ha ha!" Chow Long's spirits lifted, and he pointed at Ning Yuan, laughing wildly. "The Chow family has arrived. You little brat, you're dead." Zhao Tianlong's heart tightened, and he said with a solemn expression, "Mr. Ning, the woman walking at the front is Chow Long's biological mother. She is also the current head of the Chow group. Don't underestimate her just because she is a woman. She can represent the entire Chow family. Her influence in the Jinling business world is definitely among the top 5. Chow Shuang quickly approached. Chow Long rushed forward and said urgently, "Mom, why did you come here in person? I got beaten up. Look, my face is covered in blood. I'm disfigured. My head hurts terribly. I think I need stitches. It was that little brat over there who hit me. Mom, you can't blame me for this. I'll break all 3 of his legs. Then I'll throw him into the river to feed the fish." Chow Shuang first glanced at Ning Yan with a complicated expression, then turned to Chow Long and uttered 4 words succinctly. "Come home with me." Chow Long exclaimed in astonishment. "Mom, look closely. I've been beaten up. I'm your own son. If that kid doesn't die tonight, how can I ever face anyone in Jinling again?" Before he could finish speaking, Chow Shuang raised his right arm and, cleanly and decisively, slapped Chow Long across the face. With a crisp snap, in the pitch-black night, the sound was incredibly jarring. Chow Long was completely stunned. He was first slapped on the head by Ning Yan. His face was so badly disfigured, and he thought that with the arrival of the Chow family, he could get revenge. Before this, he never expected that Chow Shuang would actually beat him up after he arrived. "Mom, shut up," Chow Shuang said coldly. "I'm saying this one last time. Get in the car right now, and then get the hell home. I'm absolutely not joking with you." Chow Long's face flushed red. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end, he didn't dare to utter a single word. From childhood to adulthood, in the Chow family, besides his grandfather Chow Xingli, the person with the most say is Chow Shuang. As for his father, Guijin, he was a good-for-nothing, a son-in-law who married into his wife's family. Chow Long knew very well that Chow Shuang was truly angry at this moment. The consequences would be severe. "Young master," the butler, accompanied by bodyguards, stepped forward and said softly, "Listen to me. Go home first. Someone come here. Get the young master into the car." "Yes." As they were talking, the Chow family bodyguards were about to take Chow Long away when Ning Yan suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Ning Yan looked at Chow Shuang and said indifferently, "I'm giving you face, Chow Long. You can take him away, but—" Ning Yan pointed at Sun Ergu. "He can't leave." Chow Shuang nodded. "Okay." Chow Long was forcibly taken away just like that. At the same time, Ning Yan calmly ordered, "Take Sun Ergu away." "Yes." Zhao Tianlong waved his hand and ordered his men to take Sun Ergu away as well. The once messy yard. In an instant, only a handful of people remained. And Chao Shuang and Ning Yin have such strong presences. The entire room fell silent, everyone trembling with fear. Even Zhao Tianlong was utterly shocked. He was very smart. He could tell at a glance that Chao Shuang, though seemingly calm, was actually extremely angry. Only, the more this was the case, the less Zhao Tianlong could understand why Chao Shuang had chosen to settle things peacefully. You should know, in Jinling, there are very few who can rival the Chao family. Chao Shuang ignored Zhao Tianlong and looked at Ning Yin, saying with a slight headache, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this?" Ning Yin paused for a moment, then said indifferently, "You know your son's character best. I don't need to say more about what he did tonight. I believe you can find out soon enough. In addition, there are too many people here, and it's not a good time for us to talk. I think you should go home now. We can talk about our issues later, when there's plenty of time." Chao Shuang gave Ning Yin a deep look and said calmly, "You must understand that no matter what, Chao Long is still my own son. Moreover, the Chao family is so large, it's not just me. This matter tonight will definitely not end so simply." Ning Yin nodded slightly and said with a playful smile, "Tonight, I'll book a room at the Pullman Hotel. I'll send you the room number later, and we can have a long talk by candlelight." Spit. Chao Shuang was slightly embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed, and she turned and left. Chapter 64, What Ruthless Methods. The Chao family came quickly, but left even faster. Everyone left. As a result, Sun Ergu and his group, who were forcibly left behind, were in a very difficult situation. Sun Ergu glanced at Zhao Tianlong first, then said to Ning Yin in a trembling voice, I'm from the Chao family. You can't touch me." With a thud, Ning Yin lit a cigarette, then said expressionlessly, "Since you've chosen to be a dog, then you must be prepared to be one. You must be prepared to be discarded at any time. Do you understand what I mean?" The words were left unsaid, but the meaning was very clear. Sun Ergu was originally Chao Long's dog. Now that the Chao family has all left, Sun Ergu has become a discarded pawn, yet he still uses the Chao family's name to embolden himself. Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? Sun Ergu's expression shifted, and after hesitating for a long time, he took a deep breath and then said to Ning Yin with a sincere look, "What happened tonight has nothing to do with me. Chao Long did everything. At most, I was just his assistant." Ning Yin said calmly, "And then? I need to know what exactly happened." Sun Ergu pointed to Li Yue not far away and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Chao's real target is her. Actually, the matter is very simple. Chao Long met Li Yue by chance and was immediately captivated by her beauty, launching a relentless pursuit of her. Under normal circumstances, Chao Long, the eldest son of the prestigious Chao family, with his illustrious lineage and immense wealth, would have few women who could escape his grasp. Chao Long originally thought that Li Yue was the same way, but he was wrong. He used every means at his disposal, but Li Yue remained unmoved from beginning to end, because Li Yue's heart has always belonged only to Ning Yin. Chao Long was unaware of this reason, and for him, the reason was unimportant. The more unattainable something was, the more he desired it. Without a doubt, Li Yue aroused his strong interest. All the women he had before were very proactive in front of him, but none of them were as indifferent to his status and money as Li Yue. At the beginning, Chao Long was indeed very excited, but unfortunately, he couldn't catch up with Li Yue for a long time. In his anger and embarrassment, Chao Long completely turned against her. He investigated Li Yue and learned that she was from a single-parent family, and that her father was an alcoholic and a gambling addict. Then, Chao Long immediately ordered Sun Ergu to take action. Sun Ergu first had his men befriend Li Yue's father, Li Lijun, at the casino, and then invited him for drinks, turning them into close friends. Immediately afterwards, after getting drunk, Li Lijun gradually became more and more entangled in the casino. Lost everything? No problem, I'll lend you some money. Lost again? No problem, I'll lend you more. As we all know, gamblers have a distorted mentality. When they win money, they think they are awesome. When they lose money, they think they are unlucky, and they firmly believe that they will win it back sooner or later. Time and time again, after going through many twists and turns, Li Lijun ended up owing a huge debt of 5 million yuan at Sun Ergu's casino. It was at this time that Chao Long appeared, and Sun Ergu turned hostile. They came directly here, intending to use the 5 million gambling debt to force Li Yue to submit. Qiaolong's meaning was very clear. You, Li Yue, aren't you so arrogant that you look down on me, Qiaolong? Fine. Now, your whole family absolutely can't afford to pay off this 5 million gambling debt. I'll make you kneel down and beg me. How proud you used to be in front of me. Now, I'll show you how humble you are in front of me. Original. Qiaolong's plan had a high success rate, but unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he never expected Ning Yan to suddenly appear and interfere. She not only disrupted all his plans and saved Li Yue, but also beat him so badly that his head was split open. Sun Ergu looked at Ning Yan and said in a low voice, "This whole thing was Qiaolong's idea from beginning to end. Please be merciful and spare my life." Ning Yan could tell that Sun Ergu wasn't lying because there was no need for him to. And Ning Yan didn't care about Sun Ergu. What he cared about more was how Qiaolong met Li Yue by chance. What a coincidence. Don't forget, given Qiaolong's status, he should never have had any interaction with Li Yue. Then, Ning Yan suddenly thought of Li Nan. Yes, this woman is probably the real culprit. Li Nan had been trying to curry favor with the Qiao family. She even went so far as to give herself to Guijin. Presumably, Qiaolong didn't think much of her, so she introduced Li Yue to Qiaolong instead. Most importantly, why did Li Nan choose to tell Ning Yan today of all times that Li Yue has always liked Ning Yan? Yan? It is obvious that Li Nan probably already knew in advance that Qiaolong would come to deal with Li Yue tonight. At the company during the day, she casually remarked that Li Yue liked Ning Yan. Immediately afterwards, she watched quietly as Ning Yan hugged Li Yue at the company, remaining completely unmoved. What is she trying to do? She had a change of heart and didn't want to see Li Yue fall into Qiaolong's clutches, so she asked Ning Yan to solve the problem. No. Ning Yan concluded that Li Nan did this purely to see Ning Yan and Qiaolong clash head-on. Only in this way would Li Nan have a greater chance of breaking free from Ning Yan's control. This woman is truly ruthless. So cunning. Prior to this, even Ning Yan never imagined that such a simple matter would contain so many mysteries. In this world, only the characters in those brainless novels are all idiots and have no brains. Li Nan is definitely not stupid to have risen to the position of vice president of Kaiwa. In fact, she is very shrewd. Just like now, she secretly and ruthlessly plotted against Ning Yan. This served as a reminder to Ning Yan that even after being reborn, he must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, he might easily become a pawn in someone else's game if he is not careful. After pondering for a moment, Ning Yan looked at Sun Ergu and ordered Zhao Tianlong, break all 3 of his legs, then throw him into the river to feed the fish. Sun Ergu's face was filled with terror as he pleaded, "No, please, spare me. Keep my life, and I promise I'll be of use to you." Ning Yan exhaled a smoke ring and said coldly, "I can't find a reason to keep you alive, or give me a reason not to kill you." Sun Ergu was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He knew very well that Zhao Tianlong was no good person. If he couldn't produce something truly useful today, Zhao Tianlong might really dare to follow Ning Yan's orders and drown him in the river to feed the fish. I know a lot of dirty secrets about Qiaolong. I've done a lot of shady things for him. Sun Ergu stammered, including Guijin, including the Qiao family. Many things that the Qiao family couldn't handle personally were actually done by us. Besides me, I know several other people who are secretly working for the Qiao family. Ning Yan smiled slightly, a satisfied look on her face. He believed he could definitely get a lot of dirt on the Qiao family from Sun Ergu and his ilk. Individually, these scandals might not be enough to shake the powerful Qiao family, but accumulated over time, they will one day become Ning Yan's capital to confront the Qiao family. Even a single, decisive blow will wipe out the Qiao family. Chapter 65, It Just Can't Stop. What Sun Ergu said was true, because, not long ago, Qiaolong's father, Guijin, had used Li Fengzi to try to deal with Ning Yan. In fact, most large families and large companies secretly employ people like Sun Ergu and Li Fengzi. After all, any adult knows rationally that where there is light, there is darkness. The affairs of the underworld should be left to the underworld to handle. Many shady things can only be dealt with by those who are not in the public eye. That is the most appropriate way to deal with them. Because of Guijin, Ning Yan will eventually break ties with the Qiao family. But according to Ning Yan's original plan, he did not want to confront the Qiao family head-on so soon. But, tonight, the arrow is on the bowstring, and it must be released. First, there's Li Yue. Ning Yin couldn't possibly ignore that. Second, there's Zhao Tianlong. It's very clear from Zhao Tianlong's performance tonight that he doesn't actually want to confront the Chao family head-on. Or it can be understood as, he was even more eager to see how Ning Yin would solve this problem. To put it bluntly, although Zhao Tianlong has outwardly submitted, Ning Yin must possess sufficient strength to control a powerful figure like Zhao Tianlong. Insufficient strength. It's impossible for Zhao Tianlong to wholeheartedly follow Ning Yin. The adult world is full of deceit and treachery, incredibly cruel and incredibly realistic. Ning Yin has a clear understanding of this. But Ning Yin's performance tonight truly surprised Zhao Tianlong. Firstly, he didn't expect Ning Yin to be so ruthless towards Chao Long, almost to the point of not taking Chao Long seriously at all, and directly beat Chao Long with a brick until his face was covered in blood. Secondly, after Chao Shuang appeared, Ning Yin calmly and easily suppressed Chao Shuang with just a few words, which seriously overturned Zhao Tianlong's understanding. At this time, Zhao Tianlong spoke up, saying, "Mr. Ning, leave Sun Erga's matter to me. Also, I guarantee that something like tonight's incident will never happen again." Ning Yin simply smiled and dismissed it. Yes, although Ning Yin didn't say anything, Zhao Tianlong knew very well that he shouldn't hesitate or waver when facing the Chao family. He should resolutely carry out whatever Ning Yin asks him to do. Certainly, Ning Yin wasn't really that concerned about this matter. After all, Zhao Tianlong had only been following him for a few days. At the same time, meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Guoli, who had been lying on the ground, finally got up. Before, when Chao Long and Sun Ergu were around, Li Guoli didn't dare to say a word and could only lie on the ground and take the beating. But now, he suddenly had courage. "Ning Yin, who told you to meddle in other people's business?" Li Guoli said angrily. "It's an honor for Yu Wei that young Master Chao has taken a liking to her. Yu Wei can live a life of luxury with young Master Chao. That's just human nature. He doesn't seem to have much ability in front of outsiders, but he shows his true skills in front of his own children." Li Guoli is a typical example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ning Yin looked at Li Guoli and said calmly, "Uncle Li, from childhood to adulthood, in my mind you've always been a gambling addict and an alcoholic. If I remember correctly, when you were little, whenever you got drunk, you would either hit or scold Yu Wei and throw a tantrum. You really have a lot of potential." Li Guoli showed no shame whatsoever, shouting, "This is our family matter. It's none of your business. I'm doing this for Yu Wei's own good." Ning Yin shook her head slightly and said calmly, "I really have no interest in your affairs. In fact, all the neighbors in our alley keep their distance from you. But since you dare to touch Yu Wei, then I'm determined to get involved. And stop with that fake compassion. You're not doing this for Yu Wei's sake. You just want to use your daughter to pay off your debts. You're selling your daughter." Li Guoli shrieked, "She's my own daughter. I can do whatever I want with her. It's none of anyone else's business. I'm going to give Yu Wei to young Master Chao." Li Yu Wei lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Having such a father made her feel ashamed, even inferior, especially in front of Ning Yin. Li Yu Wei truly wished she didn't have such a father. But people can make many choices, but they cannot choose their birth or their parents. Ning Yin gently took Li Yu Wei's small hand to comfort her, but Li Guoli flew into a rage and rushed up to yell, "You little brat, let go." Ning Yin raised her leg and kicked out without mercy, delivering a powerful kick to Li Guoli. "Uncle Li." Ning Yin looked at Li Guoli, who was lying on the ground in a disheveled state, and said coldly, "I'm willing to call you Uncle Li because of Yu Wei's face. I was originally planning to give you some face, but since you refuse to listen to reason and insist on drinking the penalty cup, then don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Ning Yin pointed at Li Guoli and ordered Zhao Tianlong, "I don't care what method you use. Kick his gambling addiction. Make sure he never dares to gamble again. If he doesn't listen, then chop off his hand." Zhao Tianlong nodded slightly. "No problem." Ning Yin walked up to Li Guoli, squatted down, lit a cigarette, put it in Li Guoli's mouth, and said coldly, "Li Guoli, listen to me clearly. Although you are Yu Wei's biological father, you have never fulfilled your duties as a father for a single day since she was a child. You are not worthy of being Yu Wei's father. Do you know that back then, Yu Wei's mother ran away from home and never came back? In the entire alley, almost no one among the neighbors cursed her. Everyone is cursing you, because you don't even deserve to be called a human being. People like you might as well just die. As far as I know, after Yu Wei started working, She gave you 99% of her salary, but you gambled it all away, drank it all, and squandered it all. I'm warning you, from now on, if you ever dare to make a move on Li Yue again, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. I won't touch you tonight, because no matter what, you are still Yue's father. This is the first and the last time. If there's a next time, I guarantee your body will be at the bottom of the river. Ning Yan reached out and grabbed Li Guo by the neck, saying sternly, I'm absolutely not joking with you, do you understand? Li Guoli's face was filled with terror, and he dared not say another word. After Zhao Tianlong took Li Guoli away, Ning Yan comforted Li Yue again before walking out of the courtyard. When passing by the neighboring courtyard, Ning Yan paused slightly. This courtyard, it was originally his house, but when Ning Yan and Xia Lu were planning to get married, his parents secretly sold the house without telling Ning Yan and used the proceeds to make a down payment for a new house for her. And to give Ning Yan a better life, her parents both went to work in other cities. But Xia Lu, that despicable woman, cheated on her husband. She not only let Ning Yan down, but she also let Ning Yan's parents down even more. And this is also the reason why Ning Yan has not contacted her parents since her rebirth. Not because she doesn't want to, but because she doesn't dare. He didn't know how to face his parents, and he had no idea how to tell them about this. After a moment of silence, Ning Yan composed himself, took a deep breath, drove straight to the hotel, and after checking in, he sent Chao Shuang a WeChat message. Hilton Hotel, room 2118. I'm waiting for you. Tonight, Ning Yan has already attracted the attention of the Chao family. A violent storm is likely to follow soon. He couldn't stop. He could only keep moving forward. Always forward. Chapter 66 Frustration. As one of the most prestigious families in Jinling, the Chao family naturally had private doctors. Inside the villa, Chao Long is receiving emergency treatment. Young Master Chao's injuries look very frightening. He's at least suffering a concussion. The doctor said in a low voice, as for whether there are any other problems, you will need to go to the hospital for further examination. Chao Xingli's face turned ashen. Actually, regardless of whether Chao Long was ultimately alright or not, the moment Chao Xingli saw Chao Long's bloodied face, he was already furious to the extreme. For many years, in Jinling, no one has dared to provoke the Chao family like this. Chao Xingli said sternly, no matter who the other party is, or how powerful their background is, they must pay a sufficient price for this. Tell me, who exactly injured Chao Long, and with such ruthlessness? In Jinling, who dares to disrespect me, Chao? Chao Long, who had just had stitches in his head, grimaced in pain and said angrily, it's a young man I don't know, but Zhao Tianlong is with him. Zhao Tianlong. Upon hearing this name, Chao Xingli couldn't help but frown slightly. Guijin said coldly, so what if it's Zhao Tianlong? Does our Chao family fear him? Chao Xingli glanced at Guijin, snorted coldly, and said, you've finally said something sensible. Chao Xingli was extremely patriarchal, but he only had one daughter, Chao Shuang. It was precisely because of this that he chose to marry into the family, so that all of Chao Shuang's children can have the surname Chao. Chao Xingli usually dotes on Chao Qingying, but in the end, the one he values most is still Chao Long. After all, to put it bluntly, in Chao Xingli's eyes, his granddaughter would eventually get married, and his grandson was the best choice to inherit the Chao family business. Chao Long was beaten. This enraged Chao Xingli. At this time, Chao Xingli suddenly turned to look at Chao Shuang and asked in a deep voice, you personally brought Long Long back. Who did it? Have you caught them? Have you found out? Chao Shuang paused for a moment, then calmly replied, no need to investigate. It was done by a young man named Ning Yan. Ning Yan? Upon hearing this, Guijin was completely stunned. Chao Xingli pondered for a moment, but couldn't recall who Ning Yan was. He then sneered and said, I haven't shown my face for too many years. Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry can provoke the Chao family. Send men immediately. I want to throw this Ning Yan into the river to feed the fish. I want the whole of Jinling to know that I, Chao Xingli, am not someone they can easily provoke. Chao Shuang shook his head and said, Dad, don't you want to know what Chao Long did? Chao Xingli said coldly, even if Long Long is wrong, that's our family matter. It's no one else's place to discipline him. Dad, Chao Shuang said in a deep voice, I know you care about Chao Long, but you have to understand that Chao Long is already 23 years old. He's not a child anymore. Do you know what he did tonight to get beaten up like this? Chao Xingli frowned and said, what could he do? Although Long Long has some of the bad habits of a spoiled brat, he's not inherently bad. I don't believe he wouldn't do something heinous like murder or arson. Chao Shuang sneered and said, well said, not inherently bad. After saying that, Chao Shuang stared directly at Chao Long and said in a cold voice, will you say it yourself, or should I say it for you? Chao Long looked embarrassed and stammered, unwilling to speak at all. Chao Shuang said coldly, you won't tell me, huh? Fine, then I'll tell you for you. For you. Chao Long, I've told you before, you're all grown up now. If you want to pursue girls, that's fine, but who gave you permission to use any means necessary? According to the information the butler received tonight, you failed in your pursuit of that girl named Li Yuwei. So you sent people to deal with her father, Li Guoli. You've saddled the girl's father with a gambling debt of 5 million. Then, you use this to threaten and force the girl to submit to you. Chao Long, you're really something. As the eldest young master of the Chao family, you have quite the nerve. Chao Shuang said sternly. Who gave you the courage to be so lawless? Do you really think that no one in Jinling City can deal with you? Chao Shungli's expression changed drastically, and he questioned, Chao Long, is everything your mother said true? Chao Long lowered his head and remained silent. Many times, silence is tantamount to consent. Chao Shungli was so angry, he almost fainted on the spot. He raised his arm high, as if he wanted to slap Chao Long hard across the face. But in the end, he couldn't actually bring himself to do it. Great. Excellent. Very good. I, Chao Shungli, have worked hard all my life to build everything the Chao family has today, and this is how you, Chao Long, are ruining the reputation of my Chao family. I don't care anymore. You've grown up and I can't control you anymore. He left those words behind. Chao Shungli simply turned and left. Undeniably, Chao Shungli has never been a good person. In the process of his rise to power, he used countless dirty tricks that cannot be seen in the light of day. But he could use it himself. But he absolutely did not want his own grandson to become a despicable, shameless, and lawless scoundrel. Chao Shuang looked at Chao Long and said coldly, from today onwards, you will stay at home to recover from your injuries and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of your room. After saying that, Chao Shuang also left the room. Guo Jin patted Chao Long on the shoulder, then quickly caught up with him and asked Chao Shuang, no matter what, Chao Long is still our own son. He's been beaten like this. Don't you feel any heartache at all? We must make Ning Yan pay the price. Chao Shuang said impatiently. Chao Long was in the wrong first, so why should we cause trouble for Ning Yan? If this matter blows up and gets out, our entire Chao family will be affected. Do you understand? Guo Jin flew into a rage and said, is that really why you're unwilling to pursue Ning Yan's responsibility? Chao Shuang was startled and stared directly at Guo Jin, demanding, what exactly do you mean? Guo Jin opened his mouth as if to speak. He already knew that Chao Shuang and Ning Yan were having an affair. He believed that the reason Chao Shuang dared not pursue the matter was because he feared Ning Yan would fight back to the bitter end. But these words were on the tip of his tongue, but Guo Jin simply couldn't bring himself to say them. Why? Once Ning Yan's matter is thoroughly investigated, the Chao family will soon find out that the reason Ning Yan launched such a crazy revenge against the Chao family is all because Guo Jingxian had an affair with Xia Lu. Guo Jin was like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his suffering. Chao Shuang shouted sternly, what exactly are you trying to say? Speak. What do you mean? Do you doubt me? Guo Jin clenched his fists tightly. He knew perfectly well that his wife had become Ning Yan's woman, yet he dared not say it aloud. This feeling, Guo Jin was so frustrated that his face turned red and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Chapter 67, This is My Revenge. Chao Shuang strode away. Guo Jin stood alone by the window of his study, quietly smoking. Chao Long is his biological son. Whether he is a son-in-law who married into the family or not, that cannot change. The reason he became Chao's son-in-law in the first place was so that he could live a life of luxury and so that he would not be subservient to others. But now, his own son was beaten bloody by Ning Yan, but there was nothing he could do. This feeling of frustration, this enraged Guo Jin to the extreme. Immediately afterwards, what angered Guo Jin even more was what happened. He clearly saw Chao Shuang go back to his room, change his clothes, and then go out again. Guo Jin could guess with his own eyes that Chao Shuang was going out to see Ning Yan. And, in the middle of the night, what good could Chao Shuang and Ning Yan, a lone man and woman, possibly do? Snap, snap, snap. Guo Jin clenched his teeth tightly, Very hard. He knew. He can't go on like this. He has to do something. Otherwise, if things continue like this, he'll only be waiting to die. Ning Yin will become increasingly demanding. She'll start to take advantage of him. Call. Guo Jin exhaled a thick smoke ring, pondered for a long time, took out his phone, found a very special number, and dialed it directly. On the other end, at the Hilton Hotel, Ning Yin lay in the bathtub, smoking as she soaked, with a glass of Remy Martin beside her. Honestly, as I said before, ever since he was reborn and discovered Xia Lu's extramarital affair, Ning Yin has been filled with hatred. His only thought is to take revenge. Li Yue's appearance was like a ray of light shining into Ning Yan's heart, giving Ning Yin a new lease on life. Original. When Ning Yin was with Li Yue that night, she even decided that she would live a peaceful life like this and spend the rest of her life with Li Yue. That would be good. In the previous life, Ning Yin had been a powerful figure for 30 years, and fame and fortune no longer held much appeal for him. But the problem is that Li Nan, this shrewd and calculating woman, has once again pushed Ning Yin to another dangerous crossroads. Because of Li Yue's matter, Ning Yin has already been exposed to the Chao family. Moreover, don't forget that before this, Ning Yin had already successfully taken down Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying in order to get revenge on Guo Jin. In other words, he has no way out. Even if he didn't want fame and fortune, if he wanted to protect Li Yue, if he wanted to live a peaceful life, he must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, not only him, but Li Yue will probably fall into Chao Long's hands too, even with Chao Shuang present. However, the Chao family will absolutely not let this matter go unpunished tonight. Guo Jin will also not let Ning Yin off the hook. Even if Ning Yin is not strong enough, then even Zhao Tianlong will probably betray him sooner or later. That's just how life is. Often, we are not in control of our own lives. But must we only passively accept it? No. In comparison, Ning Yin prefers to make her own decisions. At this point in time, Ning Yin downed the wine in her glass in one gulp, stood up abruptly, and wrapped herself in a bath towel. Not long after, Chao Shuang arrived and entered the room. He immediately and bluntly questioned, Ning Yin, I really want to know, who exactly are you? Ning Yin smiled slightly, unhurriedly, and asked in return, what kind of person do you think I am? Chao Shuang snorted coldly and said, originally, I thought you were just an ordinary person who happened to meet me. I was willing to believe you, so I never sent anyone to investigate you. But now, I strongly suspect that your approach to me was premeditated, isn't it? Ning Yin frowned. Why do you say that? Chao Shuang said, word by word, because Zhao Tianlong. It must be admitted that Chao Shuang is a very difficult woman to fool. She knows very well that with Zhao Tianlong's influence in Jinling, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to become Zhao Tianlong's friend. However, Ning Yin clearly has a very close relationship with Zhao Tianlong. But Ning Yin had already prepared a response. You might not believe it, but Zhao Tianlong is now the CEO of Shengdong Group. Our Kaiwa has a partnership with Shengdong Group. Coincidentally, I was the one who designed the project plan. You can think of me as the spokesperson for the collaboration between Buick Excel and Shengdong Group. Moreover, you probably know what kind of person Zhao Tianlong is. He's eager to change his ways. He wants to go straight and leave the criminal world. He doesn't want to spend his whole life licking blood off the knife. He attaches great importance to this project. Ning Yin calmly said. In that case, he naturally values me as the spokesperson for Buick Excel very much. Chao Shuang's eyebrows furrowed slightly in protest. The number 3 plot project of Shengdong Group originally belonged to Shengli Group. Chao Shuang knew this long ago. Moreover, the person in charge of this project was Guo Jin. Chao Shuang vaguely sensed it. Ning Yin seemed to be behind all these events. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong. And Ning Yin clearly wasn't going to give her much time to think, and immediately changed the subject, asking, did I cause you trouble by hitting Chao Long tonight? Chao Shuang glared at Ning Yin angrily and said, you hit my son, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. How dare you bring it up? Ning Yin chuckled and said, you know very well what kind of person Chao Long is. He deserves to be beaten. Besides, ask yourself honestly, do you really like Chao Long as your son? He's Guo Jin's child. Chao Shuang felt a slight tightness in his chest. Then, her marriage to Guo Jin was a mistake from the start. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the child, Chao Shuang probably wouldn't have tolerated it for so many years. But unfortunately, neither Chao Qingying nor Chao Long were easy to deal with. This made Chao Shuang increasingly frustrated. All right, don't be angry anymore. Getting angry is bad for your health. Ning Yin put her arm around Chao Shuang and winked, saying, given our relationship, Chao Long is my junior. You should call me uncle. I won't hold it against him. Chao Shuang's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said with a hint of anger, don't give me that. What do I have to do with you? You've even learned to take advantage of me. Ha ha ha. Ning Yin laughed loudly and said, what else could it be? Of course, it's a romantic relationship. Spit. Chao Shuang blushed and said, I came to see you just to ask you a few questions, and I'll leave right away. After saying that, Chao Shuang was about to leave, but Ning Yin reached out and pulled him into her arms, grinning mischievously. You're already here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't go. Let's fight until dawn. In the dead of night, Chao Long needed stitches, his head wrapped in bandages. Guijin was alone in his study, smoking and unable to sleep all night. Xiao Lu was left alone in her empty room, tossing and turning at home, unable to eat or sleep. Only Ning Yin. But in this ultra-luxurious 5-star hotel, she and Chao Shuang were deeply in love. Chapter 68 Kneel Down. Before dawn, Chao Shuang took a shower and left the hotel in a hurry. At the same time, Ning Yin drove his Chevrolet back to his home at a leisurely pace. This house. It was his parents who sold their own house and used all their life savings to buy it for Ning Yin. Ning Yin absolutely will not allow this house to fall into Xiao Lu's hands. Push open the door and enter. Ning Yin was very surprised to find that Xiao Lu was sitting on the sofa, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept all night. Ning Yin, you're back. Xiao Lu quickly stood up, looking very aggrieved, and said, I've been waiting for you to come home. I've been waiting for you all night. To be honest, in the past, Ning Yin would have felt very sorry for Xiao Lu, but now, looking at Xiao Lu's pretentious and affected manner, Ning Yin only felt disgusted. He even desperately wanted to strangle her. Only, he knew that the time was far from ripe. Ning Yin sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Xiao Lu very obediently lit the cigarette for Ning Yin. With a click, amidst the swirling smoke, Ning Yin and Xiao Lu gazed at each other. According to Xiao Lu's rules, at home, Ning Yin is absolutely not allowed to smoke. But now, she is lighting a cigarette for Ning Yin. Ning Yin knew what Xiao Lu was up to, but she still asked knowingly, tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Xiao Lu pouted and whispered, what do I need to do? I'm just waiting for you to come home. After all, you went to see Li Yue. Ning Yin was silent for a moment, then chose to lie directly. Something happened to Li Yue. Someone took a liking to her, and she dragged me over to be a shield. It's that simple. Xiao Lu asked in surprise, really? Ning Yin calmly replied, something happened to Li Yue's family. Her family lives in the same alley as my hometown. You know it well, so you can find out with just a few questions. Believe it or not. Xiao Lu beamed with joy. I believe you. Of course I believe you. Ning Yin, from university to our marriage, right now. If I don't believe you, who else can I believe? Upon hearing this, Ning Yin suddenly felt her heart clench violently. How deep was the love? How painful it will be to learn of Xiao Lu's betrayal. And, at this moment, looking at Xiao Lu's affectionate face, Ning Yin was so confused that she couldn't even tell which of Xiao Lu's words were true. If only she hadn't betrayed me. Or, Ning Yin only saw Xiao Lu and Guijin walking out of the hotel together that day. Perhaps nothing really happened between her and Guijin. But, soon, Xiao Lu pulled Ning Yin back to this cruel reality. Ning Yin. Xiao Lu linked arms with Ning Yin and said in a coquettish voice, you and President Zhao are such good friends. If you have the chance, please ask him to give me a helping hand. Ning Yin nodded blankly. His mind went completely blank. Yes, this was the woman's real purpose. All her charm and allure. To put it bluntly, she just wanted Ning Yin to help her get the position of business department manager. Ning Yin, I really feel like you've become a completely different person lately. Ning Yin, smoking a cigarette, said expressionlessly, oh, what do you mean? Xiao Lu thought about it seriously for a moment, then chuckled and said, you used to be so gentle with me. With me? Ning Yin said calmly. Do you prefer the old me or the current me? Xiao Lu said coquettishly. You're so annoying. If, and I mean if, I had to choose one, then of course I would like you more as you are now. Huh, women. Ning Yin threw away her cigarette, but stood up and said, don't worry, I'll definitely make you like me even more in the future. He left those words behind. Ning Yin simply strode away. Xia Lu shouted, "Where are you going? You haven't eaten yet." Ning Yin ignored her completely. It's impossible for Ning Yin to have dinner with Xia Lu. She's only pretending to be with Xia Lu now, purely for the sake of a more insane revenge later. The one who truly deserves to have dinner with Ning Yin is not Xia Lu, but Li Yue. Ning Yin bought breakfast and arrived at the company, only to find that Li Yue had also bought breakfast for her in advance. During the meal, Li Yue seemed hesitant to speak, but Ning Yin smiled slightly and said, "I know you want to know how your father is. Don't worry, I guarantee there won't be any problems." Li Yue nodded obediently. In fact, she was very smart. She knew that Ning Yin had Zhao Tianlong take Li Guoli away in order to help him quit gambling. If Li Guoli doesn't quit gambling, her family will be ruined sooner or later. Besides, Li Yue completely trusts Ning Yin. After finishing the meal, Ning Yin returned to her private office and waited until 10 a.m. before getting up and going directly to Li Nan's office. Li Nan hid it well, but Ning Yin still noticed her nervousness. "Why did you suddenly come here?" Ning Yin said calmly. "To be precise, in your opinion, I should have already been torn to pieces by the Chow family, right?" Li Nan's face stiffened slightly, and she said with an awkward smile, I don't quite understand what you mean." Before he could finish speaking, Ning Yin reached out and grabbed Li Nan by the neck, showing no mercy whatsoever. She said coldly, "Li Nan, you're smart, but don't be so clever. Don't try to be clever in front of me, understand? Do you really think I don't know that you were behind what happened last night?" Li Nan's face turned deathly pale, and she pleaded in a low voice, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I promise it won't happen again." Ning Yin shoved Li Nan aside, sneered, and said, "Originally, I really didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you're so ungrateful, I've decided to teach you a real lesson." Li Nan was terrified and whispered, "I'll do anything you want, as long as you let me go." Ning Yin looked Li Nan, the female vice president of Kaiwe, up and down, a slight smile playing on her lips. She said teasingly, "Li Nan, even I have to admit, you're really pretty. Plus, you're a famously aloof female vice president, which adds to your allure. But I have a severe case of misophobia, and I find you disgusting. However, your face is beautiful enough, especially your mouth, which can definitely be called a real cherry mouth." As they were talking, Ning Yin sat imposingly in Li Nan's boss chair, making Li Nan kneel in front of her. Then, Ning Yin grabbed Li Nan's hair and said coldly, "Come." Chapter 69, A Battleground Erupts. More than half an hour later, Ning Yin walked out of Li Nan's office. Everyone in the large office saw Ning Yin walk into Li Nan's office, but no one suspected anything. After all, Ning Yin is now a big name in the entire Kaiwe. He's also the deputy head of the planning department, so it's perfectly normal for him to talk to Li Nan about things. Not to mention, Li Nan is known for being aloof at the company, and no one dares to bother her. Unbeknownst to them, the aloof and dignified Vice President Li Nan was currently alone in her private office, wiping her mouth with a wet tissue while repeatedly gagging softly. It is obvious that, to appease Ning Yin, to satisfy Ning Yin, and to let Ning Yin off the hook for the time being, Li Nan paid a heavy price. Li Nan ran to the bathroom and splashed her face with cold water. Then, she looked up at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, her face still showing lingering fear. Immediately, she turned her head to look at Ning Yan's office, and as if she had thought of something, a very beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Inside the office, Ning Yan lay on the sofa, feeling drowsy. So much has happened these past few days, and coupled with his constant work, he is exhausted both physically and mentally and needs rest. There are more and more fish in the pond. Leaving Li Yue aside for now, just Chao Qingying, Zhou Shui, Xia Lu, Li Nan, and Chao Shuang alone make up 5 women. 3 women make a drama. 5 women, even the strongest would get tired. At that very moment, my phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat message from Zhou Shui. "Ning Yan, Xia Lu contacted me again last night. She wants to get revenge on you and teach you a lesson, but she's also a little afraid of you. To be precise, she's afraid you'll ask Zhao Tianlong to make things difficult for her. After all, she wants the position of head of the business department at Shengdong Group. Furthermore, Xia Lu seems to have some doubts. Zhao Tianlong has a great reputation, and she simply cannot understand how he could become your close friend." Ning Yan thought for a moment and typed a reply. "Then let's find a way to give Xia Lu a little sweetness for now. Give her some illusions. Let her see the hope that she can sit in the position of business department manager, distract her, and keep her from having time for anything else. Zhou Shui replied, Okay, leave this to me. I understand Xiao Lu. I know what she wants, so I'll just cater to her desires. It must be said, plastic besties never depart ways. Zhou Shui is Xiao Lu's best friend, and Ning Yan's handling of Zhou Shui was absolutely brilliant. Not only could Zhou Shui be used to control Xiao Lu and learn all of Xiao Lu's thoughts, but given time, once Ning Yan's entire scheme was complete, and when he and Xiao Lu completely broke off relations, Zhou Shui will definitely be able to play a significant role. Ning Yan, you've been behaving very well lately. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? Zhou Shui, I've been busy with classes these past few days. This short-term public relations training course will be over in a week. Then you'll see how I drain you dry. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. Ning Yan chuckled softly and continued to close her eyes to rest. But, just then, Ning Yan's phone rang again via WeChat. She thought it was from Zhou Shui, but when she picked up her phone to look at it, she realized it wasn't from Zhou Shui, but from Chao Qingying. Ning Yan, are you busy? No, I'm exhausted. I was just about to take a nap. Do you have some free time lately? I have some good news to tell you. Ning Yan replied lazily. What good news? You know, I have a project on hand right now, so I've been a little busy these past few days. Chao Qingying, my mom has been in a bad mood these past few days and is planning to go to the summer palace to relax. She's not bringing anyone with her. She just wants to take me. If you have time, you can come along. I'm thinking of letting you meet my mom first. Chao Qingying is an unruly princess, a little wildcat, who likes to toss her. Ning Yan just beat Chao Long into a pig's head last night, and now Ning Yan's main target is Chao Shuang. He originally planned not to provoke Chao Qingying in the near future. Upon seeing the message from Chao Qingying, Ning Yan's heart tightened immediately, and she quickly replied, If that's what you're talking about, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Chao Qingying replied arrogantly, Meeting my mother, you know what I mean, right? I'm giving my mother a heads up beforehand. Once you're divorced, we can officially start dating. I'm in character. This little girl is actually really getting into character. She's actually planning to introduce Ning Yan to her parents? What Chao Qingying didn't know was that Ning Yanhan had already come down. Undeniably, Chao Qingying was absolutely sincere, but the problem was that she didn't know the relationship between Ning Yan and Chao Shuang. If Ning Yan really appeared in front of Chao Qingying and Chao Shuang at the same time, that would be a real battleground. No, that's definitely more serious than a battlefield. I bet Chao Shuang really wants to kill Ning Yan. But, if Chao Qingying were to extend the invitation, could Ning Yan refuse? Just as Ning Yan was pondering an excuse, Chao Qingying sent another message asking, What are you hesitating about? Let me tell you, if you don't seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ning Yan pondered for a moment, then typed back, Okay, I was just checking the itinerary. Let me know in advance which day you're leaving. Chao Qingying beamed. We're leaving this afternoon. You can come over tonight and have dinner with me and my mom. It's your treat. Moi, Zhu 3, Zhu. Ning Yan's lips twitched slightly. She replied with a kiss, and then began to ask old donkey what he should do next. At the same time, at that moment, my WeChat on my phone rang again. And what's more, it was actually sent by Chao Shuang. Ning Yan's scalp tingled. Ning Yan, do you have time? I'm planning to stay at the summer palace for a few days. If you have time tonight, come over for dinner. I've thought it over carefully, and we'll have to come clean about what's going on between us sooner or later. My family all know that Guijin and I are just a couple in name only. We're not really together. Now that the children are all grown up, it's time for me to live the life I want. I plan to introduce you to my daughter first. My daughter is the most spoiled child at home, and she can't keep a secret. Once she finds out about you, she will definitely tell her grandfather about this. Besides, my daughter doesn't know what happened last night, nor does she know that you had a conflict with Chao Long. Don't let it slip. Then, Chao Shuang sent Ning Yan the location of the summer palace directly. It is obvious that Chao Shuang was even more domineering than Chao Qingying. She gave Ning Yan the right to refuse. Ning Yan sat up from the sofa, lit a cigarette, and fell into a long silence. Call. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Ning Yan let out a long sigh and quickly replied to Chao Shuang. Good. I'll definitely be there tonight. Chapter 70. Your daughter is with me. In fact, Ning Yan knew from the beginning that Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying would inevitably clash sooner or later. This is definitely not just a matter of the truth will out. The most crucial point is that Ning Yin has never forgotten why he came into contact with the Chao family in the first place. It was all for revenge. Chao Shuang is Guijin's wife, and Chao Qingying is Guijin's daughter. Ning Yan's initial goal in getting close to these two women was to take revenge on Guijin. And, sooner or later, Ning Yan will definitely let Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying know who he really is and what his purpose is. Only, in the short term, the time is not yet ripe. After all, if Ning Yan turns against him completely, Guijin will surely be disgraced. However, at the same time, the Chao family, enraged, will surely retaliate against Ning Yan like madmen. At this time, Ning Yan was far from being a match for the Chao family. Even though Ning Yan dominated the world for 30 years in his previous life, and even though he knew the secrets of many important figures in Jinling City, he still couldn't change the gap in strength. At least for now, that's how it is. Ning Yan needs to utilize these secrets, or cash in on them, to turn them into his own bargaining chips before he will have the qualifications to confront the Chao family head-on. Otherwise, if you lack strength, knowing more secrets is meaningless and will only lead to a quicker death. But, judging from Chao Shuang and Chao Qingying's current posture, if the two of them appear in front of Ning Yan at the same time, all of Ning Yan's previous painstaking efforts and plans will probably be rendered useless in an instant and completely exposed. And Ning Yan had no reason to refuse. He had to go. What he needs to do now is, not only does he need to maximize his own interests, but he also needs to find a way to solve this extremely troublesome, huge problem. After thinking for a moment, Ning Yan picked up her phone and dialed Zhao Tianlong, calmly instructing him, find out where Chao Qingying was last night and what she was doing. Yes. 2 minutes later, Zhao Tianlong called Ning Yan back and said respectfully, Mr. Ning, I have sent you the details of Chao Qingying's recent schedule. During this period of time, as instructed by Ning Yan, Zhao Tianlong's men had been secretly keeping watch on everyone, including Chao Shengli, Chao Shuang, Chao Long, Chao Qingying, Guijin, Li Nan, Xia Lu, and Zhou Shui. All of them were under Ning Yan's control. Ning Yan initially considered hiring a private investigator, but private investigators are paid to do their jobs, and the Chao family holds such a high position in Jinling that a private investigator might take the opportunity to side with them, making it impossible to completely control them. But Zhao Tianlong is different. He only used his trusted confidants who had followed him for many years. Moreover, Zhao Tianlong's influence in Jinling was simply too strong. Even Chao Shengli probably couldn't have imagined that the petty thugs in the streets and alleys. They were all Zhao Tianlong's, or rather, Ning Yan's informants. According to the information sent by Zhao Tianlong, last night, Chao Qingying's friend, who is also from a wealthy family, just bought a luxury cruise ship, and Chao Qingying stayed on the cruise ship the whole time. In addition, Chao Qingying is the daughter, and she has always been very pampered in the Chao family. She is carefree, and no one tells her about Chao Long being beaten into a pig's head by Ning Yan. After a moment of silence, Ning Yan made a quick decision. Since it has already happened, let's find a way to resolve it. Ning Yan picked up her phone. Scarface, there's something I need you to handle. Send a car to follow me. Yes. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Yan skipped work. At present, Ji Wanxiu, the president of Kaiwei Group, needs Ning Yan's help, and Li Nan, the vice president and head of the planning department, doesn't dare to make things difficult for Ning Yan at all. He skips work very decisively. Half an hour later, Ning Yan received Chao Qingying. Yes, Chao Qingying did not go directly to the summer palace, but insisted that Ning Yan take her with her. I remember you have several sports cars, right? Ning Yan asked with a smile, her expression calm. Why not drive your perfectly good sports cars and instead ride in my Chevrolet? Since when has a Chevrolet been more comfortable than a sports car? Hashtag nervous face hashtag. Chao Qingying forced a big smile and said arrogantly, what's so great about a sports car? If you want one, I'll give you one. I just want to spend more time with you. Honestly, if it weren't for the incident involving Guijin and Xia Lu, and if Chao Qingying weren't Guijin's daughter, Ning Yan might have been somewhat moved. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Ning Yan's heart remained completely unmoved. She even felt a little amused. Chao Qingying looked absolutely stunning today in a spaghetti-strap dress, subtly revealing her shoulders. Pity. She's the daughter of my enemy. Ning Yan drove her car, and Scarface and a few others followed behind her in their own car at a leisurely pace. Not long after, when they reached the suburban expressway, Ning Yan received a call from Scarface. Mr. Ning, Scarface said in a deep voice, We are ready. However, there is an unexpected situation. We have discovered that there is someone else secretly following you besides us. Track. Ning Yin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Since his rebirth, Ning Yin hasn't attracted much attention. Who would send someone to follow him? Naturally, it would be someone who has a grudge against him. If that's the case, the answer is obvious. They're Guijin's men. This is interesting. Guijin's appearance was unexpected by Ning Yan. However, it did not affect Ning Yan's plan at all. On the contrary, it made the whole thing more interesting. With Guijin as a special audience member, this further strengthened Ning Yan's determination to seduce him. But, in front of Chao Qingying, Ning Yan didn't say much, and instead pretended to say, "I'm on vacation, so you can handle the company's affairs." After saying that, Ning Yan hung up the phone immediately. Chao Qingying asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ning Yan calmly replied, "It's nothing. It's a call from the company about that project." Chao Qingying pouted. "Kaiwei has already passed its prime. Ning Yan, why don't you quit your job? I'll support you." "Oh, right. Ning Yan, my sister just bought a cruise ship. Do you think I should buy a new one too?" The naive girl didn't realize that Ning Yan's words on the phone implied that the plan remained unchanged. "Let Scar go according to plan." Scarface understood immediately, stepped on the gas, accelerated rapidly, and then crashed directly into Ning Yan's car. Ning Yan slammed on the brakes. Scarface arrived with several burly men, looking menacing. He slapped Ning Yan's car and yelled, "You brat, get out here." Chao Qingying got out of the car and said angrily, "You're the ones who hit our car, and you still dare to cause us trouble?" Scarface looked at Chao Qingying, feigning shock, and said in astonishment, "Miss Chao, how come you're with Ning Yan?" At the same time, a car behind her passed by Ning Yan. Immediately afterwards, he quickly sent a message to Guijin. "Mr. Gua, we see that your daughter is with Ning Yan.